Welcome back to the second day of the 12 Days of Scrubs. Thank you guys so much for the continuous support throughout the year. Anyways, this video is gonna be on crazy moms, so sit back, relax, and enjoy.
What's going on, guys? It's your boy Scrub here, back again with another video. Hope you guys are having a great day. I know I am, and today I've got a story time that was low-key pretty creepy when I heard it. It's about the subscriber who told me that his mom ended up bugging his room. Yeah. I've heard of, like, helicopter parents, dude, but I think using literal spy equipment in your kid's room is a bit too far. But regardless, it should be a pretty crazy story time. Before we get into it, be sure to press the like button. Otherwise, no joke, no scam whatsoever. Your mom is going to bug your bedroom, and trust me, that's creepy. And without further ado, let's get into it.
Quiet now, lay low when you reach zone, wipe down, making out, stack the bread, 'cause you're
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, as I said, today's story time's about a mom that took spying a little bit too far. The person that sent this in, I'm going to name Teddy for the story because I don't think I've used that name before and it sounds swag. Regardless, Teddy sadly has to admit that his mom is a bit of a Karen, dude. She's just a little over the top, always pushing him and his like siblings too far to be successful, getting up in people's faces when they don't get their way. Just always takes things a little bit further than they need to go. She's a bit of a Karen. And, you know, because of that, Teddy had become a little bit closed off from her. He didn't necessarily tell her everything that was going on in his life. He didn't like talking to her about school. He didn't like talking to her about his issues, because she would just always over-involve herself or, like, force him to do stuff he didn't want to do. So naturally, he just kind of stopped talking to her about it. And she immediately noticed that because she started being, like, starting to press him about it. Why won't you tell me anything? What's going on in your life? You need to tell me what's going on. I need to know what's up. And obviously, when she started doing that, it made him kind of, like, double down on not telling her anything, because it's really weird to be like, you don't want to tell me about your personal life? I'm forcing you to. Like, that just makes the person more uncomfortable. And, you know, that irritated his mom more, and the tensions between the two of them started to get worse, which, like, in return made him like talking to her less. And he thought that eventually it was just gonna, like, boil over, she would just get used to it, and it was gonna be what it was gonna be. But one day, he's at school with his friends, and they're kind of goofing off, talking about stuff, and he gets a text from his mom that he doesn't think was necessarily meant for him. In fact, it looked like it was meant for his dad, because it said something along the lines of, "Did you put that stuff in Teddy's room so we can hear what he says later?" And obviously, Teddy just kind of looks at it and is like, "Oh, that's bizarre. I don't think I was meant to get that," but he decides not to respond. His parents weren't necessarily the most, like, tech literate people ever, so if he just didn't acknowledge that his mom had said that, then, you know, she probably wouldn't go out of her way to, like, explain it away or prevent him from investigating further. So he just kind of made a note of it, got home that day, kind of talked to his mom for a bit, and because his mom wasn't tech savvy, he went into her phone while they were talking and, like, deleted the message that she had sent to him. So he had proof that she had sent this little message being like, "Did you put the listening devices in there?" And, you know, she didn't see that when she went to the messages. So he decides to look through his room. And as he's looking through his room, the thought going through his head is like, I'm being way too paranoid. There's no way that my mom, like, actually wants to bug my room. I've got to just be freaking out a little bit, a little too paranoid. And truthfully, it would be better if I just didn't find anything, you know, maybe I'm being ridiculous. I don't think my mom's that crazy. And he doesn't really know how to look for stuff either, so he just kind of goes to his room and starts doing what people do in, like, spy movies, you know, what it looks like you do. He's kind of looking in lampshades, behind stuff on the wall, just looking around. And finally, he goes over to his desk and he dumps out this cup that a bunch of pens are in. And when he dumps it out, at the bottom of it is this little, like, AirPod looking thing, but it was black and thicker and had, like, a microphone in it. You know when you can see, like, the foam above the microphone and there's, like, little holes in the plastic? He can kind of see that. So sure enough, he's like, holy crap, this is a listening device that is in my room. So he kind of is looking at it and he sees that there's a red blinking light. And he's like, oh my god, my mom is spying on me. But, you know, instead of taking it to her, confronting her about it, he decides that he's just going to mess with his mom instead. He's gonna be, like, playing games with her now. And he doesn't really know what he's gonna do yet because he's just more pissed at the situation, and this is honestly so insane. You know, I'm not a parent, I say that a lot, but I feel like at the same time, if your kid's not talking to you and kind of being reserved, I understand wanting to know, but, like, invading their privacy and putting spy gear in their room definitely is not gonna make them like you more, especially if they find it, dude. Like, obviously, this kid's annoyed every time you try to press him to talk to you more. He goes more closed off. So at what point do you go, better put some Soviet spy equipment in his room and try to figure out what's wrong instead? Maybe that's why he won't talk to you, because his mom's a crazy lady who literally bugs the house, dude. Anyways, he ends up coming up with a plan where he's just gonna say entirely made up crazy stuff around this bug and then see if his mom like brings it up to him or talks to him about it, and then he can confront her about it. So sure enough, it's by his computer, it's on his desk, so he and his friends are playing video games, and he starts talking absolute nonsense about how him and his friends have been boosting cars from the neighborhood and taking them to Tijuana and selling them and then flying back across the border. He starts saying that like he's been dabbling in all these different types of substances. You know, he's just making stuff up. He's just sending it, trying to make himself sound like a criminal. At one point, dude, he starts talking about how he loves the local Russian mob, and like ever since he had connections with them, business has been picking up. He's just trying to make himself sound like a crazy person. And sure enough, he goes to bed, and in the middle of the night, for whatever reason, he wakes up to his mom in his room, and he's like, "What are you doing in here?" She swears, nothing, I just, I came to get something I left in here earlier or whatever. And he knows that she was coming in to get her little bug thing, but he just kind of is like, okay, fine, you know, whatever, and goes back to bed. And the next morning, he wakes up, and when he wakes up, his mom is sitting in his room, like in a chair, kind of looking at him, and looks at him and says, "We need to talk." Alright guys, I'm going to interrupt the video for just 1 second. If you take a look at your screen now, you will see a gift card code. For those of you that don't know, I give away a gift card in every single video I post here on the channel as a way to say thank you to you guys for subscribing and turning on those notifications. So, if you haven't already, you should. I give away free money, and if you already do, you're an absolute G. On that note, I will shut up and get back to the story time. Thanks. And he's like, alright, what do we need to talk about? And she starts saying that whatever life of crime he's turning to needs to stop, and he's gonna ruin this family's name and rip them apart if he continues to live like this. And she can't believe that he's been out there stealing cars and doing all these things, and he's gonna be in so much trouble when his dad gets home. Just believed all of it, which in and of itself is pretty insane to me, dude. Like, you've got to be a pretty big Karen to put a bug in a room one time, hear the most ridiculous stuff of all time, and believe all of it. Like, at no point she thought any of it was exaggerated. Let me get this straight. Your kid stopped talking to you for, I don't know, a month or two because you were being a little bit overbearing or whatever. And the first time you hear what he's been up to is him saying that, like, he's a criminal now, he steals cars, works with the Russian mob, all this stuff. And you just go, yep, that makes sense. That's the only reason why someone wouldn't want to talk to me, is if they're doing crazy stuff and stealing cars consistently. I mean, call me crazy, bro. I'm sure crazier stuff has happened, but I don't even know where a 15-year-old would get involved with, like, boosting cars like that. I'm sure it has happened at some point, but the odds of that happening are very slim. Whatever, he just kind of starts laughing, though, and that makes his mom mad. She's like, "I'm glad you think this is funny. I'm gonna report you to the cops, and we'll see how jail straightens you out." And he's like, Mom, look, I don't do any of that. Whatever you're talking about is a lie. And his mom starts being like, "No, it's not. I know for a fact this is what you get up to now that we're not talking anymore, and I can prove it. I know you're doing it. Just wait till I get the evidence." And he looks at his mom and he goes, "Mom, how did you know? Like, what makes you think I'm doing this? What do you think you have that proves that I'm doing all this crazy crime stuff all the time?" And his mom kind of gets red, almost like she's a little bit embarrassed. And she's like, "How I know, it doesn't matter. What does matter is the fact that you've been doing this, and you're going to get your dad and I in legal trouble." And he looks at his mom and he says, "Well, Mom, maybe if you would have not been dumb enough to bug my room, I wouldn't have had to lie." And his mom is like, "What do you mean bug your room? I would never bug your room. Are you kidding me? I would never invade your privacy like that." And at that point, he's just getting pissed off because it's like, listen, okay, you bugged my room. I found it. It's obvious that I found it. I've told you that I found it. Why are you pretending that you didn't put it there? And so he looks at her and kind of like gives her a little bit of attitude and says, "The one that was in my pen cup, the one that I found yesterday." And his mom's face just like drops immediately. She's obviously not too happy about the fact that her son just found out that she had been bugging his room. So naturally, she's like, "Oh, that wasn't mine. That wasn't mine. That wasn't mine." And then he like gets her again. He's like, "Mom, listen, I was talking about all this crazy stuff that I don't do yesterday near it just to see if you would react to it and come confront me about it. And I literally woke up to you yelling at me saying that I'm stealing cars, working with the Russian mob." Do you understand how crazy you are? Like, I literally set this up to make you look stupid, and now you're just gonna pretend that you didn't do it. And his mom is like, well, I wouldn't have had to bug your room if you would have talked to me. And he's like, well, I would talk to you if I didn't think that you would be willing to bug my room. Do you understand? Why would I want to tell anyone anything if they're literally gonna spy on me and like bug my room? Call me crazy, but that seems like a just pretty natural human reaction. Oh, you've been putting spying devices in the shower? You're kind of weird. I don't want to talk to you anymore. Sure, it wasn't in the shower, it was in a pen cup, but same vibe. Like, no one that's spying on you is someone that you're really trying to open up to and let know everything. And then she's like, well, it was your dad's idea. And he looks at her and he's like, Mom, it just wasn't dad's idea. She was trying to blame it on her husband. And when she starts trying to like double down on that one, he pulls out his phone and shows her the text of her being like, did you put it in there, please, you know, so we can listen to him? And he's like, Mom, this is you texting Dad asking him to put it in there. So obviously it wasn't his idea because he would have just done it. And at that point, the mom is just like kind of sitting there red-faced, not really knowing what to do. I guess it's got to be hard to react when your kid just like wrecks you like that, you know? And sure enough, she finally is like, well, yeah, but I really wouldn't have had to if you would open up to me. And now she starts getting mad at him. The inner Karen starts coming out, dude, when confronted. She starts saying that like she has every right to put bugs wherever she wants in her house, and if she wants to listen in on his conversations, then, you know, it's her kid and she can, which is just mad toxic, bro. Just because you're someone's parent doesn't mean that you can just listen to everything they say and bug your house. I mean, sure, legally you can, but you can't be surprised if when your kid turns 18, they never talk to you again and never come to Thanksgiving because you bugged their house forever. Anyways, after that, Teddy was just kind of like, fine, I guess you can keep it there, but like, I'm never going to talk to you. Like, I'm not going to talk to you as long as you're doing that. And his mom tried to hold strong, but when his dad got home and found out about it, he's like, no, you have to take it. You can't leave the bug in his room now. Like, no, I didn't even want to do this in the first place. So thankfully, at least somebody in the house had some common sense, and there's no longer bugs in Teddy's room. But yeah, I figured that was a pretty crazy story time, one that you would enjoy. That's gonna do it, though. Hopefully you enjoyed. If you did, press the like button, comment down below, all that good stuff. I would really, really appreciate it. Beyond that, if you want to help out, you can use code SCRUBBY at the G Fuel checkout. You get a discount on G Fuel. It helps me out. A link to the intro song can be found down below. And be above all that, if you take a look at your screen now, you'll see the coolest merch to ever exist, which can also be yours by going down to the description. And on that note, guys, I think that'll do it. Don't get anyone pregnant. If you do, make sure they're hot. And I'll see you guys next time. I'm out. Peace. Alright, what's going on, guys? It's your boy Scrub here, back again with another video. Hope you guys are having a great day. I know I am. And as you can tell from the title, today I've got a banger. Basically, this dude's stepmom ended up destroying his PS5 to, like, piss him off / teach him a lesson. And as soon as I saw this was sent in to me, I knew that I had to share it with you guys. It's got drama, it's got suspense, and dare I say it, a little bit of comedy, so it should be a pretty fun story time for y'all. So without further ado, let's get into it. Alright, so the person who sent this to me, their parents were split up, and the way that they had worked out the arrangement was that he would go to his mom's for a week, and then his dad's for a week. And so, obviously, when you're spending a week at a place and then a week at a different place, you want to bring most of your stuff with you, especially when it's your parents' house. He didn't have any gaming consoles at his dad, but his mom had bought him a PS5, so whenever he would go to his dad's house, he would bring it with him. He had a TV in his room, he had controllers at his dad's house, so it just kind of worked out. But his mom hated the fact that he would bring over his PS5 because her kids didn't have a PS5 and he didn't like to share with them. They said that it wasn't fair that he got to play a newer console than them, and it wasn't fair that he got a PS5 and they didn't. And obviously, the subscriber is like, okay, well, life's not fair sometimes. I don't know what you want me to tell you. You guys don't take care of your things, so I'm not going to let you play my PS5. And you guys have game consoles, you just don't have this one, which is not my problem, like, play what you have. And to make it even more weird, dude, his step-siblings were older than him, which means they should have been more mature. I understand that age doesn't, like, automatically equal maturity, but imagine yelling at your little sibling that it's unfair that they're not sharing the PS5 with you. Like, it would just be kind of cringe. They were old enough to go get a job if they really wanted a PS5, but they would rather just complain about it. But they were complaining so much that his stepmom tried to put a ban on him bringing his PlayStation 5. She pulled him aside before he went to his mom's and was kind of like, you're not allowed to bring that over anymore. I talked to your dad about it and he agrees. And the subscriber didn't believe her, so he said, well, I'll just check with my dad and make sure. And all of a sudden, his stepmom started being like, no, you don't need to check with your dad. You don't have to do that. Obviously raising up the red flags and being like, oh, I should check with my dad for sure. Before, kind of on the fence. As soon as you say I don't have to, I do. So he goes to his dad, and sure enough, his dad has no clue what his stepmom's talking about, and they start arguing, and she's like, it's unfair that your son has better things than my kids. And his dad backs him up and is like, well, it's not his fault his mom bought him a PlayStation 5. He doesn't have a gaming console here. I'm not going to ban my kid from bringing over what he wants to bring over to my house. Tell your kids to deal with it. And she was like, this is so unfair. He shouldn't be allowed to bring it. Obviously being insanely dramatic. But eventually he goes to his mom's house and he doesn't really tell his mom about the situation. His mom already didn't like his stepmom and he just didn't want to make things more awkward or more dramatic. But he was pretty pissed off about it, and the entire time he's like, I'm bringing my PS5 back, that entire week. It wasn't something he was thinking about all the time, but he was for sure going to bring it back over. So a week at his mom's house passes, and during that week, his dad had sent him a text, like apologizing for the situation, saying he was good to bring it over, they had talked about it. So he thinks it's all good. So he packs up his stuff, goes over to his dad's house, sets up the PS5, and as he's setting it up, his stepmom comes and stands in the doorway and starts going off on this like tangent about how if he valued the relationship with his step siblings and her, then he wouldn't keep setting that up, and he was really driving a wedge into this family and he was tearing them apart. Which, listen, this kid is not tearing your family apart. Your really bizarre hatred for his gaming console is tearing you guys apart. Like, if it's really this big of an issue, then couldn't he just hit you with the reverse Uno card and say, buy your kids a PS5, you're the one tearing this family apart? That would be unfair, right? Because, like, just get over it. It's not this kid's fault. He's not tearing the family apart and driving a wedge into the family for wanting to have something that's his. But he's just ignoring her, and soon his step siblings show up beside her, and it's starting to feel like Cinderella, but for gamers. They're all like, we're going to get a PS5, or we're gonna get you in trouble so your dad takes it away. Just kind of weird, vague threats, because apparently he was destroying the family. And then his stepmom walked away, but his step siblings were still there, and they were saying that, like, oh, we like it so much better without you, we don't like when you're here. And at that point, the subscriber's pissed off, and he turned around, and he's like, well, guess what? I'm not here to hang out with you guys. I'm here to hang out with my dad. So as much as it pains me to hear that you guys don't like me, I'll be able to sleep just fine at night, like a little baby. Like a little baby with a binky full of NyQuil. Probably bad for the baby, but it would sleep well. And he closes the door on their faces, which, I mean, best move to make. I'm not gonna lie, it probably felt pretty good. And he just starts playing his game, waiting for his dad to get home from work. And his dad comes home, comes up to his room, they talk for a little bit, and they hear that dinner's ready, so they start going down to eat dinner. And before they even sit down at the dinner table, his stepmom goes, so are you aware of the fact that your son decided to bring over his PS5 when he came today? And his dad is like, yes, I did. I did indeed know that he brought his PS5 over today because I told him that he could. And his stepmom, like, slams her fork down and just starts staring daggers at the entire table, like each of them. And it says something about how family units need to be about cohesion and they can't be a family unit if people are going behind other people's back. And his dad decides to argue back, which, listen, just don't argue at the dinner table, period. It's awkward. Nobody wants to see it. But his dad's like, oh, family units shouldn't go behind each other's back, like when you pretended that I gave you permission to ban my kid from bringing his gaming console to my house. And obviously, this is very, very awkward for all the kids that are sitting there. So the subscriber gets up and says, I'm going to go eat in my room because I don't really want to be here. And I really don't want to be here for this argument. I'm good. I know you guys feel like this is my fault, so I'm just going to dip. I don't want to be here. So he goes to his room to eat, and as he's leaving, his dad's like, it's not your fault, but he gets to his room and he hears yelling downstairs. And his stepmom is yelling loud enough, I don't know if it was on purpose or not, and neither does he, about how that gaming console is going to destroy the family. And obviously he feels bad about it. Like, even though it's not true, it's obviously crap. There's no way that this PS5 is single-handedly going to tear apart the family like an episode of Maury or Jerry Springer. It would feel bad to hear people that are supposed to be your family screaming about how you are single-handedly responsible for tearing the family apart. Either way, his dad was standing up for him, and his dad's response to that was that she was going to destroy the family before the console ever could. And then she screamed something about how she was actually going to destroy the console before it could have the chance to destroy her family. Very dramatic and over the top, kind of out of a soap opera. That console's going to tear our family apart, but that's why I'm going to destroy it. Either way, he hears them coming upstairs still yelling, and his stepmom bursts into his room and she says, "Where's the PlayStation?" As if he had moved it earlier, and he says like nothing, but he looks at his desk. So she runs over to the desk and she starts punching the PlayStation, like hammer fisting it. You know, when someone's banging their fist on the table, that type of vibe. But she's just pounding on the PlayStation. And he gets up and starts yelling at her like, "Stop it, stop it." His dad comes in and is like, "Stop trying to break the PlayStation." And she's not doing a whole lot of damage because she's just punching it. Like, it's not good for it, but it's not like it's breaking. And after 10, 15 punches, her hand is probably more hurt than the PlayStation. So she runs out of there and runs downstairs. But his dad's still in his room and he's like, "What is going on?" to his dad. And his dad says he doesn't know and he's really embarrassed and he's sorry. And his dad says, "I'll leave you alone." So he leaves his room and closes the door. And he thinks that's the end of it, okay? His stepmom has come in and hammer-fisted his PS5. His dad is like, "I don't know what's happening." So that should be the end. But about a minute later, he hears a knock on the door. And he thinks, well, if it was my stepmom, she wouldn't knock. She would probably just barge in. So it's my dad. So he walks over and opens the door, which was a huge mistake because it is his stepmom. And as soon as the door is open an inch, she kind of shoves it the rest of the way open and she walks in. And now she has a rubber mallet from the garage. And she grabs the PlayStation and just rips it off the desk. Cords coming out the back. One of the monitors falls over. And he's screaming at her like, "Stop. What are you doing? Stop, stop." He wasn't thrilled before, but now he's really not thrilled because, all right, eventually you would break a PS5 by repeatedly punching it. It's going to take a while. A rubber mallet? Okay, that's gonna be a pretty quick job. Whack, whack, and done. No more video games. But she's just going off about how she's not gonna let this console tear her family apart. And she puts it on the ground and she takes a swing with the rubber mallet. And by the grace of Grayskull, it misses and smacks into the carpet. And his dad comes into the room and is like, "Please don't do this. That's expensive. It's not ours. We didn't pay for it. It's his. Don't break it." And she's like, "No, I'm going to destroy it. I don't care what you guys say." And so to add to the dramatics, she picks it up and storms past them and starts going down the stairs. And now they're following her, but they're treating it like a hostage rescue situation. They don't want to do anything that's going to make her start smacking it with the hammer. So they're like trying to talk her down. "Listen, you don't want to destroy the PS5, all right? That's not something you want to do. It's not going to be good for the relationship. It's not going to be good for the stepkids. No one benefits by destroying this." But she's just seeing red at that point, just psychotic. "I don't care what you guys say. I need to get rid of this. It's tearing our family apart." Which it just wasn't. I think freaking out about it is what was tearing the family apart. Because a PS5 can't do anything. Like, if you left a PS5 in a room with a family not plugged in, you wouldn't come back 2 hours later to them fighting each other, trying to beat each other to death with pancakes. No, nothing would happen. It takes something to freak out about it for it to become an issue. But she starts to walk a little bit faster to the garage, and the door slams. They open up the garage door, and now it's on the concrete floor of the garage, and she has the rubber mallet above her head, like looking like Thor, ready to bring the hammer down and strike lightning into all enemies in a vicinity. An area of effect attack is about to go down with how hard she's going to swing this hammer. And all the dad and the subscriber are able to get out before she swings down the hammer is like, "Don't do it." And then the stepmom special, bro. She brought that hammer down. Stop. Hammer time, you know? MC Hammer himself would have been proud. And of course, there's just a crunch sound as the hammer smacks into it. Not a very pleasant sound to hear, and the subscriber just starts screaming like, "What's wrong with you, you idiot? Why would you do that?" But he runs over and grabs it and goes back inside to his room, and he hears them arguing, but he doesn't care, and he plugs it in and he tries to turn it on, and like the button turns on the light, but nothing comes on the TV. So something is broken, and at that point, he's just pissed. He's seeing red, and he's like, I'm not gonna stay here. I can't blame him if what was basically his prized possession gets destroyed. I can understand not wanting to stay in the house with the person that destroyed your most prized possession. So he calls his mom, and his mom doesn't even know what's going on because he's just kind of like yelling into the phone. She broke my PlayStation. I need you to come get me. She broke my PlayStation. I'm pissed. This is stupid. I hate it here. And his mom's like, all right, I'm on my way. So she comes, and when she's outside, he starts getting ready to like grab his stuff and go out to the car. And so he makes a break from his room to the front door, but as he's going to the front door, his stepmom sees him and is like, where are you going? And he says, I'm going to my mom's. And she starts freaking out, literally runs over to him, hands and knees begging, please don't go, please don't do that, your dad's gonna kill me, I'm sorry I broke your PlayStation, just stay, we can talk it out. And he's like, no, there's nothing to talk out, like the time for talking it out is done, we should have talked it out before you decided to destroy my PlayStation. I'm not leaving because of the PlayStation. I'm leaving because clearly I'm not welcome here. Your kids said it, you said it, and you're destroying my things. Like, I don't want to be here anymore, and I'm not going to stay. And his stepmom, once again, just like, please stay, don't, your dad's gonna be pissed. Yeah, probably. I mean, I don't have a kid or a wife or an ex-wife. That being said, if like I did have a kid and then for whatever reason I was married to his stepmom and she just started breaking his things and saying he wasn't welcome, I'd be pissed. I'd be flabbergasted. Maybe it's good he will be mad. You had beef with a video game console and took it out by smashing like a 15-year-old's game console. That's what happened. You got mad at an inanimate object that didn't belong to you. It's the equivalent of stealing candy from a baby, basically. Like, what was this kid supposed to do? You're his stepmom. If you say, like, give me the console or you're grounded, like, he doesn't really have much recourse. When you run into his room with a rubber mallet and grab his console, what, do you expect him to jump in front of you? Oh, don't worry. I'll confront the crazy woman swinging around a mallet destroying things. That always ends extremely well. But he leaves, the begging doesn't work, and he gets in his mom's car and tells her everything, and obviously she's pissed. She had been the one to get the PlayStation, and she had worked really hard to get it. She had to track it down. You know, they're not fantastically easy to get. So she's pissed, and then she's even more pissed because it's like, listen, you need to feel comfortable at your dad's house. If she's gonna treat you like that and say that you're not welcome and your step-siblings are gonna treat you like that, I don't like that, because I want you to feel safe and welcome. It's his mom. His mom's gonna be protective. That's what moms do. You know, they call it mama bear mode for a reason. It's not because a mama bear sees her baby bear being messed with and just like calms down. Excuse me, I'm gonna politely ask you to put down the baby bear. Thank you. No, it's like, whoa! So she's pissed and she sends his dad a text being like, you need to replace the PS5 by Monday. And on top of that, we better have a plan in place for how my kid's gonna feel welcome at your house, because your wife is apparently shaming him and his step-siblings are saying that they hate when he's there. So you need to figure that out. And his dad replies and is like, we'll figure it out. I'm so sorry. I didn't want for any of this to happen. And even the kid backs up his dad. He's like, listen, my stepmom's crazy. There's no denying that. He did not pick the best stepmom in the universe. That being said, he did defend me and he told her not to smash it. Like, it wasn't like he encouraged the rubber mallet behavior. Hit it harder, yeah! And his mom's like, yeah, I don't care. They just have to replace it. And so that weekend, he's just kind of chilling, not playing video games because PS5 smash. And he gets a text from his dad and his stepmom. And the two texts are written very differently and kind of shows that there's a big disconnect going on. Because his stepmom is basically like, I will not be blackmailed into buying you another PlayStation. It was your behavior and your antics that caused me to get so angry and destroyed in the first place. Obviously didn't learn her lesson. Like, I feel like there's a very early lesson you learn, usually in first grade, don't break other people's things. She just didn't learn that and just doubled down on the behavior. Like, he left. Your husband's mad at you because you smashed his son's things. So you're gonna double down and say it was his fault that you broke his stuff. He was like chilling in his room with the door closed and you went in with a rubber mallet and grabbed it and destroyed it. How is that his fault at all? but basically just kind of blaming him, saying they weren't going to be buying him a console, and his dad sent him a text very apologetically saying he's sorry for all this happening, and he's trying to track down a PS5, but they're out of stock everywhere. He was driving from store to store looking, which is sweet, alright? The dad driving from store to store to try to find it is a nice gesture. That being said, good luck, man. What are the odds this dad just stumbles upon a PS5 in stock out there in the wild? They've been almost impossible to find in store for years. I would have been pissed if that's how this all came together, is like, oh, happy ending, he found a PS5 in Walmart. Not because the person who sent this to me doesn't deserve a PS5, but I made a promise to myself I would not pay resale for a console, and I still have not found one. Sure, I could go on StockX and pay some dude who has a bunch of them, but that's not the point. That's not the point. He appreciated his dad looking, but by the time that his dad did find one, his mom had gotten him another one, which, swagtastic mom. She said, PS5 1, I got you. PS5 2, I got you. I guess his mom probably did feel bad. I mean, you buy your kid something and through no fault of his own, his stepmom breaks it. You might be like, all right, I'll buy you another one because that's kind of out of your control. But the benefit is his dad did find one, so he did get a PS5 at his dad's house. And to make it even better, his siblings couldn't play it even when he was gone. Like, he said, no, you can't go into my room and play the PlayStation 5. And they didn't get one, which means they could have had a PS5 that they were allowed to play when he wasn't there if they would have been cool. But because his stepmom broke that PS5, they had to spend the money on a replacement PS5 for him, which could have been their PS5 money. So they basically chopped off their own leg. And that's some sweet irony. Them just having to hang out knowing there's a fully functional PS5 in their step-siblings' room that they're not allowed to touch or use. Sweet, sweet, sweet goodness. Him and his stepmom still have a very, very tense relationship. She thinks it was wrong of them to buy him the PS5, which, like, we get it, you're mad, but maybe you shouldn't break things if you don't want to replace them. If it wasn't your stepkid, it wouldn't even be an option. Like, the only reason you can even try to say you don't want to pay is because it's the kid. If it was any other situation, you would have been forced to replace it anyways. Like, you can't just crash into somebody's car and total it and then be like, nah, you're on your own. You're either going to get a lawsuit or your insurance company's going to cover it. There's no other thing where I feel like you can break someone else's property and not pay for it. And if you are going to do that, then my goodness, I'm just not trying to hang out. Either way, rest in peace, PS5. Big old sad face, but I thought you guys would enjoy the story time. That'll do it for the video, though. Hopefully you guys enjoyed. If you did, I'd give a huge, huge appreciation to anyone that takes a second to press the like button and comment down below. If you made it this far into the video, just go ahead and comment the word psycho in the comment section. It helps the video do better, and I would appreciate it. And we're on the daily upload grind, all right? I'm back to daily. The least you could do is give me a comment for the daily uploads. It's the least you could do. And if you're new, subscribe. Please, just turn on the notifications too. I know that was asking a lot, but other than that, if you like these story times, you want to listen offline without gameplay, whatever floats your boat, I post them on Spotify, link down below, along with a link to a playlist I made of some of my favorite story times for the year if you want something to listen to or watch. But, yeah, on that note, that'll officially do it. Don't get anyone pregnant. If you do, make sure they're hot, and hopefully I'll see each and every single one of you guys tomorrow. I'm out. Peace. What's going on, guys? It's your boy Scrubby here, back again with another video. Hope you guys are having a great day. I know I am. And today we're going to be talking about a subscriber story that was sent in to me about a spoiled person they knew that ended up blowing their mom's retirement money. You know you've got to be insanely spoiled if your mom lets you manage your retirement money in the first place, but I figured it'd be a great story time. Be sure to press the like button, otherwise no joke, no scam, your kids are gonna blow your retirement fund, and let's get into it.
Nice rack and her ass Brazilian. Just turned 21, but my bank's a million.
Alright, so I think at this point, everyone and their mom has heard about the stock market, right? If you haven't heard of it, you probably haven't intentionally trying to avoid it, because I feel like TikTok, YouTube, you know, basically everyone and their mom's been like talking about how to get rich with the stock market. The thing about it is, though, you know, I understand that the last year and a half, people have had a fantastic time because stocks have been going up. The truth of the matter is, occasionally, though, they also go down. Anyways, I guess the subscriber that sent this in knows somebody, they're in college, that has been very heavily invested in the stock market. And they haven't exactly been making smart decisions, or really researching companies before they do it. They've just been kind of blindly YOLOing into these option calls, which for those of you that don't know what it is, you don't have to. It's just like a really risky way to invest your money and just getting really, really lucky. Like that was kind of what was going on. Regardless, they were kind of on a hot streak and they had done pretty well for a couple weeks now, and they were convinced that they were the Wolf of Wall Street, right? In their mind, everything they're doing was completely, because they were just a Mozart of making money. There was no luck involved whatsoever. He was just fantastic at it. So much so that he started going around to his friends and his family and being like, let me take your money and let me use it on the stock market. And I promise you, I'm going to make us all this money. I'm going to make everybody rich, blah, 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 blah. And listen, I know obviously sometimes in life there's definitely people out there that do know how to play the stock market. They can turn $1,000 into a lot of money. I'm not saying those people don't exist. I'm just saying those people have been doing it for a lot longer than 2 weeks with an insanely good luck streak. You know what I mean? If you run $1 billion hedge fund, chances are you've been doing nothing but researching stocks for years. This guy just had a good luck streak for 2 weeks following Wall Street bets on Reddit and decided he was going to become a wealth manager. And most of his friends, most of the people he asked immediately were like, no. Absolutely not. You don't have enough experience doing this. You don't have a degree in this. You don't have any of the licenses. No, absolutely not. But somehow he convinces his mom to let him use her 401k to do these strategies so she can retire early. And listen, man, I personally do have some stocks. I think, obviously being invested is a good thing, but I'm also not delusional. I'm not out here thinking that, I'm single-handedly going to trade my 401k to an amount that's large enough for me to retire early. I don't own a hedge fund. I'm sure it's possible if you have the energy and effort and know how to do it, but after 2 weeks, you don't have the know-how. Somehow, though, he convinces his mom to let him do this. And for those of you that aren't familiar with the 401k, it's a retirement account that, is tax-free, whatever. It's the best way to save money for your retirement because it has time to grow, and when it grows, you don't have to pay taxes on the how much it's grown. So at this point, his mom was a little bit older. She's in her 40s, so she has a hefty chunk of change in this 401k, all right? I don't know the exact amount, but apparently he was going around bragging to everyone and the person who sent this to me about how now he had access to at least $500,000. So he's got $500,000 of his mom's money that she's basically given him the go-ahead to go trade on the stock market because he's the Wolf of Wall Street. He knows the secret to printing money, okay? And they're going to retire early. The only thing you have to know, you don't have to know the technicalities of it, of the strategy this dude was doing, which is options, is that, yeah, if you're right and you're in the money, you make a lot, You make a lot of money. But if you're wrong, you lose, basically all your money. You picking up what I'm putting down? Usually if you're invested in a company, let's say you're invested in Disney, if it goes up 7% in a year, right, then that's pretty solid. That's some good numbers. If you own an option in Disney, if it goes up 7%, correct me if I'm wrong, my numbers might not be incredible. I think it'd be 70 or 700%. I can't remember how much it multiplies it by, but your losses are also kind of also weighted differently. Basically, it's just a really risky way of doing things. Yes, it's a way that a lot of people make a lot of money, but you shouldn't take your entire retirement account and just put it into this super risky strategy. And that's just a horrible idea, dude. I don't even know why you would want to be in charge of your mom's retirement, right? Hypothetically here, imagine you do end up blowing it. Obviously, this guy's hyper confident, but still, if you do blow it, you're now responsible for telling your mom she has to keep working for way longer than previously planned. I don't want that type of responsibility on me. Anyways, he's now managing his mom's portfolio, doing risky stuff with it. And people are kind of asking him, because he's talking about it a lot, about how he's managing all this money and it's his mom's account. All right, what's your strategy? What are you doing? What's kind of your plan to make sure your mom doesn't lose all your money? And he's unironically telling these people that he's looking up stuff on Reddit to make sure that he knows, how to do it right. He doesn't actually come up with any investment ideas by himself. He doesn't actually, know what he's doing at all. He's literally just going on Reddit, Googling stuff, and if it sounds good, just using his mom's retirement account to do it. And listen, I'm not saying that every now and then you're not going to get good advice from the internet, but I just feel like, once again, when you're gambling with your parents' retirement account, I don't think it's the best idea to just be going to the internet and Googling how to trade more money. Anyways, it goes good for a couple days, but then one day his usual cheery chipper self walks into like the kitchen common room area and does not seem very happy. It also happened to be a day where the stock market wasn't doing very good, and everyone's kind of like, yo, bro, you all right? You seem stressed out. And he's like, I'm not stressed. Everything's fine, okay? Everything's fine. And everyone's like, all right, that's kind of a weird reaction, though. People that are totally fine don't usually scream at people asking them if they're fine. But whatever, he just seems stressed out, and he kind of goes about his business a little bit, goes back to his room, slams the door, and they hear him on the phone with somebody very pissed off, kind of arguing about, well, you need to undo it, you need to undo it. And eventually he comes out and he's like, all right, I need some advice. And so he pulls the subscriber and another dude outside, and he goes, all right, so last night I was on Reddit, I'm looking at Wall Street Bets, and I find this thread that's like, this stock and this option is the best way to grow your money. I'm insanely confident. And then the guy who had posted the research posted a screenshot of him with $100,000 invested in it, right? And the two people he's talking to are like, okay, cool. So some random dude on the internet you don't know did this thing and did it with a lot of money. And he goes, all right, so I took my mom's entire retirement account and put it in there. And their eyes like agape, right? They're like, the entire account, the entire account. Whatever, you find something you want to try out, see if it makes some money, that's fine, but you don't do the entire retirement account. And he goes, yeah, and it's down 70% today. In one day, this dude had managed to wipe out 70% of his mom's retirement. And he goes, it doesn't expire for another 2 days. Should I sell it now, or do I hold it and hope it like comes back up in value and I make the money back? And the two people that he's talking to are like, well, listen, I, first of all, am not a financial expert, so I don't want to tell you what to do here. You're an idiot. Because, like, dude, why are you asking these two people that know nothing about stocks what you should do when you ruin 70% of your mom's retirement account? These people aren't experts. They don't know what they're doing. But they're like, I mean, if it's gone down 70% in a day, it's probably going to go down more, I think. So, I don't know. Me personally, I would get rid of it. And he's like, well, whatever. I think I'm going to wait it out. Obviously, he goes back inside. They know why he's stressed out now, but everybody in, like, the little area is just making fun of him now. They're like, this guy's an idiot. He really blew his mom's entire retirement account gambling based on something somebody on Reddit said. And I want to make this clear. This is not me trying to hate Wall Street Bets, the subreddit, okay? I think it's entertaining. I do go on it. In fact, I have invested money based on stuff I've read on there, then done my own research and been like, yeah, this makes sense. I don't want anyone to think I'm hating on any, like, forum where people are talking about stocks or anything. I think this guy's an idiot for just doing what people said on the internet blindly without researching it anymore. I'm not blaming any of the people there that are like, you know, a part of that community, especially because in that community, most of them are gambling with their own money, all right? It's completely different when you start to gamble with someone whose money isn't yours. Like, if this guy did this with his own money, no way it gets into a video, all right? I'm not even gonna lie. I would not make a video about a guy thinking he had a good investment, investing his money in it and blowing it, right? Because, like, whatever, that happens all the time. The only reason I'm talking about it is because it ain't his money, bro. It's his mom's retirement. Anyways, they don't see him for a few days after that, but out of curiosity, they had like looked up what he told them they're invested in, and sure enough, the price kept sinking for a few days. So anything that he had invested in there is going to be even less than it was now. And finally, after a few days, he comes in and he's talking to him and he goes, I dropped out of school. I'm going to move to another state. I guess his plan was he was so embarrassed about, like, you know, losing all of his mom's retirement that he decided he was just gonna, like, move away and never talk to them again. Which I don't think necessarily works, dude. I think one way or another, she's probably gonna find out that you blew her retirement account. Like, whether you tell her or one day she goes to retire and there's no money there, you think she's just never gonna put two and two together? Anyways, they tell him that's a horrible idea. He shouldn't do that, but he's like, nah, it's too late. I blew it all, blah, 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 blah. I just wanted to say bye. And they're like, okay. They don't really know this dude, by the way. They don't know him very well. He's just kind of telling them all this stuff. Alright, guys, I'm gonna interrupt the video for just 1 second. If you take a look at your screen now, you'll see a gift card code. For those of you that don't know, I give away a gift card code in every single video I post on the channel as a way to say thank you to y'all for subscribing and turning on notifications. So if you haven't already, you should, and if you do already, thank you so much. While you're at it, be sure to press the like button and comment down below. It helps the video do better. Seriously, go down there and comment the word poop now, otherwise you have a dum-dum brain. And after that, sure enough, dude dips. Nobody knows where he went. Nobody knows where he goes. All they know is that he is no longer there, right? So obviously they're like, okay, he actually cut out of there. But after about a week, there's a knock on their door and they open it and it's campus police and this older looking lady. And they go, hey, we were talking to your RA and they say that this guy, and they say his name, was closest with you guys in the dorm. And they kind of are like, I mean, yeah, we didn't talk to him much though. He would kind of talk to us sometimes when we would see him, but we weren't really close. Anyways, that kind of looks like it disappoints them a little bit. They're like, you don't happen to know where he is, right? And they have nothing to hide. They're not friends with this dude. So they kind of are like, well, the last time we saw him, he mentioned that, he was going to go live somewhere else and that he felt really guilty about losing his mom's retirement. And when they say that, the woman standing next to him kind of tears up a bit and she goes, my son, convinced me that he was this great investor. 80% of my retirement fund's gone and now we don't know where he is. And obviously, they're kind of standing there well, that's obviously unfortunate, but we don't know where he is. We don't know where he is, and at the same time, they're thinking this. They don't say this, but they're like, why did you let this guy with no experience manage your entire retirement fund? I understand some people can be convincing, dude, don't get it twisted, but at the end of the day, if you give your kid access to $500,000 and they're an idiot, it is also sort of on you because you should know your kid well enough to know that giving any kid $500,000 is a bad idea. If they earn it themselves, they're the ones out there hustling, it's different. He didn't have to work for it. He doesn't care whose the money belongs to. He's just going to keep gambling it because he thinks he's going to get rich too. Anyways, obviously, they're kind of like, well, that sucks, They talk for a little bit longer, they leave. But they're like, dude, this guy actually, basically robs his mom. I guess robs his mom isn't the right word because he didn't get off with the money. He's just an idiot. The money's just gone at this point. You know what I mean? And then literally took off. He's just an absolute jerk, dude. To your own mom, man. To your own mom. It's bad enough when people Bernie Madoff, strangers for billions of dollars. But how you gonna steal your mom's retirement and then not even tell her you did it? Anyways, guys, obviously this story time was insane. I just had to share it with y'all. As I said, no hate to anyone that's investing in the stock market or does any of that stuff. I'm sure you guys know what you're doing. Just a reminder, if you don't know what you're doing, maybe don't take your mom's retirement fund and start gambling with it. That seems like a really bad idea. Anyways, though, if y'all enjoyed the video, I would really appreciate you taking a second to press the like button. Let me know in the comment section down below what you thought. And, of course, subscribe if you're new and turn on those notifications. I really would appreciate likes and comments. Other than that, if you want to help me out, you can check out the intro song. Link to it can be found down below. Or you can check out my podcast, the Scuffed Cast, links down there too. Or you could use code SCRUBBY at the G Fuel checkout. You get a discount on G Fuel, the best energy drink for gamers. It helps me out. Everyone's a winner. And last but certainly not least, I did go ahead and put some of my story times up on Spotify so that way you guys could listen to them on there. You don't need to watch gameplay while you're doing it. So I'll put that link in the top of the description. Feel free to go check that out. But yeah, on that note, guys, don't get anyone pregnant. If you do, make sure they're hot. And hopefully I will see each and every single one of you guys next time with another video. I'm out. Peace. Alright, what's going on, guys? It's your boy Scrubby here, back again with another video. Today I've got a story time for y'all from a time I was at the skate park and witnessed one of the weirdest things I've ever seen between this goth kid and his mom. So yeah, without further ado, let's get into it. It should be a good one.
I'm getting quiet now. Lay low when you reach, so I'm piping down. Making out, stack the
Alright, so like I said already a little bit, today's story time takes place at the skate park that I would hang out most often after school, where, me and my friends were kind of what you would call the regulars of the park, and I don't mean that in a way that, we had any special privileges or anything. There was just a group of people that would be there, once, twice a week, people that you just kind of knew that there was the possibility of being there. We would go after school and just kind of hang out, do our thing, and I'm not trying to make it sound like I was Tony Hawk or anything. I was never insanely good at skateboarding, but I just kind of liked hanging out at the skate park. I liked to skate, so it was something that we would just go do after school. And every now and then somebody would pull up that wasn't a regular, and like I said, it wasn't a bad thing. We wouldn't say anything. We wouldn't treat them differently. You just were kind of like, oh, you're not usually here after school, because there was a group of people that were always there. And on this particular day, it was me and all my friends from school and a couple of kids from the other school that were usually there, and all of the sudden, this group of people pulled up, and I could only describe them as like Hot Topic goth kids. And listen, there's nothing wrong with that. To each their own. You know, if you want to dress like a Hot Topic goth kid, by all means, go for it. I had a little bit of an emo phase I'm embarrassed of too. That being said, it was just kind of evident from like the second that they stepped into the skate park that they were a little bit more focused on fashion and just kind of looking like skaters than like actually riding the skateboards. You know, and it became obvious to me that that was the case when I overheard them saying that like they would try to learn how to ollie and kickflip, but they had looked it up and realized that if you learn how to ollie and kickflip on a skateboard that you were going to scuff their Vans, and they didn't want them to get scuffed at all. Which, listen, man, if you're afraid of messing up your shoes, skateboarding's just really not the hobby for you. There's nothing you can do about it. Like, if you're gonna do anything on a skateboard, your shoes are just going to get messed up in one way or another. So that was kind of the vibe right away, and they were just kind of standing in the way of stuff we were trying to skate. You know, they weren't too familiar with the rules of the skate park, and we weren't trying to have any beef. We were just kind of dealing with it. No one was saying anything, because obviously it's a skate park. It's not our skate park. We have no right to like tell anyone they're in our way or anything, because we don't own it. But regardless, one of these times, one of my friend went to do a trick and like accidentally went near one of them and said, "Oh, I'm sorry." And the response to "Oh, I'm sorry" wasn't like, "Hey, it's cool." They hissed at him instead, literally like a And listen, man, like I said, we weren't trying to have any beef. We weren't trying to fight anyone. They were just being really weird about like having us be at the skate park, even though, you know, we were just trying to use it the same way they were. And, you know, they just kind of had this energy about them of like, stay away from us, you know, or we'll hurt you. Like, they're literally hissing at my friend for accidentally getting near them and then being like, "Oh, I'm so sorry." Like, we really were not trying to have any issues. And on top of them looking tough, like trying to look tough, we were really confused why they were trying to do that, because they had brought their moms with them. Yeah, that's right. You know, Hot Topic crew and the gang had literally brought their moms to the skate park to like watch them skate. Which, listen, there is absolutely nothing wrong with that, man. I love my mom. But here's the thing. You can't be like rolling around the skate park acting like you own the place, you know, hissing at people, like just having an attitude about it, if your mom is also sitting right outside of the skate park watching you, man. Like, listen, you're just not doing anything to make yourself look more intimidating. Like, I understand the situation. Maybe your mom said, "You can only go to the skate park if I come." That's all right. Everybody's been in a situation where they're a little embarrassed, bro, but you can't be acting like a tough guy hissing at everybody while, you know, mom and the gang sitting right outside with juice boxes and orange slices. Regardless, the emo kid that had hissed at my friend was like over and over again trying to land this ollie down this two-stair in the park. It was a pretty wide two-stair, but he just couldn't get it. And so my friend's kind of watching this, and he was annoyed that he had gotten hissed at because, you know, he had been trying to be nice, and now he had decided to be petty. And I'm not saying that I supported his decision to be petty. I told him it was a stupid idea, but he was kind of like, "All right, next time he messes up, I'm just gonna go ollie down the two-stair." So he watches him do it, he messes up, and my friend just goes and does it first try, which I will be completely honest, you know, I'm not gonna defend my friend. That's just kind of a douche move. Like, listen, so is hissing at somebody when they try to be nice and apologize, but overall, there's just kind of this etiquette at a skate park that, like, if you see someone trying a trick over and over and over again and you can nail it first try, you just shouldn't. It's not like it's against the rules or anything. Like, it's not like it's written down, "Oh, you can't do a trick if somebody else is trying to do it," but, you know, it's just kind of rude, because if he's been trying it for 20 minutes and you go up and do it and make it look easy, you're basically saying he sucks, right? But whatever, my friend goes and he ollies down the stairs right after he messes up, and he's just trying to get back at him for hissing. I don't agree that was the right move, but the emo kid gets really, really mad about the fact that my friend just did that. And instead of hissing at him again like he's in the Cats musical or something, he decides this time to just throw his skateboard at him. And obviously my friend had known that what he was doing was like probably gonna cause a problem, so he had been waiting for the guy to say something or do something, so he was ready for it and thankfully jumps out of the way. But at that point they're like, "Oh yeah, you want to fight, bro? You want to fight? What's wrong with you, man?" Or, you know, my friend at least thought it was about to be a fight, because as my friend is going over to like fight the kid who threw the skateboard at him, he gets pushed out of the way by the kid's mom. The moms had been outside. Obviously she wasn't just gonna watch all this go down, and at that point my friend and everybody else in the skate park was like, "Ah, great, my friend's about to get yelled at and he deserves it, you know, like he did kind of start this. We're gonna have to go diffuse this situation. Goodness gracious, you know, we all expected her to just start reaming into my friend for like going and doing the trick and causing all this, but instead she just kind of like pushes my friend out of the way and goes up to our son instead, and she's like, "Why are you throwing the skateboard at people? What's wrong with you? You know, like, are you serious?" serious? That's it. We're going home, young man. I'm not gonna sit here and watch you throw things at strangers. And she's just kind of tearing into him about how, like, inappropriate that was and how she's gonna take him home. And listen, obviously, you know, throwing your skateboard at somebody's not very nice. Was it the most extreme possible reaction to what my friend did? Yeah, but, like, you know, my friend did still kind of do something a little douchey. Sure, is it ever okay to, like, punch someone in the head if they steal your parking spot? Absolutely not. 100% no. But you could probably be a little upset. Obviously, though, like, when she's screaming at him, we're all laughing, because how could you not? These kids have been acting all tough, hissing at us, you know, threw a skateboard at my friend, and his mom won't let him fight. She, like, pushed my friend out of the way to come yell at him. And on top of it, it's even funnier because we all know that, like, my friend didn't start it, but, like, definitely did not help by doing the trick right in front of him. But of course, the goth kid is kind of like in the middle of getting yelled at, and he hears us laughing, and he decides that he doesn't want to just like look like a baby and not be tough. So he decides to, you know, threaten his mom, which I'm not understanding. That doesn't make anyone look tough. But he's like, Mom, if you don't get out of my face right now, then I'm gonna knock you out. Like, I'm not playing. You're not gonna embarrass me in front of all these people after they just did what they did. Like, get out of my face or I swear I'm gonna knock you out, Mom. And at that point, all of us are watching, and all of us are like, whoa, relax, bro. And we start kind of going over there to push them apart. You know, we don't want to watch anybody like punch their mom in the face. That's not what any of us are here to do. We're just here to skate. Like, listen, you want to fight my friend, whatever. Like, until it's really bad, I'm not getting involved. Like, I'm not gonna let you just knock out your mom. And especially because you just shouldn't fight your mom. Especially if you're just doing it to like prove that you're tough to us. Like, what's wrong with you, man? Listen, I think everybody could agree that like at some point in your life, your mom has made you insanely angry, okay? But never once in my life has my mom pissed me off and I've been like, hey, maybe the good old 1-2 combo would be very good, you know, Mike Tyson punch out. Like, I've never had that approach to my parents making me angry, you know, especially if it's like Mother's Day or something. I'm not like, here, Mom, I brought you a knuckle sandwich from Subway. Like, I just feel like certain things are just supposed to be off limits. Fighting your mom is one of them. Regardless, we're all telling him to relax, and we start going over there to try to be like, hey, bro, there's no reason to do this. And as we're walking over there, his mom kind of like puts her arms out in a way that's just like, stop, you know. And so we just kind of stop in our tracks because we didn't know what to expect. We didn't know that like she was gonna stop us and tell us she didn't need help or anything. We thought she'd be at least a little bit scared, you know, or at least like want him to get away from us. But she looks at her son after he says this and tells us to stop and says, all right, you know what? You want to be so tough and threaten to hit your mom? Go ahead and do it. But if you punch like you threw that skateboard, then I'm not scared at all. And obviously we're all like, oh, that was not what we were expecting her to say. And the kid's response to that is to kind of ball up his fist and go to swing on his mom. But as he's swinging, his mom like grabs his arm and then pulls it back down and is like, oh, that was a big mistake, young man. And like his fist is now down by his side again, and she takes her other hand and she grabs his ear and drags him by his ear, not like literally, like he's walking with her, you know, when someone's like ow ow pulling on the ear, drags him over to his skateboard and picks it up and then just starts pulling him out of the park. And we're all standing there watching this like, what is going on, dude? His mom had just gone full Keanu Reeves from the Matrix, predicted the next attack move like an anime character, and then deflected it like a Pokemon using Protect, dude. Like, literally, I'm gonna hit you. You can't hit me. You hit like you throw a skateboard, then you suck. He goes for it, just grabs the fist. Big mistake, pal. You know, I don't know if his mom was literally like just some kung fu master or whatever. Haha, you tried to defeat my shield. At your power level, you forgot that my mom training makes me impervious to people weak in the martial arts field. And then she like just Doctor Strange disembodies him to the shadow realm, you know, just, where'd he go? Nobody knows. Either way, we're all just kind of standing there not believing that we just witnessed this lady block a punch with the ease of like spelling your name in cursive once you've learned it, you know. And she's just dragging him out of the skate park with her skateboard in one hand, or his skateboard in one hand and his ear in her other hand. And as she's kind of going out to the car, she's talking to the other moms about how like kids will be kids sometimes and she's got to take care of this, so you know she'll have to talk to them later. And oh, his dad's not going to be happy when we get home. She's just talking about it like it's a relatively normal situation, you know. You'd think there'd be like some embarrassment, like, oh man, wow, I can't believe my kid just did that. I'm so sorry. I'm out of here. Nah, it was just like, hey, Tuesdays, am I right, Jimmy? And what really confused me too is that none of the other moms seemed shocked or surprised at all. They were just kind of talking back like it's a normal Tuesday as well. Like, oh, okay, well, you know, I guess we'll see you later. These things happen. Let us know how it goes. Send a message to the group text text later, oh, when your kid tried to swing on you, what happened? Gee willikers, see you next week on Dragon Ball Z. Just like it was completely normal, which was very confusing to me because I did not realize that this was something that most people were out there doing. The son mom like boxing arena league, whatever. Like I didn't know that that was a thing, and it probably should not be. I don't know what type of secret crime fighting club these ladies were a part of, but clearly they were tougher than everybody that was currently at the skate park, bro. They probably could have taken a 1v20 of a battalion of angry soldiers with just like how laid back they seemed about everything that had just gone down. But whatever, you know, it was very bizarre, but they end up into their car and they end up leaving, and we're like, all right, well, I guess they're gone. The kid's not here to fight with us or hiss at us anymore, so I guess we're cool. Anyways, me and all my friends are just standing in the skate park like, what just happened, you know, because obviously it's not something that we witness every day, and the rest of the moms start like gathering up the rest of this little emo group, and they all get ready to leave too, and not like quickly after all this has gone down, we are now the only people left in the skate park, dude. It was as if they had come here to stage that little performance of whatever that was and dip. And so they're all leaving and everyone's just still kind of standing there processing what happens. But now that they're not around to hear anything, we start making jokes about it and are like shocked about what's going on, you know, and we're all having a great time. Like, oh my gosh, dude, we just fought a vampire cult from Twilight. Like, what just happened? Like, did anyone record that? You know, everyone's just kind of memeing around. And as we're laughing and joking about it, one of my friends goes, hey, shut up. And he points at the parking lot. And obviously, you know, when someone says shut up and points at something, you're gonna take a look over. So I turn that direction looking in the parking lot, and I'm gobsmacked because I'm like 80% sure that the car that the goth kid that had tried to fight his mom and his mom had gotten into and driven away was back. You know, obviously like different cars can exist that like look the same, but we were pretty sure it was them, and we're kind of like, why are they here? You know, are they coming back to fight us with a crowbar or something? Like, what is happening? And it's just kind of parked in the parking lot for a bit, and you know, the longer it's there, we're either thinking they're either really pissed off or it's a different car. And finally, after staring at it for a bit, the passenger door opens and the goth kid gets out and starts walking over to us looking embarrassed. You know when someone's just kind of like walking like they're not happy, you know, like with whatever they're about to do, they're just not too thrilled with it. That's just the vibe that he is very, very strongly giving off. Almost as if he's being forced, you know, his mom's told him that he needs to come back here and talk to us or something, and he just was like, please don't make me do this. But regardless, he's kind of walking up, head down, and he stops about 25 feet away from the park entrance, and he's just kind of standing there looking at us, and we're looking at him, obviously. And then we hear like the car window rolling down, and his mom yells out the driver's window. She's like, you better go over there or you're going to be in big trouble. You know what happens if you don't go over there and apologize now. And you know, you can kind of see him thinking about it for a second, almost weighing the options between just running as far as he can and changing his name, or like going in and just dealing with it. And he reluctantly walks into the skate park, and he walks right up to my friend that he had thrown the skateboard at, hissed at, you know, the one that they had been kind of beefing with each other. And he says, hey man, I'm really sorry about throwing the skateboard. I'm having a rough day, and I'm sorry I took it out on you. But he's not saying it like, listen, it could have been a genuine apology. You know when it sounds like someone's reading a script, though, that like someone told them to say, hey man, I am really sorry for throwing the skateboard. It will not happen. I had a bad day. And so my friend's like, okay, obviously his mom's kind of putting them up to this. So he goes, it's okay, man. You know, I kind of knew that you weren't going to be happy when I did the trick right in front of you. And the emo kid's like, yeah, well, you know, my mom said if I didn't come apologize that I was going to be grounded for 3 months, so I guess I've apologized. And my friend looks at him, and like, obviously, you know, these two guys don't love each other. He goes, well, you probably shouldn't have tried to swing on your mom. And the emo kid doesn't even deny it. He's just like, yeah. And then he just stands there, dude. And when I say he just stands there, I mean like he's just kind of looking at us, and we're all looking at each other and looking at him. And you know when something's just so awkward and silent that like you can hear your breathing, you know, you're hearing people's clothes moving. If you listen too carefully, you can hear like your blood flowing through your head. It's just that silent, and everyone's just kind of standing there for what should have been the most awkward minute ever. And then he just kind of turned and walked away. And as he's walking out, he gets to like the gate, right? And he turns around, and obviously we're all looking at him, and he's like, can I say one more thing? And we're like, yeah, man, go for it. You know, at that point, you've already said enough weird stuff. This can't get any weirder, so whatever. Say whatever you gotta say, get it off your chest. Sorry, dog, go bark. And so then he kind of puffs up his chest a bit, and he looks like he's about to say something really, really serious, deep, you know, just the most intense thing ever. And he's like, you are lucky that my mom was here. Otherwise, I would have destroyed you like I have the enemies of my past lives. I'll have you know that I was in charge of an army at one point in many lifetimes ago, and you're lucky that she was here to save you. Otherwise, you would have felt the wrath of all of the training that I've received throughout all variations of my past lives. Do you understand that my mom is the only reason you are not facing me in combat right now? And everyone's just kind of standing there like, what in the world is he talking about? And we don't know what to say, so we're just kind of like, okay, all right, man. How do you even respond to that? Like, obviously, we wanted to be like, hey, dude, you've kind of gone crazy, but, you know, how do you reply to, like, you're lucky my mom was here, otherwise I'm an interdimensional multiple lifetime wizard that would have destroyed you? Like, oh, thank you for not destroying me? Like, I don't know, man, you're still threatening to destroy me. It's not like you're saying you didn't wish to destroy me, you know? If you are some interdimensional multiple lifetime wizard, then, like, you're insanely mad over literally nothing. But, of course, after he says that, he just turns and literally sprints as fast as he can over to his mom's car and hops in. And I mean literally sprinted, didn't even like lightly jog, which to me was weird, you know, because if someone's had multiple lifetimes of combat experience and led an army, I don't know why they would be like sprinting away from a bunch of kids that didn't want to fight and don't know how to fight. Even if we all wanted to jump in, bro, it would have been like the Wiggles trying to beat somebody up. It just wasn't going to go very well. I don't know about the Wiggles fighting people. Maybe it would go crazy. Like, we did not want any beef in the first place. We were all cool until you started hissing at us, and even then, only one of us decided to be petty. It wasn't like the whole group wanted any problems. Not to mention, dude, it's kind of cringe to go off about how tough you are, you know, and how you've had multiple lifetimes of army experience when you are also literally being brought back to the skate park by your mom that you tried to swing on and she blocked you, which, you know, super cringe for, like, someone that's apparently an immortal soldier. And on top of that, dude, like, you got brought back by her to apologize. I don't know, man. I don't know many interdimensional multiple lifetime soldiers that also apologize for, like, getting angry. You'd think they would just be like, haha, you silly human, you do not understand which of that I know. Anyways, the car leaves at that point because he had sprinted over there, and we're all standing there again, and my friend, who had kind of got the skateboard thrown at him, like the guy who was really involved in this, looks at us and he goes, I'm not having a fever dream, right? Like, that all actually happened? And everybody's just like, yeah, dude, I don't know what that was, but that was weird. Everybody was really confused too, because we had never, like, seen any of these kids before. Not that we knew everybody that lived in our town, dude. Our town's a pretty big town, but, like, you know, we had kids from multiple schools there. Nobody said they looked familiar. Nobody knew who they were. All of a sudden, this group of kids pulls up and they're like vampires. They come back. Apparently, they've been to multiple dimensions, dude, and nobody had ever, like, even heard of this before. Like, it was just all a very confusing situation. And to make it weirder, we were like, all right, well, maybe they just moved here or something. Like, if none of us know what school they go to or who they are, then, like, they must be new in town, you know? And obviously, we were like, in that case, then we've just got to be prepared for them to be seen more often. But I'm telling you, dude, I never saw this group of people ever again. I went to that skate park pretty often, like I said, like, not every day, but I was there often enough that, like, if they had moved to the area and were super into skating, I would have seen them at some point. And, you know, I went to other skate parks too. Like, I never saw it again. A group of emo kids all skating with their moms there to chaperone, and it never was I bearing witness to. So that makes me think it's possible that it was just some type of, like, a super deep cover alien interaction. They were testing their deep cover human suits, you know? Because if you think about it, that would be the only thing that would explain it being so weird, is if it was just like a bunch of aliens that had come down to try to understand our culture. For some reason, they had got something confused and they thought that, like, hissing at each other was a way to try to be friendly, you know, and make friends. Meanwhile, we just thought it was weird, and that's why, like, all this broke down, you know? Their translator was broken. He meant to say, hello, how are you? But it came out like... And the reason the kid got in so much trouble for throwing the skateboard was because, you know, like, on their planet, throwing a skateboard is basically a challenge to the duel for the death, and they were supposed to be undercover. So high key, my friend got lucky that he didn't pull out his vaporizer ray. You know what I'm saying? All jokes aside, I'm about like 85% sure that they weren't aliens. I do realize that that leaves 15% because you just never know. You know, I've seen X-Files. It's out there. You never know what's out there. It could have been aliens for all you know. Technically, you can't confirm it wasn't. So 15%, that's what we're floating with. I would just recommend, though, if you weren't aliens and you're trying to act all intimidating and start fights, that you don't have your mom with you, because it's just not very intimidating, you know. That being said, I just don't really think there's a reason to be going to the skate park to start fights. It's just not what people are there to do, bro. I know it gets a weird reputation, but like people are just there to skate and have a good time, you know? No one's actually wanting to throw hands there. And at the same time, I would also recommend not wanting to challenge people that think that they've lived past lives and commanded many, many, many armies in those lives to destroy things to a fight, just because we agree that, you know, the odds of them being Genghis Khan in their past life are slim to none. But if they think they are, it's just probably not worth arguing with them because they're, you know, convinced that they're Genghis Khan in the first place. But, yeah, anyways, guys, I think that'll do it for the video. Hopefully you enjoyed. If you did, I would appreciate you being sure to press the like button and comment down below. Subscribe if you're new, turn on notifications. If you made it this far into the video, I'd really appreciate you going ahead and commenting the word aliens down below. It just helps the video do better, and I'd really appreciate it. Beyond that, there's going to be a link to the intro song down below, along with a link to my podcast, The Scuffed Cast, or of course, you could use code SCRUBBY at the G Fuel checkout. The last two things that I'm going to plug, I do put my story times up on Spotify a little bit after they're uploaded here, so if you want to listen offline or without gameplay, that's an option. I'll put that link in the top of the description. Be sure to check it out. And of course, we've got the merch. It is the coolest merch to ever exist, and it can be yours by checking out the last link down there, so be sure to go give it a click and get one. But yeah, anyways, guys, that'll do it. Don't get anyone pregnant. If you do, make sure they're hot, and hopefully I'll see you guys all next time with another video. Like I said, like, comment, subscribe. I'm out. Peace.
What's going on, guys? It's your boy Scrubby here, back again with another video. Hope you guys are all having an absolutely fantastic day. I know I am. And if you are enjoying yourself on this beautiful day, be sure to press the like button. Otherwise, no joke, no scam, you'll get eaten by Shamu. Yeah, that's right. Shamu is back from the dead and very upset that we locked her in SeaWorld. And if you don't press the like button, then I can't promise that I'll be able to keep her at bay. Anyways, guys, hope you're having a lovely day. My name is Scrubby. Welcome back to the channel. Today, as you can tell from the title and thumbnail, I have a story about a crazy stepmom. This was a story that was sent to me on my Instagram at Scrubby by a subscriber. If you have any crazy stories of your own that you want to be told on the channel, just head over to my Instagram at Scrubby and hit me up in the DMs. But yeah, this person's stepmom has been trying to get rid of them, and they basically wrote me this story about how their stepmom is actually trying to be one of the Wicked Witch of the West from Cinderella, alright? I don't know if that makes any sense at all. I don't know if Cinderella had witches or not, but this stepmom is definitely a witch. So yeah, it should be a pretty entertaining video, so let's get into it. But before we get into it, I am literally like 1,000 subs away from 1,000,000 subs. So if everybody who watches this could please send this to a friend and make them subscribe, that would be great. So, yeah, let's do this. So, my parents ended up getting divorced, alright? I wasn't too thrilled on the idea, obviously. It's not like anybody, when they get sat down and told their parents are gonna divorce, they're like, hey, yo, really, bro? That's hype! Amen! Hey, praise, bro. I'm really happy you guys are getting a divorce. That's not something that usually comes out of my mouth, but, you know, things happen, people's change, and I wasn't exactly, like, depressed about it either, because I knew they would be better apart. What really started to make me upset, though, is when my dad started dating this girl named Abigail. At first, Abigail seemed like really, really cool. She let us do whatever we want. She was, you know, the cool girlfriend that was dating my dad. But as things got more serious, she started to very slowly grab more and more control, all right? Like, I'm not her kid, and she would go out of her way to make it where I couldn't stay up late or I couldn't go hang out with my friends. And keep in mind, she wasn't even my stepmom at this point. And my dad, of course, was crazy in love with her, so he just kind of thought that this was normal and kind of let her do whatever he want. Which, I mean, I'm not trying to blame my dad, but Abigail very slowly started to get more and more crazy. However, I just took it as her kind of trying to get more of like a parental role and didn't really think much of it. And then my dad sat me down and told me that him and Abigail were going to get married, all right? And I've seen enough stepmom videos on the internet to know how this is supposed to end, and I'm going to make it very clear. It did not end like that, all right? So basically, my mom is very, very pissed that Abigail exists. She's not too happy about the fact that 6 months after my parents got divorced, my dad is now going to marry a new woman that I've mentioned to my mom is kind of mean to me. That doesn't make her super stoked, and I don't expect it to. It's not very common for, like, you know, your ex to start dating somebody that's mean to your kid and be like, hey, yo, bro, real sick. I appreciate how mean you are to my child. 5 out of 5, 10 stars on the App Store. Like, this is not gonna happen. But Abigail, of course, wasn't too happy with my existence either, because I took attention away from her from my dad. And as soon as they get married and sit me down and tell me they're getting married, things changed even more, because now not only did I have to split custody between my mom and my dad, but whenever I was at my dad's, Abigail was there, and it was technically her house too, which made her think she had even more control over me than she already did. And at first, she would take control of things in, like, less obvious ways. She would make it where I couldn't be on my phone at the dinner table. She wouldn't let me stay up late. Stuff that I guess kind of made sense. I mean, obviously, I have a little bit of a problem with authority, so whenever she would try to, like, tell me what to do or tell me that I couldn't do things, I didn't like it very much, and that led to a lot of arguments with my dad. And at first, my dad would side with Abigail every single time, but as she kept reaching for more and more power, the fights would get more and more ridiculous. Like, one time, I told Abigail and my dad that I was gonna go hang out with a friend of mine when I was at my mom's house, you know? So I wouldn't even be in their house. It really wasn't up to them. And my dad went, "Oh, okay, that's cool, have fun." And Abigail was like, "No, you can't go because I don't know that person's parents. Like, what if they're gonna kidnap you?" And I told her, I was like, "Look, that's cool that you're concerned. It's not up to you. I won't even be at this house, so you're not in charge of me then anyways. And on top of that, if my mom and dad say it's okay, you're not my mom. So you don't get to, like, tell me what to do. You're not in charge of me." And that obviously drove her insane. She starts screaming, "I might not be your birth mother, but I'm married to your father, so I'm in charge of you too. How dare you cause problems in this household?" Typical Karen speak for, please don't disrespect me even though I'm a psychopath. So at that point, my dad kind of put his foot down and was like, "Look, you're not his mom, I'm sorry, but if he wants to go over to somebody's house when he's not here, there's nothing I can do about it. Plus, I don't really mind if he's hanging out with people. It's not up to you." And so from that point on, Abigail really had it out for me, okay? Her job was to get me banned from my dad's house. She was basically under the assumption from that point forward that my dad was not wrapped around her finger as long as I was around, and it was my fault that she couldn't tell him what to do all the time and that he would listen. So Abigail started doing things to, like, low-key try to get my dad to kick me out, and they kept getting more and more ridiculous. The first time that she caused a fight on purpose to try to get my dad to kick me out was something like this. I was sitting there watching TV, and it was one of the old James Bond movies, right? And the old James Bond movies that were made in the 60s definitely are getting a little dated now. And there was this girl that was being snippy with James Bond or whatever, and he just, like, kissed her to make her shut up. And obviously, you know, I wasn't like, "Oh, that's a good idea. I should try that. Next time my teacher's talking too much, I'm just gonna kiss her." I'm not an idiot. That was never gonna be my plan. But for whatever reason, Abigail was like, "Look at the disgusting movies you're watching. No wonder you're so depraved. Do you watch this at your mother's house?" And starts, like, basically saying that I'm some type of criminal because I'm watching a movie where somebody did something bad. Like, as if those two things are linked, you know? Call me crazy here. When I watch Transformers, I don't become a giant robot destroying downtown LA. That's not how movies work. Just because somebody does something bad in a movie doesn't mean that I'm gonna do it. And she just starts screaming at me for it. And obviously I'm not in the mood, so I start screaming back, and my dad walks in, and Abigail looks at him and goes, "Your son started attacking me because I tried to say that I didn't like this movie, and he started calling me stupid and that I was worthless." And I'm like, "Dad, I never said that." And she's like, "Of course he's gonna lie. He knows that he's gonna get in trouble for it. Look at how upset I am. Would I be this upset if it was just some silly fight?" And my dad is like, "How dare you call your stepmom stupid? I love her regardless of how you feel. You should respect her. This is her household too." And I'm sitting here like, bruh, I never even called her stupid, but okay. My dad is obviously mad at me because his wife is crying like, "Your son insulted me." And obviously when there's a crying girl, every man is gonna be like, "Wow, that was kind of mean." And so I tell my dad, like, "You're an idiot. This isn't what happened. She's lying to you." And then she goes, "Are you calling me a liar?" And I made the mistake of saying, "Yes, I am calling you a liar because you're lying." And my dad is like, "That's it. I'm taking you back to your mom's house. How dare you be so disrespectful in this household to your stepmother? It doesn't matter if she's your actual mom. You owe her some respect as my wife." And I'm like, "Okay, Dad, sure." And that's when I tell him, it's not my fault. I'm not the one who chose to marry the gold digger, which was probably something that I shouldn't have said. I should have just left it and gone back to my mom's house. But then my dad starts saying, "What are you calling Abigail? Are you calling her some floozy that married me for money?" And I'm incredibly mad at this point because keep in mind, all of this has started from a fight that didn't happen. I never called her stupid. I never said she like didn't deserve rights or whatever. I literally was just saying that James Bond movies from the 60s aren't my life goal, okay? I don't watch a movie and automatically assume everything on screen is cool to do. When I watched the Emoji Movie, I wasn't like, yo, bro, I'm gonna be a smiley face. Like I'm not an idiot. I don't need to be told that movies aren't real. And then she lied to my dad and made it I'm a stupid person who doesn't belong in this house type of thing, you know? Like, I didn't even say there. I mean, hey, if the boot fits, wear it. All I'm saying, Abigail, I didn't tell you that you were stupid and didn't belong here, but you did it to yourself, okay? You really did. So it leads to this big fight, you know, it's all terrible. I tell my dad that, yeah, you basically married for the money. He says, that's it. I think you need to go back to your mother's. I don't want to see you till next weekend. Like, you need some time to cool off. You better think long and hard about what you've done. I think that we need counseling, all this stuff, whatever. So I go back to my mom's house and I'm telling her what's going on and how she's like baiting me into fighting with her to get my dad involved so that way I look bad. And my mom's like, you know, I never liked that girl. She's not good for your father either, yada, yada, yada. And I'm like, yeah, whatever. So now my mom's kind of up to date that this person is a little bit of a psychopath. So she mentioned something to my dad about how I mentioned that the fight that happened wasn't fair. And my dad tells my mom, like, it's none of your business. It doesn't matter what's going on in my relationship. Your job is to teach my son how to be respectful. And obviously he's not that. And so my mom, trying to avoid the situation and stay out of drama, is like, well, then maybe you guys need some counseling, all right? Maybe all of you guys should go to a therapist together. That way you can try to solve your problems, fix your weird family dynamic you got going on so your son doesn't think that you're married to a psychopathic gold digger, because if she's not that, then maybe therapy will solve that. My dad's like, oh yeah, that's a good idea. So we have to go to like family counseling, family therapy together, right? And we get there, and keep in mind, I'm thinking that this is going to be taken seriously. I think we're actually going to work through our problems. We're going to talk about how she kind of causes fights with me to make my father upset. But we get in there, and what does Abigail start telling the therapist, the person that's in charge of making these relationships better? She starts telling her that I'm like abusive and I degrade her when my father's not around, which I don't do. I avoid her as much as humanly possible. I don't like this woman. I don't like to be around her. So whenever my dad's not there, I don't bug her. I go to my room, I close the door, and I try not to interact with him as much as possible. The only time I've been forced to interact with her is when I'm watching James Bond and we all see how that ends. It ends with her screaming at me for stuff that I didn't do. So she's lying to a counselor, a therapist. She is lying to and being like, yeah, his son is really mean to me. I don't know what I did. She starts crying and being like, I've just always wanted to be a second mother to you. And I'm rolling my eyes because I'm like, look, this woman is just lying. She's lying to everyone. But I roll my eyes, and the therapist and my father see me rolling the eyes at this woman saying that she loves me. Like, it's not a good look. She's really good at manipulating people. That's why she got to marry my dad in the first place. It's not like she's really terrible at making people believe her crap. That's why she's so good at it. So they start telling me that I'm disrespectful, and it's obvious that this woman just cares about you and wants the best for you. And I'm like, that's just not true. So I start trying to explain my side, and I sound like a crazy person. Because here's this woman crying, saying how much she loves me, and I'm trying to make her seem like the Wicked Witch of the West, secretly behind the scenes, like manipulating everybody. So we leave therapy, and my dad's like, I can't believe that you don't want to solve it. You saw how much she loved you when we were at therapy. She just wants the best for you, and the fact that you can't even give her a chance says a lot about your character. I don't know where your mother and I went wrong raising you. Clearly it's more on her end. And I'm like, dog, don't you dare start bringing my mom into this. So I basically tell my dad, look, I don't want to live with you anymore. If you're going to keep defending this bimbo who keeps trying to make me look bad, then that's on you. You can lose your relationship with your son. And he's like, no, I don't want to lose a relationship with you, but maybe we just need to do every other weekend at my house for a bit. Instead of every week, you come over every other weekend. It'll give you guys some time apart. Maybe distance will make the heart grow fonder. You and I can still go to lunch every weekend, but like, I think that there's just too much tension. Whatever, Dad, you're an idiot. I don't really care. I'm mad at my dad at this point because he's just believing these lies. In retrospect, she's obviously a very good liar, like crying on command to a therapist saying that she just wants to be my mom and making me look crazy. It's pretty smart, all right? I'm not saying it's not psychopathic because obviously it's a little bit psychopathic. Let's be honest here. Convincing people that, you know, your stepson hates you for no reason and crying to people, that's a little bit psychopathic. So whatever, I don't go over there as much anymore. And then the second weekend comes around and I go back over there to stay there for the weekend. And the entire time this is going on, I'm telling my mom, like, look, this is what's going on. She's making me crazy. We go to therapy and she lies. Like, I'm telling my mom how psychopathic this woman is. And my mom is obviously getting very mama bear defensive because here's this woman being horrible to her son. And, you know, my mom basically says, look, I can't really do anything about it. If I tell your dad, oh, I hate your new wife, it's just going to come across as like, look, I'm the jealous ex-wife. I don't want you to be happy with anyone. It's not going to matter coming from my mouth. So if anything's going to happen, you have to kind of prove to your dad that she's a psychopath. And I'm like, well, how do I prove that this chick is psycho? She's really good at manipulating people. It's not like some amateur sitting on the street, Joe Schmo manipulating. She's good at it. She knows what she's doing. And my mom's like, well, maybe you can record her kind of starting the fight before your dad comes in. And I'm like, oh, okay, I'll give it a try. So I'm there that weekend, and the first day goes good. My dad doesn't leave me and Abigail alone, which is probably smart because we're gonna fight. Like, if you left me alone with her, stuff was gonna get heated. But the second day, because the first day we got along so well, and the entire time the first day when my dad is around, Abigail is being so nice to me. She's like, oh, I missed you so much. I'm so glad we've worked through our differences. And obviously, I know it's BS. I know it's an act, because I've seen what she's like when my dad's not around, you know? But she's acting all nice in front of my dad. And the second day, my dad leaves, and it starts off okay. She's being super nice to me. And about 5 minutes after my dad leaves, she walks in and she's like, we have a problem. And I'm kind of like, huh? But I flip my phone onto the bed and I hit record so I can record what's going on. And she's like, I don't understand who you think you are to come back in here, but I want to make something very clear. I will make sure that you and your father no longer have a relationship by the end of the year. I'm going to cause problems. Like, this is me telling you, if you want to keep a relationship with your dad, you should leave now. Tell him you don't want to come over on weekends anymore, because I don't want to share my space with you. I don't want to share your father with you. And to be honest, I don't like you very much. And I'm like, what are you talking about? So I start kind of asking her why she doesn't like me, and she just starts going on and on about how I'm lazy and I'm stupid, like all this stuff, right? Which, I mean, okay, could I probably work out a little bit more? Yeah. Could I be a little smarter? Yeah. But you don't tell that to the person you're married to, kid. Like, you're not like, hey, I married your dad, but you're a moron. I hate you. That's just not very chill. Keep in mind, I've been recording it. So I record it all, and after she kind of goes off about how she's going to try to get rid of me, she's going to drive me away from my dad, she's going to make sure we have no relationship, I smile at her, and I flip my phone over and show her that I've been recording. And she's like, what? And starts screaming and chasing me down to try to get my phone. So I lock myself in the bathroom to try to get away from her, like to make sure that I keep my phone. And I'm like, I'm not coming out until my dad gets home, right? But she knows if my dad hears the recording, it's over, because I'm also still recording. So I've got her like chasing me into the bathroom, me locking myself in here. It doesn't look too good. How do you politely explain, no, honey, I'm not a psychopath. I just told your son that I want you guys to never have a relationship, and then chased him inside and made him lock himself in the bathroom. It was all a practical joke. Like, there's really not a way to get out of that without making you look bad. And so I'm there, and then what happens is she starts kicking in the door. She starts kicking in the door, and I'm still recording. And so I push her, like, to try to get her away from the door, because her foot's coming through the door. So I'm standing against the door, and she opens it, and so, like, I push her back to try to get out, because when someone's breaking in a door to try to get to you, you want to get away. I didn't hit her. I swear I didn't hit her, so I just, like, pushed her out of the way and, like, ran. But when I ran by after I pushed her, she, like, lost her balance and falls over. And then she starts screaming, you hit me, you hit me, you hit me. And I'm like, no, I didn't hit you. Like, I didn't hit you. I didn't, because I did not hit her. I swear on my life, I did not hit her at all. And so she starts being like, you hit me, I'm calling the police. I'm calling the police. And I'm like, I didn't hit you. And so she says, give me your phone or I'm calling the police. And I knew that if I gave her the phone, she was still going to call the police. So I'm like, no, then I guess you can call the police. And so I lock myself in my room, which is basically across the house from her at this point. And I hear her on the phone, and she's calling the police. And then I hear her call my dad, and she's crying. She's like, he hit me, he hit me. So my dad's coming home. The cops are coming. So a little bit later, the cops show up. My dad is home, and they're like, did you hit your mom? Your stepmom? And I'm like, no, I didn't. My dad's like, how dare you hit her? I go, Dad, listen. So the cops and my dad are there, and I'm playing them the recording, and they can very hear, like, the door getting kicked in. I'm like, yeah, she kicked in the door. And so I ran back and I, like, pushed her, and the recording's playing, and she's separated. Like, they had separated us during this entire process. And so everybody hears it, and they're like, oh, okay, because I have audio proof that I didn't hit her. Like, I just ran by. I'm like, I didn't hit you. And even then, even if I did hit her, if I'm in the bathroom and you start kicking in the door and trying to grab my stuff, that's like pretty much self-defense at that point, you know? It's not like, oh, man, he was just being a big meanie pants on the couch and kicked me in the chin. That's not how that looks. So obviously, everybody's kind of like, oh, okay, this wasn't the situation. My dad hears the recording and immediately starts apologizing to me and is like, oh my God, I'm so sorry. I had no idea. And we're separated. So she doesn't know what's going on at this point. In fact, she thinks she's okay because the cops had taken me outside and left her inside. So she thinks that she's basically gotten away with it and I'm the one who's going to get in trouble. But the cops go back in and they're basically like, all right, we're done here. Bye. And they leave because there's not much they can do. They're like, all right, we're not going to stick around for the next part, but no crime happened. We're good. So they leave and my dad starts talking to Abigail and she's like, why would you say that to my son? And she's like, oh no, we were kidding. Like tries to make it a joke. And I'm like, oh, well, I didn't think that was very funny. You know, that made me feel bad. And my dad's like, all of this, everything you've said in therapy, like it's all a lie. I can't believe you. I can't believe you. We're done. Like, I want you out of my house. And she's like, no, I'm sorry. I can change. He's like, no, you were so mean to my son. I don't care if you say you're going to change. We're done. We're done here. Like, leave. And she's like, whatever. I'll take half your stuff in the divorce anyways. Just starts being nasty. Once she realizes she's not going to be able to manipulate her way out of it. And my dad, as she's standing out the door, goes, well, you can't take half because I made you sign a prenup, you stupid B word, and slam the door. And, that's how my weekend was, and I decided to send this to you or me on Instagram so you can tell it. You can please change the names, but like you can tell it on your. So yeah, that's the most intense subscriber story I've gotten in an incredibly long time. Like definitely one of the more intense ones. Like I said, if you guys have any crazy stories, you can send them to my Instagram at Scrubby. That was insane. I hope everything works out. Like I hope everything's okay. I hope your stepmom and your dad get divorced peacefully. That sounds really mean to say, but I hope you get what I'm saying. But yeah, if you guys enjoyed the video, be sure to subscribe. I tell stories like this every single day, whether they be mine or from subscribers. You guys should subscribe. Turn on notifications. If you guys turn on notifications, send a screenshot to my Instagram at Scrubby. I also shout somebody out. Like today, the notification shout out goes to Hayden Leopold77. Big shout out for having on notifications. Like I said, turn them on, send me a screenshot. Other than that, guys, the Christmas merch is banging. You guys should order the Christmas merch in time to get it for Christmas. You guys should do that. I don't really know if it'll ship in time still, but you should still get it because it's festive and it's holly and everybody needs a little bit of Christmas. Other than that, use code Scrubby at the G Fuel checkout for 30% off. Have yourselves an incredible day. Don't get anyone pregnant. If you do, make sure they're hot. Follow me on Twitter at Scrubby_69, and I'll hopefully see you guys tomorrow with another video. I'm out. Peace.
All right, what's going on? Today I've got a story time for y'all I think you're going to enjoy about a spoiled kid that just took things way too far, stole his mom's credit card, threw stuff at his mom, a regular Dr. Phil episode. It should be enjoyable, so yeah, without further ado, let's get on into it. Let's go.
I'm getting quiet now. Laying low when you reach zone, wiping out, making out, stack the bread.
Alright, so like I said, this story time was sent in to me about this guy's little brother, and something I need to make clear is little is kind of in air quotes, because the person that sent this in to me is in like the 24-25 range, and their little brother is 19. So, you know, technically it's their little brother, but we're not talking about an 8-year-old here stealing mom's credit card. No, it's somebody that definitely knows better going about it. Regardless, the reason that the person who sent this in to me isn't spoiled is I think anyone with a sibling with a big age gap will confirm this. You know, if you're a lot older than your siblings or a lot younger than your siblings, chances are you are getting raised by two very different people. It's just a fact of life that, like, you know, the parents that your older sibling had 10 years ago are very different people than they are today. So obviously the styles are a little bit different. You know, the older one definitely didn't get as much of the entitlement spoiled side, but his parents had just kind of reached the point where, like, I don't know if they couldn't care, didn't care, you know, couldn't be bothered or what, but they just kind of didn't want to deal with the younger brother a lot of the time, so they would just give him whatever he wanted, so he would, like, leave him alone. Definitely not the best parenting tactic, I would say. I feel like that has a pretty good percentage chance of turning your kid into a spoiled brat, but whatever, you know, some people are just about that. And instead of actually parenting him, they just decided to cave in to literally everything he asks. Anyways, obviously that parenting tactic had made this kid insanely entitled. You know, he didn't really know the meaning of the word no. If he asked for something and somebody dared to deny him it would literally send him into a temper tantrum, which is pretty embarrassing. You know, if you're throwing a temper tantrum because mommy told you no to something and you're like about to be going to college or whatever, that's not a very good sign. But it also just goes to show how entitled he was, where literally the word no crumbled his entire world. And the best example of this that was provided to me was this one time where his mom said that she didn't want to make him Kraft mac and cheese. And he got so angry that he was screaming something about how, you know, his mom never did anything for him and all he wanted was mac and cheese and she didn't have to say no, ran to the kitchen because they were arguing in the living room, right? Grabbed a kitchen knife and threw it at the cabinet and was like, this is what you get for not making mac and cheese. Just an absolute crazy level of entitlement. Anyways, one day the subscriber was at his parents' house. It was over the holidays, which is why he was back there. And he's watching TV with his parents when his brother comes down and is like, hey mom, can I get this video game? It's like this new edition of this game that comes with a bunch of DLC and I don't have the money for it, so I was wondering if you'd buy it for me. Like, would you do that for me? I don't know why he's down here asking mommy for the new premium edition of the video game, but he is. And listen, a standard video game is like $60 to $80. You know, that's just the standard price, but he's asking for one of the premium editions with all the DLC, and for this particular version it came out to like $160 or something. And obviously, because it's around the holidays, you know, it's not like the time to just be dropping a bunch of money on random gifts. So his mom is like, all right, well, here's what we'll do. I don't want to get you the deluxe version because that's just way too much money right now. So I'll get you the normal version, you know. So obviously the brother really can't believe what he's just witnessed, because even then, the fact that the compromise wasn't, no, I'm not buying you a game, Christmas is in a week, and instead was, I'll buy you the normal version instead, just so that way he doesn't freak out and go crazy. He's kind of surprised, but whatever. His mom goes up there, they buy the game, she deletes the credit card out of the saving it so that way he can't use it, and comes back downstairs. And I guess somehow the brother had found a way to copy the card number, take a picture of it, something, because, you know, he ended up using it. And what's really nuts about it is usually in this situation, the parent leaves the credit card on like the autosave thing on Xbox and the kid just uses it. The mom was smart enough to know that he was going to do that. He had done that in the past, so she had deleted it, which meant that he had found a way to like get a picture of this credit card or something not related to the autosave. And the reason that they knew this almost right away was because about 30 minutes later, his mom checked her phone and instantly saw a bunch of texts from the bank asking if she had authorized about $600 worth of charges on Xbox. And listen, man, anytime your parents are going to get that text, it's very, very obvious that they're going to be pissed, because they're not the ones spending $600 on Xbox, I can almost guarantee it. Anyways, she freaks out a bit, is on the phone for a little, being like, no, that wasn't me. The bank's like, all right, well, most of them didn't go through, only like $100 did, but, you know, do you need a new card? Do you need to cancel this? And she's like, no, I don't need a new card. And they're like, well, ma'am, if fraud's been committed, it's probably best to get a new card. And she's like, it's my son. It's my son. And they're like, oh, okay, well, we're gonna go ahead and send you a new card anyways, but you might want to tell your son to stop using your card. And listen, man, here's what I'll say about taking a credit card from mom, bro. That is a bold, bold move, because there's literally a 100% chance that you are going to get caught, unless your parents are some of the most oblivious people to ever exist. I mean, honestly, like, unless your parents are in a situation where they get the credit card bill, don't even look at it, pay it in full, and have never once questioned anything on the statement, you're gonna get busted. I'll be honest, there's a 99% chance your parents are gonna look at the credit card statement, see $600 worth of charges to Sony, Microsoft, Steam, whatever it is, and instantly be like, I didn't do that, I bet you my son did it. There's a very small chance they're gonna look at that and just be like, oh, weird, an extra $600 on video games this month? Whatever, no need to ask questions about that. Like I'm saying there's just no way that you're ever gonna get away with this unless your parents are like Bill Gates level loaded or stupid. Anyways, the mom immediately goes up to confront the brother because it's very obvious that he somehow got a copy of the credit card and was trying to make charges. And instead of coming clean and trying to solve this, the brother goes the classic route of just denying that he did it. And listen, man, it's very obvious that his brother was at least a little bit involved in this, because I mean, what are the odds that like somehow the credit card gets stolen at this time? He literally has to have thought his parents were born yesterday to think that they were going to buy the fact that like he was not involved in charging the credit card at all. No siree, nothing to do with me. You're looking at the wrong guy. And obviously his parents aren't that stupid, so his mom looks at him and is just kind of like, alright, so let me get this straight. So I come up here with my credit card, use it to buy something, and then all of a sudden, all these charges come from the same company, and you have nothing to do with it. And the brother is like, yeah, that's insane. I don't know how that could have happened. It sure is weird, though. And the subscriber is literally standing in the hallway eavesdropping, and he laughs at that. And at that point, his brother's like, dude, just come in here if you're gonna eavesdrop. No need to be standing out there. But whatever, he goes in there, and his brother continues on to be like, yeah, no, I'm not sure exactly why your credit card got a bunch of charges from Xbox. That sure is weird. Maybe you should call Microsoft. And his mom, for whatever reason, I don't know if it's like special mom intuition powers, in that moment goes, let me see your phone. And he freaks out, dude. Instantly starts getting wild and is like, no. You're not gonna look at my phone. You have no reason to look at my phone. I don't even know why you would ask that. So the fact that you would even ask to see my phone is insane. And he's like screaming at her. Keep in mind, everything was very calm until then. And it's not like she demanded to see his phone. She just said, let me see your phone. And he just started freaking out. And so at that point, it becomes insanely evident that the mom 100% knows something is on the phone. You know, it's normal to say no to somebody looking through your phone. But if you've been very calm and then they mention looking at your phone and you just start to freak out, that's basically a dead giveaway, you know? It's like being interrogated and they're like, all right, well, we're gonna talk to this person, and you're like, no, don't talk to that person, no reason to talk to that person, no way, nothing to see there, don't need to question them at all, no reason to talk to them, please don't question them, no, nothing to see there. Anyways, basically, this guy's mess up was instead of just saying, I'm not comfortable with that, you know, he freaks out, and he freaks out to the point that he takes his phone, throws it across the room, and then stands up, throws himself onto the ground in front of his mom, and instantly just starts freaking out. So obviously, you know, it was an attempt at a distraction. Throw the like a phone across the room so that way nobody's gonna run over and get it, and then throw yourself onto the ground so everyone's distracted with you. And on the ground, he's just going full temper tantrum mode. And when I say full temper tantrum, I mean full. There's tears streaming down his face. He's pounding on the ground. He's screaming, why does no one believe that I didn't take the credit card, you know? Keep in mind, he's 19 years old. Like, this is not a little kid. This is a grown man on the ground having a full-on temper tantrum like somebody that just got told they didn't have enough tickets for the big prize at Chuck E. Cheese, dude. Damn you, Chuckster Cheese. I will get the Guitar Hero Super Guitar Premium Package for the Wii. He's just losing it. Anyways, I think in his mind, if he, like, went crazy and had a big temper tantrum, his mom would be distracted. But it didn't really work because his mom literally steps over him and goes to get his phone because she's like, all right, well, you freaking out on the ground really doesn't have a whole lot to do with me. And anyways, I guess you didn't have a password or whatever, or the mom knew it, something like that. You know, the subscriber that sent this to me doesn't live with his parents anymore, so he doesn't know too much, but the mom gets in, and he's kind of standing over her shoulder so he can see what she sees, and, you know, basically this spoiled kid who's freaking out having the temper tantrum was on a James Bond spy level of desperation in order to get these video games, you know, because the way that he had gone about getting this credit card was basically like some spycraft level stuff, you know. The entire thing about asking his mom to get him one game was just a ruse to get her in the room with his credit card, because they had like he had put his phone, sorry, to get her credit card, he had put his phone up on the shelf near his desk, right? And the way he had angled it was pointing down towards his desk, and then he had zoomed in to the point where, you know, it was like his keyboard, and that's where his mom had typed in the credit card information. So he had set this up, hidden it with a bunch of like different stuff in his room, recorded it, and then as his mom's putting in the credit card information, took a screenshot of the front and back of the credit card. And listen, obviously, you know, like impressive that he did all that and whatnot. That being said, do you have any idea of how much trial and error would have to go into that in order to find this angle, fine-tune the zoom, perfect it, make sure that it's like not too blurry, you can make out the numbers, you can make out the back, all that stuff. This takes a lot of practice. And, you know, I don't know how much practice it would take, but the mom and the brother soon found out because he hadn't deleted all the practice. Instead, they start looking through and there's videos of him moving the camera around his room, setting it up, and then he had like written on a piece of paper in credit card sized and like was holding it up at different angles just to make sure that he could see it. And for probably about 3 hours based on the timestamps, he was just moving his phone around and doing different zooms and whatnot to try to get it right to take a screenshot of his mom's credit card. And listen, man, you put this much work into getting a screenshot of your mom's credit card, right? You're 19, you don't have a job. If you would have put the same amount of effort into stealing your mom's credit card as like, you know, as if you would have put that into a resume, you probably could have gotten a job. I'm just saying, man, like literally, oh, I'm gonna move from angle to angle, make sure that I can get a proper level of zoom, you know, clearly he's smart enough to have some follow through. Why not put that into like anything legitimate for 12 seconds and then, oh my goodness, wow, you could spend your own money on video games and not have your mom breaking into your room questioning you because you stole from her. Anyways, he's just out here running his like perfecting spy camera operation and they're watching all of it. You know, they literally are getting everything they need to just bust this guy. There's really nothing he can do to deny the fact that he set up his mom in order to steal her credit card. And at that point, his mom starts to go nuts. So now both of them are going nuts. And listen, I think the little brother going nuts is embarrassing. If I was the mom in this situation, yeah, I'd be going crazy too. I mean, let's put this in perspective. Your grown son lives at home, doesn't have a job, doesn't plan to get a job, you know, doesn't really seem to be about that vibe. And then you're buying him video games, so like you're already trying to be nice. And then you find out that he set up this elaborate thing to take a screenshot of your credit card so he could take a bunch of money from you. Oh, and what is he taking the money for? Video games. You know, it's not like he's like, I really needed to buy my college books. No, he's spending $600 on video games. Anyways, the son is now in defense mode because he's caught saying that this is all her fault. It's her fault that he decided to do all of this because if she would have just given him the money, then he wouldn't have had to needed to steal the credit card. Yeah, that's right. You know, if she would have just given him the money, then he wouldn't have had to steal it, everybody. You're an adult now, man. Like, that's not really how this works. Nobody's gonna be walking around handing you money anymore. Trust me, I wish someone just, like, came around every day and handed me money. Imagine that, like the money man every day at 5 p.m. It's a little secret. As soon as you turn 18, they give you a card and you get signed up to the money man. And like, oh, every night he comes and drops off a crisp $100 bill. That's not how it works, dude. You can't just expect your mom to give you money. And if she doesn't give you money, then you're allowed to steal the money from her. Like, it's just not how it works. The reality of it is, you know, once you're a certain age, you gotta make money to buy stuff that you want. Like, if you want to spend $600 on Xbox, then go make $600, dude. Believe it or not, there's a slim to none chance that your mom is ever going to give you $600 for a video game ever again. And what's nuts about this is the reason that he had even gotten the credit card in the first place and stole from her was the fact that she was buying him a $60 game. So like, your mom's being nice enough to buy you a present in the first place, and then you're gonna steal her credit card and get mad at her because she needed to give you more money? Like, clearly his mom isn't evil if she's buying you a video game in the first place, you know? There's no reason to try to twist this into her being the villain because you stole her credit card. I don't even know how you do that many mental gymnastics in your head. You're like, yeah, this is her fault. She needed to give me more free money. If she didn't give me more free money, then I wouldn't have needed to steal the credit card. You know, it's really simple. I think this is your fault. Anyways, that was obviously a bit too much for his mom to handle, rightfully so, because she told him that, like, if that's how he was gonna be, then he had 2 months to find a job and move out because he was an adult and he couldn't live here if he was gonna try to steal from his mom. Which is more than fair, bro. Like, it's not like she wanted to kick you out the day you turned 18. That would obviously suck, but yeah, if you're, like, stealing from your parents and an adult, I feel like it's fair for them to be like, then you gotta go live on your own and figure out what it's like. And listen, he was more upset about having to get a job than he was about stealing his mom's credit card for Xbox games. You know, you think you'd be a little bit embarrassed about stealing your mom's credit card for video games, especially in front of your brother, you know, do you think that might bring a little bit of shame? No shame about that. But the idea of having to get a job, now, ladies and gentlemen, we have hit DEFCON 1, manual labor is on the table, I might have to sweat a little bit, things might be a hinge uncomfortable, no go. And he literally says, Mom, I can't get a job. No one's gonna pay me $100,000 a year. I've tried. I don't have any experience or a degree or anything. Yeah, man, that's kind of how it works. I don't really know what you expected. Somebody to just walk up to you and be like, hey, do you really want $100,000 a year? Okay, yeah, here you go. You know, we know you didn't go to school to learn how to do anything, whether that be college, vocational training, whatever it is. You have no real skills, no experience, but here's $100,000. Like, that's just not how it works. And the mom is just like, I don't care. You expect to take $600 from me when I'm buying you a gift and then just have no consequences? The consequence is you need to understand how the adult world works, because clearly you don't. So no, you're not getting out of this. You have 2 months to find a job and move out. It is what it is. You have to figure it out. No one's gonna pay you $100,000 a year, and you have to be okay with that. That's the truth, though. I do love this kid with no work experience, clearly no work ethic if he's stealing his mom's credit card, you know, literally no skills whatsoever, is expecting the magic money man to come by and drop off, you know, what does that break down to over 12 months? $8,000 a year-ish, give or take a couple $100. Yeah, I don't think that's gonna happen, man. You know, you gotta do something. Learn how to code, I don't know, learn how to fix an air conditioner. There's plenty of things you can do to make decent money. It doesn't mean you have to be Bill Gates. By all means, you know, if you have a super valuable talent or knowledge, go get your paper. I'm all for chasing the bag. You know, that's one of the mottos on this channel. But no one's just gonna hand you money for no reason. People who make a lot of money tend to work hard. Not in every instance, you know, trust fund babies do exist. I'm not denying that. But lawyers making $200,000 a year tend to be working 90 hours a week. You know, computer programmers tend to be getting a lot of crap put on them from their bosses and dealing with a lot of overtime. No one's just gonna give you $100,000 a year because you're good at stealing your mom's credit card. I don't think that's a position that anybody's offering. Could you imagine he shows up to the interview? He's like, yes, I'm applying to be the CEO of this small business here. I have plenty of experience taking funds. For example, I took my mom's credit card and was investing in some fantastic high technology entertainment. You've probably heard of it. You know, video games. Yeah, I'm kind of a gamer. Anyways, you guys need me. You need somebody that's got the tenacity to steal from their mom, especially her credit card. Oh, and when I got caught, was I ashamed? No. You know, that would be too simple. I blamed her, because that's who you need running your board of directors. Anyways, he decides if he's going to get kicked out that he's just going to destroy his stuff, you know? So I don't know. I don't really know how that adds up, but, you know, I'll break my things if you're getting rid of me. All right, man, cool. Makes it way easier for you to move out, if we're going to be honest. Everything I break is one less box I have to take. Like, dude, all right, you're not really showing anyone anything by breaking your stuff. You know, maybe that's just my opinion, but I'm not really afraid of anyone that's like, hey, man, I'm going to keep my car. It's like, okay, I mean, I guess. But he just starts taking stuff off of his desk and throwing it at the wall. You know, a couple things go into the wall, popping holes. A couple of things break. Obviously not a very good situation. But somehow his mom is managing to keep calm, which is nuts. Because in my opinion, you know, if I'm arguing with you and you start breaking holes in my wall, I'm probably gonna lose it. That's just me. But she just hits him with some pure logic that almost breaks him. Like, for a second, it makes him cannot compute. She says, all right, man, go ahead and break holes in my wall. I got the money to fix it. I'm just saying, you're breaking your stuff by doing that. You're not getting anything back from out of the wall. and he has something in his hands, you know, and like he's kind of looks at her confused for a second, almost like the wheels are turning a little bit. It's about to get there that it's stupid to be breaking his own stuff. And then his mom continues to explain. She's like, I'm done paying for your stuff and getting no respect around here. So you know what? Go ahead, throw your stuff. You're a grown man, literally acting like a child, breaking your things right now. So if that's how you want to be, then go ahead and do that. And you would think that comment would have just been the boom, 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 no, 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 pure embarrassment that would make him rethink things a little bit. But instead, he decides to direct his anger in terrible aim towards his mom, and instead of throwing the next object at the wall, he decides to throw it at his mom. And he's a horrible shot, so, you know, he sends it sailing, it's flying through the air, and his mom ducks out of the way because, you know, like I said, bad aim, and it doesn't hit her, but it's obvious that he wishes that it would have hit her. And it was a pretty heavy object, like it wasn't like a feather or anything. And at that point, the subscriber, who, like I said, 24, 25 range, just jumps on his brother and starts attacking him because he's like, dude, you really just tried to hurt mom. You know what I mean? Like, you just threw a hard, heavy object at mom's head. That's not okay. Anyways, they're wrestling and the subscriber's like, don't throw stuff at mom. You know, his dad comes in the room, his mom's freaking out. They end up getting pulled apart by their parents, which, you know, it probably for the best. I just can't imagine fighting with my brother. Like, I'm not 25, I'm not 24, like, I'm not even 23, and I could not imagine fighting my brother, dude. He's really out here halfway to 30. Just dunking on his brother like an absolute unit. Anyways, they get broken up, and at that point, the mom tells the older brother that, you go home because clearly we've got some stuff to figure out. He needs to get a job. We need to talk about him moving out. And I think as long as you're here, it's going to be a fight, so just go home. And he doesn't really want to make the situation worse. Obviously, you know, he had just been in, like, defensive mode. If somebody throws a heavy object at your mom, you're probably going to get involved, especially if it's your brother. You know, like, I couldn't see really throwing hands with my brother now. That being said, when we were younger kids, yeah, we fought all the time. That's what siblings do. Anyways, he decides to leave because his dad's involved now, and he knows that his dad's not going to let anything happen to his mom. So, you know, he decides to leave, and as soon as he's leaving, he hears his little brother instantly start begging to not have to get a job. You know, like, that's his main concern. Not ruining his relationship with his parents, not the fact he's getting kicked out. No, all he wants to do is not get a job. In fact, he hears him go, like, you know, I'll move out, just don't make me get a job. Like, oh, you want your parents to pay for everything and you live out on your own? Okay. See, this is why you gotta make sure that your kid doesn't end up being spoiled, bro. Sure, I can understand why it's nice to make your kid not have to work crazy hard, but if they have no work ethic whatsoever and just think life's gonna be handed to them, you're gonna end up with an adult screaming at you because they stole your credit card, which, trust me, does not sound like an insanely fun situation to be in. I just feel like spoiling a kid doesn't work constantly. Obviously, every now and then doing something nice, making something special is fantastic. That being said, dude, it doesn't do them any good for them to get into adulthood and get smacked in the forehead just because of how insane it is compared to what they're used to. Somebody that's never heard the word no is not gonna have a very good time when their boss is like, all right, it's time for your quarterly performance review. I'll be honest, I've seen better work out of a blind mule. I just feel like at a certain point, spoiling your kid is doing more disservice to them than it is helping them out. But at least the mom in this situation has realized that and is gonna make him go out on his own and figure some stuff out. Growing up isn't bad as long as you're not, like, crazy like this. I know 99% of people aren't this spoiled and nuts, but for people that are like it, dude, real world's a rude awakening. Anyways, guys, I think that's going to do it for the video. Hopefully you enjoyed. If you did, I'd really appreciate you taking a second to press the like button. Let me know in the comments section down below what you thought. And, of course, subscribe if you're new and turn on notifications. If you really want to help me out, I'll go ahead and put a link in the description down below to my podcast, The Scuffed Cast, the intro song, or you could use code SCRUBBY at the G Fuel checkout. Great way to get a discount on G Fuel, help me out at the same time. And if you ever want to listen to stories offline or without the gameplay, if you look up Scrub Story Times on Spotify, I'll pop up. You can listen on there. It really helps me out. And the last link you'll find down in the description is a link to the merch store, so be sure to go over there, pick yourself up a t-shirt. I'm a little bit biased, but it's the coolest merch to ever exist in the history of the planet, so go get it. That being said, I think that's gonna officially do it for the video. Hopefully you guys all enjoyed. As I said, don't be too spoiled. Don't throw stuff at your mom. And of course, remember that it's not worth stealing your mom's credit card for $600 worth of video games. Like, comment, subscribe, all that good stuff. And on that note, that'll officially do it. Don't get anyone pregnant. If you do, make sure they're hot. And hopefully I will see each and every single one of you guys next time with another video and another story time. I'm out. Peace. What's going on, guys? It's your boy Scrub here, back again with another video. Hope you guys are having a great day. I know I am. And today, ladies and gentlemen, I've got a story time for y'all that I think you're gonna enjoy. It's about this wedding I went to where this mom, like, ruined her own son's wedding. It was crazy awkward, but it's definitely worth sharing, and I asked my friend and he said I could tell the story, so GG. But before we get into it, be sure to press the like button. Otherwise, no joke, no scam whatsoever. Your mom is going to ruin your wedding, and that would not be very swag, so definitely press that like button, and let's get into it.
I'm getting quiet now. Laying low when you reach, so I'm wiping down. Making out, stack the bread.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, so as I said, today we've got a story time of a Karen ruining her own son's wedding. I want to clarify, like, this was a family friend's wedding. It wasn't a crazy close family friend. It was just somebody that I had known for a while since, like, I was a younger kid. And, you know, when I got the wedding invite, I did the normal things. I was happy for him. Oh, congratulations, all that good stuff. RSVP'd, and when I called to RSVP, I, like, had called him. We hadn't talked in a while, so we're catching up. And out of nowhere, bro, I was just trying to have a quick little, like, 2-minute conversation and hang up. This dude starts venting to me about how his mom has been acting ever since he got engaged and all this stuff. And as I said, he's not someone that I'm crazy close to, so I'm kind of like, alright, I'm not sure how to respond to this, but clearly you really need to get this off your chest if you're willing to talk to, like, any stranger that calls you about this. So I'm sitting there just listening to him rant about everything his mom is doing to try to ruin his wedding and da-da-da-da-da. And apparently his mom just did really not like his fiance to, like, an absurd level. And you know, I know what a lot of you guys are thinking. Well, like, why does the mom care? She doesn't have to marry her. I understand wanting what's best for your son, but this mom was taking it, like, to the next level of trying to sabotage her own son's wedding. He tells me that, like, him and his fiance had gotten caterers, right? They had set it up, they paid for all the food. Well, one day, his mom had called the caterers and tried to, like, change all of the meals to fish and shrimp, and his fiance is allergic to shellfish, shrimp, so, like, that was just obviously a no-no. There was gonna be no shrimp at the wedding, but his mom calls the caterer and starts insisting that, you know, she changes it to shrimp and fish because she knows what's better and blah 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 blah. She has the approval. And she was trying to be all sneaky and go behind everyone's back and do it. But the caterer calls to just confirm really quick and is like, okay, well, before we change all of this food that's already been paid for and planned, let me make sure that this is something that they want to do. And so the fiance and this guy get a call one day, completely out of the blue. And the caterer is like, hey, are you guys wanting to change all your meals and da-da-da-da-da? And they're like, we have no clue what you're talking about. They confront his mom about it. She admits it and says that she's going to keep trying to sabotage stuff because her son deserves better. Like, that's her words. She's going to keep trying to sabotage his wedding. So him and his fiance have to go through and, like, call all of the caterers, everything that had been hired for the wedding, and, like, have to set up a password system with them. Like, hey, if anyone calls to change anything on this account, it's not us unless we give you this special word. It's this whole thing about how, like, she's trying to change everything behind their back, keeps getting blocked by these passwords. And finally, after she calls a couple more places and tries to change stuff and they, like, tell her no, he has another meeting with his mom and is like, look, you can't keep doing this. I understand you said you were going to do it to ruin our wedding or whatever. The wedding's going to happen, so stop trying to sabotage it. And his mom started saying that because she was paying for part of the wedding, it was her right to control what was going on. And, you know, she had every right to be bossy and change things because she was helping pay for the wedding, which was true. His parents were helping him pay for the wedding, like, at that point. So when she starts doing this, claiming that she's allowed to ruin the wedding because she's paying for it, my friend, you know, he's graduated college at this point. He's got a good job. Just told her, like, fine, and just gave her money back and was like, I do not want you to ruin the wedding. If there's anything else you do, I'm going to uninvite you, but, like, you have to stop. Which is an absolute power move, bro. I have to give the dude credit. Like, imagine your mom's being annoying. I'm paying for this, so I'm allowed to be annoying. And then you're like, okay, and just swipe your credit card. Now stop being annoying. Anyways, I'm still on the phone, bro. I was just trying to RSVP for the wedding, and all this stuff is getting dumped on me. And I'm sitting there, obviously interested in the story, because, like, it's a train wreck. Those type of stories interest me. But I'm also kind of shocked, dude, because, like, this is this dude's mom. Your son is getting married, and you're just hell-bent on preventing it from happening. Like, alright, I understand you maybe don't like who he's marrying. Clearly, after you've tried to sabotage it and had these discussions and he's still not gonna break up with her, it's gonna happen. So you might as well just, like, try to make the most of it and get along with the person that's gonna be married to your son, you know? Nah, instead she's just, like, trying to go behind their back, cancel the flowers, change the food, just being an absolute psychopath. Anyways, I finished the RSP, he hangs up, and, like, I just figured that he had to get it off his chest, he had to vent, he had nobody to talk to about it, so I was probably just who he was dumping it on. And honestly, I had kind of forgotten about it. I figured by the time the wedding rolled around that, like, stuff would be figured out, or, you know, there wouldn't be any issues there, hopefully. I don't know why I thought that in retrospect. It was pretty obvious something was gonna go down. But I don't know, I'm a dude, I was just like, oh, whatever, she'll figure it out before the wedding. Like, I don't know. So, anyways, I come to the wedding, and I'm kind of sitting down, just taking in everything going on, and I'm hearing some, like, people behind me kind of whispering about how they have to be on the lookout for the mother-in-law because, you know, she might be trying to do some stuff to interrupt the ceremony, da-da-da-da-da. And at that point, I'm kind of like, oh, all right, I guess it hasn't gotten better than before, bro. If they've got the crowd involved in, like, security, they basically got plainclothes police officers at the wedding. Not really, but you know what I mean. Like, all right, everyone in the audience, keep an eye out for this sea hag. If she shows up, arrest her. Like, you know that's got to be pretty tense if you're getting to that point at your wedding. I feel like this is literally, like, the worst case scenario possible. You might get kicked out of your own son's wedding. Anyways, the wedding is getting closer to starting, and in comes this dude's mom, ladies and gentlemen, in nothing other than a white dress, dude. And listen, I might not know a bunch about wedding etiquette, but I know that only the bride is supposed to be wearing a white dress. You know what I mean? And I also know that if somebody else shows up in a white dress, it's basically a punch in the face. Like, that's pretty disrespectful, you know? And when she walks in, some people literally go like, oh, like, what is she wearing? Like, everybody's kind of, oh, this is not going to go down well, right? And before she can even really, like, get in and sit down and start to cause a scene, the girls who were sitting behind me that were talking about keeping an eye out for her get up, grab her on either side of her arms, like, so they're escorting her, and just kind of, like, drag her back out, and are like, nope, you're not coming in like that. Which, power to them, bro. You're not gonna, like, don't ruin this day because you decide to just have a problem. It's almost like she knew they were going to be coming, though. I figured that would have been a problem. There would have been protesting, but she just kind of, like, smiled, just almost as if she was enjoying the attention of, like, everybody having to come over and escort her out of this wedding because she's in a white dress. And so they leave, and I'm kind of like, all right, well, that's been handled. Maybe she'll calm down. She'll either get kicked out or chill out. Like, those are kind of the two options I'm thinking, right? And a little bit later, his mom comes back in a blue dress. Not a white one. It's a completely different dress. And I'm kind of like, all right, I guess she's probably calmed down now. She clearly had a backup dress in the car. That's insanely petty because it means that she knew what she was doing the first time. You don't bring a backup dress unless you know that your first dress is going to be a problem. You know what I mean? Like, I've never shown up anywhere with a backup outfit ever because I'm also not, like, wearing stuff I'm not supposed to be wearing, you know? Anyways, she comes back in this blue dress, and she's, like, acting fine. She's not really trying to cause problems. She's not looking happy. She looks pissed off, but, like, she's also not trying to argue with anybody. She's just kind of sitting there in her blue dress. And the wedding is starting now, and so everybody's kind of doing the thing. The bride comes down the aisle, blah, 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 blah. They're doing the ceremony, and the part comes where they're like, does anyone have a reason why these two shouldn't be wed? Speak now, forever hold your peace, blah, 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 that part of it. And when that goes down, she stands up. Blue dress woman stands up to say something, right? And then what I can only assume is the bride's mother walks across from the other side, grabs her, pulls her down into her seat, and is like, don't you dare. She was really gonna start interrupting it again, bro. Call me crazy. I think it's kind of weird how obsessed this dude's mom was with him, too. Like, I've known the family for a while, bro, but, like, are you really that pressed that your son's getting married that you're gonna interrupt it? Speak now or forever hold your peace? Like, what are you gonna say? I love my son. Like, what? Why are you interrupting this? Anyways, the moms are kind of sitting there. She's holding her down so she can't stand up. And then, you know, that causes a little bit of a commotion. And the groom turns and looks to see what's happening. And he sees that his mom is the source of this commotion. It looks like there's a little bit of, you know, I don't want to sit down. And he, the groom, in the middle of his ceremony just goes, "Mom, if you ruin my wedding, I am kicking you out and never talking to you again. If you do anything else, you're done." And like she goes to open her mouth to reply and he just goes, "Shut up and sit down." And his mom, dude, it was almost like somebody had just checked her ego. She was out here trying to cause all these problems, blah, 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 blah. I guess your son grew up a little bit because he was just not having it. He's like, "This is my wedding. You're being ridiculous. Sit down." The mom's literally in shock from that, so she just kind of shuts up for the rest of the ceremony and like just sitting there stewing, obviously looking pissed off, but whatever. You can look pissed off all you want. It doesn't really change anything. Anyways, after the ceremony, we start going to the reception to kind of party a little bit. Like, that's what you do. You go from the ceremony to the fun time. And it gets to the point where, like, they're going to pull out the cake. They're going to do all that type of stuff. And when they go to get the cake, it's taking forever. They had, like, this back kitchen. And it's just taking an insanely long time for the cake to come out. And finally, the caterer comes out, and he's kind of whispering to people. They start talking to the bride, and they look annoyed, like, really, really pissed off. And like I said, I don't know what's going on. I'm not getting whispered to. I'm not really involved in this. All I know is it looks like something has happened with the cake that is not an ideal situation. And that's when the cake finally comes out on like this cart thing, dude. But it just looks destroyed. It looks like somebody had like punched it in rage. It looks like somebody had just had a good time absolutely obliterating this cake. And when it comes out and the state of it is seen, the groom just turns and looks at his mom, and he does not look happy. And his mom looks at him, looks at the bride, shrugs, and just takes a sip of her glass of wine, dude. And that was enough. The groom is like, "You need to get out of here now. Are you kidding me? You ruined my wedding cake. What is wrong with you?" Like, he's screaming at her. And his mom stands up and splashes her glass of wine in his face to just like, "Don't talk to me like that." And at that point, he just loses it more. He's like, "Get out, get out, get her out of here. I'm never talking to you again." Like, he is pissed. As for why she destroyed the wedding cake, I don't know. Like, I really don't know why she did it. Why she was mad at her son for being mad at her for ruining the wedding cake is also really confusing to me. Like, you're gonna splash him in the face with your wine because you destroyed his wedding cake. Oh, I mean, I guess, but like, what? At that point, though, the wedding kind of freaks out. A bunch of people go up there to like remove her from the wedding, and she gets dragged out there. And she kind of starts fighting with people while she's getting dragged out, saying that, you know, it's her son's wedding. She has a right to be there. Just because he's making a mistake marrying this girl doesn't mean he has to leave. Blah, 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 blah. Like, I understand you might not like who your kid ends up with, right? But at a certain point, just shut up. Shut up. Like, they're literally married now. It's already happened. You had your chance to talk or forever hold your peace. It's in the forever hold your peace part. So just, like, shut up. Now you're making your kid hate you, too. Not only did you not like his bride, but chances are he doesn't like you much either. Now you're just out of his life, dude. So he says, "Get lost, like, leave." She tries to argue with him a little bit. And, you know, people are still dragging her out. Like, this argument is going on as she's getting pulled out of this event, and they're still going back and forth. And he's like, "You always make everything about yourself. Most of my life's dealing with this, da-da-da-da-da." And she yells back something about how he's not her son anymore. "I'm disowning you." Like, yeah, she's gonna disown him because she ruined his wedding. And honestly, he looked kind of relieved when he said that. And he was like, "Good, I don't want to be your son anymore. Fine, I don't care. By all means, now leave." And so she's getting dragged out, and before she's like finally out the door, she goes, "Where's my husband? Where's my husband?" And the groom's dad is still like up there at the table where everyone's sitting, and he's like, "Yeah, I'm not leaving. She's being crazy, dude. No, like I'm not doing it." He literally starts explaining. He's like, "Look, I argued with her before we got here to not do this, not cause a scene, not do any of it. If she wants to do it, that's her problem and she can deal with that, but I'm not leaving." So it's so bad that like when she's finally gone and the door slams and, you know, everybody thinks she's gone, that the wedding starts to clap. Like, they're just so relieved to not have to be dealing with that anymore that they're like, "Ah, yay." And honestly, the rest of the reception was pretty normal up until like the very end. Basically, about an hour before everybody started to go home and it really wrapped up, dude, she storms back into the reception, pissed off. What's going on, guys? I'm going to interrupt the video for just 1 second. On screen now is actually a gift card code. For those of you that don't know, I give away a gift card in every single video I post here on this channel as a way to say thank you to you guys for subscribing, turning on those notifications, and supporting the channel. So if you haven't already, be sure to subscribe, turn on those noties. I'd appreciate it. And yeah, on that note, I'll shut up and get back to the video. Thanks. And so she storms back in and like walks up to the DJ, grabs the microphone, and is like, apparently she had left this party, right, and gone to a place where she could drink stuff. Now, what she drank, I don't know. whatever it was, it's very evident that she had quite a bit of it. Like, oh, I'm sad about getting kicked out of my son's wedding. I'm gonna go have a beer. Fine. She had like 40. She couldn't talk, dude. She's having the microphone and just gibberish is coming out. She's babbling some stuff about like the beauty of weddings and marriage and, blah, 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 blah. And at this point, like, a group of people come to kick her out, but it's not as much anger and like kicking her out this time as it is just like they kind of feel bad for her, bro. It was embarrassing because it was just pity, just pure like, all right, get out of here. They weren't even mad that she had shown back up. It was just embarrassing. They're like, you just gotta go because you're a disaster. Like, you can't even talk, dude. And the look on the groom's face when she was just screaming on the microphone was just like, I cannot believe. Like, it just pure like, what is going on? You know, in The Office when they look at the camera and just give the look of just like, I don't even know what to say right now? That's what I would compare it to. He just looked so defeated on this, man. Imagine you're just trying to like have a good time at your wedding. You just got married and your mom keeps causing problems to the point where you kick her out. And then she comes back, can't talk, and just starts screaming into the microphone about weddings. Imagine having to kick the mom out of the groom out twice, dude. Like, twice. But now imagine having to kick your mom out of the wedding twice, dude. Your mom screwed up your wedding so many times that you had to have her forcibly removed twice. And what's wild about this is like, okay, she ruined her son's wedding. Obviously, she's selfish, but I don't think she understands that, like, she probably also just ruined the rest of the family relationship, too. Like, I don't understand how Christmas is going to be cool now. I don't think everyone can get together and kumbaya in a couple months at Thanksgiving. If you literally were screaming that, like, he shouldn't have married her, he made a mistake at the wedding, ruining it, tried to do the whole interrupt before they got married thing, I don't know how y'all are just gonna, like, oh, whatever, everyone getting along now, it's Christmas. How is the wife gonna deal with that, sweeping that one under the rug? Yeah, I understand that you tried to wear white to my wedding, ruin my wedding multiple times, but Merry Christmas, here's a little gift. So I doubt that he's gonna be hanging out with them much anymore, and I will say the husband, the second time around when she came back, told her to get out. Like, the first time he had kind of just let her get kicked out and was just kind of embarrassed, but this time he's like, you need to leave, are you kidding me? You came back? Even he was surprised she came back. And, speaking of the wife, because it was her wedding too, like my friend's new wife, dude, she took it like an absolute champ. She didn't cry. She didn't seem upset. If anything, she was laughing at her. Like when the mom was really trying to talk crap and hurt her feelings, she was just giggling at her, which made the mom more angry. And that's the power move, bro. If I can teach you anything from this, like if somebody's really trying to get under your skin, drop like below the belt insults, just ruin your wedding, like whatever it may be, the best thing you can do is laugh at them because it just makes them feel pathetic, dude. Like imagine how that mom felt. She's trying to interrupt her son's wedding and she's just like, okay, like this is just embarrassing, dude. You're his mom, really? At his wedding? Oh, this is cringe. After that, though, it wrapped up pretty quickly. I ended up skedaddling a little bit before everybody else just because after she interrupted it the second time, I was like, that's probably my cue to go home. So I said congratulations to everybody, thanked him for inviting me. He kind of gave me this look and made a joke about like, oh, I bet you this one will end up on YouTube, huh? And I was like, probably not. And I was not going to tell this story. But like a couple nights ago, he ended up texting me and because I guess it was their anniversary or something, congratulations. And he was like, do you remember when all this happened? And obviously I said, yes, it's impossible for me to forget. And he told me that it would be cool if I made a video. So, big ups to that guy for like kicking his mom out twice and then thinking it's funny enough that he wants somebody to talk about it on the internet. But yeah, on that note, guys, I think that's going to do it for the video. Hopefully you enjoyed. If you did, I'd really appreciate you taking a second to press the like button. Let me know in the comment section down below what you thought of the video. If you don't know what to comment, just go ahead and comment the word wedding down below. If you're new, be sure to subscribe and turn on those notifications. I try to post daily. I did miss a day yesterday and I apologize, but I'm trying to post daily, so subscribe, turn on those notifications so you never miss another video. And if you really want to support the channel, you can use code SCRUBBY at the G Fuel checkout. That's a great way to support me. Gives you a discount on the best energy drink for gamers, my podcast, The Scuffed Cast, down below. Or if you like the intro song, the link is down there too. And yeah, if you take 1 second to look on your screen real quick, you'll see the coolest merch to ever exist in the history of the planet, which can be yours by scrolling down to the description and clicking the link and getting it. Yeah, that's right, quite the riddle there. But on that note, guys, I think that'll do it for the video. Don't get anyone pregnant. If you do, make sure they're hot, and I'm out. Peace.
What's going on, guys? It's your boy Scrub here, back again with another video. Hope you guys are having a fantastic day. I know I am. And today I've got a couple of stories about spoiled people / entitled people that have been sent in to me. None of them were long enough for their own video, but I know a ton of people have been saying you like this format better anyways, so I figured I would bring you guys another one. So yeah, without further ado, let's hop right into it. Alright, so this person recently moved to Los Angeles, which, you know, I know a lot of people do that. It's certainly a choice. That's all I have to say about it. And because they live in LA, they decided one day to go for a walk because the weather's beautiful, and they're out and about, and they get to a crosswalk, and they start walking across when they're supposed to. It's not like they're going when traffic's going or whatever. They don't want to get hit by a car. And they walk out when the crosswalk says walk, but when they get out into the street, a car like slams on the brakes, screeches to a halt, and starts blaring the horn at them. And the person who sent this to me is just confused because it's like, dude, you were about to run a red light and hit a pedestrian and you're mad at me? So the person turns and looks, obviously, and it's very evident that it's like a rich kid driving his dad's car, you know? It's a car that costs way too much money for a dude that, like, definitely has not lived enough life to have made that much money, if that makes sense. And he just kind of gives him like a what the heck, like, you know when you do the shrug, like, bro, what the heck, right? Like, you're blaring the horn at me, but you almost hit me with your dad's car, man. He would have been pissed. Trust me, a Rolls Royce is not a cheap vehicle to get the hood fixed on when you slam into somebody in a crosswalk, you know? And the guy, when he sees him do the shrug, the like what the heck signal, decides to lay on the horn again. And he's just literally laying on it, blaring it at this guy. And the top is down. It happens to be a convertible. And because this guy's just being a jerk, he decides to just like make a comment at him, and it's not a nice comment. So as he's like blaring the horn at him, he says, "Hey man, nice car. Tell your dad it's sick." And the guy throws the car into park and gets out of the car. And now the person that sent this in to me is expecting the throw down. Like, if this is the interaction and the guy gets out of the car pissed off, even if you're not looking for a fight, I think we would all assume that this guy's coming to punch you in the face. Like, that just seems to be what the next move is. And he starts walking towards him, and so the person that sent this in to me, like, puts their hands up ready to go, and the guy stops when he sees that, puts his arms out to like show he's not a threat, and goes, "So what if it's my dad's car? Why does it matter?" Which is so funny, because the guy wasn't really that mad. Like, hey man, if your dad had a Rolls Royce and let you drive it, you probably would too. He just made a comment thinking it would piss the guy off, and it definitely worked. And so he starts laughing because he just can't believe that, like, the bait worked that well, you know? It just literally like a fishing rod out to sea with a bunch of hungry fish. The bait got taken immediately. And when he starts laughing, the spoiled guy goes, "Yeah, that's right. My dad's rich, bro. My dad's rich. He's got a cool car. I drive it. So what?" And it's like, yeah, okay, man. No one's really mad at you. It's just more funny that it bugs you so much. Like, the fact that you got out of the car and started approaching the guy like you were gonna fight him because it made you so upset that he pointed out that you're driving your dad's car. And even then, even if your dad's rich, even if he lets you drive your car, it doesn't mean that you can just, like, run red lights, especially when there's pedestrians in the road. It's not a Grand Theft Auto server. I don't know, man. I just feel like that's a very dangerous practice. A, because it's irresponsible. You're gonna hurt somebody. Like, you could kill somebody doing that for real. And on top of that, like, there's no benefit, and it doesn't matter that you have money. If you hit a pedestrian when they're allowed to be walking, you're going to jail. So whatever, he kind of tells the spoiled guy, like, even if you have a nice car, you still have to follow the law, you know? And the guy looks at him and completely seriously goes, "I can do whatever I want, man. My mom owns LA, bro." Oh, does she? Is she on the deed? I didn't realize that the public city was personal property. Apparently, this guy's mom just owns the entire city. So whatever, if you live in LA, I know like 6 million people do, be on the lookout, because apparently there's a guy rolling around ignoring all the traffic laws because his mom owns the city. I feel like LA just attracts these type of people for some reason, you know? Like, I feel like it's just gotta be one of the most entitled places. But I think that's any big city, to be fair. There's a lot of good people in LA, if there's 6 million people, you know? I just feel like the more people you get in one area, there's just bound to be a lot more entitlement out of some of them. All right, this next one was sent in to me by somebody that had this happen at the beginning of their college, like, experience, you know? It was at the start of their freshman year.
If you don't know, most colleges, like freshman classes, are absolutely massive. 300-400 people crammed into a hall, just all sitting there listening to a professor talking about stuff. And because of that, everyone just kind of knows to like shut up because the professor definitely doesn't know who you are, and there's so many people that no one really cares what you have to say, you know? No offense. It's just like imagine being in an auditorium and one person keeps making the class go on longer than it has to. It would be really annoying. But whatever, on this particular day, the professor goes ahead and assigns some homework, and it's not an insane amount of homework. It was reasonable. It was a complicated concept that they probably needed more time to really learn. You know, we all know the difference between like homework that's absolute garbage that a teacher is just giving to be homework or a professor's giving to just be annoying. And like everyone knows the time where you're like, all right, this is fair. I probably do need to work on this a little bit. The professor gives one of those assignments and a kid raises his hand. And like I said, not a lot of people raise their hand. So the teacher is like, yeah, what? And he said, honestly, man, I straight up think that that's mad unfair. And the teacher doesn't even know how to respond to that because it's probably the first time in their career that they've ever had someone be like, I'm gonna be straight up, bro. That homework is mad unfair, bro. Straight up, man. And so the teacher starts to like ask, what do you mean by that? Like, this is a college classroom. This is a college class. There's going to be homework. It's going to be a little bit more intensive than what you're used to. So what do you mean? This is mad unfair. He literally says it like that. And you know when you start getting like older people to try to use your slang that you've probably pressed a button, you know? If your mom's ever like, oh, do I have swag now? She's probably not happy. I know swag is old. They always use terms that are a little bit too outdated, you know, because they're still parents. But the spoiled kid looks at the professor and says, I still need to have time to live my life, bro. Huh? You ever think about that, Professor Buzzkill? Huh? How about that? And the professor literally doesn't know how to respond to that because I'm sure they're used to being called like professor, teacher, their name, you know, like their last name. I highly doubt that they're walking around campus and people are like, yo, Professor Buzzkill, what's poppin', man? You gonna come to the party later? I feel like we all know that professors are buzzkills. Like, I feel like by default, it's just a profession that is kind of a buzzkill because they have to do things like assign homework. And the professor's really confused, so they start asking questions like, aren't you paying to be taught this stuff? Like, don't you want to know what I'm teaching you? Like, sometimes homework's the only way to make sure you guys know this stuff. And his response to that, which is reasonable, college is expensive. It's not like it's cheap to be in a college classroom, you know? Is to just be like, well, my parents are paying for it, so I don't really care. I just want to have fun and vibe. Oh, bro, could you imagine, man? You're paying like $50,000 a year for your kid to go to college because you think it's going to make them smarter, make them more successful, and they're sitting in a classroom that you're paying for, telling the teacher that they don't want to do the homework because they'd rather just vibe. And the professor is listening to this and looking at him like he's just the dumbest person that he's ever interacted with and says, okay, well, the homework is still assigned. Yeah, it doesn't matter if you really want to vibe and you think the professor is a buzzkill. They're probably still going to assign the homework. And it's just even more insult to injury because his parents are probably paying out the wazoo for their kid to sit there and just be like, nah, I don't want to learn this stuff. I'm just trying to vibe. I'm only here because my parents are paying for it. If you've got like a full ride scholarship and whatever, you decide to be like this, it's still dumb, you know? You might as well make the most of it, but at least no one that you know is paying for it. If your parents are going into debt to pay for your college and you're just like, whatever, man, that's just kind of like slapping your parents in the face. And I don't even think college is for everybody. Like, hey, I dropped out of college. But still, man, if your mom and dad are paying for it, you might as well take it like 2% seriously. All right, this next one's just like pure dumbness. I know that's not a word. That just really exemplifies what it is. So this guy was back in his hometown for a little bit. He hadn't been back for a while, and his family's throwing a barbecue, so he had decided to go and spend time with his family, which makes sense. And he gets there, and because he hasn't seen his family in a long time, obviously, like he's talking to people, catching up, whatnot, and he's talking to his uncle, and he's trying to have a conversation with him, but his little cousin keeps, like, bugging him and asking for his phone, asking if he can play games. And because he was, like, the youngest, oldest cousin, if that makes sense, you know, like the one that you still knew was cool, but was old enough to be the one that had his own phone, you know?
he was just constantly being bugged for it. And so he decides, in order to be able to have like a conversation with his uncle, that he's going to give his phone to his cousin, which is a mistake. I feel like just giving your phone to a kid is a bad idea because it's just going to be destroyed. Every time I've given my cousin my phone, it's come back in way worse shape than when I gave it to him. I don't even know how it's possible, dude. One time I gave my little cousin my phone and he broke it and he had it for 30 minutes. How does that even happen? Anyways, whatever. He goes off and plays with his phone for the rest of this party, and he doesn't really care. He wasn't paying attention to his phone anyways, but the end of his night comes and he goes to get his phone back because you don't want to leave the party without his phone. And he finds his cousin and he's like, hey, where's my phone? And his cousin, very weirdly, is like, I don't know. And he's like, what do you mean you don't know? I gave you my phone and now I want to leave, so I need my phone back. I can't leave without my phone. And his mom overhears it, like his cousin's mom, and he says, hey, give your cousin his phone back. And he says, okay, come with me, I can explain. And he immediately has that pit in his stomach, like, oh, something's wrong, So he follows his cousin, and his cousin says, it's in my room. And he opens the door, and all he sees is the ceiling fan violently rocking back and forth. And so he looks at it, and it looks like there's something duct taped to the ceiling fan that's just spinning around. And his cousin says, your phone is on the fan. And he looks at his cousin, and he's like, why? Why is my phone on the fan? And his cousin's like, I'll show you. So he turns off the fan, and they have to wait a minute for the fan to stop spinning, and it finally comes to a stop, and sure enough, it's a phone duct taped to the ceiling fan. And his cousin takes off the duct tape, and the phone was put in a way that the screen was up against the fan blade. And when he pulls it off, the screen is just cracked. It looks like you put it under a car tire and then decided to drive over it. Like an impressive amount of damage done in a short amount of time. And he looks at his cousin and he's like, what happened? And he says, I dropped it, right? Which, whatever, I guess if you drop a phone directly on its screen, it's probably going to break. But he doesn't understand why it was duct taped to the ceiling fan. So he's like, why did you duct tape it to the ceiling fan? I don't get it. The screen's broken, but like, why? I don't understand. And his cousin goes, oh, I thought that maybe if I taped it to the ceiling fan and turned it on, it would fix the glass. And at that point, he was just so confused because it made absolutely no sense that he just picked up his broken phone and was like, okay, and walked out, told his parents what happened, and his parents were super apologetic, gave him money to get the screen fixed. But he didn't even know how to process that. Like, his cousin broke the phone screen, picked it up and went, I wasn't supposed to break this. My cousin trusted me with this. I know. I'm going to tape it to the ceiling fan, and that is going to fix the damage to the screen, which it didn't. I don't know if you guys know that. That's not actually an efficient way to fix the screen. I thought for sure when he said the phone was on the ceiling fan, I was like Pokemon Go trying to hatch eggs. That was the first thing I thought of, because back in like 2016 when Pokemon Go came out, me and my friends would tape our phones to the fan to make it like count. We were doing steps around our house so it would hatch the eggs. It didn't even really work that well, but that was literally my first thought. I would have never thought that you would think that that would fix a broken screen, but whatever. Apparently his cousins are connecting dots that just really are not there. All right, so this one is a very awkward situation that I'm pretty sure everyone has had before. Not literally this bad, but I think everyone's been like in a situation where you can't believe your friend talked to his parents like that. So whatever. One day he gets invited over to his friend's house to play video games. And he goes over, and he's very surprised because, like, A, the house is huge, and B, when they go in, this guy has every video game console, basically every game you can think of, all the add-ons. It's like this guy straight up has a huge museum-quality collection just sitting there at access all the time. And so he's like, whoa, dude, this is so awesome. And he's a little bit confused because the guy's like, it's kind of lame, to be honest, because we don't have, and he names, like, the only 2 games he doesn't have. And he's confused because he's like, oh, well, if I had a collection like this, I would be hyped, but that was a little weird. And so whatever, they're playing video games for about an hour, and after an hour, his mom comes up and says, hey, can I get you guys anything? And he says, no, thank you, but that's so nice. It's nice to meet you. I'm blah, 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 and introduces himself to his mom. Which is the nice thing to do, right? Like, if you have never been to someone's house before and their mom walks in and is like, can I get you guys anything? You can say, no, thank you, I'm all right. Or, yeah, sure, like, but you introduce yourself, that's just common practice. And his mom goes to talk back to him, not in a mean way, but like, oh, it's nice to meet you. And as she starts talking to him, his friend who's sitting next to him goes, Mom, shut up and leave us alone. We're busy. And his eyes get all wide because he like can't believe he talked to his mom like that, you know? If he would have said that, then like his mom would not have been very happy. If I would have done that to my mom, then like, whoo, man, I would have expected her to freak out. And so he looks back at the mom wide-eyed, expecting her to freak out, as we all probably would. And he's insanely confused because instead of freaking out, saying his friend has to go home so they can talk about that and he can't talk to his mom like that, she just looks at her son and goes, oh, I'm sorry, honey, and leaves them alone. And he's like thinking to himself, what just happened? Like, what just happened? This guy just told his mom to shut up and leave us alone because she was trying to talk to me after I introduced myself. And instead of freaking out and sending me home, she just rolled with it like it was a normal daily occurrence. He literally is stupefied at what he just saw. He can't believe it because, like, what is going on? And he's even more confused because the rest of the time he's there, he does it like 3 more times. Every time his mom would come in to check on him and like offer him anything, he's like, Mom, go away. You're so annoying. And every time she would just be like, okay, and leave. And it started to make him so uncomfortable that he went home. Like he just did not even want to be around it because it was just like, bro, what are you doing? And he just stopped being friends with the guy after that, which, I mean, that's just a really awkward situation. I can't even blame you, dude. Like, it's awkward enough if you go over to your friend's house and him and his parents fight. But if he's just screaming at his parents and they're just like, it's okay, honey, that's weird, bro. This sounds like Cartman from South Park in real life. I don't know. That would make me mad uncomfortable, too. I don't blame you for not wanting to go back over to that house. It sounds like a Black Mirror episode, just an alternate universe where nothing works the way it's supposed to. And it wasn't just his mom. His dad got home like right before he left because he was just weirded out by the situation. And his dad come in and said hi, and he was like, Dad, shut up. And his dad was just like, all right, I'll see you at dinner, and left the room. I don't know, man. Some parents do weird stuff. Like, I think that's obvious, but I feel like just letting your kid be like, shut up and leave me alone is not going to end well, bro. He's going to be at work one day. His boss is going to ask him something that annoys him, and he's going to be like, hey, man, you might sign my paychecks, but you're a doofus. And then he's going to be living with you until he's like 45. And on top of it, like, bro, like, why would you want to deal with that, man? Like, I don't know, dude. I don't have a kid, but I feel like I would just not want to be bullied by my kid every day. All right, and this last one is just another, like, story about someone overhearing something at college, I guess. This guy was in the library trying to study for his midterm, and it's the library, so you don't really expect to overhear a lot of conversations. And he's not even trying to eavesdrop, but you know when you're just like in a place and someone's speaking so loudly that you can't help but overhear it? That's what's going on, and it's the library, so it's very easy to hear what they're saying, and this guy's just like super loudly complaining about his parents. And whatever, everyone's parents annoy them sometimes. I think that's just like part of being human, but he starts just having to listen to what this guy's saying because he's speaking so loudly. And he's talking about how he can't believe his parents are only giving him X amount of money. And he doesn't hear the amount the first time to live on every month because it's just too little to live on. And he's like, dang, I wish my parents were giving me any amount of money. Because he was like working 2 jobs trying to pay for school, you know. And he keeps complaining, and his friends are like, oh, how much do they give you? And the guy says, only $10,000 a month. That's like basically poverty wages. And the guy's jaw literally drops. Like, man, I wish I was getting that type of poverty wage, you know? Oh, your parents are just giving you $120,000 a year while you go to school, and you can't find a way to live on that? Hey, man, I've got really bad news for you. If you can't find a way to pay your bills and make a good living on $10,000 a month, then you're just got some crazy expectations about what life's supposed to be like, you know? Everybody wants to win the lottery, don't get it twisted. But if you literally can't function on $10,000 a month when all your other bills are paid for, then how are you ever going to be a functional adult, man? You know the type of people that end up like $600,000 in credit card debt? That's just this guy when his parents stopped giving him $10,000 a month. But whatever, he keeps trying to study, but the guy is just loudly complaining about his parents and how little money they give him for like the next 30 minutes. and how if he just had like another $10,000, then he would actually be comfortable. So bro actually thinks that $250,000 a year is just like a normal amount of money to spend to be comfortable. Trust me, if you're making more than that, good for you. But if you have to make more than that, bro, what hobbies are you into? Like cocaine? Like what are you possibly spending $250,000 a year on? But whatever, the guy finally gets up and leaves with his friend, and he kept studying, but the entire time he couldn't help but think that this was just the weirdest place to be. And I feel like all colleges kind of have students like this, that's just like parents just have so much money, it's falling out of their ears, and their kids just don't realize that that's not the norm. If somehow I end up getting to the point where like $120,000 a year is nothing that I could give away, like if I'm lucky enough to get there, right? Then my kid better at least know the value of it, bro. If my kid ever said something like this, I'd be like, hey, you're cut off, man. Like, you gotta go figure some stuff out. Anyways, guys, I think that's gonna do it for the video. Hopefully you enjoyed. If you did, I'd really appreciate you taking a second to press the like button. Let me know what you thought in the comments section down below. And of course, subscribe if you're new. If you want to listen to these, I post them on Spotify in audio format. Link down below. Feel free to check it out. And yeah, on that note, guys, don't get anyone pregnant. If you do, make sure they're hot. And I'll see you guys next time. I'm out. Peace.
What is going on, guys? It's your boy Scrub here, back again with another video. Hope you guys are having a great day. I know I am. And today I've got a story time for y'all about arguably one of the stupidest things I've ever seen a spoiled kid do. Which is really saying something, you know? Usually the spoiled kid gets mad about being banned from video games or something, but like this dude just really decided to destroy his parents' windshield for no reason. But before we get into it, be sure to press the like button. Otherwise, no joke, no scam whatsoever. You will be cursed by a very angry witch, and you don't want that to happen. So press the like button, and without further ado, let's hop into it. So one day I was out in front of my house just like playing Three Flags Up with some of the other kids in the neighborhood, and we decided that we were going to take a break. So everybody just started kind of like talking about whatever. Most people were probably talking about the NFL season that far that year, but two kids started getting into like a one-up battle, which is one of the most annoying battles to listen to. Nuh-uh, whatever you did was lame, whatever I did was way cooler. But instead of just like having a one-up battle, they were one-upping each other about who respected their parents less, which is a really weird argument to have. And so eventually everybody else stopped paying attention to what they were talking about and just started paying attention to the two guys that were arguing about who respected their parents less than the other. And I'm really not sure why, but they were just roasting their parents, right? They were like, dude, I respect my parents so little that I purposely leave my dirty dishes on the table to make them clean it up. Like, they were just going in, and obviously, because everybody was listening, and it's not something you expect people to be saying, we were all laughing at it. We thought they were joking more than anything. And then after that guy said that, the other guy replied and said that, like, he could break stuff and his parents wouldn't even care. Which just can't be true. I mean, even if you're like the most chill person on the planet, you'd probably be pissed off if someone came into your house and started breaking things on purpose, and doubly so if they were like, yeah, I'm gonna break this stuff because you don't care if I break this stuff. But whatever, they're going back and forth, and after he talks about how he could break stuff and nobody would care, everybody kind of goes silent because we don't want to get in trouble. No one wants to be the guy to call out his bluff and then him go break something and then it come back on them. Like, oh, why did you tell my kid to break something? So whatever, the guy he's in the argument with decides to call his bluff and call him out, but nobody else is laughing anymore. Nobody else is having a good time. And he says, I guarantee you that you won't break your parents' windshield right now, which is obviously just something he thought of because he was like, the kid won't do it. No way anyone would be stupid enough to do that. Sure enough, no one would be dumb enough. And whatever, the kid's response is like, I guarantee you I'd do it right now. I'm not afraid of anything. And he's like, all right, if you're really confident that you can break everything and get away from it, then go ahead and go break your parents' windshield. And some of us in the crowd literally start trying to reason with the guy. And we're like, don't do that, man. That's a very stupid idea. I guarantee you it's not worth it. Like, you're going to get in trouble if you break your parents' windshield. And instead of heeding the warning whatsoever of a lot of us, he's just like, whatever, my parents aren't going to care. It's not going to be a big deal. Windshields aren't cheap, and even if they were, that's just so inconvenient, dude. Imagine you have to go to work in the morning, you go to get in your car, and you just see like a huge crack in your windshield because your kid decided to take a dare from somebody over who respects their parents less. Oh, I failed as a parent when my kid starts destroying my car and preventing me from earning a living to teach me a lesson. But whatever, Mr. Entitled decides to go through with it, so he says, fine, what? I don't care, I'll break whatever I want. So he goes over to like the landscaping nearby, and I grew up in Las Vegas where grass is practically illegal at this point. You're not allowed to really use water for anything. So he goes, it's not hard to find like a decent sized rock. A lot of people have these like fake rivers. I don't know how to explain it, right? It's like almost like a stream. They leave like a riverbed of rocks. If you grow up in a desert place, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. If not, it doesn't really matter. He picks up a decent sized rock and he starts walking over to his mom's car. And a couple of us warn him again, like, dude, this is a bad idea. Don't do it. And he walks over in front of his mom's car and starts holding this rock above his head, almost like he's Atlas from the ancient Greek myth, you know, with the world on his shoulders. He's just got this rock above him, looking at the windshield like it's the most threatening thing he's ever seen, like he just has to take it out. And him and the guy start arguing back and forth about how, like, dude, clearly you're scared of doing it. Don't break your parents' windshield if you're afraid of them. Like, it's not worth it. It's okay. The guy who's arguing with him is saying this to him. And he's like, no, man, I respect my parents less than you respect your parents. Like, he was so bent on winning this argument that he really didn't care. And they're going back and forth, and finally, almost to like prove a point, he decides to just throw the rock at his mom's windshield. So he takes this decent-sized rock, and he gets some force behind it, you know, like an overhead throw, and it smacks into the windshield. And I can remember the sound. It just like sounded like, and then you could almost hear the glass splintering outwards. We probably literally couldn't hear it, but watching it, you're like, oh, that was not good. So the rock gets stuck like halfway through the windshield. It didn't have enough force to go all the way through. So this rock is sticking halfway out of the windshield like an asteroid sticking out of the ground. And there's all these spider webs off of it. And it's not even like you could drive it to a shop and get it fixed. Where it was sitting and how bad the spider web was, like, there's no way that you're going to be able to drive this car until it gets a new windshield. And so we all decide to book it because we don't want to get in trouble for this. We had nothing to do with it. So me and all my friends that weren't involved in the argument, we go home because I'm not trying to get in trouble for something I didn't do. And it just so happened that the kid that threw this rock was the type of person who loved to blame things on other people. You know, like if anyone would have been hanging around there when his parents came outside, he would have 100% tried to blame it on them. So I go to my house and I start playing PlayStation. And it just so happened that my room's window overlooks that kid's house where the broken windshield was. So I didn't really tell my parents what was going on. I just go up and start playing video games. And it was a beautiful day. So eventually my mom comes into my room and opened the window. And she's like, yeah, I'm going to open up all the windows because it's a great day. And I only remember that because it's what made the next part so easy to hear. But I hear another car pull up, and as soon as the door opens, there's immediate screaming of like, what happened to my car? What happened to my car? And I'm like, oh, his parents are home, you know? And they start yelling even more about how someone must have attacked the car, like they should have called the cops. Clearly, someone's vandalizing them, trying to destroy their car. And I don't hear what somebody says back because they don't yell it, but I hear his parents yell, what do you mean that you did this? Why would you break our windshield? Why do you think that's a good idea? And like I said, I didn't hear exactly what was said from the kid to the parents. I just heard their yelling response. But imagine you've been grocery shopping, you know, you come back, you gotta unload some ice cream into the freezer. There's just a rock sticking halfway out of your windshield. Your car would literally be impossible to drive safely. You start freaking out. You know, no one would be dumb enough to do that to their own car. So, like, one of the neighborhood kids must have decided to commit some vandalism, must have decided that they were going to take revenge on you. And then your kid comes outside and is like, oh, yeah, my bad. I was in a competition of who disrespected their parents more, and I decided to win. So, whatever, I don't know what story he said, but there was like a good 20 minutes of screaming about how they could not believe that he would be dumb enough to break the windshield and he was going to have to pay for it and he inconvenienced them so much because how are they supposed to get to work now? And he wasn't yelling back, so I wouldn't really hear what he said, but his parents were not getting any calmer, so I got a good feeling that it wasn't like super apologetic and, oh, I'm so sorry for breaking the windshield. I know for a fact that if I would have done this to my parents, then I would have been grounded for a good century and a half. I would have had to become a vampire and be immortal to ever see the outside of my room again. I just feel like, I don't know, if I broke my parents' windshield and then they found out about it and I was like, whatever, I don't care, there would have not been very fun consequences. And I did not see the dude outside for like a week. Other than school. He would go to school, but he was definitely in some pretty big grounding, and he was also going to like other neighborhoods and mowing lawns to try to get money to pay him back. And I know windshields aren't cheap either, so I don't know how many lawns you have to mow to pay for a windshield replacement, but I feel like that was a lot of labor. Hopefully he learned his lesson though. I didn't really spend a lot of time hanging out with him after, so who knows if that's still his party trick. Whenever he gets a little too drinky, he just goes and starts throwing rocks through windshields. But just don't break your family stuff. It's really easy not to. Alright, so this job takes place when I worked at the movie theater. It's not the longest one in the world, it was just really bizarre. Basically, at this movie theater, we had a really fast turnover rate. There was like always new people, there was always people leaving, there was a lot of people that worked there, and it's not like it was a glamorous job that a lot of people wanted to stay at for the rest of their lives, you know? But whatever, this kid showed up and he had a different polo shirt on than the rest of us. We got like given one from work with our logo, but it was the same color, so none of us cared. We just start working, but we had one manager who was super nitpicky about that stuff, and it was kind of annoying, but obviously when he realized the guy was wearing a different shirt, he started asking him, well, why don't you have a company shirt? Like, we gave you one at the end of your interview, where is it? And instead of going, oh, I forgot it and I had this one that was the same color, or like any excuse, the kid's response is to just angrily yell at the manager and be like, I can't wear that cheap crap. And yeah, the shirt was cheap, it was itchy, but all of us are standing there like, dude, the shirt sucks, but it's our job. It's kind of our uniform. No one likes to wear what they have to wear to work. And our manager is confused and is like, what do you mean it's a crappy shirt? And he grabs his polo. You know when people grab their clothes and like pull on it to show it off? He does that and he says, this polo was $3,000, okay, bro? I don't want to wear your cheap knockoff. I don't think the company was sitting there trying to knock off your $3,000 polo. I don't think they knew that a $3,000 shirt existed, if you want me to be honest. It was like he couldn't understand that places can have you wear a polo shirt for a uniform and they're not trying to copy a design. Like, it's not a fashion statement. It just happens to be something that people can wear that's like a little bit nicer than a t-shirt, but comfortable, and they're cheap to order in bulk quantities. And my manager doesn't really know how to explain the idea of a work uniform to this guy, so he just says, well, you have to wear your uniform or you can't work here. Like, it's corporate policy. If I let you wear a different shirt, then I have to let everybody wear a different shirt, and like, I just can't do that. And he kind of tries to threaten my boss, you know, well, I'll quit right now on the spot if you're gonna make me wear the company shirt. Which really only works if you have a ton of leverage at your company, you know? Like, if you're just somebody that's absolutely irreplaceable, you're the only guy that knows the software they use, you can say, you're gonna do this or I'm gonna leave. But this guy had only been here for 20 minutes, so it's not like he's some expert that we can't work without, and no offense, but it was very easy to find people that could come in and work at the movie theater. I worked there for a year, I liked the job, but it was not back-breaking work. It's not like it was very difficult to get the hang of. You press play on the movie and you sweep popcorn. It's not like you're the CEO that's grown the company from nothing to like $1 billion in revenue, and if they don't give you a chunk, then you're walking. Like, you just have no leverage. It was literally just the equivalent of like, I don't know, a slightly more glamorous janitor position where you also got to press play on the movie. And every now and then you serve people popcorn and they got mad at you because movie theater prices are expensive. But whatever, he tries to threaten my boss and is like, you're gonna let me wear this polo shirt or I'm gonna quit. And my boss just wasn't having it and says, okay, fine, I guess you don't work here. And the guy is stupefied for a second looking at my boss, but then storms out all angrily talking about how we wasted his time. And all of us were confused because we didn't understand how we wasted his time. And on top of that, He put in a lot more work to get the job than he did at the job. Think about it. Between the job interview, having to come back and like sign all the paperwork, get your shirt, all that stuff, like, you know, getting a job takes some time, a couple days to just get everything all sorted. He probably spent more time getting the job and signing up for the job than he ever did getting paid for the job. So I don't know what he was really thinking. That just seems like a bad investment. On the bright side, he can always go sell his polo shirt. Like, I guess for $3,000. How do you even spend $3,000 on a polo shirt? Obviously, you know, designer clothes are designer clothes, but I feel like even a nice polo shirt, like if somebody was like, this polo shirt was $200, I'd be like, that's a really nice shirt. I'm not really understanding how you spend $3,000 on a shirt and it's worth it. I feel like you hit the point of diminishing returns on t-shirt quality. Either way, dude quit his job because he refused to wear a uniform, so some people out there are just so spoiled the idea of a uniform breaks their brain. Alright, so this next one, I was at a restaurant like 2 months ago, and I'll be honest, it was very uneventful. Our waiter was just a chill dude that was getting us food, very, like, I don't know, it wasn't like the greatest restaurant experience I ever had, but there was nothing to complain about. It was literally fine. Our waiter was fine, and it would have just been an uneventful day if it wasn't for the dude that, like, just decided to come in like a wrecking ball a la Miley Cyrus. If anything, our waiter was a little too soft-spoken, like he was a little too quiet, but that'll matter in a little bit. Whatever though, me and my friends are like at dinner chilling, and this guy comes in with this date, and they sit behind me and my friends, and he instantly starts talking about like how rich his parents are and how they own so much around town, so basically everywhere he goes he's a big deal, so he wouldn't be surprised if their meal was taken care of tonight. And the girl, like, doesn't even have time to respond to what he's saying because he's just talking so much about how much money his parents have, and it's really awkward. And me and my friends weren't even trying to listen in and eavesdrop, but he's basically yelling it, and they're right behind us, so there's just not much we could do. And his date's just not really being impressed by it. She's not replying. He's not giving her a lot of time to reply. And it was almost like he didn't understand why someone wouldn't be super impressed by the fact that he had rich parents. And so when that didn't work, he decided to shift and just start complaining about the service because, I don't know, maybe in his brain that was a relatable conversation starter. But they had just sat down like a minute ago, so they hadn't even talked to anyone other than the person that sat them yet. So as he's complaining about how, like, man, the service here sucks, no one's even come to talk to us yet, even though they've been there for 40 seconds, the waiter, who's the same waiter as us, they had sat him in their section, right, or sat them in his section, walks up and he says, hey guys, what can I get you to drink? Which is the most normal sentence a waiter would say to you. I feel like 9 times out of 10, it's something along those lines is the first sentence. But Mr. Richie Rich goes, what did you just say to me? And the waiter pauses and is like, what can I get you to drink? And you think that's appropriate. And the waiter is looking at this guy like, is that appropriate? How else could I say it? So he just says, yeah, I think. And I don't know, in Richie Rich's mind, he probably thought that if he started yelling at this service worker that his date would think it was really cool. But now we've turned, like I've turned, my friends could see it. I've turned because I'm just hearing this guy yelling, and she's turning red because she's embarrassed. And the waiter's confused, and he's like, how about you go get me your manager, and we'll let him decide whether or not that was appropriate. And our waiter is so confused by this interaction that he doesn't try to solve it himself. He doesn't say, like, we don't need to get my manager involved. He goes and gets his manager right away. And his manager comes back with him, and before the manager can even introduce himself, Richie Rich is like, your waiter asked me what he could get me to drink. And he folds his arms like it was supposed to just be the bar of the century, you know? And the manager's looking at him, clearly confused on what the problem is, and goes, okay, what about it? And Richie Rich is like, he had such a bad attitude about it. He was so rude. I've never had someone speak to me with such a rude tone in my life. I don't even want to eat here anymore. And the manager's confused and looks at the waiter and is like, were you rude? And the waiter has like a look of confusion on his face and goes, no, I just said what I always say when I talk to a table. And Richie Rich just starts going off about how this waiter is lying and he's insanely rude. He probably treats all these customers horribly. And now, like, the entire restaurant is watching it because this guy's lying. And at that point, my friends and I are like, okay, we're not going to let you get this dude fired and embarrass him in front of the whole restaurant because that just isn't what happened. So my friend's like, excuse me. And the rich guy looks at us and is like, stay out of this. This has nothing to do with you. It's none of your business. And we just look at the manager and we're like, the waiter has been great to us. We overheard the conversation and it definitely was not rude at all. So we don't really know what this dude's on about, but like, don't be mad at the waiter for this. Cause listen, I think everyone's had a situation where maybe you've had a bad day, you take something wrong and like, that's fine. But to complain to the manager and try to get someone in like real trouble for mistreating customers when they just didn't, that's crazy. Whatever though, now that this big scene has been made, his date just gets up and leaves, which I can't blame her for at all. If anything, she probably should have left sooner. Imagine that. What a horrible first impression. You're on a first date, he just starts screaming at the waiter, gets the manager involved. A random table is like, hey dude, can you stop freaking out on this guy for no reason? So she leaves, and now he starts blaming the restaurant and the waiter for making his date leave, as if it's their fault that he was screaming at people and she decided to walk out. And like, this guy's clearly off in his own little world, you know. I don't really know if his parents are Bill Gates or whatever. Even then, you're just delusional. But if you're gonna be off in your own little world, the caveat is you just can't bug anyone. Once you're in your own little delusional world and you start trying to get people fired and ruin their livelihoods, it's different. You gotta come back to reality. And the manager, just having enough, just says, hey man, I think you should leave. Like, you've made a scene. Clearly, you don't want to eat here, so like, you should just leave. And now Richie Rich is offended, which, if you really feel like this guy's been so rude to you, you're so offended, they ruined your date, you'd probably want to leave anyways. But he throws his arms out in a surprised motion and goes, you're really gonna ask a paying customer to leave? And the manager, without missing a beat, just went, well, you haven't ordered anything, so you're not a paying customer yet, so yeah. And he was like, fine, I'll take my business elsewhere, and stormed out all angrily. And it was just a very awkward, uncomfortable situation. I don't know. I don't know why he insisted on making a ginormous scene over nothing, but it was just weird, dude. Doesn't matter how rich your parents are. If you have to scream at the waiter every time you go out to eat, that's not normal. So the other day I had to go to Best Buy. One of my DisplayPort cables decided to take a poop on me, and I wasn't about to like wait 2 days to not be able to use my favorite monitor, you know, like I just wasn't gonna do that. So I was gonna go to Best Buy and get one. So I go there, grab the DisplayPort cable, and I decide I'm already here. I'm just gonna go like look at the GPUs, see if there's any in stock, because I don't know, for the last few years there weren't. And I didn't even need one. Like, I wasn't gonna buy one. It's just at this point, every time I'm at an electronics store, I just check. And there's 3 dudes that are like college aged, and they're kind of talking about like their professors and how it's crazy to be out on your own. So it's like they're probably freshmen in college-ish. And they start talking about how they wanted new PCs, and that's not abnormal. I feel like PC gaming is a lot more mainstream than it used to be. Not that it was ever like this super secret thing before, but with Twitch streaming, like YouTube, everybody has kind of, in my opinion, been like, no, gaming PCs are cool. Whereas it used to be like the really nerdy people. Which is good. I think that's a good thing. Anyways, one of them starts complaining about how their dad is only gonna give them $2,000 to build a gaming PC, and how that's just really not enough, and he doesn't understand what his dad expects him to do with $2,000. And I'm just like sitting there trying not to have my jaw drop listening to this, because sure, is $2,000 the maximum amount of money you could spend on a PC? No. Theoretically, like if you really wanted to build the greatest PC to ever exist, you could spend a lot more than $2,000. But a $2,000 PC is a pretty juicy peach. Like, that's a sweet little machine right there. You can basically do everything you need to do and some on a PC that would cost that much, unless you found a way to spend your money in the stupidest ways possible. Like, I don't know on what planet you would have a $2,000 gaming PC if you knew what you were doing and didn't overpay for everything that wasn't capable of doing basically everything you wanted to do. And even then, if it's free, who cares if it doesn't do exactly what you want it to do? If someone gave me a free Chromebook, I would be hyped. I'd be like, sweet, thank you so much. You went to your parents and said, I really want a gaming PC. And they said, yeah, sure, here's $2,000. And you're mad about it? I don't feel like many people can just go to their parents and ask for an expensive PC and have it delivered to them the next day. But what really blew me away is the other two dudes that he was with start to like sympathize with him and tell him that he's in the right for being upset. Bro, that sucks. No way. Why would they do that? And he's like, man, I know it sucks. I don't know. And then the other one's like, yeah, that blows, dude. I can't believe that. And after I heard that they were on his side, you know, like they were hyped at him for standing up for himself and he should ask for more money, I just got my DisplayPort and had to walk away, dude, because I didn't think what I was hearing was real. It was like a Cartman level glitch in the Matrix. I feel like Cartman used to be a joke, like the character on South Park. It's like, oh, no one will ever act this way. And for whatever reason, ever since the internet's become more prominent, I feel like more people act like Cartman every day. Either way, if you don't want to spend $2,000 on a PC because you just think it's a waste of money, just build the $2,000 PC and give it to somebody because I guarantee you that they'll appreciate it, you know. And if that doesn't work, just give the money to me. I could find some stupid stuff to spend it on and I'd appreciate it. All jokes aside, though, I really couldn't believe that he was sitting there complaining about his parents giving him a computer and his friends were like, dude, yeah, it's not good enough. Either way, though, guys, I think that's going to do it for the video. Hopefully you enjoyed. If you did, I'd really appreciate you taking a second to press the like button. Let me know what you thought in the comment section down below. And, of course, subscribe if you're new. If you like these videos but you'd rather listen to an audio version, I do post a podcast over on Spotify. I'll put a link in the description down below. Feel free to go check that out. And other than that, yeah. I really appreciate the support lately. I'm getting back on the grind. I know the comments have said you guys like the longer videos with the shorter stories kind of put together, so I'm gonna be delivering. 12 days of Scrubs still on schedule, but yeah, thank you so much, guys. Don't get anyone pregnant. If you do, make sure they're hot, and hopefully I'll see you all next time with another video. I'm out. Peace.
Ah, family, one of the most beautiful things that you can have in this life. You ever looked at Grandma and Grandpa and thought, you guys worked so hard, now you're retired, you got all this money, I should just take it? Well, apparently the lady that we're going to be talking about today decided to just yank a good chunk of the retirement from her mom's portfolio. Thought it was nuts, thought you guys would think it was crazy, so without further ado, let's get into it.
Nice rack and her ass Brazilian. Just turned 21, but my bank's a million.
Alright, what's going on, guys? It's your boy Scrub here, back again with another video. Hope you guys are having a great day. I know I am. Here's yesterday's comment of the day. Appreciate everybody that comments, hits the like button, all that good stuff. So, the person who sent me this story today was working at an ice cream shop downtown in the city he lived in, and you would think that's like a pretty chill job, pretty boring, not a whole lot going on. Such a boring shift, you might start a fight club with your employees and try to knock each other out with waffle cones, whatever floats your boat. But this particular ice cream store was insanely popping. It had been there for a very long time, like 70-something years, so it had kind of become a bit of an institution in the city. And especially on the weekends, it would be like line out the door for 8 hours straight, which sounds super stressful to me. That's not my vibe. Like, if I have to do a job like this, I'm hoping it's as dead as humanly possible. Maybe that's just because I'm lazy. Maybe it's because I just don't like to do work like this. I don't know. But the person who sent this to me absolutely loved it because the tips were huge. Because it had been around forever, like a lot of people that had great childhood memories in this ice cream shop had gotten older, gotten a little bit of money, so they'd come in, leave a huge tip. Oh, back in my day, my grandma used to bring me in here, and ice cream was only half a penny. We used to cut pennies in half with shears during the Great Depression. Everybody loved a half a penny. Then you're like, all right, man, here's your vanilla scoop. Get back on the dementia bus, Grandpa. Anyways, the manager who was in charge of like the store during the day when people were working was actually the founder's granddaughter. It was a family establishment. It hadn't been bought out by some huge place. Like, it was making a lot of money. It's not like it was some small mom and pop place. But they had kept it in the family, and the manager's mom was the lady who owned the store, but she didn't really want to be at the ice cream store 8 hours a day. She had worked really hard to like keep it running, so her daughter was now the manager and she just kind of hung out, did some other business stuff.
And what's mad unfortunate is usually when you try to keep it in the family, the person who founded it works hard, the person who gets it after that works hard, but by the third or fourth generation, the person just doesn't have any idea of work ethic whatsoever. And this manager was no exception. She was a terrible manager. Any chance she would get, she would throw employees under the bus. If a customer was mad, instead of just making whatever they were mad about right, she would go out of her way to embarrass employees and make them look guilty for whatever the issue was. Like if someone didn't like their flavor of ice cream, she would call out an employee and say, "See, I told you that flavor was dumb," because each employee got to pick a flavor each month that they wanted to be at the store. Which just sucks. As a manager, you gotta understand that you're in charge. You can't be going for everyone's throat over small things, especially throwing people under the bus for things as dumb as someone not liking a flavor of ice cream. Yeah, believe it or not, if you have a line out the door 8 hours a day on the weekend, at some point, some people are not gonna like a few flavors of ice cream. It'd be like if every time someone commented on my video and was like, "I don't like this," I just stopped what I was doing and cried for 17 hours. Yeah, okay, people don't like YouTube videos, it happens, but she would go out of her way to make employees feel bad. And if it got insanely busy, it was always busy, but if there was a huge rush or whatever, and a lot of people were getting impatient, and there was a lot of people who had paid and were waiting on her ice cream, or their ice cream, instead of taking the chance to step up and take charge and make everybody get organized, she would literally go hide. Imagine that. It's an insane rush. You don't really know what to do. You're not the manager. It's not like it's your job. You just need a little bit of direction to keep things flowing. You start looking around for your manager and you just see them literally running out the back door to go hide until the rush comes down. And then she would come back after the rush and take all the credit for it. "Great job, guys. We did an awesome job." Wow, that's a whole lot of we. You're saying a whole lot of we, but when I was watching all the work go down, it was a whole lot of me, you know? But that's the way the nepotism ball bounces sometimes. Every now and then you get really lucky. A company stayed in the family for 40 generations. Everyone still works hard. But usually it's something like this where the manager got their job because they're the granddaughter of a founder and they don't really know what's going on, and they won't get fired because what? They're going to fire their kid? So they just do whatever they want. But that was the experience that they had with this manager. But since the tips were so good, they just dealt with it and kept working because it wasn't like they were going to have another job where they could make more money doing anything easier. But one day, it was just him and the manager working on a weekday after school, which wasn't insanely busy. There were people coming in and out. But compared to a weekend, it was relatively dead. And he's just doing some work on a few of the ice cream machines, maintaining them, cleaning them. And he sees this customer come in and just place a little small order. And it was $4 or something. So he just pulled out a $5 bill and handed it to the manager. The manager said thank you, printed the receipt, and the way that this particular restaurant worked, it had a really old system because it had been around forever and they just hadn't upgraded it, is if someone paid in cash, you had to take the receipt and put it in with the cash just so they could keep track of it. And his manager looks around and doesn't think he's paying attention, and he sees his manager just pocket the receipt and pocket the cash. And he's kind of shocked because this is just her stealing from the store that her family owns. It's literally stealing from her mom. And he's even more confused because he's wow, she's just straight up hiding the receipt, hiding the cash, the way she did it. It was not the first time she had done it, but he was hoping he just saw something wrong. Maybe he's just making stuff up. Maybe he doesn't like the manager. He's just imagining things. So he just says all right, whatever. I'll keep an eye on it, but I'm not going to confront anyone and say that I saw someone stealing if I'm not 100% sure about it. You don't want to jump to conclusions, run over there and just accuse someone of doing something they didn't do, and then they look at you and prove you're crazy, and now you lost your job because you accused the owner's daughter of stealing money. So he's paying attention, and for the rest of the shift, whenever somebody would pay cash, the manager would take the receipt and the cash and put it into the pocket. And it started getting busier towards the end of the day, but he was paying attention. And he doesn't know an exact amount of the cash that she threw into that pocket, but it was at least over $1,000. As I said, this place gets poppin'. And a lot of their clientele was older. Older people tend to pay with more cash. And every time somebody was paying with cash, she's just throwing it in her pocket, man. Whatever bank she was going and depositing this in probably thought she was a drug dealer of some sort. Like, dude, this lady comes in with $1,000 in cash every day. Something's off, right? And when we ask her what it's from, she says, "Don't worry about it. I didn't steal from my mom." Kind of a weird response. Should we look into it? And the guy at the bank's like, "Nah, don't worry about it. Who cares? Even if they do find out, they'll fine us less than we made for it." But yeah, he basically watches the rest of this shift as she's pocketing all the cash. And when there was a huge rush, she went out back. He had to handle it, but he looked out this back door that he had. Or they had, sorry. And he sees her out there counting this cash out of her pocket. So she's not even ashamed enough to steal it and wait till she gets home to count it out. No, she seriously off rip is out there in the back smoking a cigarette while she left the other employee completely alone to handle a rush while counting all the money that she just stole from her mom. That just sounds like a character in a movie that you would make fun of because it's so over the top. You would make fun of the writer, like, oh yeah, sure, someone's that evil, they'll steal from their mom and then abandon someone to smoke a cigarette and count the money. Yeah, what's next? They're gonna steal candy from a baby? I wouldn't even challenge this lady to steal candy from a baby. She'd probably do it. If you're willing to steal thousands of dollars from your own mom, I'm sure candy from a baby doesn't even cross your mind. Yeah, no issue. Who cares? If I want it, I'm gonna take it. So he, as she's out and the rush ends, goes over to the cash register just to see what's up and is flabbergasted by how greedy she's been about stealing. You would think that she maybe just took some money to pay for lunch or whatever. She had taken all of the cash for the day, literally all of it. So whereas 20% of the business used to be cash transactions, when she's manager, at the end of the day when they're reporting it all, there was just magically no cash. And I'm sure in her head, she thought the system was perfect because she was taking that little receipt. So in her mind, she's like, there's no way they'll ever be able to tell that this was even sold. What she didn't think about, though, and I don't think the subscriber even thought about it, is I feel like a lot of places check based on inventory versus profit. So they can calculate the margins of oh, we sold this much vanilla, we made this much, this is our margin on vanilla, da-da-da-da-da. I don't think they're really wow, oop, all the ice cream is gone, let's just order more. We're not going to do the math on how much money we made on this. Eventually, they're going to figure out that they're selling a lot of ice cream and not making as much money. But she thinks that she's the smartest lady in the world, so I'm sure in her mind this was the perfect system. There was no way anyone would ever find out that she was robbing her own mother. But even if no one would notice, it can't feel good to go spend money you stole from your mom. I don't know. She probably felt good about it. She was up in Best Buy picking out a new MacBook every day. The guy's like, hey, where's all this money coming from? How about you mind your business and sell me a laptop, all right, buddy? You don't worry about where I'm getting the bands from. And for the next week, he basically just watches her take things, and he's having a huge battle in his head about what to do about it. Because on one hand, he does want to tell his boss, he does want to keep the store doing well. She is taking a lot of money. On the other hand, do you really want to be the person that gets into a he said, she said with the owner's daughter, the founder's granddaughter? Do you want to be in a situation where it's your word versus hers? Probably not. Because it's not like she's going to come out and say, yes, you're right, I have been stealing tons of money from my mom. If she's already stealing money from her mom, she's probably super cool with lying to cover it up. But he doesn't really have to worry about it because the owner, the mom, sends out a text to all the employees saying that they are going to have a serious meeting that Thursday. And he was at work when they got the text, and as soon as the manager reads it, she starts freaking out. Going around asking everybody all frantically, oh, what do you think it's about? What do you think this could possibly be about? Oh, why do you think we're having a meeting? Do any of you guys have any idea what it could be about? Because I have no clue. I have no idea why we could be having a meeting. Just being super nervous, which made it obvious to him because he knew what was going on, why she was nervous. If someone's calling a serious meeting and all staff has to be there and they don't usually call serious meetings, I wonder if it has anything to do with the massive amounts of money that's been going missing. It's kind of making everybody a little bit confused on why she's so nervous because literally no one else was. Because no one else was taking money or anything. Everyone else was just thinking maybe they were going to be opening another location, maybe they were going to be redecorating or something. No one else's mind was on them being in trouble, them being fired, anyone taking anything, because it's just not something anyone else had noticed. It was just that this guy happened to see it one time, so he started paying attention. It's not like usually he was paying any attention. He was just doing his thing, like working on the ice cream machine, getting ice cream. He wasn't usually like 20/20 eagle-eyed vision watching what everyone does with every transaction all the time. But she's freaking out, continuously asking everyone if they should just ditch, like, oh, we just don't have to go. And everyone keeps telling her, like, no, it's okay. Like, it's just a meeting. It's not that big of a deal. But how nervous she is, you would have thought it was a team skydiving trip. Everybody at the ice cream store was going to have to jump out of a plane with a parachute and through the power of teamwork slow themselves down enough. That's not what's going on. It should just be a meeting unless you have something to be mad nervous about. But whatever, the day of the meeting comes, everybody comes in and is sitting there, and the manager is literally sitting in the front row, like, so nervous she's shaking, biting her fingernails. And the owner comes in, her mom, walks to the front and says, listen guys, I really hate that we have to be having this meeting. If I had it my way, this would never have to be an issue. I'm very, very disappointed that it has to come to this. I don't know who it is, but I know that someone is stealing. And before she even launches into, like, what's been stolen, how they know it's been being stolen, like, it's obvious she's about to keep talking. She wasn't done with what she was saying. Her daughter stands up, the only person to stand up, and very loudly is like, what? Someone is stealing? No way. Who would dare to steal from you, Mom? Are you kidding me? This store that my grandpa opened, someone is stealing from it? I can't believe this. Who would do this? And the mom literally stops her and says, can you sit down? I'm not done yet. But everyone is kind of like slowly having their eyebrows raised because she keeps way overreacting. No one else jumped up and started screaming. You're the only one doing that. At least let the explanation finish, you know? Someone's stealing. For all you know, your mom was about to say, someone is stealing spatulas. Like, you didn't even let them finish the sentence and you're already acting like you had nothing to do with it. So the mom goes on to explain that they had been ordering a certain amount of ice cream and making a certain amount of money for a long time. That had magically stopped, so they started looking into it, and they thought it was odd that the cash was just always gone recently. Yeah, that would probably raise some red flags. You've been making a certain amount on the ice cream that you order. All of a sudden that stops. You start looking into it, and all of the cash is missing for like weeks on end? I wonder what happened. Do you think everyone on the planet just magically stopped using cash, or do you think someone's taking it? Unless you're dumber than Patrick Starr himself, you can probably surmise that someone's taking it. Especially because this place was older and cash was always like a solid chunk of their business. It's not like it was steadily going down for a while and then stopped. It went from like $20,000, $30,000 a month in cash to none very, very quickly, like an insane drop-off. So someone has very evidently been stealing cash, but the mom doesn't really know who it is. She didn't have any cameras set up to watch like the backside of the registers. Which is dumb. They probably should have had that, but she explains that she's going to have to put cameras back there just to watch what happened, and she felt bad about doing it. She didn't want anyone to think she was invading their privacy, but she had to figure it out, which is a super nice owner thing to even be worried about. Like, if I owned a store, yeah, I'm 100% putting cameras behind the registers. Not because I wouldn't trust my employees, but like, if someone's going to rob you, they're going to walk up to the register. That's probably just where you want a camera. But I don't think you owe anyone an apology if people are taking money and you're like, I have to figure out who's stealing money from me. But she goes on to explain that it's a very big deal and she has to do this because whoever's been taking money had stolen a little bit over $52,000 from the store at this point. That's a hefty chunk of change, ladies and gentlemen. That's not like a little $5 cone of ice cream that you take on your way out on a Friday. That would still be wrong, but you know, it's harmless. $52,000 is a lot of money, but it's especially a lot of money to steal from your mom, bro. Do you want her to retire? Do you want her to be able to, like, I don't know, go on vacation in her old age? Really out here taking like a full year's salary of the average person from your mom in the span of like a year because you just want it? I'm shocked they didn't figure it out sooner. It seems like their accountant was lagging behind if it took until $52,000 for anyone to notice. But whatever, the manager still doesn't come clean. She doesn't take this moment to be like, wow, I didn't realize how much money I've taken. It's gotten really out of control. They just keep their mouth shut. And the subscriber keeps expecting them to come forward, which was probably dumb on their part. It's not like they were going to come forward. Whatever, though, over the next few days, the cameras are getting set up, and none of the employees are really that mad about it, because how could you really be mad about it? It's a really understandable situation, and even if you are really mad about it, like, go ahead and freak out. They're probably going to put the cameras in anyways. But the manager actually is who starts getting really, really weird about the cameras. Isn't that bizarre? She starts trying to, like, rile up all the workers to get mad about the cameras, but it's not working. She gathers them all up and is like, you guys think that this is okay, that they're going to invade our privacy like this? And everyone says, well, the other parts of the store are on camera, so, I mean, it's just like one more part. And it makes sense. Someone's taking money. And then someone said, yeah, and I feel safer if they're on camera anyways. And she's just going off about how she can't believe that they would be so okay with being on camera all the time. And I just feel like living in the 21st century, outside of your house, just assume there's a security camera somewhere recording a part of what's going on, like whether it's your car, whether it's your elbow. Like, there's just so many cameras, so many places these days. Chances are you're going to be under surveillance. And on top of it, if the rest of the restaurant and rest of the store is under surveillance, I don't know, having a camera on the register doesn't seem that weird, but she can't get everyone all riled up to hate the idea of the cameras. And you would think once the cameras get installed, she can't get everybody to get on board with hating the cameras for no reason, that she would stop stealing, because you're going to get caught now. It's literally inevitable. If you're on camera behind the register, you can't take money from the register. At least that's what most people with like a smart thought process would think. I guess most people with a smart thought process just wouldn't be stealing in the first place. But whatever, she did not have the ability to stop for some reason and decided to throw it all away to just keep taking this cash. And I get that it's a lot of money, but eventually she probably would have just inherited the business anyways. But no, instead, she just kept stealing, and the cameras recorded what the cameras recorded. And one day, her mom comes in and confronts her. In the middle of like a slower day, there were still some customers in the store. She comes in and starts yelling her daughter's name, which I'm not gonna say, and starts saying how could she steal from her, and like, didn't she know that she was going to get caught? The cameras were there. She couldn't believe her own daughter would steal from her. And instead of being ashamed and embarrassed and apologizing or like showing any regret whatsoever, she just goes off about how she doesn't get paid enough, so she had to take matters into her own hands. Alright, if you don't like how much your mom's paying you, go have a conversation about it. Don't start stealing. And you definitely don't need to steal $52,000. That seems a little bit excessive. Oh, I'm just trying to make ends meet by stealing 52 grand. What ends are you trying to meet, dude? A car payment? Like 9 car payments? I just don't understand. So the mom starts getting mad and is like, you're not even going to be apologetic about it. I can't believe I raised a daughter that would be so ungrateful. You're fired. Duh, you have to fire someone if they're stealing from you. You can't keep someone on board if you can't even trust that like all the money that you make that day is going to go to your pocket. But she starts arguing with her mom about being fired and says that her mom can't fire her because she's her daughter. Last time I checked, that's not an official rule. You can definitely fire someone if they're related to you. It doesn't matter. And you could 100% fire someone for stealing from you if they're related to you. Theoretically, she could have had you, like, arrested. If she really wanted to, she could have called the cops, they would have come and arrested you and put you in jail. The fact all she was going to do is come scream at you in front of some customers and fire you, you should count your lucky stars and leave. But of course, once her daughter starts being like, you can't fire me, I'm your daughter, she goes off about how, if you're my daughter, why would you steal from me in the first place? And she's still refusing to leave, saying that this job is all she has and she can't fire her. And at that point, her mom's getting pissed because it's just causing a scene in the restaurant. So she threatens to call the cops, and she's like, you can't call the cops, I'm your daughter. I don't know why she thinks that just, makes everything null and void. All right, guys, if your dad steals a bunch of money from you, you're just out of luck. You gotta let him take it. But finally, once she threatens to call the cops, she starts running, like trying to take off to get out of there so she won't get in trouble. And the doors were push doors, right? So it should have been very easy for her to run out. But she runs up to the push door, goes to pull it, and then keeps running. So she might be the only person in the world who has ever managed to clothesline themselves by trying to run out of a push door. So she just smacks into the door. Something out of like an animated movie where they hit the glass and kind of down the side, but she pops back up and is like, I'm leaving, and opens the door and sprints out. And the mom starts looking around at all the workers who are standing there slack-jawed watching at like this Maury episode going down while they're trying to have a normal day of work, and says that like she's sorry and she's gonna give them a little bit of a bonus for having to watch that. And they're like, no, we're sorry. Can we help with anything? She says no, but she's going to have to look for a new manager, and like she's really sorry about having to put the cameras in just to find out it was her daughter. She never expected it, and everyone is being nice to her. Like, yeah, we understand you never expected your daughter to be stealing money from you. So anyways, she goes to the customer, she kind of makes it right with them. I'm sorry you had to see that. And some of the customers are pretending like they didn't find it entertaining, all right? Like, that was insane, come on. I'm not saying it was nice. I wish it would have never happened. But if I walked into an ice cream store and witnessed that go down, I would be like, I will come here every day. If you promise me something that nuts happens, it would make my job so much easier, you know? Like, I just go to this one place and every time I go there, someone just gets caught stealing and gets ran out of the store. I wouldn't be good for business, you know? But it would be entertaining for the videos, that's for sure. So whatever, after a couple more weeks of deliberation, the guy who sent this to me actually got promoted, so in a weird way, it was kind of good for him. Not good for anyone else, like destroying a family's never good. But if you decide to steal from your mom, don't stop stealing when she puts in cameras. Steal $52,000 from your mom and then get mad when she catches you. Don't apologize, say whatever, I'm your daughter, you can't do anything about it. It's kind of on you, like it's 100% on you. I just wish she would have never done it. Anyways, that'll do it for the video, guys. I just thought that this was an insane story. Hopefully you enjoyed. I've been on the grind with the long videos, so if you could reward me with a like and comment, I would appreciate it. If you're new, you should also subscribe. I've been on the daily upload grind. I plan to be on it at least for the rest of the year, so subscribe if you're new, turn on those notifications. And if you like the story times, but you would rather listen to the audio version, I do post it on Spotify, link down below. Along with that, you can find a link to the intro song. And over on my third channel, Scrubby, I've been doing this I've been doing this podcast where I kind of react to stuff, talk about weird news. So if you missed the old reaction stuff I used to do, you can go check that out. Just search Scrubby on YouTube, it should pop up. But yeah, on that note, guys, thank you all so much for watching. Don't get anyone pregnant. If you do, make sure they're hot, and I'll see you guys next time with another video. I'm out. Peace.
What's going on, guys? It's your boy Scrubby here, back again with another video. Hopefully you're having an absolutely incredible day. I know I am. If you are, be sure to press the like button. Otherwise, no joke, no scam, Karen is gonna break into your house and speak to your manager. Yeah, that's right. You might not have a manager at your house, but Karen will find one, I can promise you. And yeah, let's get into the video. Oh, Karen. I tried to warn her, guys. Last time she did anything crazy, I kind of told her that every time she does something stupid, I'm gonna make a video about it and make money off of her stupidity. But I guess she just didn't listen because she went to a new level today, something that I never saw coming, all right? For those of you who don't know who Karen is, she's my crazy neighbor that I have a lot of beef with. There's a bunch of videos on my channel about her, so if you haven't seen them, I'm sure you can go find them. They're like the most popular videos on my channel. But regardless, me and this soccer mom have been having some beef recently because she feels like I'm a bad influence for children, and while she's not wrong, she recently took it to a brand new level, all right? It's beyond trying to get my channel deleted. It's beyond trying to take away my laptop. It's beyond everything she's ever done before. No. You see, yesterday, I caught Karen trying to break into my house. Well, she succeeded in breaking into my house, but there's a story involved, so without further ado, let's get into it. So I've had a friend that's been coming over lately, and his name's Grant. We've been making some YouTube videos together for, like, my third channel, you know? I haven't shouted it out or anything. If you know it, you know it. If you don't, that's fine. It's whatever. But regardless, he's been coming over every morning to record videos and just hang out and have a good time and stuff, considering, you know, we've just been trying to ball out. And he's been up to date with the whole Karen fiasco, and he's been parking his car in my driveway, because whenever he parks it in the street, Karen calls a tow truck company, and then I have to go outside and try to get it towed. And, that's just the type of person Karen is. She doesn't want cars in the street because she thinks it makes her look bad. Like, I'm sorry, Karen. Would you like my guest to park in the bushes? Please tell me where else my guest should park, Karen. Regardless, there's no making Karen happy. So, he's been parking in my driveway. So, I guess this morning, I heard my front door open and I heard somebody downstairs. So I go downstairs and I call out Grant's name and nobody's there. Like I don't hear him. He doesn't answer. But I know somebody came in the door and was in my house. So I'm like, that's weird. And my dogs were barking like crazy, and they usually don't bark when Grant comes in. But I was like, wow, that's bizarre. But like I said, I left the front door unlocked so that way my buddy Grant could come in. So I go outside to check to see if his car is here. Like maybe he just went to the bathroom or something. Maybe the dogs. Maybe he's wearing a weird color. I don't know. Even though dogs are colorblind, I'm kind of 400 IQ for just realizing that. But regardless, I go outside to see if Grant's car's there, and sure enough, I don't see a car. So at this point, I'm pretty sure I'm being home invaded, all right. El Chapo himself just broke out of the Supermax prison and came to my house because his daughter's a big fan of my videos or something. I don't really know. And basically, a stranger is in my house. So I go around my house and I'm looking and I don't find anything, right? I'm like, So maybe I'm just crazy. Maybe I'm hearing things. Maybe I was playing Call of Duty and one of the bots came into my house and then got lost. I don't really know, but I go around my house and I don't see anything. So I go back upstairs. I put my headphones on and I just keep recording the video I was making, which was yesterday's story time, because I was like, oh, whatever, no big deal. I guess I'm just hearing things. So I go about my business, and then I hear the door open again, and this time my dog doesn't bark, and I hear someone come upstairs, and Grant is sitting there in an orange sweatshirt, and he goes, who's the lady downstairs? And I'm like, huh? What are you talking about? And he goes, yeah, some lady sitting downstairs. I think it looks like Karen, but I'm not quite sure. Because Grant and Karen have never had like face-to-face interactions. Because whenever Karen does anything, like call a tow truck or complain about anything about Grant being at my house, she doesn't do it in person. She just like calls and complains and then sits in her window and watches it go down. So obviously at this point, I'm flabbergasted. This means one of two things. Either Grant and I have just discovered that there is a ghost in my house and I need to move immediately, which would make Karen happy, or Karen had just walked into my house and that was what I heard earlier. So I go downstairs and Karen is, no joke, sitting on my couch with a water bottle in my hand. I guess I had missed her because she had gone to my garage. Keep in mind, I never invited her in, meaning that Karen, this soccer mom, this entitled butthole, broke into my house. Like, I'm sorry. At what point do you get to threaten to sue someone and then walk up to their front door, check to see if it's open? If it's open, just walk in, go to the garage and grab a water bottle, and then come back in and start chilling on the couch, right? So obviously I'm like, hello, Karen, you need to get out. Like, I didn't invite you here. You didn't ask to come in. And she basically looks at me and goes, we need to have another chat. And I'm like, Karen, listen, you entitled. Oh, I want to swear so bad. Susan, I'm not going to swear because I love you and I respect your platform, and I refuse to say naughty words because I know that's yellow signable, but I really want to call her a mean word, a female dog, okay? She was sitting next to my female dog. That's what I'm going to say. But whatever, Karen said that we need to talk because apparently whatever she needs to tell me is so important that she can't knock on the door, Like, let's just walk into a stranger's house, Like, thanks, Karen, you're an absolute unit. So obviously, I'm a little frustrated at this point, so I'm kind of telling Karen that she's a moron. Like, I'm not too pleased with it. And she basically says, so I've noticed you keep posting videos about me. And I'm like, yes, Karen, and this is definitely going to be a video. And she goes, that's fine, you can post videos about me, but you need to give me all of the money you make from each video. And I'm like, no. I'm not going to do that. And she says, well, I just think it's only fair that if you're going to make money off of me and my personality, then I should at least be compensated for it. And I tried to politely explain to her, Karen, listen very closely, you stupid soccer mom. Okay, you just broke into my house. I'm not giving you money to talk about how much of a moron you are. And her argument was that the door was open, so it doesn't count as breaking in, which, like, might work if you're a 4-year-old, But when you're, 34, or I don't even know how old Karen is, 40, who cares? It doesn't matter. If you're over the age of 7, you should know that just walking into somebody's house, whether or not the door is unlocked, isn't okay. Like, Karen, where were you raised? Were you raised in Doristan, where, the door's unlocked, we're totally cool, it's a cultural thing? Because I promise you, not many people are actually chill with you just breaking into their house for shits and giggles. Like, oh yeah, me, oh yeah, this old thing, oh yeah, sorry, just wanted to come inside and see your puppies. Like, that's not cool. I don't care. But beyond that, Karen obviously wanted the cha-ching I've been making off these Karen videos, and I don't blame her because they're getting a lot of views. People love it because Karen's a moron. So I basically politely tell her, no, I'm not going to give her any of the money for my videos. And she says, well, my husband thinks it would be fair. Like, yes, Karen, your husband, the person who has no relation to me at all. He's not my dad. He's not my uncle, not my grandpa. The only reason I know who your husband is because he's married to your crazy self. And no, what your husband thinks is fair doesn't matter to me. I do not care what your husband has to say, literally at all. Your husband could say I should run for president. It doesn't mean anything to me. And this obviously upsets her. And her next argument is this. I don't understand Karen, who's still sitting in my living room with my water bottle, by the way. Well, my husband went to college and you didn't. So therefore, I think he has a better understanding over what's right and wrong. Cool, lady. I don't care that your husband went to college. I literally do not care. I'm not giving you the money that the videos are making. Please get out of my house. I don't know you. You don't know me like this. Get out. You broke into my house. You insane soccer mom. This is not cool. Get out. Leave. And she's arguing with me, well, I just think it's very unfair that you won't even give an inkling of thought to my proposal. No, Karen, I'm not going to give an inkling of thought to my proposal from the person who just broke into my house and took my water bottle. And that's the worst of all. She took a water bottle, guys, for just pennies a day across the nation. Karen's could use a reusable water bottle, but no, she had to break into her 20-year-old neighbor's house and just take one instead. So at this point, I'm getting frustrated, and Grant can see that, so he says, you go upstairs, because I probably was about to give Karen the old backhand, and he gets Karen out of the house. We lock the door. He comes upstairs and goes, all right, so I definitely thought you were exaggerating the Karen stories a little bit, but after seeing that, I believe you, she's insane, but it doesn't end there, guys. No. Karen being crazy can't just end with her breaking into my house because that would be too calm for Karen. 5 minutes later, I hear a knock on the door and I'm like, I'll be right back. So I open the door and I scream, what? Like before I even open the door. And if it's the UPS person, then I'll explain why I'm being rude. But I'm preemptively getting ready for a Karen in my face complaining about something that I have no control over or something that I don't want to do. It's just expected at this point. It's normal Karen behavior. Oh, I just dropped my mouse. So I open the door and her husband is standing there and he says, hey man, look, I know you're not going to give her the money, but can you at least do something so she feels like she has a little bit of a victory? She won't stop talking about it. She's going crazy. She's watching the videos on repeat. Please, for the love of all that is holy, please give her something so she'll calm down. And you know what? Maybe if your husband would have come over like a week ago before you broke into my house or before you threatened to sue me, maybe I would have given you a $20 bill and been like, oh, that's all the ad revenue, and you could have felt like you won and we could have gone our separate ways. But now at this point, I'm not gonna be nice to Karen. I understand, man, that your life's gotta suck because your wife is coming over and complaining about me all the time, but I'm not giving your wife the dub because your wife is going to take every L in the book that I want to hand to her. And if she wants to come over and make herself a fool again tomorrow, I will once again make a video on it. Like, I'm sorry. I've tried to be neighborly. I've tried to be nice. We're past that now. At this point, everything that happens from here on out is your wife taking an L, and I'm not going to apologize because, to be honest, I don't feel bad. And no, I'm not going to give your wife any money. So he kind of is like, okay, fair enough. I don't want any problems. I'm like, dude, I get it. Your wife is insane. She just broke into my house. And he goes, what do you mean? She said that you invited her over. So I tell her husband the story of how she just walked into my house, and I basically say, I want to call the police. I'm not going to because I don't want your wife to go to prison. Very clearly there's something unhinged, but your wife can't just walk into my house, bro. Like that's really not cool. Like breaking into people's houses is not very neighborly. And he's like, I had no idea. I'm so sorry. She's been off her medication recently. I'm like, dude, I don't care if she's off her medication. Get her back on it because this is getting out of control. And the next time she does anything crazy, I'm calling the cops. And the husband's like, okay, I'm sorry. Have a good day. I'm so sorry. And he's just really apologetic. Like, I feel bad for the poor guy. He obviously loves his wife. But, maybe if your wife's breaking into your neighbor's house, it might be time to get a new one. Just a thought out there. I know you're watching this, Karen. Suck it. I don't really care. You can be mad all you want. Whatever. Realistically, guys, I don't know what to do at this point. I've tried everything in the book. I've tried to be nice. I'm trying to be mean. I think I'm just gonna let her be crazy. And if she keeps being crazy, I'll keep making videos and getting more subscribers. Real simple policy. Karen, you hear that? Every time you do something dumb, I win. But on that note, guys, that's going to do it for the video. Hopefully you enjoyed. If you did, be sure to press the like button. Let me know in the comment section down below what you thought, if you enjoyed, if you didn't. Those are stuff that I really, really love to hear. But yeah, have an absolutely incredible day. Don't get anyone pregnant, and if you do, make sure they're hot. Today's notification shout out goes to the one, the only, the indescribable Nico Burke. Nico Burke, thank you, my friend. If you want a notification shout out, turn on notifications, send a screenshot to me on Instagram at Scrubby, and I shout somebody out every day, and I'll see you guys next time with another video. I'm out. Peace. What's going on, guys? Dyslexic Doodlebob here, back with another video. Hope you guys are all having an absolutely incredible day. I know I am. If you are, be sure to press the like button, because today, and today only, I'm going to be giving away merch to 5 people who like the video and then send me a screenshot of them liking the video on Instagram. I'll ask for your size, your address, all that stuff, and I'll send 5 people merch who press the like button. So if I were you, I would do that. Anyways, guys, today we're going to be talking about the time this kid's mom got absolutely roasted. A lot of you guys were asking me to tell more stories about when I worked at the movie theater, so that's exactly what I'm going to do, alright? This is a story about a Karen getting obliterated with the wrath of 1,000 suns, alright? Like, to be honest, if a supernova happened, a star literally exploded, and all of its energy was focused into one blast, it might have actually been just about, maybe even, with the absolute ownage that you're about to hear happen to a Karen, alright? So, yeah, without further ado, buckle your seatbelts and get ready for a wild ride. Press the like button, because we're getting into it in 3, 2, 1. So I've only had about 2 normal jobs in my life, and one of them was at a movie theater, and for some reason, whenever I would fight with the managers or make the shift leader mad, I would get stuck in concessions, which I really hated because it meant I had to deal with people all day, and I just hated dealing with people. But one good thing is that Derek, the owner of the theater, was usually in concessions, and me and him ended up becoming pretty good friends. He, I guess, used to be like really into Halo, and I used to play a lot of Halo, so we would have conversations and just kind of bonded over video games and being nerds, because most people there were afraid to talk to him because he owned the theater. And Derek had a problem called TMM, which is too much money, meaning that he really didn't care, alright? He owned the theater because he thought it was a fun thing to do. Like, that's the level of wealth that this Derek guy had. And Derek and I were pretty chill, and for the most part, if anyone was mean to his workers unnecessarily, or anyone freaked out for no reason, then Derek would be like, yo, get out. Like, you don't get to treat my workers like that. So it was pretty nice to be really on good terms with Derek, because he would always have your back in the event of anything going down, and on top of that, it's just nice to be friends with the owner of where you work, because it means you can kind of get away with more than the average bear, you know? So anyways, whenever anyone would be mean, like I said, Derek would have our back. And today I was working concessions, and I was just really not in the mood. I had just broken up with a girl that I was actually pretty into, so I was kind of in a pissed off mood already. Like, I'll admit that right away, I definitely wasn't absolutely golden. But this woman walks in, and I can tell immediately by her demeanor that she is a 100% Karen. You can tell by the way they walk, alright? They walk with this attitude of, I think I'm really important, like I think I'm the first lady, I'm married to the president of the United States, but in reality he's just an accountant, you know? Like, that's the attitude they carry themselves with. And for some reason, they always do this really annoying thing where, like, you've been to this theater 30 times and they still take 20 minutes to decide if they want popcorn, and the answer is always, yes, they want popcorn, but they'll text everyone else who's coming and make sure that they want popcorn, only to just get the same amount of popcorn anyways. And it's like, that's just what Karens did in this theater, alright? And my patience for the day is already pretty low. So I see this lady walk in looking like an absolute Karen. May I speak to your manager? Haircut on at the ready to just ruin my day, ready to come in and just scream at me until there's no tomorrow, and I can feel it. And honestly, I was kind of in the mood to get into an argument. Like, I was like, you know what? I'm not putting up with any Karen crap today. If she tries to pull any, can I have popcorn with no butter, but extra butter with no carbohydrates with an extra 5? Then like, I'm just not in the mood today. I'm not. And I made the conscious decision that if this Karen tried to do anything mean or just act entitled at all, I just wasn't gonna put up with it today. And this wasn't me saying I was gonna go out of my way and be mean, alright? I already been working for a couple hours, and for the most part, if everyone was nice, then I was nice back. I was just like, I'm not in the mood to get walked all over today. I just really was not. So the Karen comes up to my counter and she says, hey, your popcorn says that it's, I don't know, $8 for a large. I don't remember the exact prices, but she basically says, it says it's $8 for a large, right? And I was like, yep, that's what it says, you know, like, sure. And if you have questions about the prices, that's fine. But at the same time, lady, yes, it says $8 right next to large popcorn, which would mean it costs $8. Like, you think we put a typo on the sign and, oh, you tricked us, man. Now that you asked about it, it's only $6, whatever. But I'm like, yeah, it's $8 for a large. You know, I'm trying to be nice. I don't want to fight, but like, if she pulls some Karen stuff, it's gonna go down. And she puts her hands on the hips and she looks at me and says, well, I need you to lower the price. And I'm like, what
What? Listen, lady, you see the sign. The sign says $8. You asked me if it's $8. I said yes. The price is $8. I'm not going to lower the price. So I kind of like look at her. I'm like, what do you mean you need me to lower the price? And she says, well, I see movies in this theater all the time, and I feel like there should be a loyalty for me coming here all the time where my large popcorn should only cost $4. So let me get this straight, Karen. Let me get this straight. You come here all the time, meaning that you've seen the price a multitude of times. You've bought a large popcorn before, and yet for some reason you're like, I watch movies here, so therefore my popcorn should be cheaper. And this is something that people don't get about theaters. Theaters don't make any money off ticket sales. Literally the only way they make money is off popcorn and candy and all that stuff. Like, that's literally it. So I'm kind of looking at her like, no, I can't lower the price, you know, to $4 for a large popcorn. And even if like I could lower the price, you want 50% off because you see a movie a week? Like, what? I wish discounts were that good. Are you kidding me? Postmates would literally have to give me everything I order for like 75% off. I order Postmates like 3 times a day. I wish that's how it worked. Yes, I see a movie here once a week, therefore everything is now 50% off. So I kind of tell her no, and I try to do it nicely. I really try to be like, hey, you know, I can't lower the price of popcorn. I just work here. There's nothing I can do about it. Now, if any of you have ever worked in retail or had a job, you understand how telling Karens no usually goes, all right? I see the may I speak to your manager haircut furl up a little bit. Like, you know the lizards that when they get scared, the things on their neck like come out and they like shoot blood out of their eyes and chase things? Yeah, that's basically what her haircut does. It pops out and I see it. I can see in her head that she's about to ask for it. And I'm like, and you know, I don't think my manager's going to be able to do anything about it either. And she's like, well, let me speak to your manager because you don't want to be very helpful. I can't believe you would be so disrespectful to a loyal customer. Disrespectful? Disrespectful because I'm not going to give you free popcorn, lady? Yes, let me change the price so we lose money on all the popcorn we give you. Here, do you want free movie tickets while we're at it? And you know, like I said, I just wasn't in the mood to deal with Karen, so I'm like, all right, I'll go get my manager. But I know if she tries to throw me under the bus or do anything, then I'm going to defend myself to the fullest extent of the law, all right? I might have taken jujitsu when I was 6 years old, but trust me, I can still roundhouse kick a woman with a may I speak to your manager haircut, no problem. So I go in the back and I'm looking for my manager and I don't see anyone, but I see Derek. And because he owned the theater, he really didn't really care very much about, you know, his presentation. Derek was wearing shorts and a t-shirt and he's in the back and I'm like, hey man, this girl's giving me a really hard time because she wants half off popcorn because she sees a movie once a week. I don't know what to do. She's asking to speak to the manager. Can you help me out? And Derek looks at me and he goes, she wants half off popcorn because she's seen movies here before? And I was like, yeah. And he's like, okay, give me a second. So I go back out and Derek comes out behind me wearing shorts and a t-shirt, and this lady instantly loses it. She's like, this is not your manager. What, did you just go grab a random moviegoer? This is not your manager. That's it. I'm calling the owner. I'm gonna get his number. Give me the number to corporate. Give me all of this. Like, I can't believe that you guys would be so unprofessional. Do you really think you're gonna get away with this, young man? You think that you can just go grab a random patron and try to convince me he's his manager? Do I look stupid? And I'm just kind of like, lady, this is my manager, like he's in charge. I don't know what you want me to do. And she is laying into me. And at one point she starts calling me a moron who's never gonna amount to anything, and like I'm pathetic, and she can't believe that people this stupid are allowed to work here. Keep in mind, all this because I didn't want to give her half off popcorn. And I can take like a lot of insults, all right, but I'm starting to get fed up, and I can roast better than this lady can, all right? Trust me, I came out of the womb roast at the ready. I don't want to tell her that her eyes are too far apart. I don't want to tell her that the Great Wall of China looks less thick than her eyebrows. Like, I'm not really trying to go in on this lady, okay? So at this point, when I'm getting insulted and yelled at, Derek has had enough, and he's kind of listening to it all, and he goes, ma'am, you're right. I'm not the manager. I am the owner of this establishment, and I don't care if you're a regular here. You're not going to speak to my workers like that and get half off popcorn. So how about you leave and never come back to this establishment? And this makes Karen rage. She not only hit the may I speak to your manager trump card, he reverse karate chopped her entire soul in half. She said, let me speak to the manager. He smirked, grabbed her fist, and said,
bitch, I'm the owner.
So she starts talking about how I know that you're not the owner because I know the owner. And he's like, oh, you know the owner. You know the owner. Then who's the owner? And she's like, it's not you. And he's like, okay, well then who's the owner? Please tell me who's the owner because I own this and I don't know about any other owners. And at this point, she's starting to like, she kind of brushes Derek off and she's ignoring him and she keeps laying into me. And I kind of look at Derek and he just gives me like this thumbs up, or he doesn't thumbs up, but like, you know the look when you're with the boys and like you can tell that they're trying to do some dumb stuff and you kind of give them like the nod, like the slight upward head movement that means go for it. And I'm like, oh, Naruto Shippuden, my hands have been unleashed. I may now go in with the wrath of 1,000 suns.
So she's still laying into me about how I'm an absolute moron, and I just kind of look her in the eyes and I say, I'm sorry that everyone on the PTA hates you and your husband's cheating on you, but if you could please refrain from calling me a moron because you want half off popcorn, I would really appreciate it. I don't know if you know how economics work, okay, but companies can't give you half off because you come here once a week. That loses money, and once a week really isn't that much of a frequent flyer, all right? I have people in here every day. I literally would see people every day coming in to the same movie theater. So you're not a giant regular to me. And if you keep calling me an idiot, you know, I don't know what I'm gonna have to do, but it would be a real shame if some spit got in your popcorn the next time you came in, wouldn't it? Wouldn't that just be such a shame? And the look on her face is like flabbergasted, and she looks at Derek and she goes, oh, so you're just gonna let your employees speak to me like that? And Derek looks at her and goes, ma'am, you said I'm not the owner and that you knew the owner. So you're more than welcome to call the owner that you know so well and get him fired if you feel like he's actually justified in doing so. And at this point, she realizes she's caught, all right? She does not know the owner because I'm standing right next to him. She can't do anything about me because my owner just heard her tear into me and call me an idiot for about 5 minutes straight. And she like looks at me and looks at Derek and looks back at me and looks at Derek. And it was almost like, you ever seen a zebra get bitten by a crocodile when it was at the watering hole? Like that's the look on her face. She looks absolutely shocked. And she grabs her purse in a huff and says, I'm taking my business elsewhere, and she turns around, and I couldn't help but throw one more dig in, and this one was probably a little bit unnecessary, and I said, also, you walk like a man. From the back, I honestly thought you were an Olympian. And she looks back and is like, how dare you, and then storms out and never came back. Moral of the story, guys, I'm gonna teach you a little secret. If you're dealing with people that work in retail or are working at a movie theater, we're a lot more likely to help you out if you're nice, you know? The second you come in screaming at me, calling me an idiot who's never gonna amount to anything because I won't give you half off popcorn, you're not gonna get what you want. But if you're like, hey man, is there any way you could like knock $1 off, then I'll probably see what I can do because at least you're being nice. Moral of the story is, being a Karen always makes you take the L, and you will get roasted. I actually do kind of miss my movie theater job. Don't get me wrong, the managers were jerks, but Derek, the owner, was a super chill guy. Like, I'm gonna be honest, working for that movie theater, I've never had worse managers, but the owner was the coolest dude I ever hung out with, and I actually still talk to Derek every now and then. He's pretty hype with this whole YouTube thing, and I think he watches my videos, so if you are, what's up, dude? How you doing? On that note, guys, that's gonna do it for the video. Hopefully you enjoyed. If you did, be sure to press the like button. Let me know in the comment section down below what you thought of the video, and be sure to send me a screenshot of you with the like button pressed to try to win some merch. Today's notification shout out goes to the one, the only KI9GTS. I don't know how I would say that, but appreciate you for having notifications on. If you want a notification shout out, all you gotta do is turn on notifications. That's how somebody out every day. But on that note, don't get anyone pregnant. If you do, make sure you're hot, and I'll see you guys tomorrow with another video. I'm out. Peace.
What's going on, guys? It's your boy Scrubby here, back again with another video. Hope you guys are all having an absolutely fantastic day. I know I am, and no joke, no scam. Absolutely no scam involved at all. If you press the like button, you'll get $1 billion from a genie. Yeah, that's right, okay. I actually did an FDA study, and it's verifiably true that if you press the like button, you will get a genie, and you can ask for unlimited money. So, if you like money, press the like button, guys. I'm sorry, you know, I'm just trying to help you out, alright? Welcome back to Storytime, children. I want you to gather around, grab your pitchforks, and get ready to be angry, alright? This story is something that I experienced. It definitely wasn't the dopest moment to ever exist, and, obviously there were things, if I could go back in the past and change, I would, but it was a little bit too little too late. As you can tell from the title, today we're talking about a kid that ended up stealing $30,000 from his parents. Yes, that is a massive amount of money, alright? That is the amount of money that it costs to, like, buy a BMW. Basically, this kid that I went to high school with would always, you know, go out of his way to buy everybody everything, and we just thought that, you know, he was a super chill dude who's parents were like loaded and just let him do whatever he want. But come to find out, he was just taking his mom's credit card and did some very bad things with it. I'm going to be telling the story of what went down today, so without further ado, let's get into it. Now, there is something awkward in this story. I kind of did have a sugar daddy, all right. At the moment, I didn't think it was like that, but that's definitely what it was. You see, in high school, me and my friends were big into Xbox. Like, we were some Xbox gamers, okay? We all wanted to be FaZe Clan, Billy Bob 420, Miley Cyrus, Sniper 12.
of. Like, all of us were super into FaZe Clan and Xbox, and because of that, we kind of had made our clan and were convinced that we were going to become the next big trick shotters. We all had our Elgatos, and we would spend hours and hours every Friday night, like, just chilling in six-mans trying to hit trick shots on Call of Duty. I know most of that wasn't English to a lot of you, but let me put this in perspective. Me, big nerd, no girl, likey. Me, big, nerdy nerd, nerd, no friends. And me and my friends that I would play Xbox with took our clan stuff pretty seriously, and I was like the leader of this clan. And most people at school like knew it existed because we were pretty cringe and we would brag about it. All right, in retrospect, I can understand why I got ditched on by my homecoming date. Okay, I was a bit of an Xbox nerd. I'm not even going cap. You know, we were pretty nerdy, but most other nerdy kids would ask to join our clan or, like, ask to be a part of our trick-shotting team, and we thought it was pretty exclusive. Like, I thought we were pretty dope, you know? I thought we were going to be the next FaZe clan, and I'd be like, well, you'll have to try out. And there was this new kid that came to our school who was, like, apparently super into Xbox, and I had a class with him, and me and him started talking, and he actually seemed like a pretty chill dude. And I asked if he wanted to play Xbox with us, and next thing you know, every night when we were logging on to play Xbox, he was logging in and joining our party. So he ends up joining our trick-shotting team, and he starts telling us that his dad, like, owns a gaming company and can sponsor us and, like, get us cool stuff and all this free stuff. And we're like, yo, that's dope. Are you serious? And he's like, yeah. And this should have been red flag number one because our YouTube channel only had, like, maybe 2,000 subscribers on it, okay? Like, it was a trick-shotting channel, and I'm pretty sure half of the subscribers were us on all of our accounts. Like, it was definitely not anything that a businessman would want to sponsor. There was no way anyone with an actual business mind would ever want to give a sponsorship to a channel with 200 subs that was a bunch of lame kids in high school spinning in circles on Call of Duty. But he tells us that he can. And he says that his dad has sponsored us and that we're all going to get new monitors. And at the time, most of us were playing on TVs. This is like back in the day when monitors weren't really super common for gaming. Now, most people game on a monitor, like a lot of people do. But at the time, you know, it was just like Modern Warfare 2 on the Xbox 360. So monitors weren't super common. And we're like, yo, that's sick. And sure enough, one day at everyone's, he asked for everybody's address and monitors show up. I got two. Most of my friends got one. He said he got me two because I was the leader of the clan. And we're like, dude, that's crazy. Like, we actually have a sponsor right now, all right? And there were 12 people in our clan, and everybody got at least one monitor. I ended up getting two, which, I mean, made me think that this is legit, because that's what, at the time, $2,000-$3,000 worth of monitors that kid had just dropped on us. And then he started making demands. He's like, yo, my dad says that we have to release a montage on these dates, or he won't sponsor us anymore. And, like, I don't know why. In retrospect, it was super obvious that this was just not legit. Like, it doesn't make any sense now, but at the time, I was like, yo, I got a monitor, we're sponsored. His dad wants us to release this montage. Like, sick, awesome. So I'm playing on our monitors for whatnot, and we're just having a good time in this little clan, and we're just like having a good time. And on Xbox back in the day, it cost you $10 to change your name. I'm not really sure if you guys, you know, knew that. I'm probably is still the same today. I'm not really sure. Like, I've never really changed my name on Xbox Live anymore. But back on Xbox 360, you had to pay $10 to change your name. And like I said, we had 12 members. And he comes to me one day and he says, hey, man, I want to change the name to this. Like, it's for my dad's sponsorship. He says we need to change our name to this. And I was like, all right, well, you're going to have to give us a little bit to get everybody enough money to change their name. And he's like, no, I'll pay for it. And on the spot, paid $120 for everyone to change their name. Like, everybody changed their name right away, and I was like, wow, that's incredible. And, you know, back in the day, recording gaming was pretty hard. Like, Elgato and GameCap and, like, all that stuff was pretty rare. And there were a bunch of kids in our, like, clan that didn't have Elgatos, and, like, the old Elgato that only recorded in 30 frames per second, which was getting outdated. Like, basically, to record gaming stuff back in the day was a bit of a pain in the butt. And new capture cards, the ones that were super HD quality, cost in the ballpark of $200-$300 a piece. And sure enough, he buys 12 of them. So at this point, if you're kind of keeping track, he's in the ballpark of $6,000-$7,000 that he spent on us, like, a week of joining our little trick shot clan. And even I'm like, wow, we're not making any money on YouTube. Like, your dad must see a ton of potential in this, because that's crazy, man. You spent like $7,000 between everybody getting, you know, everything that they needed, the capture cards, everybody getting whatever they wanted in terms of, like, their name changes. This guy was basically buying monitors, everything we needed to be like a super serious gaming team, which, like I said at the time, I don't know why I wasn't super suspicious, but it was around this point that I started to get fishy. I'm like, why is his dad giving him all this money? Like, where is he getting this from? That's weird. And also, I had never talked to the dad, all right? Like, I've always really loved YouTube and like the business side of YouTube. I think it's super interesting. And so I wanted to talk to his dad about it, and he kept making excuses of why I couldn't talk to his dad. And after a while, I keep getting Elgatos, I keep getting monitors. I was like, whatever, I guess his dad is really busy. He seems really busy, so we just won't talk about it. And we get all this stuff. Everybody's super hyped. He's obviously super popular. I mean, the kid who gives you, $500 worth of technology a week after you know him obviously seems like a really nice guy, like almost too good to be true, like, wow, this is super weird. Why wouldn't his dad be investing this money in FaZe Clan? This is kind of bizarre. And like I said, in retrospect, I should have been suspicious from day one, but for some reason I wasn't. And then came what was really crazy. So about a week goes by, we didn't get anything new, and then some kid starts saying that, hey, my computer can't run the Elgato, I really appreciate it, can I send it back to you so your dad can return it? And he goes, wait, what computers does everybody have? And everybody tells him, and we were all like broke high school kids, so none of us were rocking an i9 or an i7. And he goes, hold on, and orders 12 like $2,000 gaming laptops. So at this point, this kid is well over $30,000 he spent on us. Like, I think it ended up being $1,700 a laptop, he was telling us, out of nowhere, and ships it all to our house. So like I said, we're around $31,000 this kid has spent on a group of kids on Xbox in like the last week, which definitely is a little bit bizarre, okay? I love my Xbox friends, but you would never catch me dead spending $31,000 to buy everybody a laptop, or like everybody in Elgato. So we're like, wow, this kid is super generous. And at this point, I pull him aside, I said, hey man, I need to talk to your dad. Like, I have to thank him. There's no way I can keep letting this happen. Like, I have to speak to him and thank him myself. And he goes, oh yeah, my dad travels on business a lot, which is why I'm always up so late, is because I have to talk to him about what to do with the clan. And I'm like, oh, okay, yeah, I guess that makes sense. That's fine. And so I thought. So after that, about 2 more weeks go by, and then it's a new month. Like, we kind of started hanging out right at the end of one month and the start of another, and so by the time the new month rolled around is when we were still like hanging out. It had been about a month at this point. Nothing crazy had happened since. Were obviously super grateful for our lab talks. Everybody was super impressed, like, wow, we're becoming like a really serious gaming team thing. And then one day, I'm sitting in class and I get called to the office, and everyone from our Xbox clan is there except for the kid. And we walk in and there's these people there, and we don't recognize them, except they looked kind of like the kid. So I'm pretty smart. I can deduct that these are the kid's parents, and I don't know what's going on, but I think we're in trouble. And the principal kind of says, all right, we're going to question all of you separately, but we need to talk to you about some stuff. Is that all right? And all of us are like, yeah, sure, no problem. Because we didn't think anything was wrong. We're like, wow, I wonder what's going on. Like, I don't know what's going on. This is weird. So they start pulling us in one at a time, and they start kind of just asking us questions. So like, do you know this kid? And I'm like, yeah, we play Xbox together. And he goes, hey, he's saying that you guys all coerced him into buying you things. Is that what happened? And I was like, no. He would just offer. He said his dad was like really rich and wanted to sponsor our gaming team. And, he started sending us stuff. Like, he asked for our addresses and started sending us stuff. And she's like, oh, okay, well, all right, thank you. And obviously all of us had the same story. None of us were like, yeah, we begged him to, because like we didn't ask him to do anything, okay? He was just started sending stuff. Like, it wasn't like that at all. So they pull us all apart separately, and obviously we all have the same story. They were basically trying to see if we're like lying or covering something up, or like trying to coerce him. But I guess what had happened was this kid's mom had gotten her credit card bill, right? And saw $31,000 worth of purchases. And I went to a pretty affluent school, so like a credit card with that limit sounds insane, but it was relatively normal for my school. So she sees this and immediately confronts him, and he breaks down crying and starts saying that all of his Xbox friends forced him into buying this stuff. Like, we held him down and we're like, you need to buy us this stuff or we won't be your friends anymore. So they obviously contacted the school to try to figure this out, and the school's like, interesting, well, let's talk to the kids. So all of us kind of are like, no, that's definitely not what happened. This kid just started buying us stuff for no reason, and like, this is insane. So we kind of come back into the room all together, and his parents are there, and his parents are kind of like, can you tell us what happened? Like, we want to hear it from you too. So I end up telling him the story about what happened, of how he joined our gaming team and then sent everybody, this stuff in the monitors, and we were like, oh, thank you. And then out of nowhere, he sent these Elgatos. We're like, oh, thank you. And then one person had a computer, so we bought everybody a laptop. And his mom just starts crying, and she's like, my son stole $31,000 from my credit card. Is there any way that we can get the stuff back? Like, can we have the stuff back so we can try to return it? And we're like, yeah, of course. I don't know if we have all the original boxes, but like we can try our best. So everybody goes home and is frantically trying to get everything together. A lot of people had thrown away their boxes because it had been like a month on the monitors. And his parents ended up selling a lot of the stuff to us. Like, we could buy it at a discounted price, which, I mean, we didn't have to do. Like, obviously, if I wanted to slam the door on his mom's face and be like, screw off, your son stole, lol, good luck, like, I could have done that, but I felt really bad for her. So a lot of us ended up buying the monitors for a steep discount, and I never saw the kid again. I don't know if he got sent to military school or what, but I know if I stole $30,000 from my mom, I would definitely get in trouble. And a moral of the story is, don't steal your mom's credit card and buy a bunch of kids on Xbox $31,000 worth of electronics. It's just not a good idea. But, yeah, on that note, guys, that's going to do it for the video. That's really all there is to the story of this kid stealing $31,000 from his mom. You shouldn't do it, and I kind of had a sugar daddy for a while, which is pretty lit, I guess. But, yeah, on that note, press the like button, subscribe if you're not already, comment down below, all that good stuff. Today's notification shout-out goes to jmontoya777777. Big ups to you for having on notifications. If you want a notification shout-out, all you gotta do is turn on notifications, send me a screenshot at my Instagram at Scrubby. And on that note, hope you guys have an incredible day. Don't get anyone pregnant. If you do, make sure they're hot. I'm out. Peace.
What's going on, guys? It's your boy Scrub here, back again with another video. Hope you guys are having a great day. I know I am, and if you are, be sure to press the like button. Otherwise, no joke, no scam whatsoever, you're gonna lose your phone and not be able to find it for 3 days. Yeah, that's right, guys. Unless you want to lose your phone for 3 days, I would press the like button. Real talk, though, guys, today I have a story that was actually told to me by a friend. It's not a subscriber story, but it's the story of a time that he ended up pooping in the middle of a 7-Eleven because the guy wouldn't let him go to the bathroom when he was a little kid. Honestly, it's just one of those, like, funny stories that just made me giggle when I heard it, so I figured I would share it with you guys. It probably won't be very long, so without further ado, let's get into it.
Baby girl, just let me vibe. I'm just trying to make you mine. Yeah, they want me, can't deny.
I think one of the worst feelings you can experience as a human being is that awkward moment when you're on a road trip and you realize that you have to pee, dude, because you know you're about to have to ask your family to stop and everyone's gonna be annoyed, but like, you just gotta go to the bathroom. And I've never really had to like poop in the middle of a road trip that bad, surprisingly, but the person who was telling me this story did. And apparently they realized that they had to go and they were like, all right, I've got to go. So they tell their parents, and their parents are not annoyed, but like, ah, crap. So they pull over, and I just want you to know the kid in this story is maybe 8 or 9. So like, not young, old enough where he's definitely potty trained, but young enough where like, him having to go to the bathroom out of nowhere isn't that bizarre. Like, when an 8-year-old is just like, Mom, I have to go to the bathroom, you're not like, oh my God, are you kidding me? It's pretty normal for kids that age, I guess, maybe, but you get what I'm saying. Anyways, they go into the 7-Eleven, and the mom looks at the guy, and she's like, hey, can my son use your bathroom? And the guy, I don't know if he had just been having a bad day or what, but he looks at her, and he's like, does this place look like a charity? And so the mom's kind of like, no, it looks like a 7-Eleven. And the guy's like, yeah, well, I run a business here, so you're not allowed to use the bathroom unless you pay for something because, like, I'm not trying to lose money, which, I mean, all right, I don't know what's up with this dude's coffee, but, you do you, man. You got a business to run, that's fine. Yelling at a kid who has to take a dump that, you know, you've got a business to run is fine, but I don't really understand how it's gonna hurt it. So, whatever. The mom's like, please, my son has to go to the bathroom. And the guy is sticking firm. He's like, no, not unless you buy something. So the mom's like, fine, I'll buy something. Can I just buy it after my son goes to the bathroom? And the guy's like, no. You have to buy something before your son goes to the bathroom because otherwise your son might go to the bathroom and you won't buy anything. So he's holding this kid's bowels hostage until his mom buys something. So his mom like grabs gum and throws it on the counter, and the guy's like, nope, more than that. And so the lady starts like putting chips on the counter, and finally the guy's like, all right. So he scans it all and he's taking forever to check it out. He's not rushing, and the mom's like, hurry up, he has to go to the bathroom. And he's like, your son's fine, he doesn't have to go that bad. This guy is just being a jerk. And the kid is starting to, you know, get antsy. He's shifting back and forth. And he tells me at this point, he realizes it's the point of no return. He's gonna poop. And he's pissed at this dude because he's been a jerk and not letting him go to the bathroom. And he's certainly not about to soil his pants because he has to get back in the car and continue going on a road trip after this. And the only thing that would make a road trip worse is sitting there with poop in your pants. So the guy is taking forever to ring it up, and he's like, your kid is fine. He doesn't even have to go. And that's when my friend just decided he has enough. So he does what any kid would do. He turned around, took about 4 steps towards the bathroom, pulled down his pants, and pooped right in the middle of the floor. He told me he just had to go. Like, he wasn't gonna hold it anymore, and he knew this guy was being a jerk, so he's like, I'm not gonna poop my pants because of you, dude. I'm sorry. So he takes like 3 steps and poops, and his mom and the guy were still arguing at this point. And apparently, when they realized what he was doing, it just goes silent. The guy doesn't start arguing. He doesn't start yelling. He's just kind of sitting there, just like, what do I even do? And I'm gonna be honest, that guy probably felt like such a jerk. Like, imagine telling this kid he doesn't have to go to the bathroom, and next thing you know, he's just pooping on your floor. I'd be like, oh, all right, I guess he did have to go. I don't have any sympathy for this dude. Like, you know, when my friend was telling me the story, he's like, obviously I feel bad about what happened, but I'm gonna be honest, if you tell a kid you don't have to go to the bathroom and then they go to the bathroom, that's what we call play stupid games, win stupid prizes. I don't know what to tell you. Kids are notorious for not really being great at the whole holding it thing. Anyways, it's absolutely silent while he poops on the 7-Eleven tile, and this is irrelevant to the story and kind of disgusting, but he told me it was one of the biggest poops he's ever taken. I just think that's a funny addition. So everyone's just kind of standing there, realizing that this kid just pooped in the middle of the floor, and then the manager is like, get out. Get out of the store right now. And the mom's like, no, we'll help clean it. We'll help clean it. He's like, get out. Get out. So the mom's like, all right, fine. So apparently they got back in the car. My friend told me he felt much better almost immediately. Like, the relief that he felt was basically instant. The second, you know, he relieved himself in the middle of the 7-Eleven, he was like, oh, all right, I guess that's not too bad. Life does go on. So whatever. The guy kicked him out, and I know this dude's mom, and I'm going to be honest, she probably would have helped clean it. Like, this dude's mom is the nicest lady ever. She probably genuinely would have helped the guy clean it and then bought in everything in the store because she felt bad, but the guy was like, get out. So they ended up leaving. They got back in the car and they started driving, and I guess his mom had like kept it serious, but once they got back in the road, she just started cracking up, and the dad was like, what happened? What happened? And his mom just started telling everybody, all his siblings and whatnot, that like the guy was being a jerk, so your little brother just pooped on the floor. And obviously the car very much enjoyed that. Like, if you're on a boring road trip and your mom comes out all frantic from the grocery store and you think something was wrong, only to find out that your brother's a savage and was like, all right, fine, you don't want to let me to use your bathroom, then I'll poop on the floor. Like, that's a pretty funny thing to hear in the middle of nowhere. I've never understood people who are just like so defensive of their bathroom, all right? Chances are, if you're nice to me and let me use your bathroom, I will probably buy something because I would feel bad about using it for free. But like, dude, telling an 8-year-old that he doesn't have to go to the bathroom when you don't know the 8-year-old is just a recipe to get your floor pooped on. I also love that the guy had to like get out a mop and start cleaning up where this kid had just pooped on his floor the entire time, realizing that if he would have just said yes and let him go to the bathroom, this totally could have been avoided. Like, that's some pretty funny karma, dude. You were screaming at a kid that he didn't have to go to the bathroom, and now you have to clean up him going to the bathroom. Like, I guarantee you, anytime a kid came in looking frantic again and asked to use the bathroom, his immediate response was yes, and then just threw him the keys and was like, please go to the bathroom, please. Because anyone who's ever had to clean up poop before will tell you it's not fun. Trust me, working at a grocery store made me clean up lots of things that I never actually wanted to clean up. And yeah, moral of the story is, if someone has to go to the bathroom and they say, I really have to go, it's an emergency, you should probably let them use the bathroom. Even more so if they're a little kid, because they will poop on your floor. So to the 7-Eleven guy, if you're watching this, man, I hope you learned your lesson. I hope the cleaning up the poop made you have time to think about your actions and the consequences they can have on a young man. Real talk though, I know this story was kind of short and stupid. I just thought it was really funny, and I thought you guys might find it a little bit amusing too. So yeah, if you did, I would appreciate you pressing the like button, letting me know in the comments section down below what you thought of the video. If you like the intro song, a link will be down below in the description. Other than that, be sure to get yourself some of the OG Sub Club merch before it's gone forever. It's pretty damn spicy. If you can't get it, that's alright. You're still gonna be OG in my heart forever. And yeah, other than that, my Instagram is just at Scrubby, a pretty OG ad if you ask me, so you should drop me a follow over there. My Twitter is at Scrubby_69. I can't get the Scrubby account. It's a pretty sad day, but you know, that's just how it is. So follow me over there because I'm pretty funny. And yeah, other than that, don't get anyone pregnant. If you do, go ahead and make sure that they're hot. It's the only way to maintain survival, and hopefully I will see you guys all tomorrow with another video. If you're not subscribed with notifications on, I really can't tell you what you're doing because you're gonna miss out on my videos, and we all know that they are the best videos on YouTube by far, 100%. So yeah, hopefully I'll see you guys tomorrow with another video. I'm out. Peace. What's going on, guys? It's your boy Scrubby here, back again with another video. Hope you guys are all having a fantastic day. I know I am. Today I've got a story time for you guys about the time we got busted sneaking out of our friend's house. Dude, his parents just caught us red-handed. There really wasn't anything we could do. Not the craziest story time in the world, but I think it should be a pretty good time for y'all to listen to, and hopefully you can find it entertaining. Before we get into it, be sure to press the like button. Otherwise, no joke, no scam whatsoever. You're going to get coal in your stocking. Yeah, that's right. Santa Claus is going to be real mad if you don't press the like button. And yeah, without further ado, let's get into it. Sit back, relax, and enjoy.
Much money you would think that it's illegal. I'm getting quiet now. Lay low when you're rich, so I'm wiping out. Making out, stack the bread, cause you love the sound. Just so
Alright guys, what's poppin'? Today's story time is gonna be a little bit more chillaxed than the last couple ones, dude. I'm just gonna be telling y'all the story of the time me and my friends snuck out to go do some stupid stuff and then got busted by his parents, but thankfully his parents were nice enough to like not snitch on everybody to our parents. Regardless, I just figured it was a pretty funny story that y'all would enjoy, so yeah, without further ado, let's get into this. So, when you're a teenager, dude, sometimes you just do stupid things for no good reason, and this story is one of those times. We were spending the night at a friend's house, and he happened to be the house where the parents really didn't care what you did. Like, for the most part, as long as you survived the night and didn't burn their house down or end up with the police in their driveway, they would let us do literally whatever we wanted. But for some reason, this particular night, we're hanging out there, and we all decided at like 2 a.m. that we were just really bored, you know? And we wanted to go hang out with these girls who we had went to school with, who were also hanging out together, having a sleepover type of thing, and they had asked if we wanted to come over. And being teenage boys, alright, you know, obviously we were like, dude, we gotta go, bro. Like, straight up, dude, we just gotta go. Like, dude, they're straight up inviting us over right now, Kyle. Like, if we don't go, that's straight up lame. I wasn't always like that, but yeah, obviously, bro, teenage boy me was like, aha, you want me to come over? I say less, aha. I'm not proud of it, alright? But sometimes we all do things we're not proud of. It's just what it is. We knew that we weren't supposed to leave, though. Like, his parents let us do whatever we wanted at his house because they had the ideology that if they let us do what we wanted there, then like we wouldn't sneak out and go do dumb stuff. So we knew we had to sneak out of there. So my friend is like, hey man, listen, I've taken my mom's car before. She parks it at the end of the driveway. They had a longer driveway. So he's like, look, we can just go down there, get in the car, go, and we can come back and my parents will be none the wiser. And he said it with so much confidence that like we just believed him, bro. We were like, damn, you know what? You're saying it like you've done this at least 80 times. I'm gonna be honest with you. It sounded like he was a professional. So we were like, yeah, sure. So we sneak out of the house. He didn't have a dog or anything. It was pretty easy. You just slip out the back door. It's not that difficult. I would love to make myself seem like James Bond or Sly Cooper, like doing all these super complex ninja moves to get myself out of the house. That just wasn't the case. We get in his mom's car, and his mom actually drove a Range Rover. So yeah, imagine knowing that your very expensive Range Rover was getting stolen by a bunch of 15-year-olds in the middle of the night so they could go hang out with a bunch of girls that they were Snapchatting. His parents did get pissed when they found out a little bit. I don't blame them, because my god, how dumb were we? Like, when you're a teenager, you just don't think things through as well, bro. Now the idea of taking somebody's Range Rover is terrifying, because if I crash it, how the hell am I gonna pay for it? But for some reason, bro, teenage me was like, whatever, as long as my friend's driving, it's all cool, right? We get in his mom's car and we go and we hang out with these girls, and we're there for probably a couple hours, you know? As for what went down, a gentleman never kisses and tells. That's all y'all gotta know. Realistically, it was a good night. That's all I'll say. So we have a good night and we decide that we're gonna go back to his parents' house now because we had to get out of there. And so the guy whose car we had taken comes to me. I'm in a different room with one of the girls, and he's like, yo, we gotta get out of here. So we go out into the living room and we start looking for our other friend who was hanging out with another one of the girls. And they're like, oh yeah, they left. And we're like, well, where did they go? And basically, he and this girl had decided to like go on a drive. The only problem is we have to get back to this kid's house before his parents wake up. Otherwise, they're gonna be like, why is one of you missing? They had gone to bed with all three of us there, and now one of us is gone. So we're like, all right, well, we have to go find him. So we're calling him, and he's just not picking up his phone. And it's like 4:30 in the morning now, probably. We'd been there for maybe like 2.5 hours. And his parents woke up really early. They both had important jobs that required them to be up like relatively early in the morning. So he starts freaking out because if we're not home by like 5:30, we're screwed because his mom's gonna have to take the car and it's not gonna be there. So finally at like 4:50, our friend picks up the phone and he's like, yo, I'm sorry. And we're like, get back here, dude. We gotta go. Like, we're screwed if we don't get back to his house soon. His parents are gonna know. And he's like, yeah, I'm on my way. Sure enough, on my way means he's about 10 minutes away. So now it's like 5 when he gets back. We're still not at my friend's house that we snuck out of yet. Like, that's when he gets back to this girl's house. So we're yelling at him. We get in the car and we're like speeding on our way back to my friend's house. I'm not driving and I understand why my friend was stressed. But as we're speeding, dude, our luck can't get worse. We get pulled over. When the lights turn on, my friend who's driving is literally like, are you kidding me? So we get pulled over. The cop walks up to the window. He's like, where you guys going? You know, we explain, look, we're going home. We were just at a friend's house. Have you guys been drinking? No, because we weren't. It's like, all right, well, you know, I'm going to let you guys get home. Thank God he didn't ask for our license, dude. Usually I feel like license and registration is the first thing that they ask for. For whatever reason, he didn't ask this particular time. He just kind of let it slide, thank God, because none of us had a license, bro. We were all 15. We get back to my friend's house, but because the cop had pulled us over, it had taken enough time. It's like 5:15 now, right? So we get back to his house when we pull into the driveway and there's nobody out there. So my friend is like, thank God it looks like nobody woke up. We're not going to get in trouble for it. And we're walking back into his house and we're just low-key berating our one friend who was late. We're like, dude, you knew that we had one job. We just had to make sure that we got back here before his parents woke up. And he's like, dude, I know. I'm sorry. And we're just like, whatever. Just thank God we didn't get caught, right? So we sneak back into his house. We sneak back into his room and we're just kind of like sitting there, relaxing, thinking that we've now managed to get away with it, bro. All right, guys, I'm going to stop the video for a second. On screen now is actually a gift card. I give one away every single day as a way to just say thank you to everybody who's subscribed to the channel with those notifications on. So if you don't have them on already, you might as well. I guess like 80% of the people who watch my channel don't have them on, so you're not alone, but you might as well do it because it's free. You got nothing to lose, and I literally give away money. Real talk, big thank you to everybody who is subbed with notifications. And I got one more thing I'm gonna plug right here. The intro song from today is actually new. I just released it. I'll put a link in the description, but if you wouldn't mind just going and clicking on it on Spotify and giving it a listen, it would help me out. And yeah, on that note, thank you so much for being subscribed, and I'll get back to the video and shut up. Bye. So we're in his room and we think that we're just vibing, and the door swings open, dude, and his mom's standing there and she goes, you guys have a good night last night? And we're like, yeah. And they're like, oh, what'd you guys do? And I'm sitting there speechless, bro, because I'm like, balls. But my friend, her son, starts just, you know, just making crap up. Oh, yeah, we played video games and, you know, we played board games for a bit. Oh, for a while, we went on a walk, just like making stuff up. And she's like, yeah, wow, that sounds so much fun. Did you guys enjoy it? And me and the other kid who are there kind of like avoiding eye contact. And she's like, come on, guys, like, tell me, what did you think about what you did last night? And we're like, yeah, it was really fun. And she's like, yeah, that's crazy. So why did you guys think it was a good idea to steal my car? And we're all like, and her son is like, Mom, I don't know what you're talking about. And she's like, cut the crap. I went out to get in my car today and it wasn't there. And then all of a sudden it's back. And then you guys come stumbling back into your room. So how about you tell me where you were and what you actually did now? And at that point, we knew we were busted, bro. Like, there really was nothing that we could do about it, dude. And her son was just not coming clean. And at that point, when you're caught, I was like, all right. So I start telling her, look, there were these girls we wanted to hang out with, blah, 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 blah. We weren't drinking. We weren't partying. We literally went there and came back, and we tried to get back before you woke up. But I took the blame, was lost and couldn't get back to the car in time, and it was all on me. So I took it on the chin, bro. I knew it was my friend who had been like out with the girl, but look, I had a good time that night. It was fun, and like, if anyone's gonna get in trouble, I'll take it. I know a lot of people get really bad anxiety about like getting yelled at by adults and stuff. It just doesn't bug me for some reason. So whenever there's a situation like this, I usually will take the blame. If my friend was like not a giant idiot, yeah, he was stupid and annoying and this should have not happened, but oh well. And his mom, like, I'm expecting her to tell me to get out of the house and that I'm a horrible influence, but she starts laughing and she's like, well, teenage boys will be teenage boys, am I right? Did you guys have fun? Blah, 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 blah. She's giggling and I'm like, well, are you gonna tell my parents? And she's like, I don't know, how mad would your parents be? And so I'm like, honestly, yeah, nah, my parents would be pretty pissed if they found out I had snuck out and taken a car. And so his mom is like, all right, well, I guess I won't tell them then. then, because you guys were honest with me. Like, if you guys would have kept up the lie, that would have been fine, but I appreciate honesty, so I guess I can't be too mad at it, so no, I'm not gonna tell your parents. As soon as she said that, I'm not gonna lie, I was completely relieved, because the last thing I wanted, bro, was to have to explain to my mom what happened. I'm not gonna lie, dude. She would have not been understanding as this lady. Even though she's finding out now, hey mom, I've never told you the story. I know you watch my videos. Yeah, I snuck out. Nothing you can do about it now. I'm an adult. But real talk, dude, it was a pretty chill situation. After that, me and that guy became a lot closer, and they appreciated that I was willing to take the fall for them. Sometimes you just gotta do what you gotta do. Real talk, his mom was incredibly chill though, and to this day I really appreciate her not telling my parents, so that way I could do it myself on the internet for money. Real talk though, guys, I think that's gonna do it for the video. Hopefully you enjoyed. If you did, I would really appreciate you pressing the like button, letting me know in the comments section down below what you thought, and subscribing and turning on those notifications if you're new. Don't forget, if you like the intro song, check it out. Spotify link in the description, along with a link to my podcast called The Scuffed Cast. We released the new episode a couple days ago, so the link's down below. And if you're in the mood for merch, boy do I have good news for you. We got the Christmas Karen sweater, OG Sub Club, and haha merch all available at the link down below. And yeah, on that note, guys, don't get anyone pregnant. If you do, try to make sure they're as attractive as humanly possible, aka hot, and hopefully I'll see you guys tomorrow with another video. I'm out. Peace. Alright guys, today I've got an insane story about a stepmom who was stealing her stepson's money because she thought that he owed it to her for taxes. I don't think she understands that she's not the IRS, alright? They're hiring though, so go get a job. Anyway, she stole money out of his sock in the closet and freaked out on him when he got mad about it. I just knew it would be a good story time, so that's what we're gonna be doing today. Let's go.
Nice rack and her ass Brazilian. Just turned 21, but my bank's a million. Swear.
Alright, what's going on, guys? It's your boy Scrub here, back again with another video. Hope you guys are having a great day. I know I am. There's the comment of the day, and yeah, today's story time is pretty nutso. Thankfully, his dad at least stands up for him, but stepmom, one for the crazy book. Definitely going in the crazy book. Let's go. So the person who sent this in to me turned 16 and was told that they had to save up and buy their own car. And I don't think that's a bad thing. If anything, I feel like you probably value your car a lot more when you have to work for it. I'm not trying to say you suck more than a Hoover vacuum if your parents got you a car, but I am saying that if you had to go and work the same amount of hours that car is worth, you would treat it a lot better. And that's just a fact. Anything that gets just given to you is not going to be as important to you. Either way, he was saving up a bunch of money for this car, working his minimum wage job, and was putting in 40 hours a week, doing overtime whenever he could, while going to school, because he was still in high school. And he had a bank account originally that all this money was going into. And he had gone with his dad and his stepmom to set up the bank account, and they had been put as the adults on the account. And I think when you're not 18, that kind of has to be the arrangement. But if your parents aren't absolutely psychotic, then your money would go in your bank account and they would just leave it alone. I feel like stealing from your kid is something parents really shouldn't do. But because she had access to the bank account, as soon as the money started getting deposited, she started taking little chunks out, saying that it was for taxes. I don't think she's the federal government or the state government. Those are the only places that I think really are allowed to tax you. If someone just walks up to you while you're walking the dog and starts screaming at you saying that you owe them $3 grand for taxes, you don't have to give them the money. It's not legally obligating. There's no binding there. There's no legal binding that means you have to pay them. But she would take money and say the taxes were going to food, taking care of him, the power bill. And it would be one thing if this family was really struggling. Look, your money goes a long way to help the family, but it wasn't like that. 3 Mercedes in the garage, multiple vacations a year. They would go out of the country as a family. Not the type of situation where you need to be taking your 16-year-old's paycheck to pay for stuff. If anything, they were making him work for his car because they wanted him to have a work ethic because everything else around the house was pretty easy. And this really rubbed the guy the wrong way because she had never done this to any of his older siblings, his older step-siblings, which were her kids. She had only started doing this tax thing to him when he got a job, which is dramatically unfair.
The tax thing would just be stupid in general because you're not the government, you're the parent. You can't just take their money. At least I think that's unfair, whatever. Someone out there in the comments right now is like, taxing your kids is actually great. No, all right, it's lame. If they're working a minimum wage job, you don't need to take more money than they're already gonna lose. But especially if you're only going to do it for this one, you might as well just put a note on it that says, I hate specifically you. And that's the way he took it. So he talked to his boss about it, who was pretty cool with him, and his boss came up with the idea of, there's nothing wrong with him taking it in cash if he changed his bank account, and in the meantime, until he got the new direct deposit information, they would have to give it to him in cash. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge, if it took him forever to get that form turned in to do the direct deposit, well, then that would just suck. Wouldn't that just be so unfortunate? So he goes and unlinks his bank account on like the online work thing and starts taking his money in cash. And he starts taking the cash and starts hiding it because he doesn't want his stepmom to know about it. And wouldn't you know it, once the direct deposit stopped showing up in the bank account, the taxes just stopped being talked about. At least at first. It was almost like it magically wasn't an issue once there wasn't a steady stream of cash going into that account. So he kept that system for a while, like a couple months. Every week he would come home with this wad of cash in his pocket, run upstairs as fast as he can so no one could question him, shove it in this sock, put it in a boot in the back of the closet, and just had it that way, which is not the safest if there's a fire or anything. I wouldn't recommend doing this, but if your option is a bank account where someone's just taking the money for stupid reasons, or hiding cash in a sock in a boot in the back of your closet, you pick the boot in the back of your closet. Like, if your mom's gonna police your bank account and start taking money for whenever she wants to buy a new pair of shoes, it makes sense for you to just take it in cash and hide it. No one's gonna hold that against you. And finally, after a few months, his stepmom wanted to have a serious meeting with him one day, so he goes downstairs and she says, come sit at the kitchen table, so he does. And she starts really pressing him about how he still works, but he hasn't been bringing home any paychecks, or he hasn't been cashing any paychecks, so she didn't understand what was going on. And he tried to come up with this really crappy story, and it's only a crappy cover story because he was such a hard worker, of how he had managed to break this really piece and expensive blended together there, my bad. Expensive piece of equipment, and because he had broken it while he was working, the company was going to dock his pay until it was paid for. And his stepmom didn't buy it because she knew that everything he did very well, and there was no way he would have made a mistake like that. On one hand, massive compliment, like, oh, there's no way you would have screwed up, I don't believe you. And it's his enemy, she's stealing his money, she has no reason to compliment him here. But on the other hand, crap, because she now knows that somehow there's money coming into the house, and she also knows that you don't want to tell her how you're getting paid. So he tries to just be like, no, I broke something, but he can tell that she does not believe it. You know when someone is like, yeah, okay, but you can tell that they don't believe you, but they don't really want to press you about it anymore, but he had to go to work. And he wasn't thrilled, but she kind of let it go, and that made him extremely nervous. He had no choice but to go to work. It's not like he could miss a shift. His boss was cool by letting him kind of bend the rules to take his paycheck in cash. He didn't want to do his boss dirty and not show up to make sure his money didn't get stolen. And even if his stepmom was getting suspicious, he assumed his hiding spot was going to be good enough. I probably would too. Even if someone's going to go look through your room, you don't expect them to start dumping out each individual shoe. The ones at the back of the closet especially that are already very hard to get to. I don't know, I just wouldn't expect somebody to start with that. And it was only a little 4-hour shift, so it's not like she could totally tear apart the room and get it back together in time. And he made sure to tell her before he left, like, hey, this is going to be a 4-hour shift, so I'll be back pretty soon. And she said, great, we can finish that conversation about what's going on with the payments you've been getting so we can go back to getting your taxes on track. And if you have a normal job like this, the taxes are automatically taken out of your paycheck. Like when he got his paycheck every week, there already was taxes withdrawn. She called this the stepmom tax. Like this was not her doing his taxes for him. She was not being helpful. This is literally just saying that, like, I'm gonna take some money to help pay for stuff that she did not do with any of the siblings. So he's at work, and the entire time he just has knots in his stomach, and he's not sure why he's so nervous because he assumed his hiding spot was safe, but he's just really nervous, and as soon as he can go home, he gets home, he runs in, and his stepmom is standing at the door and gives him this weird smile. She never stood at the door and waited to smile at him before, and says, "Hey, how was your day?" And he says, "Great." Vroom, zooms by her. "Don't you want dinner?" No, I'm good, I already ate, bye. Gets up into his room, and everything seems fine. There's nothing out of place, there's nothing weird. And he turns around to go back downstairs because he was a little hungry. Maybe he was going to grab something. But he just has this feeling at the back of his mind. Check the boot, check the boot, check the boot. And he had never had that feeling before. But because the boot is where the money is, he decides to go check. And as he's opening the closet door, he's kind of chastising himself. This is ridiculous, dude. Your room is fine. Literally nothing is out of place. There's no way that she got in here and stole money from the shoe. There would have to be a sign. She would have to be an absolute ninja to get in here, rip it apart, find it, get it back together so spotlessly just the way I left it. And I'm talking hoodies laid on the floor in the exact position, nothing moved out of the way, everything looked precise. But whatever, he ends up going and he pulls out the boot and he dumps it out and the sock comes out, but it looks a little bit less full. And so he empties the sock and the sock is just empty. He had been wrapping the money around this empty toilet paper tube, the cardboard tube, and that's the only thing in there. And he starts freaking out because he had been saving money for a few months now, and he's saving up for a car. And he was pretty close, so there was a few $1,000s worth of cash that had been wrapped around this paper towel tube or toilet paper tube in the sock that is now missing. He and his mom, or stepmom, had this weird confrontation about where all his money was. He goes to work, comes back, and it's gone. And he had played nice. He hadn't really complained to his dad about it too much. He had mentioned it a few times. But the fact that she had gone into his room and taken the money, and then put everything back to try to trick him, she was playing mind games with him, and that really sets him off. So he decides he's gonna go downstairs and confront her. And he usually tried to avoid confronting her in front of his dad, but he goes downstairs and she's sitting next to his dad on the couch. And he's so pissed off about all the hard work that had just gone down the drain that she had just stolen that it doesn't matter. He's letting her have a piece of his mind regardless. And listen, man, think about how many hours that is. A few $1,000s might not sound like a ton of money to some people. It's a lot of money to me, but think about how much that is working minimum wage. How many hours that is. We're talking 40-hour weeks for multiple weeks. It's not something that you're just gonna let go of easily. So he walks up to his stepmom and says, "Where's my money? Where is it? What did you do with it?" And his stepmom starts trying to play dumb. What are you talking about? What money? I don't know. I thought you said that your work was keeping your money because you broke that piece of equipment. And his dad is looking back and forth at them like a ping pong ball, bump, 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 getting hit back and forth, but not actually being hit. And he's pretty pissed off because she's playing dumb. And so he says, "Look, I started taking my paychecks in cash because you were taking money out of them and I didn't like that. And I was keeping the money in my sock. It was there before I went to work. You gave me this weird talk about where my money was. I come back and all of it's gone. So something's going on and clearly you know what happened to it." "Well, it wasn't me. I have no idea what you're talking about. I would never take your money. You think that I would break that bond between stepmom and stepkid? I would never take your money. That would be so out of line, so ridiculous. Here you are making up stories trying to make me look bad. You have no respect for me." She starts really trying to spin this thing into poor me, look at me, I'm the poor victim because my kid has suspicions that I stole his money. And he kind of turns it on her and says, "All right, fine. Well, if it wasn't you, then it was your kids because the money's gone and the only people in the house are the people in the house." And he puts her in a weird spot because that makes a lot of sense. Logically, that tracks. Even his dad is kind of nodding his head, yeah. If it's not his stepmom and the money that he had been saving in his closet is gone, somebody took it. It's not like it grew legs, got up, and disappeared. It's not the beginning of evolution. It's not when the fish decided to make the jump to land. That's not what happened here. Benjamin Franklin didn't suddenly become an anamorph and start walking off. He stayed on the dollar bill, I promise.
But she does not like her children being called thieves, and she's immediately like, no, they would never steal anything. And he says, well, then it must have been you. And even his dad at that point says, I'm not saying you stole it, honey, but if it wasn't you and it wasn't me, then it has to have been your kids, because where else would the money have gone? And at that point, she realizes she made a mistake, but she doesn't really have an explanation other than selling out her kids. And she might be a bad stepmother, but apparently she draws the line at selling out her own kids. Selling out kids that aren't technically yours is totally different. That's horrible step-parenting, by the way. I feel like if you're gonna be a step-parent, you just gotta really embrace it. Treating them differently, doing stupid stuff like this is not good step-parenting. And it's like even worse because you agreed to marry someone knowing you were going to be a step-parent. I don't know. Not that being a bad parent is good, but like being a bad step-parent, you agreed to this marriage. Why, if you really knew you didn't want to do it, why'd you do it? Well, I guess the same goes for kids. Whatever, forget the analogy, all right? Pretend it didn't happen. So she finally admits to taking it, but she has to do this long-winded speech about how sometimes when somebody just treats you so poorly for so long, you do things that you later regret, and the amount of ungratefulness that her stepson had shown her is off the charts. He never went out of his way to do anything to make her life easier, blah, blah, blah. Keep in mind, going to school, working 40 hours a week, and he was really pissed off at this because every day he would come home from work and have to do the dishes or have to clean the house, clean the bathroom. He kind of felt like Cinderella, the way he had an evil stepmom making him do chores, to be honest. He was just a lot less pretty. But basically admitting that she was taking all of this money and she had stolen the thousands of dollars in cash out of his closet while he was at work, which meant she had gone through and snooped through all of his belongings because he was ungrateful. Even if someone is ungrateful, it doesn't mean you can just go rob them. Like, what, man? I think we can all agree there are some people that are probably ungrateful for the money they have. It doesn't mean that their bank account is just open season. Some people that have a lot of money, some people that have money in their closet can be ungrateful. And I don't even think this kid was ungrateful. I'm just saying it's a really stupid reason to think it's justified to steal from someone. You just can't rob people, even if they're the most ungrateful person ever. But after she admits it and gives her reasoning, she looks at his dad kind of for some backup as if he's going to support her. And thankfully, for once on the Scrubs channel, he actually has a backbone and starts freaking out on her, asking her why she would ever think that's okay. And especially pointing out that she would never do this to her own kids, which she doesn't even deny. She doesn't even pretend to be a good stepmom. She just embraces it and says that, well, her kids are different because her kids were way better behaved, and so it was totally different if they weren't as grateful. All right, I'm gonna interrupt the video for 1 second. Press the like button and comment. Otherwise, no joke, no scam, this lady will be your stepmom. All right. I know it's a bad one, but I don't make the rules, I just follow them. So you gotta press the like button. So she's saying that he's so much worse than his step-siblings, right? That it's totally different. Even if his step-siblings weren't grateful, they're just so well-behaved. They're absolute angels. And that's absurd because his stepbrother, who was the only one still at home and was like a year younger than him, had just recently, about a month ago, decided to enter his foray into doing bad things by stealing his grandmother's car. Pretty up there in terms of stupid things to do. Like, stealing a car in general is really dumb. It's extra dumb to steal a car from your grandma. What if she has a medical emergency? Oh, where's the car? My grandson took it. Guess I'll just suffer the stroke here. Either way, he steals his grandma's car, takes it on a joyride, decides to try to race someone in a grandma car. It's not fast, loses control of the car, not his, did I mention it's his grandma's, crashes the car, totals the car, and then flees the scene. Gets caught, and when he gets caught is mad that he now has to go over to his grandma's and mow the lawn for the next year to pay for it. She didn't even make him pay for the car. He just has to mow the lawn and he's mad about it. But yes, somehow the guy who's working all these hours to afford a car is the horrible one who's insanely misbehaved. He just was not worse than his step-siblings. He had never stolen anyone's car and crashed it, which put him in a league of his own. It's not saying much to have never done that. And I'm not saying that this guy was like perfectly behaved, but compared to stealing and totaling your grandma's car, anything's pretty chill.
Whatever, you stay up too late sometimes. Well, at least I didn't steal and crash a car. If that's a fair comparison you can make because your family members have done that, you automatically should not be the least favorite. I'm not saying there should be favorites, but you're picking up what I'm putting down. And then she decides to drop a massive ultimatum on this guy's dad and says, your son is tearing our family apart and you need to send him to military school or boarding school or something. And if you're not willing to do that, then this relationship is over. Like, I don't want to be with someone that's not willing to stand up for me and my kids. And his dad starts laughing. He's like, you're really going to give me an ultimatum between you and my kid? And she folds her arms and says yes. And his dad does the duh thing and says, well, I'm going to pick my kid. This situation is insane. You're in the wrong 100%. I'm not going to sell him out because you decided to steal his money and then say that it's okay because he's badly behaved. Like, what's wrong with you? And she started freaking out, saying that he would regret that, da-da-da-da-da. The kid ended up going to his mom's, but yeah, I guess his dad is officially ending that thing. And now she's trying to be all like, no, please, I'm so sorry. But the dad's staying strong, saying that he can't really go back on that. Plus, if someone really hates your kid, it's just not gonna work, man. Like, you're kind of stuck with your kid. There's not much you can do to not be your kid's parent anymore. So trying to spend the rest of your life with someone that genuinely hates your kids would be impossible. Like, how do you even do that? Well, yeah, I thought this story was insane. I knew you guys would like it at least. It is a happy ending. He says his dad does not seem too shaken up or disturbed about it, so maybe this is all a good thing. Everybody wins in the end. I don't know, I just work here. Anyways, press the like button and comment. If you don't know what to comment, just comment stepmom down below, and everyone that watches this will be really confused why all the comments say stepmom. Subscribe if you're new and turn on those notifications. I would really appreciate it. And if you want to listen to these story times in audio format, I do post them on Spotify, link down below. A link to the intro song can be found down there too. And yeah, on that note, guys, I think that'll really do it. Don't get anyone pregnant. If you do, make sure they're hot. Be sure to comment so everyone is confused why it says stepmom. And I'll see you guys next time. I'm out. Peace.
What's going on, guys? It's your boy Scrubby here, back again with another video. Hope you guys are having a great day. I know I am, and if you are, be sure to press the like button. Otherwise, no joke, no scam whatsoever. Some kid is gonna make you look really bad in front of a bunch of people that you don't want to look bad in front of. Yeah, that's right. That's very specific, but it pertains to the story, so press the like button. Real talk though, guys, this story takes place a little bit ago when I was meeting my girlfriend's family at the time, alright, and I didn't realize that she was related to a little psychopath that was like gonna try to ruin my life. Seriously though, everything ended up being okay. Like, thankfully the place we were at solved the problem very quickly. But yeah, no, my ex-girlfriend's little cousin straight up tried to set me up and make me look really, really bad because I wouldn't let him play on my phone. So it's gonna be funny, so without further ado, let's get into it.
Baby girl, just let me vibe. I'm just trying to make you mine. Yeah, they want me, can't deny.
Alright. So this story takes place when I was like either 18 or 19. I don't remember it exactly, but regardless, it was my first time that I was meeting this girl's family. And we were going to a Chili's to get dinner, which I mean is supposed to be a great time. For those of you who have never been to Chili's, they have great queso. I'm not sponsored by Chili's, but I definitely should be. And I was kind of excited because I enjoy some Chili's queso. And we walk in, and there's like her little cousin who's wearing a Halo shirt, her uncle, her aunt, and then like our grandma, some other people, and then her parents. So I meet everybody, and then the way we're sitting is like it's me, her little cousin, and then her. You know what I'm saying? So he's wearing a Halo shirt regardless. That's going to be important because I can talk to him about video games. So it's me, her cousin, and her. So I start talking to her cousin, being nice, as you do when you're trying to like talk to your girlfriend's family, you know, and I'm talking to him about Halo and video games, and he seems cool, and we're like connecting, and he's laughing at my jokes and stuff. But inevitably, like, other people ask me questions and whatnot, or like I start asking other people questions, trying to talk to other people. So I kind of like stopped talking to him about Halo for a bit. And so he had seemed cool so far, and he's probably about 8 or 9. He's little, but he seems fine. And I noticed that he was kind of getting bored now that nobody was talking to him, and like
you know, we were giggling earlier, so I give him my phone because I have games on my phone because I'm a weirdo. I don't know. That's not really weird, I guess. Like, people claim that it's immature to have games on your phone, but listen, I have a phone in my pocket, and if I can have games on it to entertain me while I'm bored, why would I not have games on my phone? Like, is it really childish to just not want to be bored? I feel like that's pretty normal, but whatever. I give him my phone and he's playing some stupid game, like some Flappy Bird knockoff or whatever. Like one of those stupid games that you see on TikTok, but like it low-key looks like it might be fun, so you download it anyways. I have a bunch of those on my phone. This is before TikTok, though. So, wow, I'm old. I just realized I was 18 before TikTok existed. Oh my god. You get it, though. He's just playing one of those stupid apps, and he's just doing his thing, and I kind of just forget that he has my phone until the food gets to the table, and I look over, and he hands me my phone, and he's a little kid, but it's got, like, the greasy, disgusting little kid, like, I don't even know how their fingers managed to get so greasy, but my phone is just covered in that little kid, like, grease slime stuff, so obviously, I'm not, like, hyped about it, but whatever. That's what happens when you give a kid your phone, is sometimes they get a little bit out of control and do little kid things, like get their greasy, tiny little fingers all over it and just, nice, sticky, yummy phone. So, whatever, the food's here, and we start eating and doing our thing, and he's got his little kid's meal, and for the little bit while we're eating, everything's good, all peaceful. He doesn't have my phone, we're just chilling. And the food is decent, not that that really matters to the story, but whatever, the food is pretty good, but he finishes his food first because, you know, it's a little kid's meal. Like, comparatively, regardless, adult meals are just bigger than kids' meals, and while kids are smaller, I don't know. He ate faster than me. I don't know why I'm so upset about the fact that he ate faster than me or getting defensive, but now you know, okay? If you're wondering how he ate faster than me, it's because he's little kid teeth and he's just got more aerodynamic airflow to swallow food. I don't know, all right? He was just faster than me. I'm just insecure about my eating speed. Anyways, he's done before me and he starts, like, getting bored again because everybody else is still eating because homie sped through his food. Like, he really speed ran that crap. I'm not even kidding. I've never seen somebody eat a quesadilla that quickly. He was folding the pieces, like, into eighths just to shove them in his mouth faster. Not actually, but you get the idea. So he wants my phone back, and he starts, like, jamming his fingers in my ribs, like, hard, like it hurt. So I look at him, and I'm like, hey, please stop. Please stop. And he looks at me, he's like, give me your phone. So I tell him, I'm like, not right now. I'm eating, you know, maybe after we're done eating, I'll give you my phone. And he jabs his fingers in my rib hard while I'm looking at him, and he goes, give me your phone. And I'm like, no, I'm not going to give you my phone. Like, come on, I'm not going to give you my phone. And then he jams me again, and I go, ow. And my girlfriend at the time, I'm not dating her anymore. So my ex-girlfriend looks over, and she's like, stop hurting Ryan. Like, he doesn't want to give you her phone. So she understands the situation. And he looks at her and he looks at me and he jabs me again and he goes, give me your phone. And I go, stop it. And she goes, stop it. And the next thing that happens, dude, is he just... Hi, I'm going to be annoying and ask you to take a second to press the like button and let me know in the comments section down below what you thought. If you don't know what you think so far, just go ahead and put the comment potato down below. It helps the video do better in the algorithm and I'd appreciate it. And yeah, back to the video. He just starts crying. Like, I've never seen somebody cry on command that hard. He literally summons Poseidon and just starts drenching his face in tears and starts saying, he hit me, he hit me. And the entire table, dude, the entire restaurant is like looking over and just staring at us because there's this kid crying and looking at me saying that I hit him. And I didn't hit him, dude. My girlfriend just watched me. Why would I hit this kid? I didn't hit him. So he starts just crying and screaming that I didn't hit him. So I start like yelling back, being like, I didn't hit you. I didn't hit you. And so his dad gets up and is like, why did you hit my kid? And he pulls my chair out. I'm like, I didn't hit your kid. I didn't hit your kid. And he's like, well, if you didn't hit my kid, then why is he crying? I don't know, man. I have no idea. Genuinely, I have never seen somebody command tears that hard in my life. I don't know. It's not my fault that your kid is a psychopath. What are you asking me? Why is your kid crying? I don't know. It's not my kid. I wouldn't know. And the dad is like using the fact that the kid is crying as evidence, as if kids don't cry at everything, dude. You ever seen just like a little kid cry because everybody in the room just starts acting scared? But yeah, no, the only reason your kid would ever start crying is because I decided to just start punching kids in the face in a Chili's. Like, genuinely, call me crazy, but I don't feel like I give off the vibe like I just punch children in the middle of Chili's for no reason. Like, oh, my queso was cold. Hitting Timmy, like, I'm just not that type of person. I would never do that. But whatever, the dad is like, why'd you hit my kid? So I don't know. And he takes the little kid outside, and I start getting interrogated by everybody, dude. Her parents, her, and my girlfriend is like, no, he didn't hit him. Like, I sat here the whole time, I didn't hit him. I'm denying it. And they're all just like giving me the side eye, like I did it, you know? Like, I can tell that no matter how much I say that I didn't just hit this kid, no one believes me. It's literally me and my girlfriend sitting here like, crap, what am I gonna do? Because her family just thinks I RKO'd their nephew in the middle of dinner at Chili's. And listen, I know Chili's is a place where a lot of things have gone down. I've watched The Office, but this was not a situation where I was trying to make Chili's look bad. I don't want to get banned from Chili's. I enjoy it there. Anyways, his dad comes back in with the kid, and he looks pissed. And he puts the kid down right by his mom, and he looks at me, and he goes, can we go outside? And I'm like, sure. And I'm gonna be honest, I thought this dude was about to fight me. Like, I'm gonna keep it a buck. When somebody thinks that you hit their kid, and then they ask you to go outside, what was I supposed to think was gonna happen? He was gonna give me flowers and be like, it's okay, I've always wanted to do that? No. So he tells me to, like, let's go outside. So we're walking outside, and I'm preparing to fight this guy. Like, I know that sounds corny. I'm not talking trash or anything, but, like, in my mind, I'm psyching myself up. I'm like, all right, man, like, you got to do what you got to do. You obviously don't want to be in the situation, but you didn't hit this kid, and, like, you can't let him, you know, intimidate you for something you didn't do. Like, I'm hyping myself up, getting ready to fight this kid's dad, because I genuinely think he's, like, brought me outside to fight me, which, listen, I don't know about you, but that's what let's take this outside means, right? Like, let's go outside implies that you want to throw hands. That's what I always thought. Anyways, we get outside in the middle of the parking lot. He turns around and he's like, I owe you an apology. And I'm like, what are you talking about? Come to find out, I guess his kid, once they had gotten out into the parking lot and his dad had asked him what happened, was like, well, okay, maybe he didn't hit me. And that's why the dad had just been sitting there telling his son how bad it is to lie for the last little bit, and that's why they were gone forever, and he just wanted to take a second and apologize for accusing me of hitting his son. Dude, what a little turd, man. Like, I was so cool to this kid. I let him play on my phone. I talked to him about video games, and then I just don't want his greasy little mitts all over my phone right after he just ate a quesadilla, which we all know has greasy finger syndrome after you eat one. Nobody eats a greasy quesadilla and then is like, my phone's clean after. No, especially a little kid. Like, I was just not vibing with it. And he just accused me of hitting him and then gets in the parking lot with his dad and is like, okay, maybe not. Like, what? Bruh, come on. After everything we've been through, the whole 45 minutes we sat together at Chili's, and this is how you're gonna betray me after I let you play on my phone. What it really goes to show you, you can't trust anyone out here, man, no matter how much they wear Halo shirts, alright? That's not a sign that somebody is trustworthy. And that's just the sad state of times that we're living in. So his dad apologizes, and I'm like, oh, it's okay. And he's, I really am sorry. I don't know why you're apologizing to me. You're the one who has to live with your little psychopath kid, dude. Like, have a good time. That's just how it is. Whatever. Sometimes your kid's just gonna lie and say people hit him, apparently. I didn't read that in any parenting books. I've never read a parenting book, to be fair, so maybe that is in, like, chapter 1 and nobody knows because nobody reads parenting books except for people who actually, like, know what they're doing, and they're definitely not watching these videos. But yeah, that's the story of a time that my ex-girlfriend's little cousin accused me of hitting him in Chili's because I wouldn't let him play on my phone. Moral of the story is if a little kid ever hits you with the, do you got games on your phone? You just say no. You just say no, because if you don't, he's going to try to pull some stuff and accuse you of, like, smacking him upside the head in the middle of a Chili's when we all know that it is a classy restaurant that should never contain any violence. But on that note, guys, I think that's going to do it for the video. Hopefully you enjoyed. If you did, be sure to press the like button. Let me know in the comments section down below what you thought of the video. It does help the video perform better, and I would appreciate it. If you like the intro song, a link will be down below in the description if you want to check it out, no pressure. And yeah, be sure to get some of the OG Sub Club merch if you haven't already before it's gone forever. And I really appreciate all the support. My Twitter is @scrubby_69, Instagram @scrubby. And on that note, that's everything I got to plug. Don't get anyone pregnant. If you do, make sure they're hot. And hopefully I'll see you guys next time with another video. I'm out. Peace.
Alright, what's going on, guys? It's your boy Scrubby here, back again with another video. Hope you guys are having a great day. I know I am. Today's story time is something that happened about a year ago now with one of my friend's moms on social media. She basically ended up posting some pictures publicly that I really don't think she meant to, and then when she noticed, tried to, like, play it off like nobody saw it, even though definitely a lot of people did. Regardless, it's just a pretty awkward situation that was was pretty comical in retrospect, so I figured I would make a story time out of it. And yeah, be sure to press the like button or no joke, no scam. This is gonna happen to you. And without further ado, let's get into it.
It's okay, it's not good. Nice rack in her ass Brazilian. Just turned 21, but my bank's a million. Swear I'm a little drunk, but it's a hell of
Alright, so I think it's basically pretty common knowledge at this point that boomers are not the best with technology, dude. I don't know if it's something inside them that just, like, makes them not be able to work the most common technology known to man, but they're just not very good at it. And one of my friend's moms was on this streak of, like, not having a smartphone, you know? She just refused. She looked down on it. She thought they were destroying society. I'm sure a couple of your guys' parents were on the same boat. But it was just getting to the point where, unironically, it was harder and harder to find smartphones that were, like, had good plans, whatnot. Every time she would go into Verizon to get a new phone or deal with something, they would push her to get a smartphone. And on top of that, just having a smartphone in this day and age is really helpful, especially in the day of COVID. You got a QR scan code the menus. You gotta, like, be able to order stuff on your phone. So my friend decided that he was gonna get his mom a smartphone for Christmas. He didn't get her an iPhone or anything crazy. He just got her, like, the most simple Android money could buy and figured that it was gonna be something that would make her life just a little bit better. Because his mom had been so anti-technology for a while, he honestly expected her to, like, low-key hate it and just not use it all the time. And Christmas comes and he gives her her gift and she's like, "Oh my God, thank you so much. Wow, this is so sweet. You got me a phone. You'll have to show me how to use it." And for any of you that have ever had the "show me how to use it" line from, like, a grandparent or a parent, you know, that is unironically one of the most painful things you could hear, bro, because you could explain how to press the home button 30 times and they would still be sitting there like, "Wait, so what button do I press to return to the screen?" It's just painful trying to teach old people technology. You know, I've done it quite a few times. So whatever, he goes over there and he's kind of showing her how to use her phone and whatnot. And she says, "Hey, while you're here, can you make something called Facebook for me? A couple of my friends have it, you know, and I just really, really want an account." And obviously, old people love Facebook. Like, that's their forte, bro. That's the social media for anyone over the age of old. I'm not really sure what the cutoff is, but we all know exactly the type of people I'm talking about, dude. When you stop using, like, memes as your captions on social media and start writing paragraphs about how, like, "Today was a brisk Tuesday, but me and Dan went on a walk. It's time for Facebook." Regardless, he sets her up. She starts adding all of her friends, and the woman who used to not be addicted to technology gets sucked into the black hole of Facebook. It was like this dude's mom went back to living in 2012 when everybody was super addicted to, like, playing Farmville, you know what I mean? It was just absurd. She was constantly on her phone. In fact, he had started her off on a data plan that didn't have a lot of data, whatever you guys call it. You guys get it. It's the same thing. And she ended up going into Verizon and getting it upgraded because she went over it within, like, the first 2 days after a while. First month she didn't hit it, but pretty soon, dude, this lady was addicted to social media, and she became one of those ladies who had to post about everything she was doing. She made dinner, boom, gotta post a picture of it on Facebook. We're watching TV, better get a picture of what we're watching and post it on Facebook. Oh, you just pooped? Hey, better post it on Facebook. Like, this lady became one of those moms that just posts everything on Facebook. And this guy just figured it was a phase. The smartphone was new and shiny, and eventually it was gonna wear off. But after, like, 3-4 months of his mom being addicted to this, he kind of realized that he might have accidentally given his mom a new addiction, you know what I mean? Because it just kept getting worse. In fact, it got to the point where his dad started, like, chastising his son. "Why the hell did you ever buy your mom that phone? I'm telling you, it's ruined my life. I can't enjoy anything anymore." Like, this guy really was just low-key getting blamed for the fact that his mom was addicted to her phone. But as you guys can tell from the title of the video, there was something that ended up happening that got rid of this. So even though his mom was super addicted to technology, she still was a boomer and she didn't really understand things very well, like how to post stuff and whatnot. And I guess one day she like went to post pictures on Facebook and selected a couple photos on accident and then just didn't unselect them. So my friend who's chilling gets a notification on his phone that his mom had posted pictures on Facebook, and he goes to look, and the post is something about how, you know, they took the dog to the groomers and they did such a lovely job, and look, and there's 2 pictures of his dog with a fresh haircut, and then after that is a picture of his mother in the mirror with, well, I'm trying not to get demonetized, but I'll put it this way, bro. You know the website OF? Monly Mans? Monly Mans? It rhymes with Monly Mans? It could have been content on there, bro. His mom was standing there, booty cheeks out in the mirror, right next to the puppy. And obviously, he starts freaking out. He texts his mom, like, look what you posted on Facebook. Oh my God. And he doesn't want to look at the picture again, but he refreshes to see if people are seeing it, and sure enough, there's tons and tons of likes on the post coming in from like all these people his moms are friends with. There starts to be creepy dads commenting on it like, wow, I sure do love this dog's haircut. Let me know where I can go to get this treatment. Like, you know, 30-year-old dads that are wearing sunglasses in their profile picture and are just a little too open on social media. It's like, all right, Dan, we get it. You went through a divorce, but that does not mean you constantly have to remind everyone that you want to, you know, be with a woman. It's all right. We get it. Anyways, the comments are rolling in, and he's just watching these people talk about his mom's the body, and he's freaking out, and so he starts calling his mom, and after like 3 calls, she answers, and he's like, Mom, why did you post that on Facebook? What is wrong with you? And so she's like, I don't know what you're talking about. I'll call you back. So he's sitting there, and sure enough, after a couple seconds, he hangs up. After they hung up, sorry, the photo goes down. Like, he refreshes it, and the post is no longer there, and he's like, oh, thank God it got down. You know, he's aware of the fact that some people definitely saved it and screenshotted it, but he wasn't about to worry his mom with all that because he knew she wasn't going to understand. And sure enough, she calls him back. She's like, yeah, I took it down. Well, the good news is that nobody saw it. And this guy's like, okay, Mom, you're kidding me. I literally was watching people comment on it. And she's like, oh no, you must have had a glitch then because nobody saw it. Trust me, nobody saw it. He's like, Mom, I literally saw people liking it. Like, people were commenting about how they wanted a dog haircut like that. Like, I know people saw it. And for some reason, she was just refusing to admit that, like, people had seen it. I don't know if it was a coping mechanism to, like, avoid embarrassment, right? But sure enough, like, a couple hours later, he gets another call, this time from his dad, and he's like, your mom's getting rid of her smartphone. And the kid's like, all right, well, what happened? He said, I don't know. I don't want to know. All I know is that your mom said that she no longer wants it. She said the technology is overwhelming and she doesn't understand how to use it. And he's like, yep, all right. He knew it was an accident what his mom did, so he didn't want to like tell his dad and cause any problems, and he figured that maybe his mom getting rid of it actually was the best idea. All right, guys, I'm going to interrupt the video for 1 second. On screen now is an Xbox gift card, and I actually give a gift card away every upload here on this channel as a way to just say thank you to everyone for subscribing and turning on notifications. So if you haven't already, subscribe, turn on notifications, and you, trust me, aren't going to want to miss another video. Realistically, if you're somebody who's already subbed with noties on, then a big thank you to you. You guys really make the channel go round, and it's mucho appreciated. And on that note, I'll shut up so you guys can enjoy the story. And yeah, thank you. Enjoy the gift card. Anyways, the guy doesn't think it's a bad idea if his mom gets off the smartphone for a little bit. Maybe not permanently, you know, but maybe until she can control herself around not posting literally everything on Facebook and learning how to post certain pictures and not post others. So she gets off social media for a little bit. The thing is, I guess that means she stops posting on Facebook and stops responding, but there were an absurd amount of old men that had seen this photo of his mother, and when they go to her page and they message her and she's not responding, they started like looking through her page. And of course, she's an old lady, so she didn't really know any of her privacy settings, so it was like anybody could just see who she had listed as her relatives. And this guy was one of the only public profiles, and it was listed as her son, dude. So he starts getting like Instagram DMs from old dudes, and I don't know what they thought their plan was. Some of them would just message and be like, hello, please pass this message on to your mother. But some dudes would be like sending him graphic messages of everything they wanted to do to his mom. And he's like, bro, I'm not gonna pass this message on to my mother. What is wrong with you? Could you imagine that, dude? Just a bunch of dudes sliding into your DMs, hitting on your mom, but like through you, like, hey, tell Shawty I want to grab her pumpkin pie, spread it open, and lick it like a Thanksgiving salad. After about 6 months of that, though, of him getting messages, his mom decided to come back to the smartphone gang. This time, though, she decided to have her son help her delete her Facebook page and now only uses like iMessage and WhatsApp to talk to people from the country they're from. So she at least learned her lesson and decided that social media really wasn't for her, dude. Honestly, I think the sheer embarrassment of accidentally posting something like that probably is more than enough to scar me forever, bro. If I ever did something like that accidentally on Instagram, which is at Scrubby, by the way, always plug, then it would be gone the next day, bro. I'm deleting it. I'm never coming back onto the internet. It's been a good run. So, you know, this guy's poor mom accidentally just putting herself on full blast. But what's even weirder, dude, is the dad still doesn't know. Like, the dad's a really old guy. He was never very technologically advanced, you know? When they went to the next level of Spore, he just kind of stayed behind and didn't get the iPhone update. So he still doesn't know to this day. Like, the son has agreed to stay silent as long as the mom stays off social media. And, yeah, I guess somehow it's still working out for them. Good for them, I guess. What you doesn't know doesn't hurt you. It's not like she posted it on purpose, right? Anyways, guys, I think that's gonna do it for the video. Hopefully you enjoyed. If you did, please be sure to press the like button. Let me know in the comments section down below what you thought. Comment down below if you guys have ever had to like try to teach an old person technology and it went about as good as this did. Sometimes it's okay to tell your mom she can't have an iPhone, you know? It might not be the end of the world. If you guys are new, subscribe, turn on notifications. As I said, I post videos on here pretty often and I literally give away money, so you got nothing to lose. If you want more content, I do have a podcast called The Scuffed Cast. You can find a link to that down below. It's pretty swagtastic if you ask me, and a link to the intro songs also down there if you guys want to bop to it. The merch store is also in the description. No pressure though, but yeah, if you guys want to follow me on Instagram at Scrubby, Twitter at Scrubby_69, it's also appreciated. On that note, I think that's everything I have to plug, so don't get anyone pregnant. If you do, make sure they're hot, and hopefully I will see you guys all next time in another video. I'm out. Peace. What's going on, guys? It's your boy Scrub here, back again with another video. Hope you guys are having a great day. I know I am. Today I've got a story time that was sent in to me about this kid that ended up robbing his own mom and then like bragging about it, which has got to be one of the cringiest things you could ever do, and then be like, yeah, look at how tough I am. I robbed my mom. Either way, I knew it would be a story time that you guys would enjoy, so without further ado, let's get into it. So the person who sent this into me was a self-proclaimed super nerd. This story actually takes place because they were in the math club at their school. That's right, you know, an after-school math club, I can't lie, is pretty nerdy, but if you're gonna own it, you're gonna own it. You'll probably make a lot of money doing something one day, so good for you. And basically, everyone in this math club was an insanely nerdy individual, as you would expect. And there was one guy who was nerdy, but really loved to pretend that he wasn't nerdy, and I'm gonna name him Michael for this video. And Michael just thought he was the toughest dude to ever exist. Like, you know those Tough Mudder things where it's like the obstacle course? He would look at one of those and go, that's basically Weenie Hut Jr., because I'm so tough. He would always talk about how he was about it, and no one would mess with him, and if anyone ever dared hit him with some disrespect, he'd have to teach him a lesson. And it was just hilarious to everybody because this dude was like 5'2", in a math club, which has to be the least about it activity I've ever heard. And on top of it, his dad is like an orthodontist. But sure enough, at least one time, every time they would meet for this math club thing, he would be like, oh, you guys don't want to mess with me because I'd be able to beat you up. You know, I'm just about that life. No one could ever mess with me because I'm just, oh, so jacked, so tough, so aggressive. I can beat up anyone. One time I got into a fight at a bodybuilder convention, took on the entire convention and won, and everybody was just really annoyed with it. And so one day in the middle of this club, Michael is talking about how, you know, he's not afraid to kick someone's door down and take their stuff. Which I have to say is a very psychotic thing to be bragging about. Like, if you think it's a flex to tell a bunch of people that you're willing to commit a home invasion, I don't know what to tell you. But the subscriber at that point had just gotten annoyed with him and told him, like, dude, you are not tough. You aren't going to kick in anyone's door. Stop acting like you're going to rob anyone. And immediately everybody else agreed, and they were like, yeah, Michael, not gonna lie, it's kind of cringe. Like, just agreeing that it's absurd to talk about how you're willing to commit a home invasion when you're in a math club. Like, okay, buddy. It'd be absurd, period. If you're going to commit a home invasion, don't talk about it in class, or just don't do it. That's a really horrible crime. But, you know, he kind of called him out and said, you're just not that tough. Please stop acting like it. And obviously he was like, yeah, dude, what are you talking about? You think you're tough? And the subscriber said, no, I don't think I'm the toughest person on the planet, but I'm not the person that's constantly rolling around talking about how tough they are and how they can beat everybody up and how they live a lifestyle based around danger and combat when we all know that you just don't. Like, you just stop. And he was like, all right, dude, bet tomorrow I'm going to meet you at school and I'll show you some of the stuff that I've stolen. And everybody is like, wait, you've stolen stuff? And he said, yeah, he steals stuff from people all the time and he's not afraid and he doesn't feel bad about it, which once again, just showing that this guy's crazy. If you're stealing a bunch of stuff from people and you don't feel bad about it at all, like, that's kind of on you. That should make you feel a little bit bad. Nah, dude, I just robbed an orphanage. It was sick. If anything, the only thing I feel bad about is not having more of an adrenaline rush. And they tell him, like, don't do that, that's cringe. And he says, no, you wanted to call me out, so I'll bring it tomorrow. So whatever, the next day comes and the subscriber is eating lunch with some of his friends from the math club. And up walks this dude and he has this like Ziploc baggie in his hand. And he goes, check it out, this is what I've stolen. And sure enough, in this little plastic baggie is like a pearl necklace, some diamond earrings, like a lot of very expensive looking jewelry. And his dad was an orthodontist, so I'm gonna assume that they had some pretty nice stuff at their house. So it becomes apparent to everybody that he had stolen this jewelry probably from his mom. So the subscriber calls him out and says, what, did you sneak into your mom's closet and take her jewelry? And he's like, this is not my mom's jewelry. And the subscriber doubts him, you know, press X to doubt and says, yeah, sure, dude, okay. And he's like, I'll prove it's not my mom's jewelry and I'll throw it away. And they tell him, don't do that, don't throw it away, that's a horrible idea. And he's like, I don't even care, that's how little I care about it. And he drops it into the trash can, gets up from the table and is like, bye, losers, and walks away. So at that point, they decide that they're going to grab it out of the trash. So one of them takes it out of the trash and they put it in their backpack, and they decided they were going to hold on to it because they just had a feeling that he was going to end up like either trying to look for it, his mom was going to want it back, and they weren't going to let him throw it away. I mean, if you watch somebody throw away apparently thousands and thousands of dollars in jewelry, you'd probably grab it out of the trash can too. I mean, you'd be stupid not to. Oh, that'd be disgusting. No, it'd be more disgusting if anyone ever told me a story about how someone threw a pearl necklace away and they didn't grab it out of the trash. That would be disgusting because you missed out on the easiest bag of all time, or at the bare minimum, grabbing like potentially a memento for his mom. I wouldn't recommend selling it, you know, I'd rather give it back to the lady who it belongs to. But I'm just saying, like, you'd be dumb not to. And if for some reason they're paying attention, he doesn't come back over to the trash can, so he had just actually thrown away this jewelry. And so the next week comes around when the math club meeting is happening again, and they're all sitting there, and they realize that Michael isn't there. He's late. And they're not really upset about that, because no one really liked hanging out with him. So they're all just starting their math club meeting, and about 10 minutes into it, there's a knock on the door. And they had a teacher supervisor for the math club, but because it was the math club, he didn't stay in the classroom with them. He would just go take care of stuff. He just kind of sponsored it. But the teacher comes in and there's a lady with him, and with the lady is Michael with his head down. And the teacher's like, hey guys, do you mind if we ask you a question really quick? And they're like, yeah, sure, of course. And the lady introduces herself and she says, hi, I'm Michael's mom. Oh my gosh, I've heard so many great things about you. I love the math club. You guys are so awesome. Just a super sweet lady off the rip. And she says, apparently my son decided it would be a good idea to bring some of my jewelry into class to show off or give it to his science teacher for something. Like, he had given her some crappy excuse and had lost it, and apparently he had spent a lot of time in this room, so if any of them had seen it or heard about somebody finding it, could they please let her know? She'd really appreciate it.
because it meant a lot to her. It was like a gift from her husband on their first wedding anniversary, just this super sentimental piece of jewelry. Which, listen, you should never steal from your mom, bro. Like, come on. Like, it's just wrong to steal your mom's stuff. But you should especially not steal stuff that's insanely sentimental and then throw it away. Like, he literally threw it in the garbage and it was some super sentimental memento to his mom. That's pretty cruel, dude. Yeah, mom, whatever. Your memories are basically garbage to me. I don't care. It's in the trash. And immediately all the guys knew that they had to say something. So the guy that had the bag of jewelry says, well, I hate to tell you this, but your son threw away your jewelry. Because he was trying to show it off because he told us that he was going to rob someone and he was pretending that he robbed you. And the mom's like, wait, what do you mean? Are you serious? Like, this isn't funny to joke about. And the only thing that really gives away that this is accurate and doesn't let Michael have any deniability is his reaction, because he just starts yelling, no, that's not true. No, I did not. No, I didn't. And his reaction is so over the top that his mom's like, wait, what? And then all of the math club kids, not trying to snitch, but just telling her the story, because at this point it was like beyond the seriousness of not telling, say that her son is always talking about how he's like gonna rob people and he's not afraid to commit all these crimes, and they called him out and said, shut up, because you're just not tough. And he said that he was going to rob someone and bring the stuff that he steals in, and so he had brought in this bag of jewelry, and they had told him that's probably his mom's, and he had proved that he didn't care about it by throwing it away. And the mom at this point is furious, and she looks at Michael and she's like, is that true? And he says, yes, but I can explain. And she's like, there's no explaining. You threw away something that meant something to me. I can't believe you would rob your own mother, even if it was just to look cool. You went into my room and stole my jewelry. You're in so much trouble when you get home. And Michael gets mad at the math club people and is like, why did you snitch on me? Which, listen, I understand being mad that they told, but let's be realistic here. You put them in a situation where they kind of had to. You brought in your mom. She's saying how she's so upset because the sentimental thing is missing and they know where it is. And his mom at that point is like, I'm never gonna get that back and that's all your fault. I don't know how you're gonna sleep at night. And Michael, without missing a beat, proceeds to still be the worst person of all time and says, I'm gonna sleep like a baby. Come on, man. Your mom just found out that you had stolen from her, threw away her expensive jewelry because you said you didn't care about it, and then she goes, I don't know how you're gonna sleep at night, which any mom's gonna guilt trip you after that, duh. And your response is like a baby. You don't feel bad at all about this situation, not even a little bit. I would feel bad if I was in your situation, dude. How could you let your mom be that mad, telling you like, I'm so disappointed. Yeah, whatever, lady, I don't care. Like, goodness gracious, this guy's on a one-way train to being the most entitled Darren of all time. The kid who got it out of the trash, though, said, no, like, you didn't lose it here. We grabbed it out of the trash because we knew something was weird about it, so we wanted to make sure that it wouldn't get lost. And his mom is insanely thankful. Thank you so much. I knew the math club was going to be smart, but you guys really saved my bacon. Just, like, being very, very thankful. And she turns to Michael and she says that he's going to be in a lot of trouble when they get home, which is obvious. Like, at this point, you know, Michael should probably be getting ready to not have his freedom for a bit. He's going to be in trouble, but he, in his mind, thinks that all of this is okay. Keep in mind, the only reason he got his bacon saved is because they grabbed it out of the trash. He just did try to throw it away, like there's no way around that, but he starts arguing with his mom, saying that, well, she didn't lose it, so he shouldn't get in trouble because it didn't get lost. And everybody in the room is just kind of sitting there thinking that's the dumbest thing that they've ever heard, and his mom decides to tell him it's the dumbest thing that she's ever heard. So let me get this straight. You think that it's acceptable for you to go into my room, steal my jewelry, bring it to school, to pretend that you robbed someone, and then throw it away. But because your friend saved your bacon, you should just not get in trouble. And he was like, yeah, pretty much. And I think they're glossing over the fact he robbed his mom to try to prove that he robs people. That's the cringiest thing I've ever heard. Like, technically, sure, you did rob your mom, but you're out here saying you're not afraid to kick in a stranger's door and steal their stuff, and your proof is that you went to your mommy's closet and took her earrings.
I'm just saying, man, that's a little bit different than what you were telling everyone and pretending to be. Yeah, that's right, I'll take from anyone, even my own mother. I don't think that makes you cooler. I think it just makes you willing to steal from your mom. But his mom says, yeah, that's not gonna happen. You're gonna get in trouble. And Michael starts throwing a temper tantrum, being like, this is so unfair. They snitched on me. You would have never known that I took it. And she said, yeah, I would have never known that you took it, but I also would have never gotten it back. So you should be grateful to them. Because if I would have found out that you threw it away and it was thrown away and I never would have gotten it back, you would have been in more trouble. But you're still going to be in a lot of trouble because I don't appreciate that my son's going around pretending like he's committing home invasions on the daily. And his tantrum turns from his mom to the other people in the math club, and he starts being like, you guys didn't need to get involved with this. I don't know why you guys had to tell her everything. That was so messed up. And the subscriber reminds him that they actually only got involved in any of this because of him. They were just chilling in the lunchroom minding their business. He walked up with the bag full of jewelry. They never said, yeah, go steal stuff and show it to us. They had called him out and said that, like, you know, he's just not about it, so stop pretending that he's some big tough guy. And his response was to rob his mom, which is not a very big tough guy move. I don't think any like action hero, anyone that's ever been like a super tough individual has ever sat back and gone, no, I'm gonna rob my mom. That sounds pretty reasonable. Like, I think there's a little bit of a truce amongst everybody that's very cool or about that lifestyle that you respect your mom. And Michael's response to that is to start going towards the subscriber like he's gonna fight him. And so the subscriber is not a very fighting individual. As I said, he admits he's a very nerdy guy, built more for the math club than anything else. Kind of gets ready to have to defend himself, and Michael starts like running over to him because they were across the classroom. But thankfully, somehow, Michael is even more uncoordinated than the subscriber. He probably would have lost the fight if Michael got to him, he admits it. But Michael ends up kicking like the corner of a desk, and it pulls with him, and he just eats crap. And when I say he eats crap, I mean he slams down hard. You know when you see somebody lose their footing and they start going down, and it's like their brain didn't register they were falling, so they don't get their hands out in front of them to stop the fall? It's just the sheer weight of gravity, I'm sorry. I mean, technically gravity do be grabbing you, so it's not that far off, but you guys get what I'm saying. Gravity just slams you into the ground. That's how this man ends up falling. So he goes forward, slams hard, and one of the things that slams is his face. And they're looking at him, and when he lifts his face up from the ground, all of the people in the math club go, ooh. Because his mouth is now bloody and his nose is a direction that it was not before, which is not a very good thing. You know, call me a doctor, call me a professional out here. Noses are not supposed to be bent at weird angles. I mean, maybe, but it was clearly broken. Like, it was definitely a broken nose. And he just starts yelling, ah, ah. And his mom runs over and looks at him and goes, what did you do? And he's like, I tripped. And he's just crying, and his mom and him leave. And they leave in a hurry. So the mom did thank them for getting the jewelry, but they dip out of there very quick to go to the hospital. So the mom's taking the kid to the hospital, they leave, and everyone in the math club is like, well, that certainly was not how I was expecting today to go. I think when you're hanging out in the math club, the last thing you expect is any very intense, entertaining drama. You're like, oh, wow, another real number. Oh, ho, ho, ho. Like, I don't know what you do in a math club. I'm just saying. So obviously they talked about it for a bit, then went about their business. But the funniest part was the next math club, because when they walked into the math club meeting the next week, Michael is standing there dejectedly with like enough presents for all of them, holding a big card, and he opens it and starts reading it. And it's a handwritten apology that he clearly didn't write but was being forced to read, saying that like, the math club has meant so much to me over the years. I have had some of my fondest memories in the class. You guys are some of the best friends. And the fact that you went out of your way to save my mom's jewelry was really cool. I really appreciate that. As a token of my appreciation, here are some presents that I have picked out for each of you.
based on your interests. Like, clearly just a script that his mom had made him read, but whatever, they didn't care because there were presents for them. So they go over there, and he openly admits it. He goes, I didn't want to get you this stuff, but my mom was grateful for you guys saving her jewelry. And they open it up, and the mom had gotten them all elite Xbox controllers, which they thought was pretty sick. And I mean, reasonable. Think about it. If like the necklace, all the stuff that he taken is worth what, 15 grand, them getting it back so you spend like $500 on controllers, it's a lot. It's definitely a gesture that says I'm very thankful for you. But considering how much money they saved by not letting that be lost, even before any of the sentimental value, it's fair, but still very nice. Like, you don't have to get anyone a gift if they get you your stuff when it's lost. You don't have to do that. The fact that his mom went out of the way to do that in the first place, very cool. I stan his mom. She's like an opposite Karen. Think about it. She was super calm and collected even though her stuff was missing, asked them reasonable questions, and then when they helped her out, she was like, wow, I will repay you with gratitude. That doesn't really happen a lot. I feel like now most people just get angry. But then he continues his apology, clearly something his mom had said, where he was like, you guys are some of the most intelligent people around. You're definitely a lot smarter than anyone like me who would be willing to rob his mom. And they decided at that point to mess with him just because he had been like, yeah, my mom got this for you. I didn't really want to. And he was just kind of acting like none of this mattered. So they were like, wait, what? We can't hear you. And he was like, I'm not going to repeat it. And they said, we didn't hear you. And we could just tell your mom that you didn't apologize. And he's like, guys, don't make me say it. And they're like, what? We didn't hear you. And so he says it again about how they're so much smarter than him and how no one that was as smart as them would ever be dumb enough to steal from their mom. And they're like, wait, what was that, bro? And they get him to say it 3 more times before he gets pissed, and he says, if you guys keep this up, then like I'll just leave the math club and won't come back. And the only issue with that threat is it wasn't really a threat. They didn't like him being there anyways, and clearly he didn't really like being around them. So the subscriber decided to test it one more time, and he was like, wait, what? And Michael turned red, and he was like, I'm done. I'm over this. I don't want to hang out with you guys anymore. Enjoy your presence, but I don't want to be around you guys because all you're going to do is make fun of me for what happened. And they were like, yeah, no, we probably will make fun of you. So he stormed out of the math club in a little bit of a tantrum again. And he didn't come back after that. That was the last time that he came to math club. I don't know how he explained that one to his mom. Probably that, like, they weren't cool with me after I robbed you. She must have understood that. I think that's a pretty fair thing to say. At least they got the controllers out of it at the bare minimum. And they did save that lady. She did not deserve that. I don't know why you would rob your mom. Moral of the story, don't rob your mom. And especially don't rob your mom and just throw it away. Like, that's the dumbest part of all of this. We've had stories before about kids that have taken their mom's jewelry and stuff and tried to sell it for Robux. But at least there's like a transaction there. This guy really stole all this jewelry just to toss it in the trash can. Makes no sense. Anyways, guys, I think that'll do it for the video, though. Hopefully you enjoyed. If you did, I'd really appreciate y'all taking a second to press the like button. Let me know what you thought in the comment section below. If you don't know what to comment, just go ahead and comment necklace down below. It helps the video do better. And when you guys are seeing this, it's like 5 p.m. Pacific time on the day of this video. I'll be trying to reply and respond to as many comments as I can for the first 30 minutes, so hey, if you're here quick, be sure to comment. Anyways, guys, like I said, that'll do it for the video. If you like these, but you don't like the gameplay, you can listen on Spotify, link down below, and there's a link to a playlist down there, too, with some of my favorite story times of the year. Check it out. But, yeah, on that note, don't get anyone pregnant. If you do, make sure they're hot. I'm out. Peace.
Alright, what's going on, guys? It's your boy Scrub here, back again with another video. Today I've got a story of a spoiled kid getting destroyed by their own parent, which, you know, is next level, entertainment. So without further ado, let's get into it. Let's go.
Don't know what I'm doing here. Yeah. Don't know what I'm doing.
Alright, so like I said, this was a story time that was sent in to me about a spoiled kid that ended up getting destroyed, which, you know, is obviously right up my alley, because story times on here about spoiled kids getting wrecked do well, but on top of it, seeing a spoiled kid get destroyed at the hands of their own mother makes it even better, you know. Obviously, because it means that that person has to have reached levels of spoiled never thought previously achievable by mankind, you know. If your own mom is out here calling you out, you had to have done something pretty crazy. Anytime your mom ends up flaming you in front of a bunch of people and smacking you back down to reality and embarrassing you, that has to be a sign that, like, you were out of pocket, because moms don't really love to roll around destroying their kid's ego. At least I don't think so, dude. Maybe your guys' moms were a little bit different.
different, you know. Oh, what is that? You got some confidence? Yeah, let me punch you in the face and smash your Hot Wheel track. Regardless, you know, it is a pretty great story. Anyways, it takes place at this subscriber's job. I'm not gonna say which restaurant they work at because it doesn't really matter, but it's a fast food restaurant, and obviously it's not like the most entertaining, romantic, fun place to be at. Anybody that's like, the real fun job is working in fast food is lying. It's not fun, but regardless, you know, it is a job and it's a place where this subscriber works, and he's worked for a bit. He's just in a situation where, like, you know, it's convenient, it's close to his house, he doesn't hate it. It does pay him money, and on top of it, you know, he's a young kid, so even if, like, he did go get a different job, it would be something equally as crappy, so there's really no reason to leave. Regardless, he's used to people kind of leaving and getting the job very often. People don't tend to stay for a while, and one day he comes in and he sees that there's a new girl that they need to train. And obviously, he's got some experience training people at that point, so, you know, he goes over and introduces himself, and right off the bat, she's just insanely entitled. The first day, really not fun to work with, mainly because she doesn't want to do anything, you know? And listen, I'm all for, like, being lazy, don't get it twisted, you know? That being said, there just comes to be a point where, like, you're at your job and you have to do the bare minimum to keep your job. And especially her attitude just did not work well with the industry she had chosen to work in, you know? She would just straight up refuse to do things that, like, 100% she knew she was going to have to do before she applied here, came to the interview, and got the job. Like, there's just certain things. I've never worked in fast food, but if I did, I would just expect that I'm gonna have to do. Like, you know, it's just reality. You're probably gonna have to deal with an angry customer at some point if you get a job in fast food or customer service. Like, it just is what it is. But I think the best example of, like, this girl just refusing to do simple work was one time the subscriber, who was like an assistant manager, said, "Hey, I'm really busy cooking right now because we're in a lunch rush, drive-through is slammed, can you take the trash out?" And she looked at him, pulled out her phone, checked the time, and said, I don't really do trash, but you can do it and I'll hold the door for you. And, like, obviously he just couldn't really believe that she, like, didn't do trash but had gotten a job at a place where, like, you know, obviously after each lunch rush you gotta take out the trash. Like, I worked at a grocery store and taking out the trash was just one of the jobs we just had to do. Obviously it kind of caught him off guard, but it wasn't like that was only her attitude with trash. It was other stuff that she just didn't do. She just didn't do touching raw food, so she wouldn't cook anything. She just didn't do drive-through orders. Like, customers would talk and she just would punch in their order wrong. She didn't do dishes. Basically, she didn't do anything. You know what I mean? Like, she refused to take trash out. She refused to take orders. She refused to, basically do any of the stuff that you need to do to work at a restaurant. And listen, to each their own. If you're grossed out by everything that she didn't do, by all means, I'm not here to judge you. Be grossed out by it, dude. That being said, it just seems kind of dumb to hate all the things that she apparently hated and then go get a job in a fast food restaurant where, like, all of those things are 95% of the job. Dealing with food, taking out the trash from the food, or taking orders from customers for their food is, like, all the work available. Anyways, for the next 2 days, the subscriber's trying his best to make the most out of the situation and train her, but it becomes very obvious to him and, like, the manager that this just isn't going to work. That being said, they're gonna give her an official warning and see if that, like, you know, changes anything about the work ethic. So the manager decides that the next time that she's got a shift, he's gonna pull her aside and just give her a talk about how, like, hey, we just really need to see some more because things aren't working. However, it wasn't a huge restaurant, so it's not like the place had some, you know, meeting room, conference area, so he obviously just kind of had to pull her off to the side of the kitchen. And he wasn't trying to embarrass her at all. In fact, he was keeping his voice down as much as humanly possible while explaining that, like, when somebody asks her to do something like take the trash out, you know, it's part of her job description. If she doesn't want to do it, that's fine, but it's not going to work with her working here if she's just refusing to do all of the things that, like, they need the workers to do. You know, by all means, I wouldn't necessarily want to work with food either. That's why I just didn't go get a job in food. And anyways, he's trying to be quiet, but very quickly all the workers become aware of this conversation conversation because her reaction immediately goes from like a 2 to a 12 and she just starts screaming, "Are you telling me how hard I need to work here and what I need to do as a worker here? Are you seriously trying to tell me what to do?" Which, you know, I mean, yeah, it's annoying, but like it's kind of the manager's job at the end of the day. And obviously the manager is annoyed at that point because he's trying to be nice about it. Now he's getting yelled at and he's like, "No, I literally just want you to do anything. I'm not telling you how hard to work. I'm telling you to work. You literally just sit there and look at us during rushes and like look at the trash overflowing and just expect it to magically get emptied. There's a reason we hire people to do jobs. It's because it needs to get done. It's fine if you don't want to work here. That's okay. But this isn't working. You either need to change how you work here or you can't work here." Anyways, obviously the manager was like trying to be funny / serious, but the spoiled girl did not like being told that she wasn't helping with anything, and so her next response was like, you know, she couldn't say that she was helping, so she decided to just start talking about how beneath her the job was instead. You know, the job that she had gone out of her way to apply for and then get. Like, that's what I don't understand when people start popping off about how this job sucks and it's beneath them while they have it, is like, well, at some point you did go through all the work of getting it, you know? You think I need to work at a fast food restaurant? I so above this. Like, I'm not a loser like you. I don't plan on spending my adult life being the manager of a fast food restaurant. My parents are loaded. I don't need any of this. If my parents give me 1/10 of what they have, then like I would never have to work again. Just going off and off about how like everyone who works here is a loser and she's above it, which, you know, congratulations to your parents for being rich, but I don't really understand why you have to be calling everybody that does have to work a loser. A job is a job, you know. Just because you don't like your job doesn't mean that like everybody who works here is somehow now stupid and doesn't deserve to like not have to ever work here for the rest of their life forever. In her mind, you know, they just eat, sleep, and breathe this fast food restaurant. Like they're NPCs that just stop being rendered when they leave the restaurant. Anyways, the manager somehow manages to stay calm. You know, kudos, I guess. I probably couldn't have. And at that point, he looks at her after her little rant about how everyone's beneath her and her parents are loaded, and he says, "Well, I'm glad you plan on mooching off your parents forever and don't need this job because as of right now, you're fired and it's not yours anyways." And her face kind of like goes, and he's like, "You don't need to finish your shift. You go ahead and go home. You don't need to come back. I'll put your last paycheck in the mail. Don't bother to come get it." And obviously everybody is just kind of standing there witnessing this and their mouths are open too because it was in the side of the kitchen. There wasn't a lot of customers there, but everyone's like, "Oh." Regardless, that's probably the best play. I mean, if you're arguing with somebody that's saying that like you're a loser for having your job and you suck, then like what are you really going to say other than "I disagree"? You know, you can't be like, "You're right, I am a loser." Obviously at that point it's probably best to just fire them because like if they think that they're above all the work there, then they're just never gonna do it, you know? I mean, seems pretty simple. Like, if you really think that you're above doing homework, then, like, if you were getting paid to be at school, it just wouldn't make sense for you to be there. Anyways, the spoiled girl almost, like, can't believe that she got fired. Somehow, I think in her mind, the boss was gonna be like, whoa, 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 you're right. Your parents are loaded. You should work here. We need someone with rich parents here. Like, even after calling him a loser, saying that everyone that works here sucks, that she was gonna keep her job. I don't really understand how she thought that, dude. Regardless, you know, he's like, no, you're actually fired. And at that point, she does the age-old classic, you can't fire me, I quit, and starts to storm out of, like, the building. And as she's storming out the building, she starts just kind of knocking stuff onto the floor from all the shelves, which doesn't punish the manager. You're just making everybody have to pick up more. But regardless, she's just knocking stuff down. And everyone else is just kind of standing there in shock, not knowing what to say about all of this, because it wasn't even like they expected any of this to go down. Especially the subscriber, the assistant manager, is especially confused, because keep in mind, all of this was supposed to be a warning. Like, they weren't going to fire her today. They were going to warn her and be like, hey, you really need to step up, you know, the work you've been doing. They didn't plan on it turning into a screaming match and everyone getting fired, but, you know, everyone's just kind of sitting there surprised. With that being over, though, everybody just decides to, like, kind of try to go back to as much normal as you could possibly have after something like that. So they just decide to figure out how it goes today and see what's up. And, you know, they at least think that it's over. They'll never see her again and cause any problems. So they clean up the kitchen and go about the rest of the day. The flow of the kitchen worked better. It just felt like a less stressful environment. And honestly, you'd be surprised how much easier work is to do with people that are willing to do work. work. I know, it seems crazy, but it's almost like that makes anything substantially easier is when people are willing to help. Regardless, the entire day, everybody's obviously joking about what went down, and they think that like, oh, that's the last we'll ever see of that crazy lady, ha 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 ha. Anyways, the next day, the subscriber is working on the register, and it's pretty slow. There hasn't been a lot of customers, and in comes the spoiled girl who had worked the day before, and an older woman, and the spoiled girl is basically beat red. And he instantly get the vibe that like she does not want to be here, but this older woman that he assumes is her mom had brought her here to like, either apologize, get her paycheck, figure out something, but regardless, it looks like the spoiled girl is not very happy to be here. And they both walk up to the counter, and the mom says, like, hi, I'm blah, blah, blah's mom, and he's like, hi, I'm the assistant manager, how can I help you? And she's like, well, I understand that my daughter quit yesterday, and we're here to get her job back. Is the manager here? And obviously, the assistant manager is kind of like, uh-oh, is this going to be a Karen situation? Usually when somebody freaks out, you assume it's because the apple doesn't fall far from the tree, and their parents freak out too. So he's like, yeah, the manager's here, and he decides to just go get the manager and have him deal with it. So he goes back into the kitchen, tells the manager that the girl and her mom are here, and the manager's face kind of turns like white as a ghost, and he's like, oh no, they're both expecting that they're gonna go out there and Karen's gonna start just yelling at them for daring to fire her sweet little angel. So the manager starts kind of hyping himself out to walk up there. He's expecting to have a battle with a Karen, like he's, fighting the Kraken and he's Johnny Depp in Pirates of the Caribbean. So on the way up, he's like hyping himself up, no, you have to be able to take the trash out to work here. He's just trying to hype himself up a bit to get into the right mindset to argue with this lady. And so finally he gets out there and the mom's like, hi, it's great to meet you. I understand that my daughter quit, She's managed to lose every other job she's ever had and she really can't afford to lose this one. So is there anything that we can do to like fix this situation and make it so that she doesn't lose her employment? She really can't manage to keep a job and I need to make sure that this doesn't happen. Obviously, the manager is kind of caught off guard because he didn't expect her to try to like be here and understand and be reasonable, all right? He was expecting to get screamed at. So he's kind of like, well, I don't necessarily know if this is something that we could fix only because, the freak out that your daughter had when she quit. And obviously the mom's like, what do you mean? My daughter said that like she had quit her job because you guys had gotten into an argument, and things had started yelling at each other. And he's like, well, obviously we had gotten into an argument, yeah, but before she quit, she had started going off about how she didn't need this job because it was beneath her because you, he points at the mom, are extremely rich, and even if she gets 1/10 of what you have, she'll never have to work a stupid job like this again. And, obviously I get it, I've said stuff when I'm mad before, but like the rest of the team here isn't necessarily stoked about the idea of being coworkers with somebody that literally thinks that they're human garbage, And the entire time he's explaining this, the mom is just looking more and more embarrassed, turning red. And finally, he like goes through some more of what he's explaining and then wraps it up in a nice little bow, basically restating, I can't rehire her because she called the entire team losers, said that I'm a loser and that she's above all of this and just doesn't really like to work. So no, there's just not really a situation where we can fix this. And obviously after he rests his case, he leans back and, he's expecting that the mom might yell at him, but it is what it is. And the mom's kind of looking at him for a second and she's just like thinking, you can tell that the wheels are turning, and finally she just turns to her spoiled kid and starts to go off after like processing all that. I think in her mind she was trying to decide how realistic it was that her kid did all that, and when it finally came like, no, yeah, that probably happened, that was the reaction that transpired, just lays into her. You are not above any job. What's wrong with you? The fact that you haven't been able to hold a job at all and are insulting others for their hard work is insane. You wish that you would be able to get promoted to be a fast food manager at this point, considering every job you have fires you after less than a month. As you were saying to them, it is true that me and your dad have a lot of money, but guess what? Me and your dad have a lot of money. You don't. You're broke in this situation and you can't keep acting like my money is yours. You seriously think that I'm just going to take care of you forever and just give you money while you bounce from job to job and then quit or get fired when they like expect you to do the bare minimum amount of work? Which, I mean, the manager is just sitting there listening to all of this awkward because he doesn't know what to say at all. Now he's in the middle of this giant family drama just trying to explain what's going on. And the mom just keeps going off after a little bit, though. She finally calms down after one more time being like, "You're not above anything. What's wrong with you?" And the spoiled girl is just kind of sitting there slack-jawed because obviously she hadn't expected it to go this way. She had expected mom to be like, "Team, get the job back," and yell at this guy who had been mean. But no, instead the manager had just kind of explained what happened, and the mom had realized, maybe the fact that none of these jobs can be kept has nothing to do with the manager at every single location. Listen, I've had a bad manager. I've had several bad managers. Trust me, it happens. That being said, if you've had like 27 jobs, chances are the managers are not the problem. You know what I mean? And then the daughter's response to all this, though, is start trying to say that the work they expected her to do was insane and that there's no way she would be able to do it just because of like what she'd become accustomed to. And the mom is like, "Oh, is taking out the trash too hard? No wonder your room smells so bad." And everybody just kind of giggled a little bit. And at that point, the Karen mom looked around and realized that like all the customers, all the workers, they were all staring. And so to get out of there, she looked at the manager and said, "I'm really sorry for my daughter's behavior. I understand why she can't have her job back." And they both get up and start walking out of the restaurant, dude. And the entire time the mom doesn't say a word, but the daughter is just looking straight down at the ground. She literally doesn't have the nerve to look any person in the eye, but I mean, how could you in this situation? Imagine convincing your mom to come with you to this fast food restaurant to yell at the manager and get your job back. And then the manager's explaining what happened and your mom realizes, crap, that's not the case. And then she starts screaming at you in front of everybody saying you deserve to get fired. Yeah, I probably would have kept my head down too, dude. I can't even judge her too much for that, man. If anything, at least that humanizes her a little bit and she realized that she had a reason to be embarrassed right then. Regardless, they're walking out of the restaurant and everybody's just kind of watching them leave. Anyways, they leave and everybody just starts laughing because, they had been dealing with this crap. They had just automatically assumed that the mom was obviously similar, the source of the entitlement. But no, apparently she had nothing to do with all of this. The only question at that point is, where did the entitlement come from? If the mom was really upset about it and, pissed off about the fact that she was saying all this, then, where did she get the idea that she could just do whatever she wanted because her parents were rich, I also love that the mom said that, listen, I'm rich, you're not rich. I feel like that's something that a lot more of the rich kids got to be hearing these days. Because let's be honest here, if your dad is a millionaire, then, that's great for him. He's successful. Kudos to your dad. But, you're not your dad. If your mom's a billionaire, bro, you are not your mom. You're the kid. Sure, I'm sure life has been a little bit better. Maybe you got to go on cooler vacations and stuff, but you still have to work your way up. You don't have to just skip the first 30 steps on the ladder because your dad and mom made a bunch of money. You're not in charge of their bank account. You can't liquidate your parents' 401k and put it all into NFTs no matter how badly you want to, dude. Mom, you don't understand. Your retirement would be so much better if you focused more on Bored Apes instead of dividend yielding stocks. What's wrong with you? Anyways, you would think at that point that this girl would have just been so embarrassed that she never came back to this restaurant. She never had the nerve to show up. But no, somehow the girl was not ashamed enough to never show her face again. About 2 weeks later, the subscriber was on the drive-thru, and he's taking orders and he ends up hearing a voice that he thought was familiar. And he's like, nah, there's no way that she would come back because she was just so embarrassed. Her mom had made fun of her so badly. Why would she choose to come back to this restaurant? But sure enough, he's waiting and he sees it pull up to the window he's at where he takes the card to pay for it. And so it comes around and sure enough, it's the same spoiled girl, but she's now pretending to wear a disguise. She has a really bad wig on and you can still see her original hair underneath the other wig. So it just didn't even do a job of disguising it with big sunglasses and whatever. She comes up and she's paying for her order and she's like, this place has gone really downhill. And she says the date that she ended up quitting on, and obviously the subscriber knew at that point that it's this spoiled girl coming back to try to, make us feel bad about the day she quit because our restaurant has sucked since then. So he decided to mess with her and he's like, honestly, ever since that day, I feel like everything has run way more smooth. If anything, I feel like our restaurant has been on a rocket ship straight up since then. And her face kind of contorted into an insulted face, but obviously, she had decided to come all disguised, so she couldn't just run around the corner and or argue with him. She was in the car, not around the corner. corner. You know what I'm saying? Like, she couldn't start fighting with him, so obviously, you know, she's like, yeah, well, I guess that's your opinion, and then paid for her order. So she goes back to the food window, and everyone's kind of like, wait, this is her. So he goes to the other window to give her the food, the same guy. And so he gives her the food, and she's like, thank you so much. Wait, weren't you the guy that took my order? And he goes, yeah, I just wanted to make sure that you had a great day. And then he said her name, and I don't know if she really thought the disguise was going to work, like nobody knew who she was. But sure enough, as soon as he said her name and she realized that she had been busted, she decided to like slam on the gas and like grab the bag of food like Cruella de Vil and do a little peel out with the burger bag. I'm just flabbergasted she had the nerve to come back, dude. It was probably the fear of realizing that she had been caught that made her be like, I need to get out of here now. I just feel like after your mom has embarrassed you that hard right in front of everybody, it's weird to come back and try to convince them that life was better when you worked there. Anyways, guys, I think that's going to do it for the video. Hopefully you enjoyed. If you did, I'd appreciate you taking a second to press the like button. Let me know in the comment section down below what you thought. And, of course, subscribe if you're new and turn on notifications. If you want to help me out, I'll put a link to the intro song down below. It's by my friend Poncho. Be sure to check it out. Also, in the description's a link to my podcast, The Scuffed Cast. Or, of course, you could use code SCRUBBY at the G Fuel checkout if you want a discount. Two more things that I got to shout out real quick. If you guys like listening to the show but want to listen offline without gameplay, I've posted it on Spotify. I'll put that link in the top of the description, but I do have a Spotify show for this now. And other than that, the bottom link in the description is a link to the merch store. So if you want to get yourself the coolest merch to ever exist in the history of the planet, link down there. Be sure to go check it out. And yeah, on that note, guys, that'll officially do it for the video. Thank you so much for watching. Don't get anyone pregnant. If you do, make sure they're hot, and hopefully I will see each and every single one of you guys next time with another video. I'm out. Peace.
What's going on, guys? It's your boy Scrub here, back again with another video. Hope you guys are having a great day. I know I am. And today I have a story time that was sent in to me about this dude's stepmom that ended up like stealing his computer and selling it behind his back. It's a whole fiasco. It's pretty long, as you can tell. So be sure to press the like button. Otherwise, no joke, no scam, your gaming PC is gonna magically disappear. And yeah, without further ado, let's get into it.
Nice rack and her ass Brazilian. Just turned 21, but my bank's a million.
Alright, so like I said, this was a subscriber story that was sent in to me, and he opened up by basically explaining that he has a stepmom that is kind of out to get him. She would start beef with him a lot, just overall try to like cause problems, drive a wedge between him and his dad. It was not the best situation. And I don't really know what that's like, but I could assume it's not a very pleasant feeling, obviously. And over time, she would just kind of pick on him whenever he would be downstairs. She would pick fights with him, so he just stopped going downstairs. He kind of got the hint that she didn't want him around, so he would spend a lot of time in his rooms playing video games. He had gotten a gaming PC, like after he got his first job, he saved up and bought one. So, you know, when he realized that she didn't want him like hanging out down there, he would just go to his room and play video games a lot. He got pretty into Valorant, pretty into League, that type of stuff. And honestly, he thought that that was the best solution, right? Anytime he goes downstairs, it turns into an argument. His dad gets mad at him, so just avoiding the argument altogether and spending time in my room playing video games is what he thought would be the best solution. And if you think about it, it probably was. Like, he stays out of his stepmom's way, you know, she doesn't beef with him. Overall, like, he just assumes it's the best way to deal with it, other than just not living there anymore. At least he thought so, right? And he had thought he'd been doing his best to kind of not be causing trouble. But of course, his stepmom, kind of trying to start beef with him, was always looking for something to have a fight about. And after a while of him being in his room playing video games, avoiding them, she started saying that he was being antisocial, he wasn't a normal kid, the video games were like turning him into a zombie. And, you know, it wasn't like he was playing all day every day, it was when he was home, but he did have a job, he did go to school, he did do stuff after school. It's not like he was just doing this 24 hours a day. But whatever, she was like, it's turned you so angry, you know, you get so angry with me when like give me attitude when I ask you to do simple things. And in his mind, he's like, yeah, because you hate me and every time I come downstairs you want to fight with me. But whatever, his stepmom says that they're gonna have a family meeting to talk about his video game addiction, except it was less of a family meeting where there's a back and forth and more of like an intervention where his stepmom and his dad just kind of lectured him about how he plays too many video games. And like I
I said, it was something that he did a lot whenever he was at his dad's house, but it wasn't something that he was doing like literally 24/7. It was just to kind of avoid fighting. Anyways, his dad's like, yeah, you're just playing way too much, you know, it's just kind of become a problem. And he's kind of getting annoyed because he's feeling attacked at this point. So his response to his dad is like, yeah, well, the only reason I'm in my room playing video games all day is because whenever I try to come downstairs and do anything, it causes a problem, and she just starts to yell at me. And he's like, well, we're not trying to turn this into something about her. This is a meeting about your video game problems, so this isn't about that. And this is just kind of unfair, right? Like, you can't just come at somebody and listen to no explanation on why it's a problem. Like, okay, yeah, we want to solve this, but we just don't actually want to solve it unless you just do what we want. And his dad says that we think you need to cut back and we're going to be imposing restrictions. I'm only going to let you be on your PC for 1 hour a day when you're here, and like, it just is what it is. You have to deal with it. And he kind of argues for a little bit just kind of about how like it's not really fair because he's not addicted to video games. He doesn't even have a computer as his mom, so like obviously it's not an issue. And his dad's just not budging. It's going to be 1 hour a day. And after a little bit, he's like, fine, whatever. He's really annoyed, mainly annoyed at the fact that his stepmom had turned it into like some crazy addiction, you know, that he had that was ruining his family. But he figures out that like 1 hour a day is better than nothing. And if it just kind of helps the problem go away, then like he'll just kind of do it, right? Whatever. At least he can still play video games when he's at his dad's house. He just won't be there a lot in terms of like after school, he'll try to stay after school. And so for a while, they start to like do the formula that his dad wanted, where he would come home, do his homework, and then after that, he would have 1 hour of playing games. And he's pretty okay with it. You know, he's not trying to be annoying. He's not trying to like cause any issues. He's not even complaining about it. He had just kind of accepted that it was the way that it was. In fact, he had started to like pick up some other hobbies to do when he was at his dad's house. He had got a skateboard, you know, like he had just kind of started getting into other stuff to fill his time since he wasn't allowed to play video games anymore. And he thought everything's going good. On top of that, you know, he was like asking his dad if he could take the computer to his mom's, and his dad was kind of open to the idea. So he was hoping he'd be able to play more over there where the rules a little bit more fair. But one day he comes home from school and like he walks in, and sitting at the kitchen table is his stepmom and his dad, and they're looking very serious, and they're like, sit down, we need to talk, you know, there's still a lot of issues going on. And he's kind of blindsided by this, and his dad's like, we think that you're still playing too much. Like, we think that you are still playing video games too often. Even with this, it's still affecting your behavior. And he's just more confused than anything, right? He's like, what are you talking about? I've been playing 1 hour a day. I've been following all your rules. I haven't been like having any issues at school. I haven't been fighting with you guys outside of like still kind of trying his stepmom trying to like pick fights over small stuff, you know? He's like, what are you talking about? How has it been an issue? How is this still a problem? I've been following your rules that you said. And then his dad says something that starts to make his blood boil, right? He's like, well, your stepmom found out that you've been secretly like sneaking down here and playing whenever we go to bed. He had been forced to like move his computer out into the living room, right? And his stepmom apparently had found proof that he had been like sneaking out of his room to kind of like play video games behind their back. He was sneaking all of this computer time. And obviously that starts to make his blood boil, and he starts trying to defend himself because there's only one problem with this accusation. He just really wasn't doing it. Like I said, he had like literally gotten other hobbies to kind of fill in the time that he had been spending playing video games. He wasn't complaining. He wasn't fighting with them. He just seriously hadn't had a problem with it. So now here he is getting accused of like going behind their back and sneaking video game time. Obviously he's trying to defend himself. So he just kind of tells his dad like, that's not true. I have not been doing that. I want to see the proof of me coming down here and secretly playing, because that's just not happening. Like, that's just not reality. And his dad is kind of like, well, you know, she says that there's proof. And he's like, well, then show me the proof. And his dad gets kind of defensive and says, well, are you calling her a liar? Like, are you trying to say that your stepmom is lying? And he's like, I'm not trying to call her a liar. I'm telling you that I didn't do it. If she has proof of me doing it and she says that, then she's not being honest about having proof, because I didn't do it. And at that point, his stepmom speaks up that entire time. She had just been kind of like watching this go down. And she's like, this computer is ruining our family. Look at this. It has you accusing me of being a liar. Trust me, I watched this video and talked to some of my friends, and they were telling me how their kids sneak computer time, so I know you've been doing it. And on top of this computer ruining the family, it seems like your attitude is ruining this family too. Like, you're the reason this family is getting ruined. And that one kind of hits him in the feels, bro. You don't ever want to have like any parent, stepmom, stepdad, mom or dad tell you that you're the reason your family's getting ruined. So whatever, he's like, you know what, fine, I guess it's a problem, but like, I hate you. He says that, he goes upstairs, and he regrets it. He texts them both an apology about it. Things just got kind of heated. And, you know, they didn't really reply. He goes to school the next day, and he's just sitting there thinking about it, and he's having some regrets about, like, the entire situation, obviously. But, you know, he's also really upset because they keep accusing him of stuff he's just not doing. Like, he just is not sneaking around behind their back playing on the computer. He's not doing that, and yet they're, like, mad at him for it. So whatever, he comes home, and when he walks in, he notices that the desk where his setup had been is gone. You know, the computers are gone, the monitors are gone, and like I said in the beginning of the story time, he had paid for it himself. Like, this isn't a situation where homie got the gaming setup for Christmas and then was a bad kid, so mom and dad took it away. Like, he was old enough to have a job, got a job, isn't some like little baby kid that needs his Xbox taken away, you know, like is old enough to have worked a job for a summer and gotten money and then bought his own computer. So obviously your parents can still take stuff away from you, but it's not a situation where like he just wants all of this expensive equipment that he spent all of his savings on to just be missing and him have no idea where it is. So he's pissed off and he goes, and his stepmom was the only person home at the time, and he's like, where is all my stuff? Like, where is my gaming stuff? It's fine if I can't play it for a bit, but like, can you tell me where it is? Because I paid a lot of money for it. And she, all smugly, is like, well, after you called me a liar, I decided that I didn't want it in my house anymore, so I sold it. And he's like, you sold it? You sold it? And she's like, yeah, I sold it, and I'm keeping the money for all the hassle it's caused. And he's like, how much did you sell it for? And she looks at him and she goes, $700, which isn't even enough to begin covering all the annoyance that I've had to deal with. And the only problem with this is like, homie had worked his summer job the entire summer, and because he was working so much, he didn't have time to spend money. Well, it got to the end of the summer and he had made $5,000. Pretty impressive, right? He had spent it on his setup, right? Like, he had just spent it all on his setup. So she had taken the $5,000 setup that he had gotten at the end of the summer and sold it for $700 without his permission. And he had paid all of the money for it, right? So he starts to get pissed, obviously, and he's like, you did what? You sold my stuff without asking me? Why would you do that? What's wrong with you? And he has every right to be mad. I think anyone would be mad in this situation, dude. This is the equivalent of like, you know, $5,000. That's the same price range of like a first car. Someone just taking your first car and selling it without your permission. So he goes upstairs and he waits for his dad to get home, and his dad comes home and he's like, Dad, you know, she sold my computer. She didn't ask me. She sold it for $700. I paid $5,000 of my money. And instead of his dad backing him up at all, he just kind of throws him right under the bus. He's like, well, you know, it was causing issues. Like, I don't really know. I can understand why she didn't want it around. And he's like, well, even if she was gonna sell it, whatever, you don't want it around, sell it for $5,000. Like, you're gonna keep the money. That's A, not fair because you didn't pay for it, and B, you sold it for like 90% off. Obviously, I'm gonna be mad when you just wasted all of my hard work. And I guess she had been listening at that point. Like, she wasn't in the room, but she had been standing kind of outside the door so she could hear the conversation. And she comes in to defend herself at that point, and they just start arguing. There's a lot of back and forth. There's some insults thrown back and forth as there is. And basically, she doesn't think that she was in the wrong. She's like, I think that I had every right to sell that computer for whatever price I wanted. I don't think I have to give you any money for it. And honestly, it's annoying that you think that you're owed anything for it. And like, this is just unfair, bro. You can't just sell people stuff that they paid for and then be surprised Pikachu when they're mad. You could have just taken it away, said like, I don't want it at my house, so take it to your mom's house. You know what I mean? It could have been something like that. I feel like you cannot be surprised that someone's pissed that you sold like their prized possession that they had worked an entire summer before. I think anyone would get mad at that regardless of what it is. Like, hey, I'm not gonna lie, some people spend their money on stupid stuff. I personally don't understand why someone would spend like 800 grand on an NFT, but if someone stole your NFT worth 800 grand, you'd probably be pretty pissed off about it, that's for sure. Anyways, like I said, he's got a job and it just so happened that he had to work that night. So he's like, all right, well, I'm going to work. Thank you for selling my computer. That really sucks. I'm not coming back tonight. I'm gonna go stay at my mom's. And his dad's like, well, you know, you're not supposed to be at your mom's. He's like, I don't care. I don't want to be here anymore. Like, I don't think you understand. Like, I'm not going to come back right now. Like, as it currently stands, I'm never coming back right here. I'm not trying to be dramatic. I'm not trying to fight with you. I'm not going to live somewhere where I can't keep my stuff without worrying about it being sold for way less than it's worth. So whatever, he goes to work and he's pretty pissed off about it. And he ends up going to his mom's house afterwards and he starts like venting to her about it, right? And she's obviously pretty pissed. Like, because anyone would be mad about their kid being in this situation. And she's trying to help him solve the problem. And she's like, well, what if you can find out who bought it? Like, what if you find out who bought it? Maybe they'll let you buy it back from him. And he's like, there's probably no chance that's going to happen. They got a great deal. But, maybe you're right. So he calls his stepmom and he's like, will you tell me who bought it so I can try to figure out a way to get it back? And she's like arguing with him on the phone. She doesn't want to give him the name. But finally, after some arguing back and forth, she like relents and gives him the name. So whatever, he ends up looking up the guy and he finds his Facebook profile. And he's really confused because the guy is Facebook friends with his stepmom, right? It's like they kind of know each other. So he's doing a little bit of research. He's kind of stalking, trying to figure out the connection. And he realizes that it's one of her best friend's kids that she had sold this computer to. And, he starts to be like, well, that's suspicious. This kind of smells like a setup. So he ends up messaging him and just says, hey, I think you bought my computer. I wasn't supposed to have sold that. Like, that was not supposed to have been sold. She sold it without my permission. Do you still have it? Can I get it back at all? And he's just hoping that the guy reaches back out and is cool. Obviously he did buy it. It's not his fault that he got a good deal. And the guy replies and was like, yeah, dude, she was super insistent that I come buy it. I offered to pay more and she told me no. I had told her I didn't want to buy it before, but like she kept demanding that I come buy it. And obviously after a while, the deal was so good to pass up and she was so insistent, I just couldn't say no. And he's like, well, what do you mean she was insistent? And basically she had started messaging him like weeks before she ended up selling the computer about how, she has this stepson who has this computer and she just wants to get rid of it. So if he wants to buy it, just let her know. And she had sent pictures because she didn't know what it was. And he was like, yeah, I don't know. I wouldn't sell it, because he could tell that like it was somebody who really likes computer. You know what I mean? And she's like, no, he's annoying. I want to sell it. $700. And he's like, well, I'll give you like $3,000. She's like, no, 700. So basically, this lady had been pestering this dude for weeks to come buy her stepson's computer. And, she had tried to make it this whole, we're having issues as a family. Nah, she had been setting this up for a very long time. This was her plan from the start. She didn't get pushed to the edge and get rid of the computer. Like, this was the plan from the jump. And so, whatever, finally, after a while, he's like, obviously, after so much of her begging and asking for weeks, like, eventually I said, yes, it is a good deal. I can make money off of it. Obviously, she's not going to leave me alone. And he's like, okay, well, thank you for telling me all that. Do you still have my computer? Is there anything I can do to get it back from you? I'm willing to pay. And he got some news, which was not the best, but like, you really can't be mad at the guy for it, right? It was not the fortunate news. His PC was definitely gone by that point. And seriously, you can't be mad at the guy because like he had told the stepmom no for weeks. He had been trying to not do it, but like after a while, the deal was too good. He had bought it for $700 from the stepmom and then flipped it that day for like $4,000. So yeah, obviously in that situation, you can't be too mad at the guy because he's like, listen, dude, it's just the easiest money I could have ever possibly made. Your mom was insistent I come buy it. And your stepmom was literally begging me to buy it. It's not like he had gone to her and like given her a lowball deal, just taking advantage of it. No, he had just been like, I mean, if you insist that I pay less money, fine. But what he does give him instead is all the screenshots of his mom kind of setting this up, forcing him to take less money, all of this stuff, which, is pretty good evidence to have this time around, Are you calling her a liar? Well, now I am. Yeah. So at that point, he's like, okay, well, I've got to tell my dad about this. This is obviously unfair. This should have never been a situation in the first place. I kind of got set up. My PC was gone, whether or not I did anything wrong. Like, I was going to come home to it gone regardless. And it's just not worth it. And in some of the screenshots, she's like calling him a moron. She keeps referring to him as her idiot stepson. She's just overall not being very nice. So he goes to his dad and like drops all this evidence off, kind of tells him everything. And he expects his dad to be pissed off and like have his back, kind of get a little bit angry. Not that like he expects the end of the world or anything, but maybe a little bit like, oh, I can't believe this happened. And his dad just kind of lets off a deep sigh and is like, well, whatever. If it's that important to you, do you want me to buy you a new one? And he just can't believe that his dad is like so calm about it. He didn't expect him to freak out and like burn the house down or anything, but maybe an apology or something for like getting mad at him, all this stuff. And so he starts to get pissed off. And she's like, he explains to his dad, she is literally plotting to take away my favorite stuff, make me not like it here. And you just like don't really care. Like, what is going on? And he's like, well, do you want a new computer or not? Like, all of this over a computer just isn't worth it. And he's like, Dad, at this point, this is just not about the computer. Like, this is way more than the computer now. Do you not get that? And his dad is just like, no, I just don't really understand why this computer is so important. And at that point, he's like, whatever, I'm gonna go live with Mom. I'm just causing too many issues here, clearly, so I'm just gonna leave. And his dad is like, well, I don't want you to live with your mom, but fine, I'll still buy you a new computer either way. So his dad buys him a new computer, which is the least he can do in that situation, right? Like, the bare minimum, you owe the kid a new computer. If you set him up, sell it for less than it's worth, and you didn't pay for it, then like, you gotta give him a new one. But he does end up living at his mom's. And during this time, he had a job, so it's like the end of high school-ish, so he's like picking his college, doing all that stuff. And one day when he's doing all that, he's coming home from work and he's talking to his mom about what school he's gonna go to. He just gets this wall of text from his stepmom, and he probably hadn't heard from them in like a couple weeks at that point, maybe a month. Like, it had been a little bit. And it's just this wall of text, and when he first gets it, he's expecting it to be an apology, maybe a little bit of like, I'm sorry for selling your computer behind your back, that was wrong of me. But instead, it's just a wall of text detailing how he's the most ungrateful person ever. He's so addicted to video games that he's never gonna amount to anything in his life. No girl would ever be willing to date someone that plays games as much as he does. She's literally met dogs that are better behaved than them. Just an insanely insulting text, especially after not talking to somebody for a month. Obviously, some people take gaming addiction too far. Like, I don't want people to watch this video and be like, nope, people should never intervene if someone's playing video games 18 hours a day. You should. If that's all somebody does and they're like punching monitors over Valorant, they got a problem. But that's not this guy. Like, he's picking out his college, he has a job, he's going to school, he's got activities. It's just not a situation where he's ruining his life with a gaming addiction. Like, he's not going to be a loser because he plays video games. It's not 1971. But at the very end of the angry text is just like the coup d'etat, I've been trying to use that slang more. It's very nice. I think that means takeover of the government, but it sounds foreign. Anyways, he's kind of disowned. She's basically like, I don't consider you my stepson anymore. I want no connection to you. And then she goes on to detail about how that means that she doesn't want him to come to her birthday. She won't be coming to his birthday. She doesn't want to see him on holidays. And then she lists out the holidays, just in case you thought holidays wasn't descriptive enough. Yes, in this family, we do consider Memorial Day a holiday, so that is going to be on the list of stuff that you can't come to. And she's literally just disowning this kid, and he hasn't talked to them in a month. So, if she really wanted to just disown him and never see him again, she didn't have to say anything. She's going out of her way to send this text to let him know that she hates him. And honestly, I'm sure in her mind, she thought it was gonna, crush his heart and just absolutely shatter everything about him, but he really wasn't that upset. He kind of knew that they didn't get along. Obviously, I think by that point, it had become blisteringly obvious that, they probably were not the largest fan of each other. You don't butt heads this much because you guys get along very well. So he decides at that point that, he's just kind of okay with it. He doesn't really need to be around him regardless. If they don't want him around, fine, fair enough. He doesn't really want to be around him anyways. But he gets home and he shows his mom the text, and his mom obviously, is pissed. He had moved in with his mom, he had the computer there, and his mom had just been listening to him to complain about all this because it was obviously a lot for him. And so she's pissed off and she's like, I'm gonna call your stepmom and give her a piece of my mind. I'm gonna let her know that what she's doing is unfair, and I'm gonna call your dad. And at that point, he's like, it's just really not worth it. And he realized that he just did not care that much, Because his mom was sitting here okay, well, I'm going to call her and I'm going to go off about how dare she talk to you about this. And then I'm going to call your dad and let him know what his wife did. And instead of just letting her go through with it, which probably would have been pretty funny, he just literally told her it's just not worth it, If I was upset, if I really felt like spending holidays with them anyways, then sure, by all means, I would let you do it. But whatever. He basically explains to his mom that her side of the family's better. If he had to spend Christmas at just that grandma's, then he he would be okay with that, especially because, like, who wants to spend the holidays somewhere where they just really don't want you? You know what I mean? Like, it's not like his step-parents did a great job of making him feel welcomed. I wouldn't want to spend Thanksgiving at a place that had just threatened to uninvite me to Thanksgiving a week ago, because, like, obviously you just don't want me here. But he decides at that point that he might as well troll his stepmom. Like, if she's gonna send this text and try to ruin his day and make him feel like garbage, then the least he could do is, like, goof off and troll her a little bit and maybe try to even things out a bit. So he decides to just text back okay with confetti. Like, if you don't have an iPhone, you can send messages with effects. So when she sees the reply, it's just gonna be okay and a bunch of confetti popping up on the screen. He just thought it was funny. And like I said, he just really didn't care. At that point, he was kind of numb to it. He's like, alright, fine, whatever. You guys don't like me, it's fine. So he sends the okay with the confetti, and he's just imagining her opening it up and getting to, like, ta-da, thank you. At least I don't have to spend Christmas with your family. Confetti. And so he's looking at it, and she sees it. The red thing pops up, and she starts typing immediately. And like I said, this guy's in troll mode now. No matter how seriously she replies, no matter like what she says, he's just not taking it very seriously, and he's just gonna reply in the most like immature, stupid way possible. And she's typing for quite some time. You know, those thumbs are getting a little bit of a workout. Be on the checkout for carpal tunnel if you send texts as long as this lady. Seriously, she's out here writing novels, bro. You know, they say J.K. Rowling like wrote the first Harry Potter on a napkin, dude. This lady's writing books out here on the speak and spell. Anyways, the tirade that she ends up sending back is like how this type of immature communication is exactly why she wasn't gonna miss him. She poured her heart out about his feelings, and his only response was okay with an immature animation. I don't know how you're gonna call him immature. You're the one like sending an 80-page breakup text to your stepson. Like, fine, just don't invite him to Christmas, bro. That seems more immature. Okay, but whatever. He's just kind of reading this and he's laughing at it. Like, it literally is funny to him because he's like, you're the one disowning me. I feel like that's a little bit more immature. Like, getting over it is supposed to be the parent's job. Alright guys, I'm going to interrupt the video for just 1 second. If you take a look at your screen now, you'll see a gift card code. For those of you that don't know, I give one of these away in every video I post on this channel to say thank you to you guys for supporting me and having on those notifications. So if you haven't already, you should do that. And yeah, big thank you to everyone who already does. And while I've got your attention, be sure to press the like button. Otherwise, no joke, no scam, your mom's a hoe. And let's get back to the video. Anyways, he just sends okay with the confetti again. Like, that's his response, which is honestly the best way to do it. And this time she starts typing, she stops typing, and instead of a text message, he gets a FaceTime call. And obviously, when you get a FaceTime call from someone you're arguing with, you gotta answer it. And he answers it, and she starts screaming like, this is why I don't like you. You can't take anything seriously. Look it, I'm trying to get my emotions out, and you're just sending okay with confetti. And he very calmly just like looks at her and goes, are you done yelling? And she's like, what do you mean am I done yelling? I can yell as much as I want. Hey, who are you to tell me if I can yell? And he goes, okay. And then very calmly starts to explain that, you know, from what I understood with your text, you're disowning me. You don't want me at your birthday. You don't want me in your family. You don't want me in your life. So I'm just kind of confused on how I'm supposed to stay out of your life if you're then going to FaceTime me and argue with me. I'm trying to be disowned. You know, the reason I'm saying okay is because I don't really care. So if you don't want to talk to me anymore, then just don't talk to me anymore. It's really that simple. And she's sitting there for a second, like thinking about what he just said, right? It's almost like too much logic at one time, like just too easy. And then she asks him, she's like, oh, so you really want me to disown you? Like, that's what you want? Are you serious? Like, that's what you want? Do you have any idea how much I could have helped you in life? I could have helped you get into college. I could have helped you with this. I could have helped you with that. So you let me know, is you getting disowned by me really what you want? And it comes to find out, at least he doesn't know this, but this is what it's kind of feeling like to me. This is just my game theory here. It's like she wanted to threaten to disown him so he would apologize and come back, right? And then he was like, okay. And then she's like, oh, I didn't mean this. Well, you're really sure you want me to disown you? And the only response he has to her being like, are you really sure you want me to disown you, is his honest opinion. So he says it again. I don't care. I don't live there anymore. I don't need to see you anymore. You do whatever you want. It's not like it actually matters to me, right? And his stepmom is like, wow, all of this over some stupid gaming computer. You're giving up your family over this. And he's like, I'm not giving up my family over this. I'm not the one that sent the text disowning me, okay? And at this point, it's way more than just the stupid video games. You sold my stuff without asking me. You don't respect me. And then you just texted me how much I suck and you don't want to like have anything to do with me anymore. I have nothing to do with this. This isn't about a gaming computer. Which is fair, dude. I feel like at this point, it's way deeper than a gaming PC. If you guys are on FaceTime screaming at each other about like, you know, disowning each other and how much you hate each other, clearly I feel like it's gone past the point of still being about the PC. And seriously, I just don't understand what this lady was thinking, dude. You can't plot to steal someone's favorite thing behind their backs for weeks, go through with it, them find out, and then be surprised when they're like still mad at you. And even then, like he pointed out, you were the one that disowned him. Like, you want to know how to make sure that you don't disown people over video games? You don't threaten to disown them over video games. You asked to never talk to him again. All he was trying to do is comply with your request. You know, if this guy was a customer service representative, you would need to give him 5 stars because he's just doing everything you ask. Never contact me again. Okay, fine, I'll never talk to you again. Huh, that's really what you want, to never talk to me again? It's like, I'm very confused on what you want me to do right now. So whatever, he's like, okay, are we done here? You know, and when he says, are we done here? Her response is, if you hang up right now, I will never talk to you again. You will never hear from me again. So just think long and hard. And before she can finish her sentence, he just hangs up the phone, which honestly has to be one of the most G moves of all time, dude. If you're really sure that you never want to talk to me again, then hang... click, like just end it right before, you know, the sentence could even be finished. And he texts her right after he hangs up. He doesn't give her a chance to text him. He just says, okay, please stop. I don't care. Like, you know, just does not care whatsoever. And for the next few days, he doesn't hear anything from her at all. He's like, finally, you know, I get to live my life in peace. It is what it is. It sucks it had to be like this, but whatever. And, you know, he thinks it's over because she doesn't reply for a few days to him being annoyed. Especially because when he hung up, she had said, if you hang up, you're never going to hear from me again. And he hadn't heard from her. So he's like, all right, whatever. It is what it is. It's just over. And he is assuming that he's disowned at this point. You know, that's what she had said. He was just trying to follow through with what, you know, was being imposed on him. Well, after a few days, he gets a text from his stepmom basically being like, hey, I'm sorry. Can we talk? And he just ignores it. And she starts to text him like every day, can we talk, please? And it's getting more and more desperate. And I guess what had happened was he was ignoring his dad too, and eventually his dad kind of caught on, and his dad wasn't too happy about the text she had sent disowning him and saying he was never allowed to come around anymore, as he would be. And so now his stepmom was just like trying to fix it, doing everything he can, and he's just ignoring her. He just does not care whatsoever. And one day he comes home and he sees her car sitting in front of his mom's house, and she gets out and she's like, listen, I'm really, really sorry. I don't know what I can do to fix this. Here. And she gives him $5,000, which is what his computer was worth, what she paid for. She's like, I understand that stealing your stuff was wrong, you know, I shouldn't have done it, and I'm sorry. And he looked at her and was like, you can keep the money, I just don't really care. And just went inside, and she's like, no, please forgive me, and he's like, fine, I forgive you, but I just don't really want to see you that much, like, please go away. And he texted his dad. He said it was fine, but he was just going to be spending time with his mom from now on. Like, he wasn't mad at them. He would come see him on his birthday and stuff, but he just didn't really feel comfortable there. Which you can't blame him, dude. Like, if somebody's plotting to steal all your stuff and then actually does it, I can understand why you're like, I just don't really want to hang out there. I don't hate you, you know. He genuinely in the message was like, I don't hate my stepmom. I don't hate my dad. I just don't really want to hang out there. Obviously, you know, no bad blood, but even to this day, he talks to them sometimes, but it's not the way that it used to be. Probably won't be, and that sucks. It's unfortunate things gotta be like that, but yeah, I don't know. This situation overall just really sucks, dude. It's just not worth it, dude. Not worth throwing away your family to get mad at somebody for playing too many video games. You know, it would be one thing if he's like 47 living in the basement playing World of Warcraft 18 hours a day with a scent that can only be described as a landfill. Like, that's one thing. But if he's just kind of doing his thing, having a hobby, I don't know why it needed to be this serious. It could have just never been escalated to this point and it would have been fine, but no. Yeah, that's the situation though. Moral of the story, don't throw away your family over a gaming computer, because I promise you the gaming PC will not last as long as the family does, hopefully. Anyways, guys, I think that's going to do it for the video. Hopefully you enjoyed. If you did, please be sure to press the like button. Let me know in the comment section down below what you thought. This is my longest video in a while. I know you guys like the long ones. I've been really trying to make them longer. So if you do appreciate that, you know, you're seeing my effort. If you could press the like button and comment, it does help the video do better in the algorithm. But on top of that, I'll put a link to the intro song down below with a link to my podcast, The Scuffed Cast, or you could use code SCRUBBY at the G Fuel checkout. Another great way to help me out and get a discount on G Fuel. Other than that, 2 more things I gotta shout out. First things first, I did go ahead and put some of my story times up on Spotify, so if you want to listen to them with no gameplay, offline, whatever it may be, that link's also going to be in the description. And last but certainly not least, we got the Karen Christmas sweater, which may be the coolest merch to ever exist. I will put that link at the top of the description, but be sure to go check that out so you can get festive and have yourself a great holiday season. And yeah, on that note, guys, I think that's going to do it for the video. Thank you so much for watching. Like, comment, subscribe. Like I said, don't get anyone pregnant. If you do, make sure they're hot, and hopefully I will see each and every single one of you guys next time with another video. I'm gonna go steal someone in the house's computer and sell it without their permission now, and I'll see you guys next time. I'm out. Peace.
What's going on, guys? It's your boy Scrub here, back again with another video. Hope you guys are having a great day. I know I am, and today I've got a subscriber story for y'all that I honestly could not believe when I read it. Basically, this dude was just chilling, minding his own business, vibing, and had a little bit of beef with this kid in one of his classes, and instead of them solving it, fighting amongst themselves, the kid ended up bringing his mom to school to settle it, and the mom tried to fight this kid. Yeah, that's right, ladies and gentlemen. Apparently, the apple does not fall too far from the tree if your mom's crazy. And regardless, I figured it would be a good story time, so let's get into it. Press the like button, or no joke, no scam, you'll get kidnapped by Ninja Turtles, and let's go.
Eyes like an eagle, stacking so much money you would think that it's illegal. I'm getting quiet now, laying low when you reach, so I'm wiping out, making out, stack the bread, cause you love the sound, just so I'm moving.
Alright, so this story takes place when the person who sent this in to me was in 7th grade, and 7th grade is kind of a weird time, you know? You're not a little kid anymore, but, like, you're not a full-blown teenager yet, so, you know, you have the personality of, like, I want to go do what I want to do and be independent. But adults really don't like that, you know? So, yeah, naturally, you get a little angsty. It's nothing wrong with that, okay? I'm just saying 7th grade is when the teenage angst kind of starts to kick in. And because of that, you know, a lot of people want to be all tough and oh, I'm awesome, I'm this, I'm that. And the person who sent me in the story wasn't one of those people, but there was this kid in his class that we're gonna name, Stuart. And, Stuart, you know, was definitely one of those kids that wanted to convince everybody he was tough. He was constantly talking about how, like, if anybody had the nerve to talk back to him, he was gonna knock him out, you know, was constantly threatening to fight people. And mostly people just wouldn't fight him because it wasn't worth it. Like, he talked really tough, but he never actually would do anything that would give anyone a reason to fight him. And you're not just gonna fight this kid who's talking tough for no reason. And so Stuart and the person who sent in the story, who I'm gonna name Jack, they were, you know, not enemies. They weren't friends. They didn't really like each other, but, like, there wasn't any bad blood there. And then one day they were just kind of in class, and for some reason Stuart decided to start, like, picking on Jack to look tough in front of everybody. And obviously, this, like, was mostly Stuart saying, oh, you're a nerd, like, I could beat you up, da-da-da-da-da, all that type of stuff, right? And so, Jack, being the type of kid who, you know, wasn't really a fighter, but, like, could kind of roast people back, just started kind of roasting Stuart in front of everybody. Obviously, Stuart, whose plan was to, like, threaten to fight this guy, him not fight back and look all tough, immediately started to get all embarrassed, you know? Because when your plan is to look all tough and then suddenly somebody starts pointing out that, like, dude, why are you being so weird and trying to fight me for no reason? Like, we've normally got along. That's kind of cringe. And everybody starts giggling, you know, Stuart started to get big mad. His plan wasn't to be embarrassed. So he starts to kind of press Jack a little bit more, and he's like, you know, oh, you think you're so tough, you think it's slick that you can, you know, get people to laugh at me? Well, you're not gonna think it's funny when we fight. And he, like, shoved Jack. And I guess the teacher had been out of the room for whatever reason at this point, so when he shoved Jack, Jack decided that he was gonna shove him back. And what's really bizarre to me is every time I get a story like this, or every time I've experienced somebody that wants to be really tough and, like, is constantly trying to start fights, is that they're never actually big enough to, like, really back up what they're doing. I feel like it's probably because people that are giant don't really need to be a bully, because, like, people are naturally just not gonna mess with them. But the Stewart kid was not big, so when he starts kind of, like, shoving Jack, Jack shoves him back, and Stewart naturally is affected more by the shove. So he falls down, bro, right on his butt, you know, like a little pop. The entire class starts to giggle once again, and he gets up and he's like, that's it, dude, we're gonna fight after school. And Jack is like, I'm not gonna fight you after school, just calm down. And at that point, the teacher comes back into the room, and all she sees is Jack and Stuart up in each other's faces, kind of arguing.
She tells them to settle down because she doesn't want to have to send them to the deans, you know, and both of them, it's hilarious. So we're just willing to like talk about how much they want to fight each other. But as soon as the teacher walks in, since they're both in 7th grade, they're like, oh, yes, ma'am, you know, so they just kind of shut up and sit down. But the entire class, Stuart is kind of like mad dogging Jack, being like, yeah, you know, every time you would look over at him, he would do the thing where he takes his fist and like puts it in his hand, you know, punches his palm, which is probably one of the weirdest intimidation tactics ever, bro. Like, yeah, I'm gonna hit my palm while we make eye contact. Yeah, like, do you want to hit me like that, or do you want to like pound me like that, bro? I'm really confused on the in like the messaging here. Regardless, he was just kind of trying to act all intimidating across the class. So the class ends, they go about their day, and after school, when Jack goes to get on his bus, he's going over there, and Stuart and a group of kids is waiting for him in front of the bus. So he kind of just like walks up and tries to walk past him, and as he does, Stuart grabs him and is like, where you going, chicken? You know, you don't want to fight me, trying to act all tough in front of his friends, and his friends are like, ooh, oh, and that's when Jack once again just shoves him as hard as he can, and the kid once again plops onto his little butt. Not very prepared for this once again, bro. Like, I know I'm saying once again, and I'll stop after that. I got it out of my system. But, like, if you're gonna try to fight somebody, wait for them at their bus and start a fight, you've got to be prepared to get pushed, bro. Like, you know this person's bigger than you. They've already once today shoved you and you've fallen on your butt. So at no point did you decide to like brace yourself a little better. I just feel like the Stuart guy is a terrible bully. He has no thinking, no possibility of processing what's going on. It's really pathetic, Stuart. I'm ashamed of you, man. Like, how are you gonna get knocked on your butt twice by the same person? The second time they push you, you should just be prepared and ready for it. Like, how is it gonna catch you off guard? It's already happened. Anyways, when he just shoves Stuart and he falls over again, this time in front of all of his friends and more people, everybody starts laughing, and at that point, Stuart is kind of covering his face with his hands, and Jack realizes that, oh, he's crying. I don't know if it was the fall and the bruise on his tushy, or like the fact that everybody was laughing at him, but something had embarrassed this Stuart kid to the point where he's crying now. And Jack naturally decided that this was the ultimate kill shot. This kid wants to act all tough and bully everybody, so he's like, are you crying? Are you kidding me? And points out to everyone that the kid is crying. So naturally, everybody starts laughing even more, talking about, bro, you wanted to start the fight and you're the one crying? Which I'm not gonna lie is pretty funny. Like, how are you gonna start the fight and then start crying when somebody pushes you? That is kind of hilarious, let's be honest. But it does not exactly help Stuart get less angry. So Stuart gets all mad and he gets up in Jack's face and is like, you're gonna regret this, man. I'm gonna bring my mom to school tomorrow and she's gonna fight you. And obviously the crowd laughs even harder at that point. And Stuart's like, I'm not kidding. My mom said that she'll back me up anytime that there's a bully and you're bullying me, which is hilarious, bro. Like, yeah, Jack's the one bullying you. You waited for him outside of his bus for him to walk up and then tried to fight him. But, you know, he's bullying you. Just because you lose doesn't mean that, like, you're the one getting bullied, you know? Just because you're bad at your follow-through, you just can't make fun of people adequately or, like, fight them, doesn't mean that they're bullying you. Like, if you start the fight, you still are the instigator, you know? Anyways, even with all the embarrassment, the kid's like, my mom's coming tomorrow, get ready. And, obviously, Jack doesn't really believe him, because who actually wants to bring their mom to back him up during a fight? Apparently this kid, but we're getting there. So he gets on the bus, and naturally, everybody on the bus starts walking up to him, asking him what happened, you know, if he's nervous, da-da-da-da-da. And then somebody says something like, are you nervous to fight his mom tomorrow? And Jack looks at him and is like, dude, there's no way his mom is coming. And he starts to laugh, but the person who asked him if he's ready to fight his mom isn't laughing. And that's when Jack is kind of like, oh, that's weird. So he kind of presses him like, well, is his mom actually gonna come? Like, there's no way his mom is actually coming, right? And the person who's talking to him is like, look, all I'm saying is that I can definitely attest that when I was in elementary school with the kid, there were definitely times where his mom would come in and get up in the face of kids that he would have problems with and yell at them, so I wouldn't be surprised if his mom actually showed up and wanted to fight. So, you know, if this guy's mom has a reputation for showing up in classes and yelling at kids and trying to fight them, and you just made him look dumb in front of the entire school, there's a decent probability she'll show up. I don't know about about you, but if I was in 7th grade and like thought that somebody's parent was actually gonna come try and fight me, I would have been scared, and naturally Jack was too. He's like, I'm not a ginormous fan of the idea of having to fight a grown woman. Homie didn't even have armpit hair yet, and like he was about to fight Karen? No, he loses that fight every time. He would have been devoured. She would have like dementored him and sucked his soul out of his body, you know, and just used it to go yell at more managers at a Subway later in the day. Anyways, he goes home and he's nervous and he's just like picking at his dinner that night, and his parents can tell something's wrong, so they kind of ask him like, okay, what's happening? So he tells his parents the story about how the kid was waiting at his bus and da-da-da-da-da, and apparently his mom's gonna come fight him and he's scared because he doesn't want to have to fight an adult and yada yada yada. And his parents do what most parents do in these situations, which is where they're like, okay, you clearly are being very active in your imagination. That's not gonna happen. And that always drove me crazy because my parents would do this too. They'd like ask me and then I'd tell them, and then they just wouldn't believe what I told them. And it's like, all right, well, this is why I'm not telling you. So he's telling his parents about how he's horrified this grown woman's gonna show up and fight him. And instead of like calling the school and trying to get to the bottom of this, or, you know, making sure that this lady can't just show up at the school and fight their son, they just start telling him how that's ridiculous and he has nothing to be afraid of because no logical adult would ever show up at a middle school to fight someone. And while, yeah, technically his parents aren't wrong, you know, no logical adult would ever do it, you do realize that there's a lot of people on this planet that are not very logical, right? Like, the amount of people that are logical is slim to none. It's a very low amount. You think there's no crazy people? I've literally made a video on Scrubby before about a mom who showed up and fought a girl at her daughter's middle school. And that was like a news story as well. This has happened multiple times. Yeah, I would kind of be concerned if my son came home telling me about how someone's mom was gonna show up and fight him. But whatever, his parents are like, you got nothing to be afraid of, it's okay. In fact, his dad tells him that, well, if his mom does show up, it won't be that bad, because if she hits you, like, at least you can sue her, you know? Like, they're trying to make a joke out of it. Meanwhile, this kid's picking at his peas at dinner, about to crap his pants at the idea that he's gonna have to throw hands with, like, Pinterest's most badass woman. Dude, she's verified on Pinterest, man. Oh my god, she brought an army of thumbtack moms to come fight you. Like, dude, who knows what little life hack she's picked up on Pinterest, little battle weapons she's gonna sneak into the school and use. It's all fun and games till you find her Pinterest board and, like, instead of, you know, normal stuff like house decorations or, you know, wedding ideas or whatever people do on Pinterest, it's just like battle weapons, how to make pocket sand that leaves permanent blindness, like stuff like that. She's just preparing to fight this kid, getting everything ready to go. Anyways, his parents don't really help. The kid kind of goes back upstairs and he's just kind of trying to figure this out on his own. He decides to hop on Xbox and starts talking to a couple of his friends on there, and they're kind of like, bro, you're gonna have to fight a grown woman, they're not really helping. So he gets off, he tries to go to bed early, and he's just sitting there kind of freaking out at the idea of this grown woman coming to fight him. He finally falls asleep. Next day, wakes up, has to go to school, so he gets in the car. The entire way to school, he's just thinking about what's gonna happen. He gets there and gets into class and whatnot, is going about the day, and everybody walks up to him telling him that Stuart isn't at school that day. Like, Stuart was gone. And instantly the kid's super relieved. He's like, oh my god, thank goodness, you know, that means his mom's not gonna be here. If he's not here, everything's gonna be fine. And for the rest of the day, he feels this weight off his shoulders. He feels like everything's gonna be good. There's no reason for him to be stressed. And, you know, everything seems normal. So the day's going good, and at the end of the day, he gets ready to start walking to the bus, and he starts going to the bus, like, you know, where they have them all lined up in front of the school. And when he gets to his bus, he realizes that there's a massive group of kids at the bus, and he's like, huh, that's kind of weird. So he kind of starts walking slower and just kind of looking at the crowd, seeing what's up, and he sees a woman that he doesn't really recognize there, and he thinks it's one of the teachers, and he kind of starts looking, and he realizes that, no, the woman is standing next to a kid who looks familiar, and it's Stuart. Yeah, that's right, the Stuart kid hadn't been at school today, but he is sure enough standing right next to this kid's bus with a grown woman who looks an awful lot like him and is probably his mother. The one thing that Stuart had failed to mention, bro, is that his mom wasn't like a normal mom, you know, not some normal 30-year-old woman that was just kind of here at the middle school to yell at some kids that were being mean to her son. No, his mom was like a bodybuilder, bro. His mom was jacked. I think the reason she probably had shown up to elementary school screaming at people is because she had roid rage, dog. Like, you know, the girl, oh my gosh, what's the movie where she's like really jacked, she wears the do-rag. is it grown-ups into yoga? You guys know what I'm saying, bro. That lady, the lady on roids, like that's what this chick ended up looking like, you know. Somehow he had left out the fact that his mom was gonna come fight him and that his mom was also, you know, Bruce Banner and was gonna transform into the Hulk and literally rip him in half. So he's like swallowing, realizing that he basically has to get on the bus. If he misses the bus, his parents are gonna have to come get him, and obviously they're not gonna believe him when he says that this dude's mom had shown up to fight him. So he just starts walking up towards the bus, and as he starts walking up, the crowd kind of splits, dude. It's like Moses parting the Red Sea. Everybody just gets out of this way so this guy could walk to his death, I guess. And Stewart points at him and goes, "Mom, he's there." And the mom looks, and it's like Anakin when his eyes went evil in Star Wars, bro. That's the hatred in them. All right, guys, I'm gonna interrupt the video for just 1 second. On screen now is actually a PlayStation gift card. I give away a gift card in every single video here on this channel as a way to just say thank you to everyone who's subscribed with notifications on. So if you haven't already, be sure to subscribe and turn on those notifications so you never miss another upload. And if you're somebody who already has them on, then thank you so much. You really do help out the channel a lot, and it's much appreciated. And yeah, I'll shut up and let you guys get back to the story time now. Thank you and enjoy. So Stewart's mom walks over to Jack, grabs him by the collar of his shirt, and starts lifting him up. And she's like, "Are you the kid that thinks it's funny to like mess with my son? You know, do you think it's funny to like pick on people, huh? How about you pick on somebody your own size?" Which is very ironic considering she's large enough to grab this kid by his collar and lift him off the floor, you know, like you're very much bigger than him, but whatever. And at this point, Jack realizes that this lady is pissed. She's going to hurt him. Like he really doesn't know what to do. So he goes for a move that everybody has probably thought of out of desperation. You see, Jack, keep in mind, is in 7th grade, and he's not too familiar with the anatomy of a woman, but his feet happen to be in an area where he can kick her right in the groin. Now, it does not hurt as bad, obviously, but he thinks about it and realizes this is his best bet, winds up his foot as hard as he could, and then just kicks it. Gives her the coochie kick. She recoils in pain and drops him, right? Once she drops him, he kind of like stands there for a second frozen. Didn't really realize that it was gonna work that effectively, you know? She's like, "Oh my God, you just kicked me." And Stewart goes, "Mom." And at that point, the anger kind of rushes back into Jack's blood, and he takes his fist and he just punches Stewart as hard as he can in the face. So Stewart falls over, but, you know, by the grace of God, dude, RNG, luckier than Dream 1 in 7 trillion. Stewart, when he falls over, falls onto his mom, and they kind of, like, flop to the ground. And at that point, everybody's like, "Oh my God, oh, fight, fight, fight." So the people that are, like, the bus monitors in the area start running over to try to figure out what's going on. So they kind of start, like, bursting through the crowd. They grab Stewart, they grab Jack, and they don't really know what's going on with the lady, but they tell her to come with them, too. So they all go into the principal's office. And Stewart and his mom immediately start trying to like spin it that Jack started it. He's the aggressor. Everything his fault automatically. She thinks she's going to get away with it because she's an adult. But little does she know, and I don't know why people do this, bro. It's like people forget we live in the 21st century. They have security cameras. So sure enough, the Jack kid is like, "All right, well, go ahead and check the cameras. If I really just viciously attacked you out of nowhere, then it'll be on the cameras." And as soon as he starts mentioning cameras, dude, this guy's mom's tone just changes. It's like, you know, we can actually just leave. It's okay. It's okay. But no, the principal's like, "I think we need to check the cameras. This is obviously an incident. You know, it led to an altercation." So they check the cameras and they see that this lady, you know, walked up, grabbed him, the entire situation, the coochie kick, all of it is caught in 4K, high definition, fantastic quality. And obviously, as soon as the footage starts playing, the mom and Stewart just go silent because it's obvious that they're the aggressors in this particular situation. So once this is all found out, the principal kind of starts being like, "You're not allowed at the school anymore," to the mom. They have to call Jack's parents. It's an entire situation. And sure enough, they call Jack's parents and they're like, "Hi, it's the principal." And they're like, "Oh no, what did my son do?" And the principal has to explain to his parents that like a mom had shown up and tried to fight their kid. And sure enough, his parents end up feeling like morons, rightfully so, because he had literally told them that this dude's mom was going to show up and try to fight him. And they were like, "No, that wouldn't happen. No logical adult would show up and try to fight a child." Yeah, no logical adult would, but obviously anyone willing to fight a kid is not considered a logical adult. I don't feel like this is rocket science, bro.
So his parents had to come pick him up. They had to decide if they wanted to press charges or not for assault. For some reason, his parents didn't. I'm just saying it. If any parent ever shows up and fights my kid, I'm suing you, bro. I'm taking it all. And I'm not gonna feel bad about it, dog. What do you mean? You're a grown adult showing up to a middle school to start swinging on kids? I will say, though, the only good thing that came out of this, from Jack's perspective at least, was that he became like a legend around school, dude. Anybody that manages to get into a situation where they're fighting an adult and then win is insane. Stewart ended up changing schools shortly thereafter, probably from sheer embarrassment. He ended up getting suspended, like that was his official punishment, but changing schools was probably more at the parents' discretion, bro. I could not imagine the shame of having to come pick up my kid from school when everybody knows that I showed up and tried to fight a student one day. Like, oh, that's gotta be painfully embarrassing. But hey, at least Jack was a legend out of it. If you are gonna get any benefits out of it, there's one. It's not a very good one, but it is one. Anyways, guys, though, I think that's gonna do it for the video. Hopefully you enjoyed. If you did, I would really appreciate you pressing the like button. This video was longer, and if you guys like the longer videos, a good way to let me know that is like and comment, all that stuff, because it does help the video do better. Subscribe if you're new and turn on notifications. And if you're in the market for G Fuel, use code SCRUBBY for 10% off. It's a pretty fantastic system, you know. If you want more content, I do have a podcast called The Scuffed Cast. You can find a link to that down below, and a link to the intro song will also be down there as well. And obviously, I'm pretty biased, but if you want to get some of the coolest merch to ever exist, the link to the merch store is down there as well. Thank you all so much for watching. I'm gonna go fight somebody's mom now, simply because I can. If anybody wants to recommend me a mom to throw down with, leave it in the comments. But yeah, on that note, as I said, thank you guys for watching. Don't get anyone pregnant. If you do, make sure they're hot, and hopefully I will see you guys all next time with another video. I'm out. Peace. What's going on, guys? It's your boy Scrub here, back again with another video. Hope you guys are having an absolutely fantastic day. I know I am. And today I've got a story time for you guys about the time I got kidnapped. Yeah, that's right. I know what you're thinking. My God, dude, how do you do it? And honestly, it's because we deserve to get kidnapped. I know that's pretty confusing, but I promise by the end of this video, it's gonna make sense. Regardless, I figured it would be a pretty funny video for you guys, so you guys will enjoy it. But before we get into it, be sure to press the like button. Otherwise, no joke, no scam whatsoever, you will never be 6 feet tall. Yeah, that's right. But if you press the like button, I promise that you will eventually be 6 feet tall. That's right. No joke, no scam. Just press the like button and you'll be tall. It's a fact. And let's get into the video.
It's so good, it's not good. Nice rack in her ass Brazilian. Just turned 21, but my bank's a million. Swear I'm a little drunk, but it's a hell of a...
So sleepovers are supposed to be the coolest thing ever when you're a young kid. You know, you get 25 or 24 hours, not 25, I guess maybe 25 hours to the vibe with the boys and be away from your parents, which when you're younger is a pretty cool thing, dude. No offense if my parents are watching this, but yeah, when I was younger, the idea of getting out of the house and getting to go somewhere else for 24 hours was pretty sick. And my friend Daniel was someone that I thought was super cool at school. And he was always telling everybody that, like, he had a movie theater in his house and a water slide. So when we were at school one day and he asked me if I could spend the night at his house, I was honestly hyped. I guess it was his birthday that weekend and he had invited me and a few kids over to spend the night, which, you know, I thought was gonna be super fun because I had never spent the night at a house that has a movie theater in it. Obviously, things didn't go as smoothly as I expected at the time, otherwise that wouldn't be out here in the Storytime channel. But regardless, I go home that day and I'm trying to convince my parents to let me go spend the night at this kid's house, and at one point my mom and dad are like, alright, what's his address? And I give it to him, and my dad kind of grimaces and he's like, is your friend zoned for your school by chance? Because basically there's this one super nice neighborhood that's like surrounded by an area that's a little bit hood, to the point where, like, if you were to go on a jog by yourself at night and come back with your wallet, people would be pretty surprised level of hood. So the type of place where just being out at night is brave type of place. Anyways, Daniel's house happened to be in this like super nice neighborhood that was in the middle of it. And because the school in that area was garbage, he had used like someone else's address to get to go to my school. So I tell my dad that no, he had used his grandma's address to try to go to my school. And my dad is kind of hesitant, but you know, I really wanted to go. I didn't want to be the only one who was invited that couldn't go. And he agrees, but he makes me promise to like not leave my friend's house because the area around the house is dangerous. And obviously I promised right off the bat because I'm like, dude, YOLO, I will literally do anything at this point to get to be able to go. Because I was really just not trying to be the only kid who was invited who couldn't go, dude. I knew I would never hear the end of it if that was the case. Like, if I was the only kid who couldn't go, the next day everyone would just be telling me about how much fun it was, and I'd be like, haha, yeah, that's crazy. Regardless, the day of the sleepover finally comes, and I go to Daniel's house, and I'm gonna be honest with you, this dude was basically constantly bragging about how cool his house was, and he had undersold it in his bragging, which is very rare. Usually when somebody gets to bragging, dude, they hype it up a little bit too much, but this guy's house, you know, house probably isn't a good way to describe it. This guy literally had a palace, dude. He had a movie room with like a Dolby Atmos theater sound system, a water slide, a tennis court, basketball hoops that were inside. Honestly, it was a great time, dude, and beyond just having all that cool stuff, we had all gotten along. Like, the people that he had invited were all friendly, so we had a good time using all this stuff, and his parents had gone all out for the party. There was like seemingly endless pizza just coming out of nowhere, dude. I honestly thought Papa John himself was in the kitchen whipping it up because of how much there was and how fresh it tasted. And on top of pizza, which is already more than enough to win me over, dude, I'm pretty cheap. Like, pizza is more than enough to get me on your side. That's why I would be an awful politician. I would be so easy to bribe. Like, I don't need millions of dollars from Russia. I just need free pizza. But beyond just the free pizza, they also had unlimited soda, unlimited candy. So like, I'm on cloud 9 at this point. You put 12-year-old me in a room with unlimited food and things that are bad for me but taste delicious, and I'm on your team, dude. Like, at that point, his parents could have basically told me that this was a trick and they were about to sell me to a very strong man who was about to take me on a field trip to an island, and I would have been like, yeah, that's cool. Does the island also have unlimited pizza? Because if that's the case, I genuinely don't care. However, like, as awesome as this was, in my opinion, dude, I was having a great time. Apparently, Daniel just didn't feel the same way because he was just low-key bullying his parents the entire time. I don't really know how you let your own kid bully you, dude. Like, that seems pretty weak to me, but sure enough, Daniel's parents were just letting their kid go off on him. I remember at one point his mom asked if we wanted more chips when we were hanging out, which was just honestly being sweet, like just making sure that we had food. And Daniel just decided to drop a dump on her day instead, dude. He was really having none of his mom being kind to everyone, no matter what it was. His response to her just simply asking if we wanted more chips was to look at her and call her a moron, which obviously catches us all off guard. Like, dude, I'm really out here trying to get some more chips. I'm a little bit hungry. I would love some Doritos in order to fuel my swimming addiction. Maybe let your mom give us some chips before you start yelling at her, dude. I don't want a situation where she's spitting on the Doritos before she gives it back because you're being a jerk. This man was literally acting like a shark who smelt blood in the water. He attacked his own mom, which is just ruthless. Like, you're not supposed to go after your mom. That's supposed to be the one person you take it easy on. I remember him saying, Mom, look at this bowl, okay? Do you see it? Is it empty? Or do you need a new set of eyeballs, you idiot? He said that to his mom in response to her just asking if we wanted more chips. Like, hey mom, you're an idiot and can't see. Relax, dude. She's literally trying to take care of your friends. Like, bro, if my mom had had all my friends over taking care of everything, I wouldn't be calling her a moron who needs a new set of eyes, bruh. And if I did, then I would have been taken in the backyard and old yellered. I'm just saying. And it was very awkward. I'm telling you, one of the most awkward instances as a kid you could ever be in is when, like, someone starts fighting with their parents and you're just kind of standing there. Because there's really no way that that's not awkward, bro. You don't know these people that well. I had never been over to this kid's house before, and now I'm just sitting here witnessing him and his mom fighting. But the weirdest part is that his mom just took it, dude. Like, instead of snapping back at him, she was like, oh, okay, honey, I'm sorry, and then went to get him more chips. So, while obviously Daniel was being a little bit of a douche, I can't really say that, like, it wasn't like his mom cared, bro. She seemed like she was pretty used to this kid just going off and saying mean things to her, which, hey, if you're used to your kid snapping at you and being mean, then I don't know what to tell you. It's your job to make sure he doesn't do that. Anyways, I remember that time pretty well because this is also when stuff started to go wrong way more than it was supposed to that night. Daniel decides after his mom leaves that he's gonna tell us that we're gonna sneak sneak out tonight and go explore because the area around his house is pretty dangerous and it should be a super fun time. And you know what? Maybe I'm a massive coward, dude. That's okay. I'm a scaredy cat. I'm Courage the Cowardly Dog. But doing dangerous stuff just really doesn't appeal to me. Like, I actually think it's the opposite of fun. The idea of trying to get as close to death as possible really does not seem like a very fun birthday party activity to me. It sounds horrifying. I'm not trying to live out the Blair Witch Project in real life. Watching it was scary enough. I don't need to roleplay it. I'm here for some other birthday party games, maybe pin the tail on the donkey, 7 minutes in heaven if some girls are over maybe. But I'm really not just trying to sneak out of the house to go looking for danger. What is that? Somehow though, when he suggests this, I'm like the only person who's against it. Everybody else is bragging about how they're gonna be leading the way and how like they're not afraid at all. They're totally down for danger. And I'm trying to talk some sense into these kids, so I'm the only one here trying to convince them that sneaking out to go looking for danger is just really not a good idea. And it's like trying to convince Forrest Gump to stop running, dude. It was just not gonna happen. He was hell-bent on running, and my friends were hell-bent on sneaking out and going to look for danger. And as much as I did not want to do it, it was very clear that they were not gonna change their mind, dude. The rest of the day, they're basically trying to like flex on each other who was less scared to sneak out that night, and you know how none of them are scared whatsoever, and like even if they run into something dangerous, they took 5 karate lessons when they were 8, so they can basically fight everyone. Typical talk where they were all trying to seem really tough. And I'm not gonna lie, I was pretty scared, dude. I was not very excited for it, and I was like, hey, maybe I'll be able to convince them that we shouldn't go do this because it's a really bad idea. Regardless, I was horrified, dude. I'm really not having a good time at the idea of doing exactly what I was told not to do, but hey, you know, it happens. Obviously, though, throughout the day, time is passing, and eventually night comes. That's just how it is. Nothing I can do about the sun going down, and we're waiting for Daniel's parents to pass out so we can sneak out. And when his parents finally fall asleep, I decide that I'm gonna take one more crack at convincing everybody not to go to the garage and sneak out because it's dangerous. And I really did try my best, dude, but it was basically like a 4v1, and Daniel, whose house we were at, wanted to go, so everybody is just blowing me off, calling me a wimp, and saying that, you know, we should go. And at this point, I make a choice, okay? I could either listen to my dad's advice and not go, because there's a good chance that we're gonna get robbed or something, or I could go and not look super lame to all my friends, and I know there's a good chance that I'm not gonna end up in trouble. And I made the moronic choice to go. I think this was a mistake. This is where I messed up. I just want everybody to know that. Sneaking out was not the right idea. And because this was a really nice house in like a bad area, the security system that his parents had, we had to like sneak out past it, right? So Daniel tells us that in the security system, there's this motion detector in the kitchen, and it was about waist height, so we had to like crawl to the pantry and then close the door so we could get out through the garage so then we could get out onto the street. And you don't really know rock bottom until you get peer pressured into something you don't even want to do, and now you have to be like crawling around on the floor in somebody's kitchen. Regardless, we're basically in a single file line with Daniel as the line leader, and we start like army crawling across the kitchen towards the garage door. It was really awful. I'm near the end of the line and it's pretty dark, and I have my face basically pressed against the floor crawling behind everyone, but the guy in front of me is like kicking me in the face on accident, and we're making our way across the kitchen slowly. And now I'm like annoyed that his house is so big, dude. Sure, it was funner earlier, but now that I'm having to army crawl across it, I'm really not as hyped. And finally, we all get into like this pantry room thing by his garage, and he closes the pantry door, and we all just stand up, and everybody else is acting like we just escaped prison, dude, as if anybody was actually expecting our idiot selves to be crawling on the floor. Regardless, you know, we go into the garage, and Daniel has this rack of bikes, and there's 5 bikes, which actually worked out because there ended up being 5 of us. But the thing is that they're different sizes because it was his family bikes, like his parents and his siblings, and everybody gets assigned a bike, and somehow I get his dad's bike, which actually ended up fitting me pretty well. I'm not gonna lie, I can't complain, especially compared to some of the other people, dude. Like one of the other kids that was with us ended up getting assigned to like his little sister's bike, and it was so small, and I'm not even kidding, he literally had to take the training wheels off of it before we go. He had to like stumble around the garage using his phone as a flashlight to try to find something to take the training wheels off. So at least my bike was like made for people my size to ride it, dude. A couple of the other kids were literally having to ride ride like bikes built for 3-year-olds in order to go sneaking out on this adventure. And sure enough, man, after we all had of our bikes, Daniel is like, all right, guys, we got to get out of the garage. Now that we all had our bikes, we have to get out of the garage and into the street without getting caught, which is easier said than done. Like, you know the super awkward bike walk you have to do when you have it between your legs, like that weird waddle thing? All 5 of us are having to do it out of this like one door on the side of the garage that went to the driveway. And Daniel decided that he was going to be the last one out because he was going to close the door quietly, and he thought he would, because he had lived there, he knew how to do it better than everybody, which obviously was fair though. But as we're all leaving, dude, and Daniel gets to close the door, I don't know how he manages to do it, but somehow he gets like tangled up in his bike and he kind of falls down, and when he falls, the door just kind of swings shut because it's heavy like a garage door, and it slams pretty loud. And he immediately gets up, dude, and looks like he's about to poop his pants. He looks terrified that we just got busted, and he whispers screams, which like I think makes sense if you know what I'm talking about. You know when somebody is just going out of their way to like whisper loudly? Anyways, he like whisper screams to get against the wall of the house because his parents' room is right against the garage. So we all scramble against the garage, dude. We're trying to stay as flat as possible with the bikes doing the weird walk thing. And as we're hiding, we hear the window above us open, and Daniel's dad basically yells out, he's like, hello, is anyone out there? And obviously none of us replied back. We were pretty stupid, but we weren't that stupid. And after about like 30 seconds of his dad just kind of waiting for somebody to reply, and we could kind of feel him sitting above us looking out the window, none of us are moving a muscle because we're horrified, dude. And his dad finally is like, oh, it must have been nothing, and closes the window. And all of us are kind of like, oh my God, this huge sigh of relief because we had actually gotten away with it. And I'm not gonna lie, as soon as his dad closed the window, I felt like a giant rush, dude, because I knew that I wasn't supposed to be out here, man. Like, my adrenaline is rushing so fast because we had almost gotten caught. We got away with it. And on top of it, like, the fact that we were doing something we weren't supposed to be doing made it just a little bit more fun, I'm not gonna lie. So we're all riding pretty high, we all got our adrenaline pumping, and we start to follow Daniel, and he's making turn out of turn, and he's riding his bike pretty fast. But because we were all hyped up and like, oh my God, yo, that's right, we totally just snuck out, we're really having no problem keeping up with it. And because we're going pretty fast on these bikes, we're covering a lot of ground, and the scenery is definitely starting to change with it, I'm not gonna lie. You know, Daniel lived in this super nice gated community, but we end up leaving the gated community, and it goes from nice and gated with like no fear whatsoever to very scary very quickly. It low-key started to look like a city from Fallout, I'm not gonna lie. Like, the further we got along, the more it looked like it came out of a video game, dude. There's like half broken down buildings everywhere, people hiding in half broken down buildings, kind of sticking their heads out. It was just a very creepy vibe, dude. I don't know if you've ever seen somebody looking out from a destroyed building in the middle of the night to see what you're doing, but it definitely does not make you feel very good. You can like feel their eyes onto you, you know what I mean? And obviously I'm starting to get scared because my dad had told me that it was gonna get very horrifying, and sure enough, the further we get away from Daniel's house, just the worse and worse it becomes. Now, I'm not saying that me and my friends belonged anywhere, but one thing that's for sure is like 5, 12, and 13-year-olds should not have been out here in the middle of the night, dude. We were seeing packs of wild dogs, crackheads buying crack out in the open like it's nobody's business, not even trying to hide it, dude. And then they're like fighting in the street after, just literally fighting in the middle of the street, not caring if cars are going by. And at this point in my life, dude, I was a Weenie Hut Jr. type of person, I'm not gonna lie, but we had found ourselves in a very salty spittoon type of place. Like, we were just very out of place, and the types of people we were passing were so tough that they probably eat their fries without ketchup just for the fun of it, you know, not because they like the taste more, but because it's too enjoyable and they want to feel pain. Regardless, we're all doing our things, riding our bikes around, and as we're riding, we see this group of like, 5, 6 guys standing on this corner kind of vibing, and I don't know why, dude, but as soon as I see them, I get this very, very bad feeling about the guys on the corner. I immediately become worried, and like, I start feeling very stressed out. You know when you get a gut feeling that something is about to go wrong? I had that, but like times 5. It was just a very bad feeling. I knew something's about to go down. And as we all get our bikes kind of in front of this group, that's when it happens, dude. They had just been kind of standing on the corner looking at us, and as we get in front of them, they start yelling at us, and they start screaming at us to get off the bikes and give it to them. And, they're trying to rob us. That's what's going down. They were telling us to get off the bikes and give them the bikes. And we're still kind of halfway across the street, dude, and they start running at us looking like they really, really want these 5 bikes, which to each their own, but considering 3 of these are kids' bikes, I'm not sure why you want them so bad. And I start pedaling like an absolute madman, like my life depends on it, dude, because, I'm pretty sure it might at this point, dude. I'd never been robbed before. I'm not sure what to expect. Out of all the crimes that I could have ever been having done to me during a story time, of course it's like a literal bike jacking. And that's just how lame it is, bro. Everybody says my life's exciting. No, there was just grown men trying to steal the children's bike I was riding. That's not too sick. Anyways, I take off like a madman, but my friends are frozen and they're just kind of waiting there. And I'm like, hey guys, you probably don't want to meet these dudes. I'm not trying to, so I'm out. So I start yelling at them to get going because I didn't think that they actually wanted to be having a face-to-face visit with these guys. And finally, after yelling at them for like what felt like forever, they kind of snapped out of it and they all started pulling off after me as fast as possible. But keep in mind, we're 12 or 13 and these are grown men, so they start kind of like chasing after us, dude. And at this point, I'm looking back behind us and they're not giving up. They're still chasing us. Like, it's not like we kind of started pedaling and they gave up. They're still running after us and they're fast enough where we're not going to be able to lose them. Like, yes, we are faster, but them running full speed is still close enough to us where it's not going to be a comfortable run. And I'm just going and I feel like a moron, bro. I'm like, oh my god, I should have listened to my dad. I'm such an idiot. My dad told me not to do this. Literally this. He said this was going to happen, that I was going to get robbed. And sure enough, here I am about to get robbed and maybe go missing, bro. I'm not even gonna get a chance to tell my dad how right he is. Like, I'm so pissed at myself in this moment that I let myself be here. So now we're in the world's lamest low-speed chase, dude. All of us are riding our bikes with this little gang chasing after us, trying to steal them. And like, how lame of a criminal are you to steal a kid's bike, bro? How are you gonna act hard and steal a bike that had training wheels on it an hour ago? Regardless, we're just taking all these wild turns, really doing our best to come, like, get away from these guys. And we come across this abandoned shopping center type of thing, and we ride around the back of it, and we ditch the bikes, and we run and hide in this like little brick structure that was around where the dumpsters used to be, but there's no dumpster in it anymore. And as we're hiding there, we hear footsteps, and sure enough, the guys that were chasing us like come around the corner. Oh my gosh, I can't talk. And they sound pissed, dude. Like, yeah, we made them run pretty far. I'm not gonna lie, we did not make getting us easy. And they sound pissed because of it. But sure enough, as they're walking around, they find the bikes because we were more concerned with hiding ourselves than hiding the bikes. You know, Daniel's bikes were really cool. Sure, they were fast, but if I have to pick between that and myself, I'm gonna pick me every time. Like, oh, what's worse, me going missing or a bike going missing? Sorry, Daniel's family, I'm sure they were expensive, but the good thing about being rich is that you can replace things pretty easily, right? Anyways, after they leave with the bikes, we come out of our hiding place, and obviously we find out the bikes are gone, which doesn't make us all that hyped, to be honest, because now we're realizing that we're gonna have ourselves a very long walk back to his house through everything scary that we had just biked through. And as we're all kind of trying to get ourselves hyped enough to start walking back, dude, something happens that scared me so bad I almost crap my pants. So as we're all sitting there kind of like, come on, it won't be that bad to go back, it's not that scary, while we're all realizing that it's definitely horrifying. We have just all almost gotten robbed, and now we're about to walk back through past the guys that just robbed us again. Nobody actually wanted to do it, but as we're having this conversation, these car headlights just blast onto us suddenly, and like the parking lot that was dark a second ago is now bright as balls. It was as if somebody had just turned on their brights in their car to just scare us as much as humanly possible. So obviously when these headlights turn on, we all start scrambling, trying to scatter like cockroaches. and as we're scrambling, running full blast, trying to get away from like whoever has just shined these headlights on us, we hear this voice, dude, and a woman's voice just cuts across the air. It was dead silent before, and she just says, "Don't even try to run. I have a weapon and I'm not afraid to use it," which obviously horrifies us. Like, bro, are you kidding me? I'm really just trying to vibe with my friends. We just got robbed. We were trying to figure out how to get out of here, and now some crazy lady is threatening me in the parking lot if I try to run, and nobody knows where I am. And at this point, I'm so scared. I start literally crying because I think it's over. Like, I should have listened to my dad, bro. Here I am about to go missing. This lady has a weapon. She's yelling at us. She's obviously not too happy, and I should have just listened to my dad and not gotten myself into this situation. And you know I must have been terrified if I started admitting that my parents were right, bro. Because let's be honest, nobody ever wants to admit that their parents were right. Like, sure, they're right most of the time, but I'm never going to give them that credit. That's not what I'm interested in. And the lady opens the door to her car and steps out, but we can't really see her because of the way that the lights were kind of shining on us. We could just see like the silhouette of this lady stepping out of her car and starting to walk towards us. And obviously we're all horrified, bro. We have no idea who this lady is. She just told us to stop moving or she was gonna get to bustin', and you know, I was not trying to end up with holes in me like Swiss cheese. I prefer being American cheese, which does not have holes in it, which is ironic considering, you know, the American way. So as this lady gets closer, I can start to see her clearer, dude, and I'm gonna be honest, it does not help my fear at all, because when she gets closer, I realize that not only is this lady in a random parking lot trying to kidnap kids, but she's literally wearing a ski mask. So at this point, I'm pretty sure that we're about to get yeeted, dude. I've seen enough Dateline to know what happens when you end up getting kidnapped in the middle of an empty parking lot. So she's basically on top of us now, and then she's like, "Do any of you have your wallets?" And I had my wallet on me, and for some reason, I like raised my hand like a moron. I'm literally getting robbed right now, dude. Not answering a math question. I don't know why I chose then to raise my hand, but I did. And as soon as I raised my hand, this lady like bears down on me because I was the only one stupid enough to move or do anything. And she gets up in my face with her nasty breath and she's like, "Give me your wallet now." And my dad had always told me that if you're ever in this situation and somebody is like, "Give me your wallet," the best thing that you can do is just hand over your wallet and try not to cause trouble, especially because I didn't know who this lady is and she's clearly crazy. And I'm not trying to ignore any more advice from my dad right now because that's how I ended up here in the first place. So I'm just trying to do everything I can to get home. And after I gave her my wallet, she starts going and shaking down my friends, trying to get all their stuff, you know, their wallets, their phones, and everyone's just handing everything over. And the lady finally gets to the birthday boy Daniel and she's like, "Give me everything you've got on you, dude." And I guess he didn't realize the scariness of the situation because instead of just handing everything over, he tries to like look cool and just fails miserably. Keep in mind that this lady is in a ski mask, robbing us, has told us she has a weapon, dude, and Daniel decides to start insulting her to look cool. I'm just trying to survive, bro, alright? I'm really not trying to piss off the lady that is making the choice of whether or not we go home, Daniel. No one is really appreciating right now for you to start joking around. So all of us are not too happy when he starts like arguing back and forth, and the robber lady is definitely not having any of it either. And as Daniel was talking back, dude, the robber lady just reaches back and slaps him with the force of 1,000 suns, dude. The smack literally is echoing around this empty parking lot. Like, it was a brutal one, and from that moment on, all of Daniel's confidence was shattered. Like, you know, he was just crap talking this lady, trying to get in her head, and as soon as he got slapped, he shut up. I feel like slapping a kid is honestly pretty savage too, dude. Like, stealing candy from a baby is evil, so is just slapping a kid. It's just one of those things where it's like, extra evil points. So Daniel at that point literally starts apologizing after he gets slapped. Like, he's just so shocked that somebody had the nerve to stand up to him that he's just kind of stammering like, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. It won't happen again. Like, apologizing. And I'm not gonna lie, I think the reality of the situation had just set in that, yeah, this lady's not playing games. But as horrified as we are at this moment, dude, it had nothing on what she said next, and that was when it somehow got scarier, which I'm sure you're wondering how that's even possible. She looks around at all of us and she's like, "Get in the car," which, you know, when she says that, I really was 95% sure that I was actually about to die, dude. I feel like anytime they say get in the car, it doesn't end well. We are all quietly getting into the car after she says that, dude, just speechless at the fact that all of this is going on. I'm not gonna lie, I really think that we were all in shock. Like, just the situation. We had just gotten away from the dudes who were trying to steal from our bikes, and now we are literally getting herded into a car that we don't know who it is. And once again, man, like, the fact that she had just told us to get in the car freaked me out, because I knew that usually that meant GG once you were getting transported, and we're all cramming into the car, and it's just dead silent. And I start looking around and realize that basically everybody is crying. And honestly, this might sound stupid, but when I looked around and saw that everybody is crying, this sounds mean, but I was so annoyed. Like, oh yeah, y'all were talking about how tough you were gonna be and how you weren't scared when we were gonna sneak out, and y'all took karate classes and nothing scared you. And I literally warned you guys that this was a really bad idea and we were gonna get ourselves into trouble. And what did you guys tell me? That I was stupid, it wasn't gonna be a big deal, and now y'all wanna be crying, you know? I literally had said that all of this is a dangerous idea, but no, I'm just a baby trying to kill the vibe. Oh, look at me. Well, now we're kidnapped, bro. Now we're in the back of a stranger's car, dude. Sometimes acting tough is actually just not the move. You gotta realize that sometimes being kidnapped is just not worth it, so acting like you own the place and, oh, I'm not afraid of anything doesn't work, because there's some stuff that you just should be afraid of. Getting kidnapped is on that list. You should just be afraid of the idea of someone you don't know taking you. And I'm just sitting in the back of this lady's car getting kidnapped, slowly pissed at all my friends for getting us pissed at, like, into this situation in the first place. Alright guys, I'm gonna stop the video for a second. On screen now is actually a Roblox gift card. I give away a gift card every single day as a way to just say thank you to everybody who is subscribed. If you're not subscribed, you might as well press that button and turn on notifications, because I post every day and you're not gonna wanna miss an upload. It's literally always free to sub, and you can unsubscribe if you don't like the content. But yeah, hopefully you guys enjoy it. I literally give away free money every day, so you might as well press that button, and a big thank you to everybody who is already subscribed with them on. And yeah, let's get back to the video. But at this point, I start looking around the car we're in, because there's really nothing else for me to do, because, you know, kidnapped, not like there's a long list of stuff to do. I'm not allowed to pull out my phone and play Angry Birds. And I'm not gonna lie, dude, for someone who's rolling around in the middle of the night kidnapping kids and stealing their wallets, her whip was super nice. Apparently crime does pay, dude. I had always heard people telling me that, like, oh, crime's not worth it, crime doesn't pay, but this really did have an insanely nice car to be used for kidnapping purposes. And I'm gonna be honest, once I realized that I'm getting kidnapped by a rich person, I'm starting to get really nervous about getting found. I'm just saying, bro, the odds of getting found if you're getting kidnapped by a rich person are even lower, because they'll probably just, like, pay off the cops or whatever. How long did they let that one rich dude literally have an island, you know? Like, you think they're gonna come around looking for me? I highly doubt it. And at that point, I'm just freaking out in my head, dude. I didn't even tell anyone I had left. We had literally snuck out. His parents had no clue where we are, so I was literally just accepting the fact that I was probably never going home again at that point. Suddenly, though, the lady that's kidnapping us starts talking, and what she's talking about scared us even more, dude, because she starts saying our names. She starts to say that, like, it's a shame that all of us are never gonna see our parents again, and then starts listing us all by name and saying that we're good kids. So now, not only am I in the back of a stranger's car, but the stranger knows my name, and that's when she tells us who she is, dude. We're at a red light, and she looks back and starts saying how stupid we are, and we could have gotten ourselves killed by sneaking out, which obviously is kind of a weird thing for a kidnapper to say, like, oh, you know, out of all things you could say, you call us dumb for sneaking out. And that's when she looks into the back of the car car and takes off her ski mask, and instead of someone I don't know, it is literally Daniel's mom in the flesh, dude. Obviously, when I saw it was Daniel's mom, I was very relieved because, like, yo, it's not a kidnapper. I'm not about to get murdered. I'm gonna survive. It's fantastic. Personally, I really like when I get to survive my escapades. That's a good part of them. However, as excited as I was to see that it's Daniel's mom, dude, I also realized that this meant that we had gotten busted and we were definitely screwed because she had every right to be pissed. And his mom just starts tearing into us, and honestly, I can't blame her at all. Like, she had just tried to track us down in the middle of the night, knew we were in a dangerous place, like, was probably worried the entire time that she was gonna find us, you know, in a dumpster, not hiding in one. And even though we were obviously all gonna be slightly traumatized by the fact that she had, like, just fake kidnapped us, honestly, it was probably a good thing, because if we were dumb enough to sneak out and try to go find danger for fun, we probably needed to learn the lesson that that's just a really bad idea, and it's not something that we should ever do again. I know that sounds really weird to be like, I'm super grateful that this dude's mom pretended to kidnap us, but honestly, I feel like if it wasn't for that, most of my friends would have probably never caught on and just kept doing it, and it probably was not a good idea considering that we did almost get robbed. Like, even before the fake kidnapping, we still had those dudes chasing us down, trying to steal stuff from us. I feel like this was a bad idea. And at that point, she starts to explain that she had tracked us through Daniel's phone, and you know, how we were so lucky that she found us before we had gotten robbed. And even though the 5 of us hadn't really talked yet, we all just decided that we weren't gonna tell her that we had gotten robbed in the parking lot because she was already pretty pissed. Like, she was already screaming at us, and the fact that she thought she had saved us from getting robbed, we were just gonna let her have that one, bro. Like, I'm sure she was gonna find out eventually when she went to her garage and all of her bikes were gone, but considering how mad his mom already was, we just all decided to keep our mouths shut and just not say anything. I don't know, bro. I really just wasn't trying to make her more mad. She already was pissed, and to be honest, she had every right to be. I think if I was a parent having a sleepover and all the kids snuck out, I would be mad too. And at that point, she says that she had already contacted all of our parents and decided that we are all being sent home because of this, and I'm not gonna lie, I get it. If I was a parent and I had to keep watching all these kids after they snuck out and made me track them all down, I would be like, yeah, go home, I'm not doing this. And obviously that puts a very depressed mood in the air, and while everybody else was depressed, I was sitting there literally about to crap myself because I realized that that meant that she had told my dad what the situation was, and now my dad was aware of the fact that I had literally done the one thing he told me not to do, which was leave this kid's house, like literally the one thing he told me to do in order to be able to go, and I had just sent it. So I'm sitting in the car just thinking about how pissed off my dad's gonna be and how I'm in so much trouble, and I'll be honest, I was torturing myself more than my dad was ever going to. But like, in my head, I'm convincing myself that my dad's gonna send me to military school or like destroy my Xbox. I was horrified. Probably a good thing considering we put this poor lady through the ringer of thinking that we were gonna get robbed. Even though we almost did, dude. Like, imagine being this poor lady's mom, waking up and none of the kids you're responsible for are in your house anymore. When Daniel's mom decides to tell us that we're going home, dude, like, I honestly got it. We had gotten caught, and I honestly thought that we deserved to be sent home at that point, though, but Daniel really did not take it very well, which surprised me with the whole sent home thing. He just decided that it was time to freak out on his mom. Keep in mind, all of this was literally his idea. It wasn't like anyone had pressured him into doing it. It was his idea to sneak out. It was his idea to come here. It was his idea to do all of this. So the fact that he would be willing to freak out on his mom, I'm not gonna lie, really caught me off guard, because it's like, bro, the only reason any of this is a problem is because of you in the first place. You really can't get mad when you have your cake and eat it too. This is all your fault, man. Low-key, the kid is super spoiled, dude, but he starts calling his mom all these horrible names, but she was having none of it whatsoever. As soon as he started mouthing off, calling her stupid and all this stuff, which obviously none of us were very cool with, like, at that point, we had gotten busted and we just all wanted it to end. She said that she's like, I had just spent the entire day taking care of us and throwing this party, and if he wanted to act that way, then he would be cleaning the entire house by himself tomorrow. And he just immediately shuts up and sits back down and is just silent until we get back to his house, dude. And the entire car is too. Like, the entire car has just this super awkward tension of everybody knows that we're all about to be in trouble. And sure enough, by the time that we even get back to Daniel's house, all the parents, everybody's parents are already there, kind of standing in the driveway waiting for us. And all of the parents are pissed because they had been woken up in the middle of the night and told that they had to come get their kids because we had all decided to sneak out and not tell anyone where we were going. And obviously that would be pretty annoying, dude, if I got a call at 2 a.m. that I had to come pick up my idiot kid because he snuck out and got himself into trouble. I'd be annoyed. And I see my dad and he looks absolutely pissed because he had literally told me not to do exactly what we had done. Like, while every parent was pissed, my dad did look extra mad because he had told me not to do literally this. So regardless, I say goodbye to Daniel, I thank his parents, and I get in the car and he does the usual, you know, I don't even know why I give you advice because you never listen to it anyways. He gives me this speech about how dangerous it is and how I could have gotten seriously hurt. And you know, honestly, they were right. Like, I deserved the lecture at this point. I wasn't even fighting it. And I decided to come clean at that point about the bikes and how we had gotten robbed because I don't know. I just felt like, it really couldn't get worse and he was probably gonna find out anyways. So I decided to come clean to my dad. And I think when I had told it to my dad, he had probably heard the defeat in my voice and he had basically figured out that I had learned my lesson because after that, dude, he really just dropped it. And honestly, I did learn my lesson. The lesson is kidnapping, 0 out of 10, would not recommend. Getting robbed, 0 out of 10, would not recommend. Putting yourselves in those situations, 0 out of 10, would not recommend. Obviously, my mom had heard about it too, and when we got home, I got in way more trouble with her because, you know, you're my baby, you could have gotten yourself killed. Do you have any idea how stupid you are? So I got a giant lecture from my mom, and I also got my Xbox taken away for a week by my mom, which honestly is a pretty fair punishment. Like, I got let off pretty easy considering the situation, to be honest. Like, usually, I'm not gonna lie, punishments would just annoy me, but this was one that I felt like I earned the hard way, so I wasn't gonna fight with them too much on it. But yeah, basically my friend's mom found out that we had snuck out, tracked us down with her son's phone to teach us a lesson and save us, not knowing that we had actually just been robbed. Like 5 seconds before that, they had stolen our bikes, we had no way home, and then she came out with a ski mask and convinced us that we were gonna get kidnapped, slapped her kid. It was a whole situation. But yeah, that's gonna do it for the story, guys. Hopefully you enjoyed. If you did, I would really appreciate you taking a second to press the like button and comment down below. If you guys like these longer videos, press the like button because the more likes they get, the better they do. And obviously, if these do better, then I'll do a lot more of these really long story times. So if you want more of them, press the like button and comment down below. If you don't know what to comment, just comment the word lemons because YOLO, when life gives you lemons. So this is me giving you a lemon. This is a sign that you need to leave the comment down below, alright? It's a sign from the universe. Other than that, be sure to subscribe and turn on notifications as well. I literally post videos like this every single day, and trust me, it's worth it to have notifications on and be subscribed because I literally give away money. You got nothing to lose. If you want any more content from me or stuff like it, I do have a podcast called The Scuffed Cast. Link will be down below if you feel like checking that out. And if you found yourself vibing to the intro song, the link to that can also be found down in the description down below. And yeah, if you are a big fan here of this channel and you want some merch, the link is also down below. I have the haha merch, the OG Sub Club merch, and most importantly, the Karen Christmas sweater. I'll throw a picture of it on screen now. If you're interested in picking that up, the link is in the description. Feel free to check it out. It's pretty cool if I do get to say so myself. And on that note, that's all I gotta plug. Follow me on Instagram at Scrubby, Twitter at Scrubby_69. Don't get anyone pregnant. If you do, make sure they're hot, and hopefully I will see you guys all next time with another video. I'm out. Peace.
What's going on, guys? It's your boy Scrubby here, back again with another video. Hope you guys are having a great day. I know I am. If you are, be sure to press the like button. Otherwise, no joke, no scam. Karen will move into your neighborhood. Yeah, that's right, guys. If you don't press the like button, then the nightmare neighbor will suddenly be on your street causing problems for you. Anyways, boys, you guys know the deal with Karen. She's my crazy neighbor that's had problems with me. I ran into her at Target a little bit ago, and I was figuring that was probably going to be the last time I was ever going to hear from her, all right? But then, you know, the only thing that could possibly happen that would make life even more interesting happens. I check my business email basically every morning trying to see if any sponsors are trying to throw me the bag, you know, and if any sponsors are out there trying to throw me a sack so I can promote you, feel free. As Blueface says, I am always chasing the bag. But regardless, I log into my business email, and every now and then people will send me emails asking for advice or whatnot, and I'll usually like try to read it or try to respond. But I see the tagline on one email in my inbox simply titled, "I think we have the same evil neighbor." And you already know I was like, oh my gosh, if this is true, then the level of clickbait that I'm gonna get out of this is unreal. So I open the email, and sure enough, in the first line is Karen's full real name, like her actual name, not the Karen name that I gave her so that way she couldn't complain to YouTube and get my videos taken down. But this dude had emailed me Karen's entire full legal name and basically says, hey, I know this is a long shot and probably unrealistic, but this girl just moved into my neighborhood, this woman and her family, and she is a psychotic person, and I figured the way she was acting and the stuff she would mention made it seem like you definitely know her because I've seen your Karen video. And at first I'm like, alright, listen, this is probably unrealistic. I don't know how this person got Karen's full real name or like how they managed to figure out where she had moved to. But sure enough, this person had Karen's full name and everything. So I email back and just ask for a little bit more proof that this is the same crazy lady that has been giving me problems for most of my life, you know? And he sends me a picture of Karen and her kids outside, and sure enough, it's the same lady, dude. So I'm like, what is going on? And so he tells me, the person who's emailing me, that she has been causing problems around the neighborhood and that if I want to use any of the stuff he's about to email me for content, then that's fine. But he just needs to vent about it because it's his neighbor now and she's causing all these problems and he just needs to get it off his chest to someone who understands. And I'm like, you know what? Absolutely, absolutely go for it. So I guess first things first, right when Karen moved into their new house, she went around with vegan cookies, introducing herself to all the neighbors, you know, and that's no big deal. You want to make vegan cookies, go for it. I don't really care. It's super sweet that you're going to give your neighbors cookies. Karen gets some good brownie points. But the only problem is, I don't know when she became vegan, but she decides that it's not just enough to give people vegan cookies, but when she knocks on this dude's door who's emailing me, and he opens it and she can smell meat cooking inside, she immediately starts berating him for like being an animal murderer and how he doesn't care about the environment and he might as well basically just be admitting that he hates all living species and is just like tearing into this guy, which is a very confusing message when you were just supposed to be bringing your neighbors cookies, you know? Only Karen would be crazy enough to be like, let me give you a warm welcome by baking you cookies and then telling you that the way you live your life is completely backwards, you know? Like, this moron eats meat? How disgusting. I'm gonna introduce myself with cookies. Like, it's just weird. So right off the bat, the guy is like, wow, this woman's a little bit mentally unstable because she's coming around trying to make a good first impression by insulting you the second she meets you. Not exactly a good first impression, but pretty Karen nonetheless. Like, I'm not gonna lie, I was not surprised that she is this psychotic. So whatever, the first introduction is her yelling at him about eating meat, but he's trying to be polite, so he starts making small talk about how, you know, oh, well, what brought you guys to the neighborhood? Why are you moving here? Where are you from? And sure enough, Karen basically starts complaining, saying that her old neighbors were just incredibly disrespectful and didn't understand that neighborhoods are places where families are supposed to be bonded together, and, you know, how she had this one neighbor who would just tell these stories on the internet about her that just made her look bad and were corrupting her son and his, you know, moral compass, basically trying to make it seem like I somehow, with my story times about, you know, people pooping in swimming pools, am corrupting her son's moral compass. And if I'm corrupting your son's moral compass talking about the fact that people poop in pools, then, like, your son's moral compass was never very on straight anyways, you know? But basically the guy keeps asking her questions about why they're moving here, and slowly but surely it comes out. She tells him about my channel and how I'm a terrible person, which, you know, I just feel like you should have better stuff to do, Karen. You're a fully grown woman. You're a mom. You have kids in school, and you're just going to complain about the fact that, like, I make videos on the internet. That's what you're going to introduce yourself to your neighbors with. Whatever, dude. You're a little obsessed, but go off, sister, I guess, you know? I mean, do whatever you think you gotta do to live life as best as you can, Karen. So at this point, I'm cackling, all right? I am so inside this 30-year-old woman's head. She introduces herself to my neighbors, or her new neighbors, as like my worst enemy, you know? Which is a fun amount of power to have, I'm not gonna lie, like to just be in this woman's head. But sure enough, I email him again, and I'm like, all right, that's crazy, but has she done anything weird in your neighborhood? And he's like, yes, oh my God. So I guess they have another neighbor next to them. Like, this guy's next to Karen on the right, and the guy on the left has a dog that barks a lot. But it's an older dog, and it barks relatively quietly, you know, and it's really not a big deal. It doesn't bug people much, and the guy walks the dog twice a day. And I guess the first time that Karen saw the dog getting walked down the street with her other neighbor, she decided that the thing to do would be to try to establish dominance. So she walks up to the other neighbor, you know, the guy that lives on the other side of her, and is like, is this the dog that's barking all the time? And the guy's like, oh yeah, haha, sorry, when I'm at work he's usually pretty quiet. It's weird that he's been barking a ton. And Karen decides to establish dominance by getting on all fours and barking in this other dog's face, dude. Like, this dog that's been barking in the backyard too much. Karen's, you know, your dog is a little loud and disrupts my peace when I'm trying to do yoga. And just gets down on all fours and starts trying to bark at a dog's face, which I'm pretty sure has never worked. Like, no dog's ever been like, damn, man, you're right, I was being a little bit loud while you were trying to do backyard yoga. That's my bad. As a golden retriever, I will do my best to abstain from interrupting any exercises in the future. Like, dogs can't think, okay? Dogs just think food and bark. They are not getting yelled at. So she gets on all fours and starts barking at the dog. And the only reason that this dude knows about it is because the other neighbor was like talking to this dude who's emailing me about how crazy it was that she was like trying to argue with his dog in dog speak. I don't know what's up with Karen, bro. I don't know why her poor husband married her, man. Maybe he's just in too deep. He didn't make her sign the prenup and he doesn't want to lose half of everything. But the second my wife starts thinking she can talk to dogs and starts barking at our neighbor's dogs for barking too much, I'm out. I'm just cutting my ties and getting the divorce. But it gets weirder, all right? She's lecturing her neighbors, you know, she's yelling at them. She's complaining about how her other neighbor is a psychopathic YouTuber, her old neighbor, and now she's just arguing with dogs. I don't know what this woman's screws are loose, but apparently there's a lot of them, right? Like, if we went to a Home Depot and we're like, dang, what's wrong with this? They would say, well, damn, man, I'm telling you, your screws are loose, all right? So, beyond that, I guess her poor kid, the one that liked my videos and started this whole thing, you know, it was trying to play outside with, like, some of the other kids, and they were all riding bikes and going over jumps, and the kid just wanted to jump bikes. And listen, everybody's jumped bikes, and I'm all for safety and stuff, wear a helmet or whatever, but this poor kid goes back out there after telling his mom that he wants to do the bike jumps with, like, knee pads wrapped in bubble wrap, and is obviously just not, you know, vibing the coolest. And look, I get it, you're trying to take care of your kids, make sure they don't get hurt, but like, there is a certain coolest factor. Slap a helmet on him, but when you make your kid look like, you know, he's a backup, I don't know, bobsledder in the Olympics with the amount of padding he has on, your kid just looks lame. So now that poor kid is obviously known as like bubble wrap boy and just is never invited to do anything cool in the neighborhood because Karen just takes safety a little too seriously. But that's no big deal, you know, taking care of your kid. I guess I really can't fault you for that. But the last story he emailed me before he stopped responding was definitely the best one. So I guess Karen's other new thing is like being prepared for the end of the world. Karen has become a doomsday prepper, and I think the world is gonna end by the time, you know, like this poor guy realizes that this is just normal now. She's not gonna go back to normal. And anyways, I guess her and her family decided to practice their evacuation plan in the middle of the night. They decided to evacuate. And you know what? Hey, nothing wrong with that. If you're going to evacuate your family in the middle of the night to practice for doomsday, go for it. No harm, no foul. The only problem is Karen, for whatever reason, decided to set their, like, emergency rendezvous point as this dude's backyard. So at 2 in the morning, he's, like, hearing ruffling in his backyard, and he looks out there, and Karen's husband and her are setting up a tent in his backyard. So he goes in the backyard and is like, what are you doing? And Karen, you know, is, well, it's always important to be prepared for a disaster, and we figure that the best emergency rendezvous point would be your backyard because it's near a water source, because he has a chlorine pool, which you can't drink, so that's not a water source, Karen. Also, you kind of need permission before you just start camping in people's backyards. Like, it's pretty against the law to just break into somebody's backyard and start camping. So he asked them to leave his backyard, which is what you do when there's a strange family and a psychotic woman camping in your backyard. And Karen gets pressed and is like, you don't understand. You're risking my family's safety. I'll do anything for my family. The fact that you would stand in the way of our important safety training is disgusting, and is yelling at this dude. And he finally is like, look, leave my backyard. Just leave. And she's like, you know what? I don't know why everyone in this country is so unneighborly. Every one of my neighbors just has it out for me and is like obviously becoming paranoid now. But, you know, they take their tent and they leave. And at this point, the guy decides to like look up the channel that she had mentioned when he first met her about how her other neighbor is a psycho. And he watches my Karen series and decides to email me all of this so I can make another video. Which, I mean, shout out to you, bruh. You a real one. Ad revenue from this gonna be fat. So yeah, moral of the story, Karen is still completely mentally unhinged, and I'm not gonna lie, I'm kind of starting to feel bad for this new dude. Like, at least Karen never tried to camp in my backyard, I can say that much. But yeah, hopefully you guys enjoyed the video. If you did, be sure to turn on notifications. If you turn on notifications, send a screenshot to my Instagram @Scrubby. I shout somebody out every day, and you should follow me over there too. Today's notification shout out goes to tsank5. Big thank you for having on notifications. I do really appreciate it. If you want to super support the channel, check out the Teespring link down below, and be sure to cop yourself some merch. It does help a ton. And other than that, don't get anyone pregnant. If you do, make sure they're hot. I'm still on vacation. I will be back the day after tomorrow. Have yourselves a great day, and I'll see you guys next time with another video. I'm out. Peace. Now, in college, I definitely got around a little bit, okay? I dated a couple people, and, you know, sometimes it would transpire into a relationship with crazy girls, and sometimes it wouldn't. And one time I went on a date with this girl within the first couple weeks of the school year. Definitely was pretty right off the bat in terms of the school year, and, you know, I just didn't feel like there was anything there. I didn't feel like there was any romance. I didn't feel like there was a connection, so, I told her right after the date, hey, you know, I think that you're a fantastic girl, but you're not my girl, you know? Like, I genuinely wish you the best. I hope you don't get pregnant by an ogre in a swamp somewhere, but I'm not feeling this. I don't feel like this is right for me. I don't feel like it's right for you, so yeah, best of luck. And I thought that it was very obvious that we were done because I never heard from her again. Like, I really hadn't heard from this chick in a long time romantically. Obviously, every now and then I would see her and we'd stop and catch up and have a normal conversation about life or, like, you know, how school was going, but it was by no means ever anything romantic. I think the most romantic thing we talked about after our date was, you know, how weird Valentine's Day is and how all I want to do is have a pizza and make out. And she's like, I want to be taken on a romantic date. And I was like, oh, good for you. You know, go make it happen then, because it ain't gonna be with me. So, I thought everything was squared away, and the date was just awkward. And for everybody asking why the date was awkward, it was just one of those things where somebody was really, really hot, so you asked them on a date, not knowing what they were gonna talk like, and then, they just were really boring, you know? Like, don't get me wrong, the girl was super cute, but, the entire date, she talked about horses. She was from, like, a small town in Utah, so she really didn't know, like, how to talk about anything else. And whenever I would try to talk about something that I was into, or, like, figure out if we had anything in common, it would just always go back to this, like, small town in Utah, you know? And I'm trying to date a girl, not a town in Utah. So like I said, after that date, I'm like, yay, you know, we can stop. We can be friends. Sure, we can be friends. No big deal, but we're not dating. We're not. I'm sorry, you know, if that breaks your heart, then I guess your heart has to be broken, but sometimes you got to do what's good for the boys. Not to mention, you wanted to go out every Saturday, and Saturdays are reserved for the boys, okay? Come on, everyone knows Saturdays are for the boys. Girls out there, if your boyfriend is busy on a Saturday, it's because it's reserved for him to kiss the homies. But regardless, I'm pretty sure that I made it obvious that we were done. We hadn't been on a date in about 8 months, but one day, you know, I'm chilling, talking to a girl that I was in class with. Not even a girlfriend, not anyone that I was interested in at all. Like, literally at all. I was just sitting there talking to this girl that I have a class with, and this giant guy with, like, a pretty thick, not country accent, but you could clearly tell he was a farm, comes up to me and he goes, "Who do you think you are, two-timing my sister?" And I'm like, huh? Wait, what? Hello? Like, are you talking to me? Like, I'm kind of looking around trying to make sure I'm the one he's talking to, and I'm looking at the bench, and I look at him, and I'm like, me? And he goes, yeah, you know that you're two-timing my sister right now. Don't act like I'm not going to tell her. And I'm like, what are you talking about, bro? I'm not dating anybody. I think you got the wrong guy. Maybe I look like your sister's boyfriend, you know? Like, but I'm telling you, I don't have a girlfriend, so I don't know how I could be two-timing your sister, right? Like, I don't know what you're talking about. I really, really have no clue what's going on in your head that makes me think I'm two-timing your sister, but I don't have a girlfriend. And he gets up in my face and he's like, oh yeah, you think I don't know who you are, Ryan? And says my last name. He's like, you think I don't know that you've been dating my sister for the entire year? And my classmate who I was talking to, I was pretty good friends with, looks confused. And she's like, they're not dating. And the guy's like, oh yeah, is that what he told you? Probably because you're just some floozy that he uses for fun on the side while he's dating my sister. You're lucky I don't fight you right now. You know, I'm gonna tell my sister. And I'm like, dog, you can tell your sister. We went on one date at the start of the year, and that was it, you know? Like, that was literally it. I don't know what she told you we are, but we are definitely not anything that you're gonna fight me over, because we weren't even dating, bro. What are you on about? So regardless, here I am getting yelled at by some giant, like, farmer boy in the middle of my college while talking to this girl, right? And apparently I've been dating his sister for 9 months. I haven't talked to his sister in like 3 weeks. I don't know what's going on. I am 50 shades of bamboozled, confused, perplexed, everything you can say to be absolutely flabbergastedly confused. And next thing I know, another farmer boy comes running up, but this one's a little bit older, right? He's got a balding head. It almost looks like he's got a horseshoe on his noggin, because that's the pattern that his hair is growing in. And here I am confused, and he's like, oh, so what? You think you can just dodge meeting our family while you're dating my daughter? And I'm like, whose daughter am I dating, dude? I don't know what you guys are talking about. So they're all yelling at me. And next thing I know, the girl who I went on a date on at the start of the year, who I barely talked to since, walks up to me and is like, oh, I can see you met my family. I'm like, yeah, why do they think we're dating? Because we're not dating. Like, we haven't been dating. And she's like, well, you know, I just felt like we had like good vibes after our date. So I didn't want to tell them that like we weren't dating. And I was like, so you've told them that we've been dating for 9 months when we haven't even talked? Like, we've had maybe 2 or 3 conversations not related to dating at all. And she's like, well, you know, I just felt like we had such a special connection. And I'm like, dog, we didn't have that connection, because I told you, hey, I'm not interested in you romantically. Like, I could pull up the text. Don't make me, like, what do you mean? And the parents and the brother look really confused, and they're like, wait, hold on, what? And I'm like, I'm not dating your daughter. And they're like, well, she was telling us that, you know, you guys were talking about like getting engaged and all this stuff. And I was like, that was not the case. I don't know what this girl's plan was, really. I mean, let's really break this down. Oh, I'm embarrassed I'm in college and I'm not married, so I'll make up a story that this guy is dating me when he doesn't know that we're dating, and somehow this is gonna work out with us being together, even though I don't talk to the guy and he said he's not interested. But I'll just tell my family that we're in a serious relationship. Not really sure what the girl's plan was. So after this giant confusion goes on, I'm still confused. And of course, everyone else sitting in like the quad thing of the school that was there just thinks that I'm some giant douche canoe who like played this girl and was, you know, trying to date other people with like, I don't even know. But I'm sure I looked like a giant douche, because if you see a bunch of dudes yelling at a dude in the middle of like, you know, the quad of your college about how he's two-timing on their sister, you're probably going to think he's guilty. I'm just saying, I probably would, so I don't blame anyone who did. But I wasn't dating his sister. Like, I still don't know where she got this idea from. So after this, the dad asked me to go to dinner with him so we could talk about it. And I'm like, okay, I'm not dating your daughter, though. Like, just to be very clear, you know that, right? And he's like, yes, I know, but, you know, I just want to talk to you. And I'm like, all right, fine, I'll go to dinner, we can talk about it, but I'm not dating your, like, I need you to know very clearly, me, no date daughter, okay? Like, that's not gonna happen. So, I get in the car with this farmer boy in this, F-150, and he's like, where do you want to go to eat? And I'm like, dog, you asked me to go eat. I don't want to be here. Like, you're picking where we're eating, okay? I hate when people do that. They ask you to go do something, and you get in the car, like, what should we do? I don't know, man. You're the one who made me get ready and want to go out. So, like, you pick. I'm not doing with this. So, we go to a restaurant, we sit down, and the dad goes, so my daughter's known to lie a little bit. And I'm like, haha, really? You know, I couldn't tell from the fact that you were going to fight me in the middle of the quad because she told you that I was going to marry her or something when we only went on one date. Like, I never knew that your daughter might have a slight exaggeration problem considering we were never dating. And he's like, but, you know, she does have a kind heart. And I'm like, sure, dude, I don't know your daughter like that. Sure, she has a kind heart. She made it up. I don't know why she made it up. Sure, she might have a kind heart. And he's like, I just really want you to consider taking her on another date. And I'm like, bro, listen to what you're asking me to do right now. You just came down here to meet me because you felt like I was avoiding you because she lied to you for months and months and months on end. And you think that that's a good impression on me to go, well, she's kind of hot, so I might as well give it a second go. Like, call me crazy here. The second a girl makes up a giant relationship to, you know, I don't know, convince everybody that we're dating for a long period of time when we're not, kind of kills any attraction that I have to her. Like, any attraction I might have possibly had to possibly maybe want to date your daughter is definitely out the window when she starts making stuff up like this. But he's like, you know, she's a sweet girl. She'd make a great wife. I'm like, dog, I'm 18. Sure, maybe down the line, I'm not interested in somebody that's going to make up a relationship, 1. 2, I'm 18. What do you want me to commit to, bro? I can't even commit to which college I want to go to for the next 6 months. You expect me to make a lifetime decision right now? It's just not going to happen. So he gets a little frustrated with me. He's like, oh, so what? You just let her on? And I'm like, we were never talking. I think her dad was having a really hard time wrapping his mind around the fact that me and his daughter were never dating. So in the middle of this restaurant, he's like accusing me of leading her on, all this crazy stuff. And so finally, I'm like, all right, dude, well, your daughter is unhinged, and clearly you are too. So I'm leaving now, but it's been an honor. Thank you for dinner. And I get up and I walked back to college, which took me like an hour. But when you're on a date with a crazy girl's dad, I'm calling it a date because I don't know what else to call it, sometimes you got to do what you got to do to survive. And if that includes walking home, something you got to deal with.
So back in high school, you would low-key be friends with basically everybody, or at least I was. You know, I had 3-4 friends in every class that I didn't really talk to outside of class, but like I knew everybody pretty well. And there was this girl that I knew that was on the volleyball team, and I'm not gonna lie, she was pretty slim thick, you know, she had it going on, and one of my friends, who was also in that class, started to have a crush on her, and since we were, like, low-key a friend group in that class, he asked me if I could help wingman him since we were always together, and, you know, being the good bro that I am, I was like, of course I will, no problem, absolutely anything to help the boys, and that's how it should be, you know, you should be willing to do just about anything to help the boys. So, like I said, us 3 are friends, and I start wingmanning. So, that's not a word. Wingmanning my boy. I start texting her being like, OMG, isn't he so nice? Like, look, he did all the science work for us. I would do the worksheets and say I got the answer from him just to make him look smarter. I was really out there being the best wingman money could buy. And he didn't even have to buy me. I was on that free trial membership, all right? Like Hulu Plus with no ads for the first month. You get it for free. That's low-key what he was getting in a friendship. So whatever, I'm wingmanning, and obviously I'm pretty good at wingmanning. Not to toot my own horn, but yeah, you know, I kind of am good at it. But regardless, it starts to get, you know, a little awkward in class, but they start to date and talk a ton. And obviously, since I wingman and was kind of involved in getting them to start talking a ton, they start like asking me to hang out and stuff. And no harm, no foul. Sure, I'll hang out with them. We don't really have a ton in common. This dude, the way I would describe him is like he was a good friend to have in science class, you know, but I wouldn't want to hang out with him on a Saturday. He was super athletic, always wearing all the latest Nike gear, you know, going on runs for fun. And like that wasn't really my crowd in high school. It's still not my crowd. Exercise and fun don't really go side by side, but they asked me to go with the mall with them one day, and I'm like, yeah, sure. No problem, you know, and I didn't really know these people super well. Basically, I knew them well enough to do group projects together, and they knew me well enough to, you know, text me every now and then, but we weren't really friends, so I didn't know what to expect when, like, hanging out with them. And, you know, hanging out with them kind of made me realize that I might have set this dude up with a low-key psychopath, because she was pretty abnormal. So, what was used to be, you know, pretty nice in science class, maybe a little bit controlling, comes out as super controlling, because I'm hanging out with them at the mall, and she is low-key, like, getting pissed anytime this dude looks in another direction. He talked to a girl while ordering lunch in the food court, and she was like, I don't know who you think you are to talk to other girls in front of me, but I will not be disrespected like this in my relationship. And the kid, you know, who had this massive crush on her is like, oh my gosh, I'm so sorry, I'll let you order if it's a girl from now on. Like, you know, he's totally buying into it. And I'm kind of sitting here looking at it like, oh, this girl low-key might not be that great. But yeah, I chalk it up to her having a bad day, being in a bad mood. You know, I had never seen that much of her in science class, so whatever. I just forget it, and like I'm like, wow, that's a little bit bizarre that she got pressed that her boyfriend ordered food from someone of the opposite gender. Like, if your boyfriend is willing to leave you after he orders McDonald's from a chick, there's something more wrong than just, you know, the fact that you're jealous, all right? Like, why would you want to be with somebody that's trying to replace you in the drive-thru window, you know? Like, that's just really not a good sign for a future of a relationship. Yeah, you know, me and Eric are just taking some time off. He fell in love with the Wendy's girl. No, not the redhead in the commercials, the girl that takes our order every time we go get a 4 for $4. Quite devastating. Whatever, though. I end up sending him a meme a little bit later on Twitter, through Twitter DMs, that basically is something along the lines of when your girlfriend won't let you talk to anyone of the opposite gender, and it was like,
just a silly picture, you know. And I mean, if you and your friends don't give each other like a little bit of crap, then you're not really friends, at least in my opinion. Like, I don't know about you, me and my friends bond through talking trash. It's like one of our favorite things to do to each other is, you know, give each other a hard time. So I sent it to him, and it's supposed to be a joke. Like, it's not really saying that your girlfriend sucks. And I have a class with her and not him in the next hour, and I walk in and she's just like giving me this pissed off look, and I'm like, oh, hey, what's up? And she goes, oh, you think making fun of me is funny? And I'm like, oh, what do you mean? This girl had already also gotten access to this student athlete's Twitter account and was reading all the messages that I was sending. So I sent the meme about when your girlfriend is crazy, and she instantly had logged into his account and read it and is like, why are you talking crap about me to my boyfriend? You know, just low-key a little obsessive. He can't talk to other girls. He can't order food from other people, you know. He can't have private Twitter DMs. No secrets allowed in a relationship. And I'm gonna keep it a buck with you guys. Anybody out there that's dating, you know, you want some secrets, okay? I really don't need to know, like, my girlfriend's bowel movement schedule. I do not need to know when my girlfriend is dropping dukes, all right? It doesn't gross me out. It's just like, you don't want to know when I'm taking a shit either, all right? We can all agree that in a relationship, sometimes it's okay to have secrets on both sides, you know? Girls don't need to know everything I'm doing. I don't need to know everything they're doing. We're squared away. Every now and then the secrets are important. If the secret affects the other person, you know, that changes. But that's enough relationship advice, low-key. I'm not giving any girl I'm dating my, like, Twitter login. You don't need to be reading my stupid DMs with Ben of us sending stupid TikToks back and forth till 2 in the morning. So whatever, I kind of realized that maybe getting them to date isn't a good idea. And I realized that I might have realized this too late. I said realize a lot there. I realized that it doesn't even sound like realize is a real life word. Oh my gosh. Anyways, I get to science class and they're both giving me the cold shoulder. And keep in mind, we sit at a table together and they're both just ignoring me, you know? And I'm like, okay, come on, guys. Like, I get it. The meme wasn't funny, but come on. And the girl makes the guy pull out like a pad of paper and write down, like, I won't be talking to you because I only talk to people that respect my girlfriend. And I can tell by the look on his face that he really doesn't want to do this. And I'm like, all right, man. You know, I get it. You gotta side with the lady. No harm, no foul. We weren't super close anyways, and I'm like, all right, I'm sorry. Can you at least come explain the situation to the teacher so I can get out of the group, you know? And, like, they whisper in each other's ears all sassily, and he writes down, no, we're just gonna tell him that you didn't do any work on the project. So now for, like, my grade's gonna suffer because this girl can't handle the fact that I sent a meme about her low-key being psycho-possessive to her boyfriend. And, you know, every girl's a little psycho-possessive. Every dude's a little weird, too. You know, everybody's got their problems. I can send a meme about you to your boyfriend, and he shouldn't dump you. If your boyfriend's gonna dump you because I sent him a meme, you're probably not a good girlfriend. So whatever, I get kicked out of my science group for hooking up this girl with this guy, and I go to the science teacher, and luckily, he liked me. I can't talk today. And he decides to give me a new group. So I get my new science group, and it's whatever, no big deal. But one thing that I noticed from the side is after I stop hanging out with them, she basically changes this dude's entire personality. Like I said, he was like a student athlete, you know, always wearing like athletic shorts, always was talking about working out and all this stuff. And she like basically changed his personality into this, you know, skater dude. He quit all the varsity sports he was on. Like, she low-key took over his life. He wasn't allowed to talk to any of his friends. He wasn't allowed to talk to any girls at all in like any scenario, basically at all, or his girlfriend would kill him. And she basically just like sucked the joy out of his life. And this dude that I used to know, I obviously had hung out with him a couple times. You know, he was a pretty cool dude. Like, we weren't besties by any means, but when you see somebody that's pretty chill that you've hung out with a lot get brainwashed by what appears to be a psychopathic girl, you want to say something. So one day I'm on Xbox and me and him used to play COD a lot, and I see he's on and I invite him to the party and I'm like, bro, what is going on with you, man? Like, the past 2 months, you know, quit your favorite sports teams. You like never talk to anybody anymore. I haven't seen you on Xbox, and we used to play pretty consistently. I'm like, what's up? And, you know, he starts telling me about how she won't let him do anything he likes, and like how his parents want him to break up with her, but he feels bad because she always says that, you know, if he breaks up with her, like, she's gonna lose it, and he's the rock holding her world together. And I'm like, IG, you're low-key 15, you're a little young to be anyone's rock holding their world together. Like, if she's making you do things you don't want to do and your family hates her, there's probably a reason. If all your friends and your family hate the person you're dating, it's probably because they're just not the right person for you, all right? Maybe they're not evil, maybe they're not the worst person to ever exist, but your friends and family low-key kind of know what's up. So I tell them, like, look, man, if you're not happy, then like there's no reason to be doing it, you know, no matter how crazy she is. And so he's like, yeah, you're right, I didn't mean to change, like I hope you can forgive me. And as somebody that's dated my fair share of crazy chicks, I was like, yeah, dude, no problem, I get it. Everybody thinks with the wrong head sometimes. That's just the reality of the situation. So he breaks up with her. I don't know if my talk was really the catalyst, but like a couple days later, he breaks up with her and she comes to school a sobbing mess. Every class, she's breaking down crying for attention, you know. Teachers are having to stop the class and cause everything. And obviously, she's like screaming at him in lunch, just overall causing some self-embarrassment. But what she did next is still low-key one of the most psychotic things that I've ever seen. But I am gonna save that for part 2. Anyways, after a bunch of unsuccessful passes, this girl made it trying to get her ex back, including spam calling him, you know, going psychotic, low-key. Nothing seemed to be working, so she did the only thing that she sought necessary. I guess after spam calling him all that stuff for a week wasn't enough. And, you know, even though we were in high school, her and this dude were low-key active in certain activities that can produce offspring, if you're picking up what I'm putting down. And I think everybody's heard at least one horror story from their friend where the girl will like fake a pregnancy test and be like, oh my god, it's yours, you have to stay with me. And usually that only prolongs the relationship by like another week, because most people realize that, you know, this girl is faking a pregnancy to try to get him to stay and there's no actual baby. And I guess this girl had thought that through. The good old fake pregnancy test wasn't gonna be enough. No siree, no ma'am. Instead, what this girl decides to do to try to get my friend back in a relationship with her is she goes and does something with somebody else and purposely tries to get pregnant. Yeah, you heard me correctly. This girl went, my boyfriend my boyfriend just broke up with me. Better go get pregnant with somebody else's kid to try to make him stay. Yes, that's right. I'm not kidding when I said that this girl is low-key the most psychotic ex of all time. And at the time this is all going down, though, we don't know this. So miraculously, this girl somehow manages to get pregnant with another dude and doesn't tell anyone about the other dude. She doesn't even tell the other dude about the fact that, you know, she purposely tried to have a baby. So she gets pregnant and finds out, gets a real pregnancy test, comes to my friend like 2 months after they've broken up. At this point, you know, he already has a new girlfriend, his life's getting together, he's happy again, he's playing sports, and she drops the bomb on him and goes, look, I'm 2 months pregnant, and you know what was going on 2 months ago, so I think you might want to rethink this whole breakup thing. And he's like, oh my god, his life is destroyed. You know, he comes from this like super conservative family. They're pissed. You know, he's realizing that he's gonna have to quit his sport to become a dad. The girl he's dating, could you imagine you're dating someone and come to find out they're pregnant, like, or not pregnant, because guys can't get pregnant. You get what I'm saying, all right? Like, if I was dating a girl and I found out she was pregnant with another dude's baby, like, that low-key puts a damper on things a little bit, all right? Things get a little complicated, especially when you're in high school. And this guy's life is in ruins, man. I talked to him once, like, after he thought he's gonna be a dad, and, you know, he's trying to fake a smile and be like, no, we'll figure it out, but he kind of realized at this point the girl's psychotic. And out of all the girls you could have a kid with in high school, the psychotic girl is not the best bet. Like, if you're gonna take your pick, just overall, don't have a kid in high school. I feel like that doesn't need to be explained to most of you, but just in case you got questionable moral guides, don't have a kid in high school. It usually doesn't end well. I mean, if you can send it, don't send it. Just don't do it. Let's avoid babies in high school for the most part. But if you're gonna have a girl pregnant with your kid in high school, the least girl that you want to pick is the psychotic one. The one that's like willing to key her name into the side of your car because you gave the tip to the IHOP waitress and she thought it was flirting. Like, that type of crazy is the crazy you want to avoid having kids with, you know? You want to avoid having kids with any type of woman that is willing to just destroy your car in a fit of rage. And he's trying to act happy, you know, how excited he is to be a dad, but I can just tell he's capping. My mom is friends with his mom, and like low-key is also getting the scoop, and his mom is like crying to the other moms about how her son's life is ruined and how she's failed as a mother. Like, it's really not good. This man is struggling. But for 9 months, this guy is a great boyfriend. You know, he's taking her out to get manicures and pedicures. volunteers every weekend. He's taking care of this girl that he thinks is carrying his baby, and he's being sweet. He's doing all the boyfriend stuff. He took her to all the school dances. Like, this is a dope dude in the grand scheme of things, all right? Even though he knows this girl's crazy, he's like, well, it's the mother of my child, so I guess I'll be the bigger man and just take care of her, at least until my kid comes out. Then, you know, we can deal with the whole psychotic mother thing, but, you know, for now, I'm just gonna be nice to the girl who's pregnant with my kid. And he's a super nice boyfriend. We didn't really talk a lot about it because obviously it wasn't something that he wanted to talk about a ton at the time. For 9 months, this dude, you know, is really putting his differences behind him and taking care of this girl. And the day comes where inevitably, you know, the baby has to come out of the mom. That's a weird way to say give birth, but whatever. We're all vibing here. We're enjoying the story time. So this dude brings his whole family to the hospital. Her whole family's there, you know, they're really trying to come around. They're like, well, look, if we're gonna meet our grandkid, then let's meet it. And like I've said, this dude is a extremely white dude, all right? Like, you know, his family low-key probably could star in ads for, like, you know, political campaigns where it's like, your people across America. And it's just like this kid, you know, smiling with a Letterman jacket on, like, super American guy. And she's a super white girl. And the baby comes out Hispanic. This girl was so stupid that she got pregnant with another dude's baby and didn't even pick the right race, bro. If you're gonna ruin your life, all right? If you're purposely gonna get pregnant in high school to try to keep your high school boyfriend in love with you, you're already pretty dumb. But if you're not even gonna try to get the race of the dude who gets you pregnant correct, it's pretty obvious what's going on, you know? Like, no one's gonna be that stupid. So she immediately starts trying to explain that he probably has like some Cuban in him, and he's like, nah, we're getting a DNA test. And she starts crying and she's like, fine, it's not your kid, but like, haven't you come to be in love with me over these last few months? Keep in mind, this baby just got delivered. This poor baby's first words that it's like hearing a couple hours after being born, all right? He was nice. He didn't start yelling at her right after she gave birth, but, you know, he definitely told her a little bit later. So like a couple hours this baby is being born, his mom is getting dumped because she low-key got pregnant to try to keep her boyfriend with her, and just is not the sharpest tool in the shed and didn't do the math. Like, how did you not realize that you got pregnant with Manny's baby and you're dating, you know, Richard, all right? Like, it's just, the math does not add up. I really don't understand what this girl was thinking at all. Low-key, my friend is a little bit hyped, you know, after patiently leaving the hospital, his mom was crying happy tears, and like, Loki was super hyped. He's super hyped that he doesn't have to be a dad anymore, because that puts a little bit of a damper on your senior years changing diapers, I ain't gonna lie. And, you know, Loki kind of actually got to have a good experience because all this happened before we were seniors in high school, so he still had a year to pull it together, you know. Like, Loki ended up working out. He dated a crazy chick. Sure, she got pregnant with another dude's kid to try to keep him around, but at the end of the day, he escaped, and he got a great story out of it. Also, I'm sure a lot of you guys are thinking right now, what else happened, all right? It can't just end there. Now there's a baby just floating around that low-key was being used to keep a relationship going, and now that's not around, so what ends up happening to this kid? So my friend escapes a life of being tied down by somebody that psychotic, thankfully, you know. He goes on, he does his thing, goes to college, has a new girlfriend now, very swagtastic, 10 out of 10, good job. But, the girl, you know, is a little bit more of a train wreck. So after this next year of her raising this kid, also, could you imagine being the kid's actual dad? Like, for 9 months, you haven't heard from this girl at all since one night at a party. She hits you up and goes, oh, by the way, I was pretending that you were my other boyfriend's kid, but he low-key found out about it because I'm a moron. And, you're a dad. Congrats. We'll come by and meet daddy on Monday. Like, that low-key has gotta suck. But, you know, she tried to make it work with the dad of the kid. Didn't end up working out, but, you know, he ended up loving the kid a lot. And the mom ended up running off, and I'm not even kidding. I'm pretty sure is in South Africa performing with a circus now. So, yeah, definitely a little bit mentally unstable. But from what I've heard from my friend who, you know, she tried to convince was a dad, the kid is actually living with his dad, loves him a lot. His grandma and grandpa take care of him, and it ended up working out for the kid. He's not being raised with his mom, which, I mean, is a good thing, because I feel like we can all agree if your mom is that stupid to come up with this plan and not execute it, then you probably shouldn't be raised by her. Like, that's just low-key a serial killer waiting to happen. So that in 2 parts is the crazy ex-girlfriend of all time. Like I said, I probably could have done one massive video, but I had some stuff I want to throw in, you know. Moral of the story is if you're going to date someone, you really can't predict if they're crazy, so there's nothing you can do to prevent it. But always get a DNA test done on your kids, I guess, would would be the best moral you could take away from this story. I'm not really sure if that's a good one. Like, I'm not sure if you guys are going to be vibing with that, you know, if the comment section is going to be filled with people being like, oh, I'll always get a DNA test thanks to Scrubby. Today we're going to be talking about my psycho ex-girlfriend. I actually have a lot of these. I don't know what it is with me, but I'm just attracted to crazy women. Not once have I ever been chillin', billin', doing what I gotta do, and not been dating an absolute psychopath. Maybe it speaks more to my terrible life choices, but regardless, you guys are really enjoyed whenever I date crazy girls, so it's not like I have a reason to stop. Meaning that if I am flirting with you, just assume that I think you're actually insane, because it's the stories that I really enjoy, you know? But regardless, this is actually my most recent ex. I'm not gonna say when we broke up, because they know about my channel, and they watch my videos, and the last thing I need is people, you know, coming after me, all right? They're gonna come after me. I'm gonna get murdered live on television. Regardless, this ex-girlfriend of mine, she's a pretty cool person, you know, if you subtract the fact that she was into some weird stuff. She was really into K-pop. And when I mean really into K-pop, I mean she would make fan accounts and tweet at them constantly and talk about how badly she wanted their ramen noodles in her mouth, except it wasn't noodles, if you know what I mean. And you know, I was usually pretty chill with this. I didn't really mind because I get it, you know, people are fans of things. Yes, it made me a little bit uncomfortable that she wanted to choke on an Asian man's noodle, especially when she was dating me. But regardless, you know, for some reason this didn't raise red flags. I'm not the smartest, all right? When things are coming in where I'm supposed to be like, oh, this is a bad idea, I'm like, no, power on. You only live once. Make bad decisions. Do terrible things. So yeah, my girlfriend was absolutely obsessed with this K-pop group. And you know, everything was okay, I guess. The relationship was relatively normal, nothing too wild, until she found out that the K-pop group was gonna be in Albuquerque, New Mexico, all right? Which is a pretty big city, like 16 miles away. No big deal. And by 16, I mean a lot more than that. I meant like 16 hours. Holy balls, that's a big difference. But regardless, she's like, oh my god, we need to go see them. And I'm like, you know what? You have fun. K-pop isn't really my thing. No offense, but you know, I'm not really sitting here going, yo, what up? Please, can we go see the BTS group? Please. And I have nothing against K-pop. Like, I don't think it's even a bad thing. I just think it's just not my thing, you know? You guys know what I mean? It's like when certain people are like, oh, I really love to watch, I don't know, Jake Paul. Like, I don't dislike Jake Paul. Watch Jake Paul if you want, I guess. I don't really care. But a 16-hour road trip to go see a K-pop group? No. I'm really fine. Don't take it personally, but it's just not my thing. Driving 16 hours for anything isn't my thing. I wouldn't drive 16 hours to see my favorite band, let alone a band that I don't really care about that much, right? But anyways, the days are getting closer to the concert, and the day of, or the day before, I should say, I get a call from her mom, and she says, hey, Ryan, have you seen, and says the girl's name, because my car's gone and she's not here. And I'm like, no, I'm at home, I haven't talked to her, but I bet you that she's going to this BTS concert. And her mom's like, well, I didn't let her take the car. Like, she stole my car to go, which should have been the red flag. That should have been the red alarms going off. You shouldn't date this girl. Anyone willing to steal their mom's car to go watch a K-pop group probably isn't the type of person that you want to be with forever, you know? Not worth the commitment. But she went missing, didn't tell her parents where she was going, stole her parents' car to drive 16 hours to New Mexico to see this group, right? And, you know, I was like, that's kind of bizarre, maybe a little bit weird. Stealing your parents' car to go do this is strange. But whatever, she's texting me, so her mom's like, I mean, it's kind of shitty, but whatever, she has the car, it's not much I can do. I don't want to report it stolen and get her arrested. So she's texting me, sending me Snapchat. She's so excited to see this K-pop group, keeps swearing I should have come with her. And then she says, OMG, guess what? I found out what hotel they're staying at. And I'm like, that's weird. This is where we're drawing the line. You don't go find where famous people are staying and then go to the hotel. And she's like, I'm gonna go find them. It's destiny. I'm supposed to be with these boys. And I'm like, you're telling your boyfriend that it's destiny to go find the hotel of famous people and then be in love with them. Do you not understand how that's weird? And she's like, no, but like, if it doesn't work, then I want you. And it's at this point I realized that I need to break up with this girl. But the only problem is, how do you break up with the girl willing to stalk famous people and go to their hotel room? What do? Hey, sorry, it's just not working out. She's like, oh, don't worry, I'm just gonna follow you forever and kill your next wife. No, not next wife, your wife. What? I wasn't married, I promise, guys, I swear. So I keep getting updates, and she's outside of this hotel and is like frantically searching, trying to figure out where these guys are staying, trying to find their hotel room, which is getting progressively crazier, right? And it's at this point where I realize that I have to do something, because I don't know what she's gonna do if she finds out where these K-pop guys are. So I ask her what the hotel is, and I call them and basically say, hey, you guys are staying here. or like this group is staying here. My, I said ex-girlfriend, thank God, is outside and she's being crazy. I don't know what you want to do. Like, I don't want her to get arrested because she hasn't done anything wrong. But, you know, it's kind of a super awkward situation for me, right? So whatever, they end up making her leave the premise. They find her, I don't know how, and she's pissed at me. She claims that I ruined her chance at a future and that I've destroyed any chance of her ever falling in love with these K-pop guys. I'm like, they speak Korean. What are you gonna do? Talk about what do you talk about? I don't know what, I was panicking, guys. It was really terrifying. It was the absolute worst thing I've ever seen in my entire life. So she gets back from this experience and of course is furious with me. And I text her mom and basically tell her what happened, and her mom's like, no, you did the right thing, I promise. But she wants to talk to me. She wants to have a conversation about this. And I'm like, you know what? Fine, I guess I owe you a conversation. We did date for a little bit. Actually, we hadn't even broken up yet. This is where it gets interesting. So we're having a conversation. She basically says that I have to support her, and now she has to go to another one of their shows on tour to try to meet them, and I have to come with her because I need to be a supportive boyfriend. And I'm like, yeah, about that, lady, I'm not feeling the whole boyfriend thing anymore, all right? I was cool with you running the fan account and tweeting at them and whatever, but I'm definitely not cool with, you know, stalking these guys across the country while they're on tour and trying to get my girlfriend to fall in love with another dude. That's where I draw the line, you know? I think it's really not cool. It's really not chill. It's just not something I'm down to be a part of, right? And she takes that the wrong way. She starts screaming about how I'm a terrible guy and I'm a douchebag and she's gonna tell everyone how terrible I am. And I'm like, you know, most people know you're crazy, especially since, you know, I kind of went around telling people about this. How could I not? For everybody like, oh, you talk shit about your girlfriend? She was definitely, I was breaking up with her regardless, and she went to another state to stalk famous people and thought it was going to turn out well, all right? I have the right to talk about it with people. But regardless, she gets pissed and starts screaming at me in the middle of Cafe Rio, which is like this Mexican restaurant, you know? And everybody's staring at me, and everybody automatically assumes that I did something wrong, because when you're seeing a girl yell at a guy in a restaurant about how he's a bad boyfriend, you automatically assume I'm guilty. So the manager comes over and asks me to leave, and I'm like, you know what? Fine, I'm out. I usually love this Cafe Rio, but whatever. I'll just Postmates it next time, all right? So I go home, and I'm like, oh my God, this was the worst experience of my entire life. And I'm still getting angry texts from her about how I'm a terrible boyfriend, and I'm not a good guy, and how I'm just genuinely the worst person to ever exist in the history of ever. And I'm like, you know what? Fine. Okay. All right. That's cool. And she ended up selling all of her material possessions and buying a car and literally following them around on tour. And shocker, surprise, turn of the century, no rich multimillionaire superstars fell in love with some random girl that was obsessed with them. I know it's crazy. You're probably thinking, wow, that's not the love story ending I was expecting. Wow, wild, isn't it? That no one fell in love with her because they're the most random, crazy people ever. And as soon as she was back, she started hitting me up saying that she was so sorry for ever leaving me and how I was right. And I was like, no. You don't get to go crazy, scream at me in the middle of a Mexican restaurant, and then go on a random tour across the world chasing Korean pop stars, and then because they don't fall in love with you, get to come crawling back, all right? That's not who I am. That's not who I want to be. Once you're done with me, you're done with me. It's over. It's capiche. It's donezo. You don't get to be that crazy and get away with it, all right? We didn't let FuzzyTube get away with being that delusional. I'm certainly not gonna let you, okay? Regardless, she keeps texting me, and a couple months later, I ended up just blocking her number because I just didn't want to see the messages anymore. Like, I would wake up to 30 text messages all begging me to get back together with her because, you know, obviously we were just supposed to be together since her K-pop delusion didn't work. And you know what? Maybe she moved to Korea. I don't know. I haven't talked to her in a while, but that'd be pretty funny if she started her own K-pop group just to try to meet them at like a K-pop party. K-pop party. I don't know if those are things. Do you think K-pop people just get together and party sometimes because they're the only people who can relate to each other's issues, you know? I don't know. That's just a thought, okay? Don't judge me too hard.
So this story takes place in college. That's right. All my craziest girlfriends were in college because I feel like there's something to be said for when they're no longer with their parents. You know, like when crazy girls move out of the house and they get their first taste of freedom, they're like, no more chains on me. Looks like I can go absolutely full whack job mode now. I don't know what it is. So if your sister's crazy, at least a little bit, when she goes to college, she's definitely going to be stalking boys. I'm sorry, I don't make the rules. I just follow them, you know, and that's the rule. When you go to college, crazy girls get crazier. Anyways, in college, you know, I was dating around a little bit. I had a girlfriend that was a witch who tried to put a curse on me, and then there was a couple crazy ex-girlfriends in between now and then.
But this one was definitely, I think this was the last girl I dated in college before I moved back home and dropped out. So like this is the end of my college days when I was really just chilling, profiling, doing good on YouTube. Just started blowing up. Me and Benji, you know, we're hanging out every day, playing some Fortnite back when it was still fun. And one of the things that Benji and I would do is whenever I would go to class, which was not very often, I would just FaceTime him while I was walking. And whenever he would see a girl, he'd be like, yo, go talk to her. And obviously, I'm not the type of man to be a little bitch, so my little brother is not gonna punk me out of talking to some women. Come on, what do I look like, a 5-year-old, 6-year-old? I don't know. What do year-olds do? So regardless, one day I was walking and he sees this girl. He's like, yo, go talk to her. And I was like, you know what, Ben? I will, because I ain't a bitch, and that's just how we bullin'. And when your little brother calls you out and tells you to do something, you kind of got to do it because you don't want him to be more man than you know? He already lives in Norway. That's like 8 bonus points on coolness, so I had to one-up him. So I go up to her and we start talking, and she's pretty chill, I guess. We have a pretty normal conversation. She seems normal, which is always a red flag. Whenever you're talking to a girl, she should be at least a little bit weird. If they're too normal, they're just crazy. Like, any normal girl I've ever talked to or dated has at least one weird thing they do. If they're too normal, like they're too chill, trust me, it's because there's a crazy lunatic in there getting ready with an axe to chop off your genitals. No joke, no scam. So whatever, I get her number and we're just kind of hanging out, texting every now and then, and everything goes pretty chill. We hang out a couple times, and then one night, obviously, we end up back at my friend's house, because remember, I had a crazy roommate, so most of the time I would spend the night at my friend's house, and he lived off campus. He lived in like the basement of this 3-story house. I don't know how to explain it, but we were in the basement, so the windows were kind of like on the ground level, if that makes sense. That'll be important later. But regardless, we were hanging out there, and we ended up making out on the couch for a couple hours. You know, I ain't gonna lie, Scrubby was getting it. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? I was going in. You know how it be sometimes. So whatever, we made out for a couple hours, and I thought everything was pretty chill and normal after that. And after we made out for a couple hours, I just got busy. Like, I just did not have time to talk all the time. I didn't have time to go out every night. It wasn't personal. Like, I wasn't sitting there ghosting her. I legitimately was just busy. School was coming to an end. I was taking finals. YouTube was taking off. I was grinding. Like, it was just not the right time to really be in, like, a relationship. You know what I mean? But she took it really personally and was, like, blowing up my phone. And if I didn't answer in, like, 30 seconds, she would freak out, which makes it worse. Like, I don't know about you. I'm not the type of person, I kind of suck at texting, I'm not gonna lie, but if somebody starts like complaining to me about how slow I am to reply and getting mad that I don't respond instantly, like not even giving me 5 minutes to reply, that just pisses me off and makes me want to respond even less. Like, chill, give me a second to respond at least. Like, your text hasn't even delivered yet and you're already like, hello, hello, hello. Nah, like that, I'm not down with that, okay? So she's putting all this awkward pressure on me to respond to every text message, asking like, what are we? I'm like, dude, we made out one night. Like, I'm sorry, I'm not gonna marry you. Like, I'm not popping down on one knee for a decent makeout session in a box of KFC. I mean, maybe if it was Popeye's chicken, we could have the discussion, but it wasn't, so therefore, there's no commitment here. So whatever, like I said, I was just busy, and I tell her this, and she starts being like, no, you're not, you're in the library right now. And I'm like, hey, how did you know I was in the library? Like, I was in the library hanging out with a couple friends, and she had texted me asking like what I was doing, and I like lied. I kind of capped, I'm not gonna lie, and was like, oh, you know, I'm in my room studying. And she's like, no, you're not, you're in the library. And I start looking around freaking out, because that means that this girl can see me right now. And like, what a weird thing to do. Hey, what are you doing? Like, waiting for them to like make an excuse. You can be like, no, I'm watching you all along. That's just creepy. If you admit to like spying on me to try to catch me in a lie, you're a weirdo, and I'm not messing with it. I'm not a big fan of you being like, yeah, that's right. I know where you are. I asked you that to see what was going on, and you played right into my trap. This is my trap card. Reverse Uno. When I have your head in a box in my freezer, you're gonna remember this and regret it. Like, let's be honest here. So whatever, she comes over, we're talking, and it's an okay conversation, I guess, but at this point, I'm just not really down to hang out. Like, even if I wasn't busy, I'm really not about hanging out with people that go to the library to try to find me and stalk me and figure out where I am at all times. That's about a 0 out of 10 from me. Like, that's a good way to not have a friendship with me. I'm really a pretty easy dude to have a friendship with. I'm not too picky about my friends. The one rule is you can't stalk me. That's literally the only rule I have. And don't hate puppies. But like, other than that, you're pretty chill. So whatever, we have this conversation, and I think that's the end of it. And then that night we go out and we're hanging out at this kid's house. Like, it's kind of a little bit of a party, I guess. And she obviously pulls up, because that's my luck. And we have another conversation. She's like, hey, like, do you want to go make out? And I'm like, yeah, no. which obviously does not make her too happy, but let's put this in perspective. I made out with you once, you text me 35 times a day if I don't respond in the first 30 seconds, then you try to pull me with the trap card where you're watching me study with my friends, and then are like, what are you doing right now? To try to like trick me? Yeah, nah, that's not the type of person I'm interested in hanging out with or making out with. I'm not swapping saliva with Sylvester Stallone in a trench coat spying on me from across the street. I'm not down with it. So that makes her really, really upset, and she's like, wow, whatever, like, I guess I'll see you at the dorm tonight. And so I kind of am like, oh, I'm not staying at the dorm tonight, which, I mean, I didn't tell her I was staying at my friend's house, but it was pretty obvious because when I wasn't at my dorm, I was at my friend's house. So I guess she could put 2 and 2 together and realize, like, I wasn't going to be in my dorm, which meant I was probably going to be in my friend's house, which is in the basement. And like I said, the windows are on the ground level, and that's really important. So now we're going to get to that. So whatever, she's mad at me. I'm like, whatever. People are mad at me all the time. I'm not really too pressed about it. Like, it's kind of a known fact when you're a YouTuber who makes fun of people. People are always going to be mad at you for one reason or another. It's just kind of part of the job. So I was used to it. Not in real life per se. Like, in real life, people weren't mad at me as often. But when someone would get mad at me in real life, it wasn't exactly like I was like, oh no, someone's mad at me. Whatever, people get triggered. It's part of life. But anyways, we go back to his house and we're hanging out, and the night goes on and I fall asleep on the couch, which is like where I normally slept. But from the couch, I can kind of see the window on the ground floor. And the ground floor window, for whatever reason, in my friend's like basement apartment didn't lock. And we just figured no one's ever going to try to crawl through a basement window because, like, hey, if you're breaking into the house and you're crawling through the basement, you're starting at the wrong place. Like, no one ever keeps their really nice stuff in the basement, you know? No one's ever like, my Rolex? Yeah, keep it in my basement for safekeeping, just in case somebody decides to break into my upstairs window instead of crawling through the floor. You know, like, that's just not a common thing. So whatever, we didn't really think about it. So I fall asleep and I have this really, really weird dream that somebody breaks in through the basement window and is like watching me sleep, right? And I don't know how I was having this dream. I don't know why, but I wake up and I see a shadow of like a person right next to the bed, like right now, not the bed, the couch. I was asleep on the couch, right next to the couch. So obviously I freak out a little bit. I'm like, oh my God. And I think it's my friend messing with me. So after I panic for a second, I'm like, bro, that was funny. Except the shadowy figure doesn't respond. Like it just like doesn't reply at all, you know? And so I like freak out and I get off the couch and I back up, and then like the figure bolts for the basement window and like crawls out. And everyone's just like, oh, why didn't you go to stop him? Yeah, because when somebody broke into your friend's basement and is watching you sleep, your first thought when they go to run is, better get closer to him. Yeah, no thanks. So whatever, the figure like leaves the room. It was clearly like a person in a hoodie. I'm saying figure because I didn't know who it was at the time. And I'm like, wow, that was really, really creepy. I'm not a fan of that, like whatever. So obviously I post on my Snapchat story and I'm like, holy cow, someone like just was watching me sleep. That's so weird. Just like, it was weird, okay? What do you want me to do when someone's watching you sleep? Just have no reaction at all? No, thank you. So whatever, I posted on my Snapchat story, and the girl who was mad at me, who like would be texting me all the time, I had her added on Snapchat, instantly is like, OMG, is my friend okay? And I'm like, I didn't say I was at my friend's house. Like, I didn't say I was in his basement. And she goes, oh, well, isn't that where you normally stay? And I'm like, well, yeah, but I don't know. It's weird. I said somebody was watching me sleep, and you instantly were like, oh, you're at blah, blah, blah's house, right? Like, I don't know. It was just weird. Something wasn't adding up. Like, if somebody texted me and was like, yo, someone was watching me sleep, my first response would be like, OMG, are you at your friend's house? Like, that's just not what I would expect. Are they okay? Like, I would instantly be like, oh, are you okay? But she jumped straight to my friend whose house I was sleeping at. So then she asked if she can come over, right? And I'm like, I mean, sure. My friend and I are freaking out at this point. Like, we haven't called the cops just because, I don't know, the person left. There's not much we can really do. Like, they're going to be like, so he was in your window. Yes. We'll look for people in windows. Like, I don't really know what they could have done. So whatever, she comes over, but she's there like lightning fast. Like, the dorm was probably a 10, 15 minute walk away. She's there in like 3 minutes. So now things really aren't adding up. How did you get here so fast if you were supposedly asleep in your dorm room? How did you know where I was? And also, she doesn't have a hoodie on. And it's cold where I went to college. Like, it is not the type of place where you can walk around at night without a hoodie. And isn't it weird that the person who was watching me sleep had a hoodie on, and then this girl shows up in 3 minutes flat without a hoodie? Like, no jacket at all. Huh. So I'm starting to get suspicious, obviously, and she starts like asking me about it and is putting in details that I haven't said yet. Like, she's like, OMG, did they come through the window? And I'm like, yeah, but I feel like most people wouldn't be like, I bet you they came through the basement window. You know what I mean? It was just weird. Things were not adding up at all. So towards the end of her hanging out with us, I'm like, was it you? And she's like, No. But it's the type of no where you're like, ah, bullshit. Bullshit. It was definitely you. And to this day, she's never admitted it. She denies it. I asked her the other day if it was her, and she's like, no. But I knew it was her. I 100% knew it was her. And like, I honestly don't know what her plan was. I'm gonna break in through the basement window, watch him sleep on the couch, and somehow magically it's gonna make Scrubby fall in love with me. We're gonna get married. And then when we're married, I'll tell him the story about how I broke into his friend's apartment to watch him sleep because I thought he was so handsome. Yeah, that's gonna be a no from me, dog. Like, I don't even understand what the romance or the plan was. What was I going to like about this situation? So, yeah, my psycho ex actually broke into my friend's house to watch me sleep on the couch and then really tried to play the worst game of, oh, no, it wasn't me I've ever seen in my entire life. And, yeah, I ended up like just kind of cutting her off for a while. The only time I've texted her since that occasion was to ask if it was her like a year later. Because I don't know, I feel like most people are like, oh, I did something stupid, and they're embarrassed to admit it. And then like a year later, they'll admit it. But nah, she's still like, nah, it wasn't me. Even though all the facts and all the coincidences make me think it was her. But whatever, it's just my luck. Every time I like somebody, they end up being a wackadoodle who wants to chop off my head and keep it in the fridge like a trophy in a panda hat. So I had a friend in high school who I was pretty tight with, and when we graduated, he went to college and got himself a pretty serious girlfriend, and we were pretty close. We would play Fortnite together and whatnot. Back when I was still in college, it was still new. It was like season 1, season 2, maybe. And we would still play Fortnite and talk a lot. And he got this girlfriend, and they became serious really, really fast. And I didn't really like her, and the reason for that is she made it so that like we couldn't hang out ever. She's one of those girls where, you can't play Fortnite with your friends. You can't hang out with your friends. So I basically went from talking to him every day for maybe 30 minutes to an hour, texting him all the time, to basically never hearing from him ever. And when it's a brand new relationship, I understand that you guys are going to be pretty obsessed with each other. Things are going to be a little weirdly committal, but you know, I'm not a big fan of girls who don't like your friends and say that you can never talk to them. Because believe it or not, your friends are the people who's going to be there for you when the relationship ends, if it ends. Maybe you'll get married and ride off into the sunset. 9 times out of 10 when your girlfriend's an asshole, that's not what happens. So whatever, I'm seeing him less and less, but he's posting on Instagram how in love he is and how he's so happy. So I'm like, well, if he's happy, then I guess that's okay, you know, like whatever. A little bit of backstory though. My friend had some anxiety problems. He kind of was anxious all the time. He was prescribed medication for it, you know, and he was just a nice guy. He had a good heart. That's why he got along so well. So I loved seeing him happy. I loved seeing him not seeming anxious. I was happy for my friend to be happy. So I kind of let go of the fact that we weren't able to talk much. I was not the biggest fan of his girlfriend. That didn't change. But you know, it's just one of those things where you're like, oh well, I guess sometimes your friend dates a girl that you don't like, and you just have to wait it out. And if it's good for your friend and your friend's happy, that's all that should matter. There's really not much else you can do other than just try to wait it out and be supportive of your friend. And that's what I was trying to do, was be a nice supportive friend while my friend was sitting there dating this girl. And like I said, he was posting all the time on Instagram and Twitter how much he loved his girlfriend and how happy they were together and how they were the dream couple. And that's what the outside appearance was. But I guess behind closed doors, it was not like that at all. Like, very much behind closed doors, what was happening, and I only found this out after when I was talking to him more, was that she was basically telling him that he was worthless without her and that he would never go anywhere or do anything successful with his life if he left her. And keep in mind, this kid has anxiety, and just making him feel like if he didn't have her in his life was going to go nowhere, and ultimately he was just going to be an absolute loser, which is not true. The kid's actually super smart, super successful, but when you have anxiety and you've been cut off from all your friends, there's not much you can do. Like, psychologically, being realistic here, being cut off from your friends makes you weak. It makes you vulnerable because the people who support you the most, the people that always have your back, can't be there to tell you that your girlfriend is a psychotic bitch. Sadly, you know, I wish I could have been, but that's what's going on behind closed doors. So I haven't talked to him in a while, and I went back to my hometown, and I bumped into his parents, and him and I were pretty close. I had spent the night at his house a bunch. So his mom automatically comes up to me, starts talking to me. We're talking, and I start talking about his girlfriend, how I haven't talked to him in a while. She goes, oh, that's weird. He says he talks to you all the time. And I'm like, no, I have not talked to him in months. Ever since he started dating the girl, you know, I haven't seen him. And she immediately does this look, and I can tell that I'm about to get the mom talk. You know when moms tell you things that you're not supposed to know because they're like concerned for their son or whatever? Moms always have the best gossip. It's a proven fact, especially the MILFs. And his mom was a MILF. That's not crucial to this story. I don't really know why I said that, but hey, I'm leaving it in because it's funny. And she starts talking about how his girlfriend is not likable and how she doesn't like her and how she's separated him from all his friends, and that's usually a red flag, blah, 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 blah. And I'm still pretty young, so I didn't really know it was like a big red flag, but I guess a lot of adults are like, yeah, if your girlfriend tells tells you not to talk to your friends, that's a ginormous red flag, right? So she asked me to please reach out to him and see what's going on. So I'm like, okay. So with her right next to me, I text him and say, hey man, we haven't talked in a while. I want to catch up and call sometime. And he basically responds and politely dodges it and is like, no, I'm really busy with my girlfriend, da-da-da-da-da. Blah, 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 blah. But what I noticed is that the texting language, like the nuances of texting somebody are not right. He's not texting me back. It's definitely not him. So I tell the mom that, and she goes, yeah, I thought it was weird. And what's so weird to me about that is, like, we have patterns for texting people. Like, when you text somebody enough, you can tell when they're texting you or when somebody else is texting you. And I just think that's super cool. So anyways, I know my friend's not texting me. His mom knows he's not texting me. So she decides that she's going to call him that night and she'll text me an update. So I give her my phone number. She said she'll text me what's going on if she needs anything. And I said, yeah, of course. Absolutely. He's a good friend of mine. If I can do anything to help, you just let me know. That's what matters, right? So that night I get a text saying, yeah, man, let's go to lunch. Can you be in town? Like, how long are you in town? Blah, 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 blah. And he went to school in a town like an hour away from the school where I went to town in. So I tell him I'm going to be driving back up Monday, so we should stop and get lunch. And he's like, yeah, that sounds perfect. So whatever, I'm banking on seeing him. I'm going to text him on an update, make sure he's all good. And he tells me where to meet him. He tells me to meet him at noon. I'm sitting there. It's noon. It's 1 p.m. It's 2 p.m. So I text him and I say, hey, dude. I was a little upset. I'm not going to lie. I was really pissed. And I basically say, hey, dude, really shitty of you to, ditch me and make me wait here for 2 hours. Thought we were better friends than this. I text his mom, and his mom is like, something's not right. He would never ditch you. He's always liked you. Something's wrong. Can you just go stop by the apartment? Something is wrong. So I'm like, yeah, sure, not a problem, I guess. His mom understands why I'm upset. She's like, I promise, if you go there and he's just sitting there doing nothing, you never have to talk to him again. But can you just do this for me? And I liked his mom. She was a cool lady, and she was hot. So I go over to his house, and I knock on the door, and sure enough, this girlfriend that I've been seeing tons of pictures on Instagram opens the door to just, what? Like the angriest what I've ever heard in my entire life. So I ask if my friend is home, and she says that he's in the hospital because he's an insufferable P word and that blah, 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 he just can never do anything right, yada, yada, yada. She's tearing into him in front of me. Keep in mind, she just said he's in the hospital. So I'm like, hey, can you shut up? What hospital? What room? Blah, 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 blah. She gives me the information. I call his mom, and I'm like, hey, I'm on the way to the hospital. Apparently he's there. She is she's a bitch. And I tell her everything, and she's like, okay, we're on our way. Will you stay with him? I'm like, yes, of course, no problem. I've always got my homies back. No stress here. And listen, before anybody's like, well, he ditched you for lunch. Obviously, there was more going on. He might have been in the hospital. I'm not sure at this point, but my friends. My loyalty is to my friends first and foremost. Yes, even when my friends piss me off, I'm still going to have their back. The amount of times Benji and I have been in a screaming match, screaming at each other, and then somebody else tries to hop in and I start defending Benji is uncountable. Like, I'm a loyal friend, loyal to the end, 100%. So I get to the hospital, and he's just kind of chilling, and we're talking, we're having a conversation, and he's kind of like, yeah, my girlfriend is just nagging me constantly. Like, she literally nagged him so bad that he ended up in the hospital because he had such a bad anxiety attack. I don't know what type of terrible person you have to be to do that, but like, you're dating this guy, and she literally berated him, calling him stupid and how he's a massive idiot, to the point where he had to be hospitalized. And then when I showed up, still was mad enough to keep calling him an idiot who like deserved to be in the hospital because he's stupid. And so we're having the conversation. He basically tells me that he didn't know how to leave the relationship because everybody thought that, he was a loser who could never get a girlfriend. So he finally got a girlfriend, and he felt like he couldn't leave because if he did, then everyone was going to make fun of him. And I'm like, dude, listen, I promise you, people are not going to make fun of you if you leave a toxic relationship. The only thing I'm going to make fun of you for is staying in that one for so long. And he started laughing. Like, we were friends, guys. I know what you're thinking. That might be a little bit insensitive, but that's just how guys talk to each other, all right? We're kind of mean to each other, but it's good-spirited. So we sit there for about an hour, catching up, having a conversation, just doing what we got to do until his mom showed up. His mom walked in and immediately is like, where's that bitch? And I'm 99% sure she was ready to throw hands. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if she had brass knuckles in the purse, getting ready to absolutely obliterate the girl who had done this to her son. She was not out here to play games, and I don't blame her. If anybody ever did that to my kid, I would 100% be ready to throw hands, like obliterate them into the nighttime sky, like Twinkle Twinkle Little Star renditions on acoustic guitar, all right? Like, that mom was ready to fight. She immediately hugs him and is like, are you okay? Are you okay? Everything's fine. He explains to her everything that's gone down. They decide that he's going to go back to our hometown to finish school, and that she's going to go to the apartment to get the stuff. And she looks at me and she said, you better take his phone and call her and tell her she better not be that apartment when I get there. Otherwise, it's going to be 2 people in the hospital. And I was like, yep, okay, let me see your phone. So I give his crazy girlfriend a call, and she answers like, oh, you idiot, are you out of the hospital yet? Do you need me to come get you? I can't believe you. And I say, hi, this is Ryan. His mom is coming. I would very much suggest that you get out of the house. And she gets all snarky with me, and she's like, no, it's my house. I'm not leaving. Yada, yada, yada. It's our apartment. We pay rent together. Blah, 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 blah. And his mom kind of hears this, picks up the phone and goes, listen, sweetie, I will literally break your teeth in. Your dentist will have to sew your mouth back together by the time I'm done with it. I would leave immediately. And I heard a click. The mom went over, got his stuff, came back, and apparently the girlfriend was nowhere to be found. And it really be like that sometimes, you know? Sometimes a mama bear just has to try to almost kill you for you to realize that you messed up. Dude, that's right, ladies and gentlemen. I went on a Tinder date last night. Yeehaw. Yay for me. I really went out there and got my feet wet. And by getting my feet wet, I mean, she was kind of crazy again. Something you guys got to understand, though, before we get into this. Okay, I do date normal girls. There are dates I go on that don't end with a girl being a psycho. They're just not funny. Like, why would I get on here and tell you guys a story of, you know, we had a lovely evening. We ate dinner together. We ate under the promenade. We had a great time and had a great conversation that carried on into us finding to, you know, hang out more. See, that's not fun. That's not cool. You guys only enjoy it when my life is falling apart. So as soon as I met this girl and the date went terribly, I went, oh my god, finally another situation where people will laugh at my pain. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. For some reason, my dating history is pretty abysmal. Don't get me wrong, like I said, I do go on good dates. It's just not funny to tell you guys about good dates. And this girl was no exception. Now, I didn't meet this girl the normal way. I know you guys are used to story times where I'm like, yo, I was on Tinder and this mad cutie popped up. I swiped right. It was mutual and we had a connection. Nah, this was an old school thing where you meet someone in like public and whatever. Except not really. I guess it is kind of a modern thing. Regardless, my friend was in town earlier this week and we went out to the town, and like I said, I live in Las Vegas. I've said that a few times. So when you're in Las Vegas, you go out and you do some fun things when your friends are in town. And of course, I'm not 21 yet, so I would never, ever, ever, ever go under the influence of anything ever. But if I did, I wouldn't drive. So for one reason or another, me and my friend could not drive. It was because we were both taking our polio medication. That's right, you know, you gotta get ready for the vaccines coming up. Vaccine season's fast upon us. So we couldn't drive. Yeah, that's definitely it, okay? Susan, look, it was medicine, I promise, all right? But whatever, me and my friends could not drive because we were taking our medication. And so we had to get an Uber back to my house, right? Like, we couldn't really walk home because it was a far distance. And besides, walking is for, I don't know, people with legs. Yeah, that's right, you suckers, walk places. I don't know where I was going with that, all right? Don't judge me. Only God can judge me, and he probably is viciously every day that I'm a massive disappointment and definitely not something he's proud to have created. But hey, you know, listen, my channel, my rules, and I say we're cool here. So we got an Uber, we hopped up in this hoe, and our driver was actually pretty cute, and my friend is pretty hydrated at this point, I'm not gonna lie. He's pretty flabbergasted. He's just kind of babbling, saying things that don't make any sense to say out loud. At one point, he's talking about how, like, aliens are definitely real. Not quite sure, but he's, like, slurring his words while he's doing it. It was just an interesting situation, but like I said, that's what's going on. So me and this Uber driver, who is pretty cute, are making fun of my friend. We're, like, making fun of him, joking with him because he's super out of it, and we're laughing and having a good time while we're doing it. And whatever, we bond, and my friend ends up, like, falling asleep because I live across town from the party district in Las Vegas, the Strip. Like, I live basically away from that. So he passes out on the way back, and we just start having a normal conversation after he passes out. But keep in mind, we've already got some chemistry. We're both making fun of someone, and I don't know, I like when girls can, like, make fun of people, right? It's one of my favorite things. Like, being able to have fun, have a good time is just a really, really fun, exciting thing. And so I already am like, wow, you're cute and you can make fun of people, especially my drunk friends. I'm a fan of this. I could really get down with somebody like you, and she's cute. And we start talking and whatnot, and she is an Uber driver on the side because her main job is just boring, blah, 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 blah. And we just have a normal conversation. We have a great time doing normal things, and I'm like, wow, this is really great. And obviously, there's no red flags. Actually, there were a couple red flags. She was weirdly, like, inquisitive about if I liked kids, and I didn't think about it at the time. I was like, oh, whatever. But that'll be important later. Anyways, so me and the Uber driver driver, got along. We have a great conversation. We hit it off. We're really bonding, getting along fantastically. And overall, it was just a great time. I had a really, really fun time enjoying myself on this date. Or not a date, it was an Uber drive. I guess you could consider it a date, but you know, in a way that like you're paying her to drive you places. Yeah, that type of date. Really romantic. So we get to my house, right? And I'm like, all right, I'm gonna ask her out. So I'm getting my friend out of the car. I'm like, hey, you should give me your number or something. We could go out sometime. And she's like, yeah, I'd love that. Haha. So she gives me her number. And I don't text her for 2 days. Yes, because I don't know, I'm that guy. I'm like, look, I'm the enigma, okay? Like, come on, let's be realistic here. I'm mysterious. I'm weird. Am I going to text you? Am I not? You're going to have to wait 2 days and find out. On the next episode of Dragon Ball Z, did I text you? The answer in this situation is yes, I did. And that's why they were talking about the story time. But that was what was going on, okay? So I didn't text her for 2 days, but I'm texting her, and our conversation over text is fantastic. We're having a great time. Everybody's getting along. Everybody's chatting it up. And by everybody, I mean us too. I don't know why I do that a lot in these videos. Like, I'll be like, everybody, when it's like 2 people. It's stupid, and it doesn't make sense, but I don't know. It's really fun. So everybody is having a fantastic time, you know? And she goes, hey, what are you doing this Friday? And we both have nothing going on. So I'm like, hey, let's go on a date. Like, let's go out. Let's have a good time. And she's like, yeah, that'd be awesome. I'm super stoked. I love having a good time. Me too. I think we all do. We all love having a lovely time. We all love dating crazy people and getting to tell the story on the internet for money. Yeehaw. So obviously, she's like, well, what do you want to do on Friday? And listen, this is corny. I'm a 12-year-old at heart, and I'm never going to change. I love mini golf. Mini golf is fun. Mini golf is dope. And if you don't like mini golf, well, that's crappy because it's a good first date. And if you don't like mini golf, I can't date you. So like if you're ever sitting there, oh, Scrubby, date me, and you don't like mini golf, no. And if you do like mini golf, bro, let's go on a date. Like, no homo. Come on, let's just hop out there, play some mini golf, have a grand old time. Everybody loves mini golf, or at least that's what I thought. But she's like, yeah, sure, let's go play mini golf. And also, you know what? If a guy has a plan for a first date and you don't like the plan, you don't want to go on that date, just say, nah, don't feel like mini golfing. You don't need to make me look like an idiot and do some psycho stuff while we're playing mini golf. That is my sanctity. That is my safe place. And this woman had the balls to be psycho in my safe place. So whatever, she's like, yeah, let's go play mini golf. So Friday comes, I go pick her up, and we go to play mini golf. And this, ladies and gentlemen, is when doom was spelled. D-O-O-N-Q. Well, I don't know. How do you spell doom? I don't know. I do know how to spell doom. That was a joke. That was a joke, guys, okay? I don't want any comments about how you guys think I'm stupid. I can't tolerate that. My ego is bruised. So whatever, we get to the mini golf place, and we're just flowing in conversation, having a good old time, and she's like, I actually am really, really good at mini golf. And I'm like, oh, that's cool. And I thought it was like that fun flirty thing where you're like, I'm gonna beat you at mini golf. And then you guys like flirt and goof off, and nobody's good at mini golf, but like, you know, you just have a good time, because that's at least what I thought a normal person would do, you know? But no, we start playing, and I'm not even kidding. This girl is taking it seriously. She's doing Pythagorean theorems, trying to figure out the best angle of attack on the hole. She's doing math equations in her head about how to bounce balls off certain things. That's what she said. And I'm just kind of like chilling. You know, I like mini golf. It's fun, and I would say I'm above average, but I'm not Tiger Woods. And this woman was like the Tiger Woods of mini golf. And whatever, that's not why she was psycho. Like, that was just kind of weird. I was like, oh, you're really, really into mini golf, and that's a little bit bizarre. And you know, mini golf's main demographic is children, kids, you know, like kids, which I actually, you know, kids and I get along pretty well, I guess. I want to be a dad one day. Like, that's something cool for me. So I like kids. That's not what I meant. So context matters, okay? You guys know what I was trying to say. And at the mini golf place, there was kids playing in front of us, and she looks at me, she's like, ugh, I hate kids. And I was like, what? They're just playing mini golf. She's like, yeah, but look they're so loud and annoying. And I'm like, well, they're kids playing mini golf. Yeah, that's how it works, you know? Like, kids are trying to have fun, have a good time out here. That's what they're trying to do. They're just chilling. They're really, really not sitting here trying to ruin your day. I promise you. They probably really don't care that we're here. They're just having fun playing mini golf. And she starts going on and on about how kids are the worst and how anybody who likes kids is a terrible person, blah, 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 blah. And I'm just sitting there with my mouth shut like, okay, crazy lady. And whatever, if you don't like kids, like, that's fine. Don't like kids. But for you to, you know, get mad at kids in a kid's place for being kids is kind of weird. That was a mouthful. But come on, like, you wouldn't go to a park and then complain about, kids are so noisy. Like, wait, what do you mean? We're playing mini golf. Of course kids are gonna be having fun playing mini golf. But whatever, she's just freaking out, and one of the kids messes up and hits the ball way too hard, and it like bounces out of the course and off the wall and comes and lands like by my feet. And it's not a big deal. I don't care. I have zero care in the world that this just happened, that there's a ball at my feet now. I don't care in the slightest. But it's a big deal to her because she starts screaming, and I mean screaming at these kids about how stupid they are and da-da-da-da-da, and I'm like, oh my god. I'm on a date with a crazy person. You are screaming at kids for being kids, playing mini golf, and like accidentally hitting me with a ball. Like they didn't even hit me hard. It like rolled up to my feet and tapped my shoe. Okay, it was a love kiss. And she is just screaming at these poor kids. And I'm like, okay, at this point, date 2 is not going to happen. I am definitely not down to date a psycho Uber driver who hates kids and screams at them whenever they do anything at all ever that she does not slightly approve of in the slightest. I'm really not down for that life, not at all. So at this point, she can see that I'm like not really vibing on this date. I'm not having a great time. And she's like, hey, what's wrong? And I'm like, well, I don't know. I just don't really like that you yelled at those kids for no reason. And she starts going off about how they're stupid and how I shouldn't worry about them and how like kids are just idiots and da-da-da-da-da. And I'm like, oh my god, this person is actually going to curb stomp a baby if it barfs on anyone or like sneezes on somebody. And I'm not down for that, all right? It tells a lot about a person. Like if a person hates kids, they're probably like not a chill person to hang out with, to be honest, because everything kids do is what's fun, you know, like goofing off and having a good time. That's what's up. That's what life's about. So at this point, I politely say, you know, I gotta go home. I have to go do something tomorrow. And she's like, oh yeah, no problem. So I take her home, I drop her off, and I ghosted her. Yeah, call me immature, call me an idiot, call me whatever you want. I ghosted the girl that screamed at a bunch of kids that were innocent, and I hope you guys understand. I hope you guys understand why I had to do that. You know, desperate times call for desperate measures.
So the other night I was hanging out with some family members, you know, as you do every now and then when there's an awkward occasion that you really can't miss. And I was talking to my uncle about YouTube and telling him that I have a channel where I make stories, and he asked me if I tell other people's stories, and I was like, yeah, every now and then. And he looked at me and he says, has your dad ever told you about my crazy ex? And I was like, no, he hasn't. And he says, come with me, and says to follow him outside. And this is not my uncle, that's a conspiracy theorist. This is one that's actually pretty normal. So I go outside with him, and he proceeds to tell me a story that I instantly knew that I had to tell here on the channel, where one of his ex-girlfriends broke into his house and cut a lock of his hair off to use in a spell in the woods in the 80s. Yeah, you know, I guess back in the day, women were even crazier, but yeah, without further ado, I guess let's get into it. So, my uncle grew up in Mississippi, which I guess is a place where most crazy people originate from. I didn't know that. I thought it was Florida, but he assured me that it is in fact true that people in Mississippi are the craziest. And I guess in high school, you know, he was a pretty athletic guy, a pretty popular guy in high school, and ended up dating this girl that everybody thought was super hot. But for some reason, not a lot of guys would date her, and he was kind of like new around this school and didn't really know a ton about her. But when a hot girl shows you interest when you're a teenage boy, you know, you don't really question it very much. You're not like, what is the logical reason for her not being already in a relationship if she is so great? You just kind of are like, oh, girl, give me attention, I date. So he starts dating this girl, and right after they start like dating, he kind of realizes why nobody's dating her, and that's because she's crazy. This is in the 80s when like, for some reason, every soccer mom with too little to do, instead of going and yelling at people and asking to speak to the managers, were convinced that almost everything that existed in pop culture was connected to like Satan somehow, you know, like, oh my gosh, if you play this song backwards 47 times and take an Adderall, it sounds like he's saying love the devil. It's like, yeah, anything sounds crazy when you're in that situation, you know. But for whatever reason, there was just this huge thing where parents would be like, oh my gosh, all this pop culture stuff is getting them to believe in the devil. And I guess for the most part, it was like made up. Not a lot of people actually were listening to, you know, Van Halen and then deciding to become Satanists. But this girl that he was dating was like the opposite. She heard all the rumors about this Satan stuff and decided that it was true. She was definitely a witch. She would like try to impress him by being like, at night I go into the woods behind my house and do spells in order to show the people that have trained me that I'm a loyal soldier of Satan. And he's like, oh, this chick is crazy. This chick is nuts.
But for whatever small brain reason, you know, my uncle decides to not break up with her, and I'm just gonna give you all some dating advice, so listen carefully. If a girl tells you that she goes into the woods to commit acts that let Satan know that she's a loyal follower, what you're supposed to do is a fantastic strategy, all right? You put one leg in front of the other, and then you keep doing that faster until you're in a full sprint, and then you don't look until you've crossed at least 3 state lines, because that is the amount of distance you have to put between you and someone that absolutely mentally unstable. But for whatever reason, he's like, nah, this isn't that bad, I'll just keep dating her, which is the wrong move in this situation, all right? Hopefully somebody out there learns their lesson from this video and doesn't date the girl that pretends that she's a witch. Sadly, you know, his nephew didn't learn that the right way. Anyways, my uncle keeps dating her like a moron, and sorry, about a month after this entire situation where she's kind of like, yeah, you know how it is, just going into the woods and getting my witchy stuff on. I don't really know what witches say. I'm trying my best out here, all right, but I'm not Sabrina. I'm not a genius. So after that, she's like, will you come to the woods so I can show you what's going on? And he's figured he's going to walk out there. She's going to, like, draw a pentagram with leaves, and then they're going to leave. Like, he doesn't really think it's going to be a big deal because he's like, all right, this girl, you know, she's a little crazy, but she's hot. And you know what they say? The reason crazy girls are dangerous is because they're really fun to be around, you know? Like, it's an adventure. How often is a girl going to take you into the woods and show you where she does magic that's not real? Not very often. So anyways, they're just kind of vibing out, you know how it is, and they go into the woods, and she's like, what I'm about to show you is secret, it's a sacred ritual, you can't tell anyone, and he's playing along, he's like, oh yeah, I won't tell anyone, but the entire time he's like, this chick is crazy. So he's kind of like interested in seeing what's going on. So he follows this girl into the middle of the woods, which once again is not the smartest idea. Generally, when a woman says that she worships the devil, you shouldn't follow them into the woods. That's a really, really bad idea. That's like how you end up on Dateline, you know? What happened in this small backwood town of Mississippi was nothing short of insanity. This young man went, like, that's how you go missing and just never come home. But whatever, he follows her, and they stumble into this clearing, and sure enough, there's like, this ground has been cleared, and there's all these rocks that make like this pentagram-shaped thing, and she's like, this is where I practice my magic. And for like, what, I don't know why my uncle was still talking to her, but he's like, oh, that's cool, because like, how do you respond? And he remembers saying, oh, that's cool specifically because when he called it cool, she got all pissed and was like, what, do you think this is cool? Do you have any idea what you're looking at? And he's like, well, no, it's a bunch of rocks in the woods. Am I supposed to know? Like, this is a dialectic and witch ritual. I don't know. Like, I don't know what witches get up to, all right? Like, hey, you do you, man. I'm not judging, I guess. If you can put curses on people, that's a pretty sick skill. But, you know, he's just kind of like, oh, sorry, I didn't mean to be offensive. She's like, oh, whatever. Like, come look. So she starts showing him around, you know, as if it's like a really nice hotel room, like, oh, here's the bathroom. She's like, this is where, you know, I do all the crazy stuff, and this is when my uncle realizes that, you know, this, like, crazy that was kind of like, oh, well, she's hot, definitely is a little more dangerous than he thinks. So they get over to this, like, tree stump thing that had been moved there, and it had, like, almost like a bowl shape carved out of it, and next to it is a bunch of, like, squirrel bones, and he's like, oh, do you, like, find these? And she looks at him and goes, no, sometimes you have to sacrifice stuff for the rituals. And he's like, wait, hold on, what? Because this wasn't just a tiny pile of bones. He describes it as, imagine somebody built a house out of Lincoln logs, but it was just like squirrel femurs, and it's about the size up to your hips. This is a giant stack of bones. This isn't like, all right, you know, one chipmunk. This is Alvin and the whole gang, and the girl chipmunks too. They're all going down. So at this point, finally, my uncle wakes up and realizes it's probably not a good idea to be involved with a woman who is sacrificing squirrels in the middle of the woods. This sounds like the start of a horror movie, bro. Like my uncle goes missing and his ghost comes back to warn people of the witch's return. I don't know, man. All I'm saying is that finally he realizes that the girl he's dating isn't a quirky, you know, she's into edgy stuff. No, she's doing crazy people things. You know the part of the documentary where they're always like, we should have seen it coming ever since neighborhood cats started to go missing. Yeah, his girlfriend was one of those, which is not a good sign. So obviously he's like, I have to break up with you. But what happens next is out of nowhere, she's like, do you want to do a ritual? And he's like, yeah, no, I'm good. And she's like, please do the ritual with me. And he's like, no, seriously, you know, I'm uncomfortable. I'm getting a weird vibe. And she's like, oh yeah, that happens to people when they first come through here. But can we come back in a couple days and, do the ritual? And he's like, well, what ritual do you want to do? And she's like, the ones that will bind our souls together forever. And he's like, yeah, let's come back in a couple days and do the soul binding ritual. Yeah, not right now, though. Please, like, in a couple days. I don't feel well. It's a weird vibe here. The energy's off. And she's like, yeah, I know exactly what you mean. The energies, are perfect for summoning spirits. Like, he's just playing into crazy people talk, which I'm not going to lie is a pretty good skill. If you're ever dealing with a crazy person, the real way that you get out of it is you just want to play along and let them think that they're right until you can leave safely. Because when a crazy person starts saying she gonna sacrifice a squirrel to bind your souls together, you do what you need to do to get out of there with your soul intact. You just gotta do it. So they leave the woods because he's pretending to be super freaked out, or he's not pretending, he is super freaked out, just not because of crazy energies, but crazy girls instead. So anyways, they go back and he's like out of the woods with her, and he's back home, and he's like, hey, I've had a really fun time getting to know you, but I don't know how this is gonna work. I'm going off to college in the fall, so I don't know if I want to do this long term. You love it here. I don't. There's things I want to do. And she's like, no, you can't break up with me. And he's like, yeah, well, I'm going to college, so I don't really know if I can continue this relationship and make you happy the way you deserve. He's pulling out every book in the book or every trick in the book to be like, it's not you, it's me. But it really is you because, I'm not the one sacrificing squirrels. So she's all heartbroken and starts screaming at him, being like, we're supposed to be together. I know we're supposed to be together. And he's like, yeah, well, I don't know. I don't think so. Like, he's trying his best to try to calm her down, but she's pissed. And she's like, you're going to regret the day that you broke my heart. She's getting livid with him, saying that, like, if he doesn't take her back, then he's going to regret it, which I feel like is a weird thing to do. Like, let's say you are a witch with magical powers. Do you really want to be with a dude that just doesn't like you? Like, you're magic. Come on. If you're really a witch. But whatever. Sometimes feelings don't make sense. So she's like, you're going to regret the day. And he's like, yeah, well, can you please leave? No big deal. So he goes to bed that night because they had gotten home from the woods late. And like I said, they've been dating for a few months, and so it wasn't unusual for the girl to be like over at the house, I guess. So nobody really questioned it when later that night, I guess early next morning would be the proper term. Like early next morning, like 9 a.m. His ex-girlfriend, that's also a psychopath, came over to the house. The mom let her in because she didn't even question it, Yeah, it's my son's girlfriend. They had broken up the night before and he had gone to bed, so he didn't tell his mom that they had broken up yet. And she leaves pretty quickly after, and a couple hours later, my uncle wakes up and he goes and looks in the mirror, and at the time he had a long head of hair, a very stylish, swag-tastic head of hair, and there's a pretty big chunk missing, like the entire front part of his long hair is gone. So he goes downstairs, he's like, Mom, what did you do to my hair while I was asleep? Like, why did you cut my hair while I was asleep? Because his mom, my grandma, hated his long hair. And my grandma is super confused and is like, I don't know. Last time I saw you, you had long hair. And then this morning, and she says the girl's name, left. And he's like, wait, she was here this morning? And my grandma's like, yeah, she came by for 20 minutes earlier this morning. She went up to your room. I thought you talked to her. And he's like, Mom, we broke up last night. So he tells my grandma all about this girl sacrificing squirrels in the middle of the woods. And my grandma's like, oh yeah, then I guess it's weird that she was there this morning. I swear, parents in the 80s had no care, dude. My uncle had just told my grandma that, there's a girl who had just took a chunk of his son's hair while he was asleep after she broke up, or he broke up with her. And my grandma's like, well, that's crazy. Shut up and eat breakfast, kid. I don't care. And, later, next time he saw the girl, she started telling him how she had done a ritual with his hair in the woods and his life was gonna end and yada, yada, yada. And, 30 years later, he is telling me this story. So obviously, whatever type of magic she was using, she didn't go to Hogwarts because she wasn't very good at using it. Moral of the story on this one is definitely stay away from girls that tell you that they go into the woods and cast spells with, squirrels, because chances are they're a psychopath. Or, keep dating them, get yourself on Dateline, whatever you really want. I think the weird part about this is in college, I had a girl that thought she was a witch and put a crush on me. So I guess me and my uncle are just, really, really just vibing. We got that same spiritual level. So when I moved back to my hometown after dropping out of college to do this YouTube thing full time, I had a couple friends that I would hang out with relatively often. Not many people have the same schedule as a YouTuber, so whenever you find somebody that can kind of hang out during the day, you kind of latch onto them. And I had this one friend who actually worked out of state most of the time. He worked on like oil, something involving oil. So he would be home in Vegas for like a week or two, and then he would go work on these pipelines and the oil thing for like 3 weeks at a time. I don't know if what I'm saying makes sense. That's what he told me he did, and I don't know the specifics of it, so I'm just going to trust that I explained it fair enough. And he had a girlfriend who all of us were like kind of okay with. Like, don't get me wrong, I didn't love this girl. It wasn't like every time she was hanging out with us, I was cheering, jumping up and down, being like, oh, sick, his girlfriend's here, turn up. But we didn't really mind her. And I guess, you know, the distance thing, being out of state for 3 weeks at a time, only seeing your girlfriend a week out of the month, was a little strenuous. And when he was home, he didn't want to spend every waking moment with her, which is what she wanted to do with him. So he decided to end things with this girl. And they hadn't been dating for long, maybe 2 or 3 months, but it was no big deal. Like, you know, he ends things and he thinks it's pretty amicable. She's kind of like, oh, okay, whatever, no big deal. Or at least that's what she told him, and they go their separate ways, right? And whenever he would be out of state working, we would still text. We had a group chat with all of our friends in it, and he would always talk in there. And he starts telling us how he thought the breakup was going to be fair and normal. Isn't going like that, because she's calling him like 30 times a day. She's spamming him, begging him to get back with her, saying that they're meant to be together and that she loves him and that she'll do anything to prove it. And he's kind of like, we only dated for a couple weeks. It's not like, you know, we were anything serious. I'm sorry, but I'm just not ready to commit and marry you. I don't know you like that. And apparently she's not taking it very well. And our other people in the friend group, he actually became friends with us because he lived in the same apartment complex as a couple of our friends. And these friends that lived in the same apartment complex of him happened to not be in the group chat. That's going to be important. So he's telling us that she's crazy and they're broken up and that she's kind of obsessed with him and going insane. And, you know, we're kind of like, yeah, that's crazy. And all of us just assumed that he was telling everybody that they had broken up and that she wasn't supposed to be at his house or anything. You know, the typical 411. You think he's telling everyone that he's single and broken up with this girl. And up until this point, she had seemed relatively normal. Like, yes, she seemed a little heartbroken and upset that they had been broken up, but it wasn't like we expected her to do anything too drastic, because she was pretty normal during their relationship. And normally, when you're dating a crazy girl, you know in the back of your mind that this person is crazy. Like, it's not like you magically, oh, hey, guess what? Surprise, you know, I'm crazy. You can generally see it coming. But, so we don't think she's going to do anything that crazy. And he's in wherever the hell he was doing his work. I don't really know. And he's there for a couple months couple weeks, and then comes home to Vegas. And he's like, yo, can we hang out? Let's chill. Like, let's go out. Let's go have a good time. So we say, yeah. And we, all go out and we're hanging out with him. And at the end of the night, he goes, hey, do we want to go back to my apartment and play video games, or just like goof off and have a good time? And we're all like, yeah, sure. For sure, man. Everybody loves to have a good time. So we go home to his apartment, and we open the door, and everything seems pretty normal, but he's like, something's off. Something's not right. He's like, my furniture is rearranged. There's no food in the fridge. I don't know what's going on. This is weird. So we start going through the rest of the house just to see if there's anything else that's off, you know, because he claims that everything's off. So we go through his room, and the bedspread's changed. There's like pictures that have been moved around in his room. There's no like soap in the shower. Everything's off. And he's like, I think someone has been living in my apartment when I was gone. Like, when I was at work, I think somebody was in my apartment. And we're like, whoa, that's weird. None of us live in this apartment complex, but there's all those guys that we're also friends with. Maybe they saw something. Maybe they could tell us. So he's like, yeah, that's a good idea. So all of us go to our friend's apartment, who was like downstairs, the one under him, and we knock on the door, and they answer, and they're like, hey guys, what's up? Do you want to hang out? And we're like, yeah, we want to hang out, but there's something important we have to talk about first. Was anybody in my apartment? He's like, everything's rearranged, you know, I don't know what's going on, but everything's different. Can you guys, like, did you guys see anything? Did you hear anything? You know, you're underneath me. Was anything going on? If you guys have any information, I'd appreciate it, because I don't exactly like coming home from being gone for 3 weeks and knowing that somebody was in my house without me knowing. That's a pretty creepy feeling, okay? I know what it's like to have a woman named Karen rifle through your stuff when you're home, so I couldn't imagine coming back from like 3 weeks being away and knowing that somebody was living in your house. Like, that's creepy, you know? And the guys look confused, and they kind of look at him, and they're like, dude, your girlfriend's been living in your house. And he's like, huh? My what? And they're like, yeah, that girl that you were bringing over. And he's like, what are you talking about? And they're like, yeah, she would come over, and she'd talk to us for a little bit, and then she'd be like, all right, well, I miss him, and he said that I'm allowed to sleep in his bed because I miss him, so I'm just going to go up into the apartment and, and sleep. And they'd be like, okay, because it's his girlfriend, and yeah, it's a little weird, I guess, to sleep in someone's bed because you miss them, but whatever, it's a girl. And they're not going to be like, are you sure that you have permission to enter the premises, especially when they've seen her come over tons over the last couple weeks. And he's like, dog, we broke up. And they're like, wait, what? You guys broke up? She definitely told us that you guys were getting serious and that she was going to move in when you got back. And he's like, you're kidding, right? Like, did she actually say that? And they're like, yeah, she did. So he calls her, and she answers, and she's like, oh, hey, what's up? And he's like, hey, have you been in my apartment? Like, have you been in my apartment? Everything's rearranged. All my stuff is moved. There's pictures that I found in the closet that used to be up on my walls. Like, were you in my apartment? I need you to be honest with me. If you're honest, I won't get anyone else involved, but like, were you in my apartment? She's like, no, I don't know what you're talking about. And so he goes, well, then why do the people who live underneath me say that they saw you in my apartment? Like, these people said that, they saw you. And she just gets really quiet and is like, well, I knew that we were going to get back together when you got back because obviously my feelings for you were so strong, and like, I know we're supposed to be together, so I might have gone in and rearranged some stuff so that way when I moved in, it would be more comfortable for me. Like, I just want to be comfortable in our home, And he's like, it's not our home, it's my house, and you didn't have permission to go in there. And any chance of us getting back together is gone because now you're showing me that you're a crazy person. Just some general advice, some general rules of thumbs, okay? It's not a good idea if you're trying to get back with somebody to break in to their house and rearrange furniture because you know in your heart that they're going to be together someday. Like, that does not come off as flattering or adorable. It comes off as creepy and weird. So he tells her that they're done. They're never going to talk again. And she starts to get upset, and she's like, we're supposed to be together. I went and saw a psychic about it, and she says that she knows that we're supposed to be together. It's going to happen. You're overreacting. And he's like, I don't care what some psychic says, okay? The psychic is not in control of my life. I am, all right? Like, imagine going to some random lady on the side of the road. We don't even know if it was a real psychic. It could have just been somebody that was like, oh, yeah, I'm a psychic. Give me $50 and I'll tell you your future. And she tossed him a 50, and he's like, yeah, you'll get back together, I don't know. I don't really trust a psychic. And any girl that's like, oh, yeah, my psychic said we're supposed to be together, so it's guaranteed, now you have to let me move in, is probably a little bit out there. So he basically tells her that if she ever comes back to his apartment, then she's getting like arrested. He's not playing around. And the people who lived underneath him felt so bad. They're like, I'm so sorry, I had no idea. And he's like, I don't think you guys had an idea. Like, I don't think you guys were sitting there, with a white cat stroking it softly going, today we're going to mess him over by letting his crazy ex move into his apartment. He's like, obviously I didn't tell you guys. It's my bad. I should have warned you. Why didn't you text me though? And she's like, and then they're like, well, she told us that you didn't take your phone this time. There was something weird with the pipeline and you couldn't communicate with your phone, so there was no way for us to reach out to you. And we just believed her because we hadn't heard from you. And he's like, bro, this chick is crazy. So we think that's the end of the saga, right? He tells her to leave him alone. It should be no big deal. So a couple months go by, I think 4.5 months, 4.5 months-ish go by, and all of a sudden he starts getting texts from a number that he doesn't recognize telling him to back off their woman, all right? She's my girl. She's over you. What you guys have is in the past, you can't continue flirting with her and reaching out to her. And he's like, what are you talking about? Like, he starts responding to the number, hey, who is her, first of all? I don't know what you're talking about. And come to find out, this girl in the 4 months that they had been broken up had moved on, found a guy, gotten engaged to be married, and then was telling this guy that she still had feelings for our friend because she knew in the bottom of her heart that they were supposed to be together. And our friend is like trying to argue with this dude and be like, look, I don't want your girlfriend. Your girlfriend is crazy. You can have her. She's your fiance. I don't want her. I don't know why she's telling you that she still has feelings for me or that we're going to end up together. I do not want to end up with your fiance. That is not on my agenda at all. And the guy's having none of it. And he's like, no, I know you've been flirting with her. You've been speaking to her in her dreams. And he's like, what are you talking about? Apparently crazy attracts crazy because these two crazy people were now madly in love. But basically, apparently my friend, after getting his apartment broken into and having this girl basically stalk him and like rearrange his furniture, was also communicating with her through dreams, was sending her messages in her subconscious that were going to retroactively activate her trap card and she was gonna come running back into his arms and date him or something. I don't really know what the guy was saying, but apparently my friend was being very flirtatious in dreams, and that's not okay. And this is me telling all of you, if your crazy ex-girlfriend, don't flirt with her in your dreams, because then her fiance is apparently going to want to fight you. But, yeah, after squaring that away, he did end up hearing from her a little bit more, but that's another video. I could make another video about this saga, so... So this story takes place in my freshman year of college, alright? Young Scrubby was trying to get on the case to get a girlfriend. As the charming young CSGO surfer I am, I typically had pretty good luck with the ladies. There was this really hot girl in one of my classes that I was like, dang, she's pretty fine, she's pretty good looking, I'm gonna ask her out. And I thought she was pretty normal at the time, so no big deal. So, after class one day, I walk up to her, I go, hey, I'm Ryan, I introduced myself, I got her phone number, and we were texting back and forth for a few days, and everything was fine. I thought we kind of clicked, I thought everything was going to be golden. So I ask her out on a date, and of course, she says yes, absolutely, no problem, no hesitation, unequivocally, yes, for sure, I'll go on a date with you. And I'm like, hype, I scored. You know how it is sometimes when you're a nerdy YouTuber and you actually get to talk to a girl in real life, you get a little nervous. I'm kidding, guys. Trust me, I'm not a loser. So I planned this date, and where I went to college, there's a beautiful, national park right up the road, probably about 30 minutes. I'm like, all right, well, we'll go up there, we'll hang out, watch the sunset at this overlook, we'll talk, have a good time. I packed a picnic. I was really going all out. Romantic Scrubby was on the case, okay? I am quite the flattering young man. I had a picnic. You know how hard it is for me to cook stuff? All right, I'm a whole 6'3" of nothing but terrible cooking. So for me to take the time and energy to do this, it was a lot. I like the girl, okay? Don't judge me. And so I go to her house to pick her up, and she goes, hey, can you come inside for a minute? I want to show you something. And I'm like, yeah, sure. And the problem starts right when I walk through the door, and the stench that overwhelms me is immediately, the most unpleasant thing I've ever smelled, alright? I don't know if this girl was, selling dead bodies out of her house or what, but everything smelled absolutely disgusting. There was not a single pleasant scent in this place. I'm talking, it basically smelled like a Chuck E. Cheese ball pit, alright? We're not talking anything good. But, whatever, maybe her roommate is crazy or something, and we get into her room, and as we're approaching her room, the smell is getting worse, so now it's basically confirmed that this girl is the reason that the house smells this way, alright? If I was this girl's roommate, I would be petrified. But here I am like, great. She lives in a pigsty. She lives in a pigsty. And she smelled pretty good outside. We were in class, she smelled pretty tasty. I don't know how the smells didn't cling to her clothes or whatever, because she didn't smell like a dying rat in person, but her room definitely smelt it. So we get to her room and she opens the door, and I can't even see the floor because there's so much stuff everywhere. And I get, people get messy. My room gets a little messy sometimes, but we're talking trash, 3-week-old Taco Bell bags, pizza boxes all over the place. And my thing is, if your room's messy, that's fine. Whatever. I'm not gonna judge you. Maybe you got a little messy, things got ahead of you, whatever. But why would you bring me inside to show me this? You wanted me to show me, what? I'm picking you up for a date, and you want to show me the fact that you live in your filth 3 times a day? You walk inside, get another pizza box, set it down on the top of the pile, add it to the list. Come on. And you're showing it off to your date. Not a very good look. Nothing flattering about this. This isn't making me want a second one. So she shows me this new shirt she got. It's a pretty cool shirt, I guess. Not that big of a deal. I don't know. It's definitely not worth making me see this disgusting pigsty that was her room. And we go outside and get in the car, and immediately she goes, oh, can I have the aux cord? And I'm like, yeah, sure, no problem. I'm trying to forget the nasty stench that I just had in my nose, okay? I'm trying to blow out enough snot to get rid of the smell, alright? I would literally rather sniff the inside of a chloroform rag than continue to have this smell in my nostrils. But yeah, you can play music, whatever. When it comes to music, I'm a pretty open person. There's just one type of music that I absolutely hate, and it's country music, alright? I guess I don't hate country music. I just don't get it, alright? It's not my cup of tea, whatever. And she was always wearing, punk rock shirts. I'm really into punk rock, and if you don't like it, that's fine, but that's what I'm into, right? So every time I would see her in class, she'd be wearing, a State Champs or a Neck Deep shirt, and I was like, dang, we listen to the same music. That's dope. But for some reason, when she gets the aux cord, she starts playing some country bumpkin, banjo-playing, incest-having country music. So now I'm really not enjoying myself. So I politely go, oh yeah, can I show you some music? And she goes, sure. So I start playing my music. I change the conversation. Whatever. 2 strikes, all right? Country bumpkin music, and you live in filth, and you smell like a dead rat. We're not off to the best start. Whatever. So we get to the lookout. I get my picnic, suave Chef Boyardee out here. I made some raviolis. I don't remember what I made, but it wasn't raviolis, all right? I'm not Chef Boyardee. Remember the commercial where the can would roll around and the kids would follow it? That was turnt, guys. We need to bring those back. When my kids are young, I'm gonna be like, you've never lived the struggle. You've never had to chase a can of ravioli down the street, all right? I used to do this for miles every day, both directions. I hate when old people do that stuff. And of course, when I unpack this picnic, she's like, oh, I'm not hungry. And And I'm like, what do you mean? I asked you on a date. I said we were gonna come out here and eat. And she's like, oh yeah, but like I already ate because, you know, I felt bad. I didn't want you to have to make me food. Well, listen here, ho, okay? Like, what do you mean? Why would I ask you out and specifically say that we were gonna eat if you were just gonna eat before? What's the point of that? Why? What type of logic is this? This is not making any sense to me, you know? So here I am with Becky Snacks-a-Lot, ruining my plan to show her my Chef Boyardee picnic, okay? And whatever, I guess it was considerate. Oh, I didn't want to have to pay for you, but like, if I ask you on a date to go eat food, like I specifically say, we'll go here and eat, why would you eat? And you smell like a dead rat. But whatever, fine. I'm a little annoyed, but everything's cool. It's cool. I'm gonna be calm, cool, collected. And then she starts talking about the fact that she's like pagan and she casts spells on people and how she's basically a witch. And I'm like, what do you mean, bro? When we were in biology class, you were so chill. You were like, oh man, I'm kind of a live and let live type of person. I don't really believe in religion. And now we're out here in the middle of nowhere and I'm about to get human sacrifice for you to make a stinky spell so you can cast me in your room and continue to smell like rat feces. I'm not with it. I don't want to date a witch who eats before our dinner plans, okay? That's just inconsiderate, rude, and not even magical. Not even Harry Potter levels of crazy. So I'm a little curious, so I keep asking her about her witchcraft, all right? Is she out here casting spells in the middle of places? Why does her room smell like a dead rat? Does that have something to do with the magic? I don't know. These are the questions that I need answered. And she starts telling me about how she does sacrifice mice in order to complete her rituals. And I'm like, what? You kill mice? What? Am I out here like PETA? Hello? Somebody give me backup. I'm with a mice killer in the middle of nowhere. Maybe I'm next. I don't know. Maybe her ritual claimed for some white guy blood. I don't know. I'm freaking out. I don't like anybody that kills things, okay? So she keeps telling me about how she's pagan, and she really got into it over the last few weeks, and I'm like, oh my gosh, so you were normal when I met you, but now you're crazy. Got it. Like I just hit the lottery. The timing lottery, you know? You know, like when you were gonna get something and then you buy it, it goes on sale right after. That's how I'm feeling right about now, all right? Because the normal girl that was really chill is now replaced with somebody sacrificing mice for her pagan ritual. But whatever, I guess at this point I'm definitely like, yeah, date number 2 is not gonna happen. But I continue to be a nice guy because I didn't want her to think that she was weird. Like, I don't want anybody to feel like I'm judging them for being who they are. Like, that's all it was. I just didn't like who she was, you know? So I was being a nice guy, just trying to continue conversation. And she goes, all right, so we're gonna make out? And I'm like, yeah, probably not. And she's like, why? I'm like, I don't know, I'm just not comfortable with it. I don't do that on the first date, which is not true, but after somebody tells you that they sacrifice Stuart Little every 30 seconds, the thing on your mind is not kissing them, not gonna lie. Definitely not my favorite cup of tea is like, in order to set the mood, I really enjoy breaking some mice neck, you know what I mean? So she goes, oh, okay, so we keep having a conversation. She wasn't weird outside of the outside of thinking she was a witch. She wasn't very weird, which sounds stupid to say out loud, but I think you guys get what I'm saying. And so the end of the night comes and I take her back home and I go to drop her off at her house because that's what you do. I wasn't gonna leave her in the middle of nowhere. She would have used her wand or her broom to get home because she's a witch, but you know. I was nice. I drove her back home like the gentleman I am in the 21st century. And she leans over and, I mean, shoves her tongue in my throat, all right? Like, it wasn't a nice little gentle kiss. It wasn't some witchcraft. She didn't cast a love potion on me or whatever. She just proceeds to shove her tongue in my throat. So here I am with 2 tongues in my mouth trying to speak parcel tongue or whatever. And I can't have it, bro. It does not feel pleasant. It is not an enjoyable experience. This was not the type of kiss that I wanted. It's not the type of kiss that I thought I was going to enjoy. Absolutely none of this is being enjoyable to me. And so she stops and she goes, I had a great night. I can't wait for our second date. You're such an incredible guy. I'm gonna go read my tea leaves now. I don't remember that part, but she probably said something along those lines, okay? Basically, she expected a second date, and I don't know about that. A second date? A second date after you sacrifice mice, shove your tongue in my throat, smell like a dead rat, and eat dinner? Okay, no. Not gonna happen. I just, people, man. I've dated some weird people. Sadly, this isn't the end of my experience with this girl. When I didn't give her a second date, she got pretty upset about it, but this video is probably reaching its end anyways. It's getting pretty long, so I'll save that for a part 2. If this video gets 7,000 likes, I'll do the part 2 where she put a curse on me. It's a pretty interesting story, so if you guys want to see that, like button. It's important.
Anyways, in high school, there was this girl who met this guy in German class, right? And it's weird enough that you're learning German, okay? Everybody knows that what they did in the 1940s was not exactly the nicest thing to ever exist, so I don't know why we teach them that in high school. But regardless, there was this girl who had this German class, right? And in this German class, she sat next to this kid who she thought was kind of cute, and obviously, he thought that she was kind of cute too, so they got to talking.
And one thing leads to another, and that talking leads to them kind of going on a date or two, but it's nothing too crazy, all right? Like, just a date or two, nothing like, and then I will bind myself together by screaming the German words of marriage. Like, there was nothing like that, all right? They just went on a date or two, no big deal, no skin off her back, you know, just enough where it's like, oh, we've been on a date, and now we can see if we enjoy each other. And the dates didn't go very well, all right? The girl basically, like, was explaining how on the dates, this guy was basically talking about super creepy things, you know? And just a general rule of thumb for all you guys out there, creeping out a girl is not the best way to make something good happen, all right? Like, no girl wants to hear about creepy things. I guess on the date, the guy was bragging about how, oh, you know, every now and then I'll go in my backyard and hunt squirrels just to feel the thrill of the hunt, which is like, bruh, you're hunting squirrels in your backyards and you're calling it the thrill of the hunt, okay? You know what pest control people call that? A day at the office, all right? But just regardless, he would talk about how, like, he loved killing squirrels for the thrill of it. Just weird stuff. Like, all right, if you're a hunter, that's dope, you know? But when you're describing about how whenever you've had a stressful day at work, you go in the backyard and pop squirrels with a BB gun to let your stress out, it comes off as a little creepy and almost a little bit like I'm gonna end up in your basement in a small vat of acid slowly deteriorating because you're a crazy person. And along with that, on these dates, he would just generally talk about weird stuff. Like, he would be like, yeah, you know, I just know that whoever I end up with is going to have to live a life of basically being my servant. I think men are superior, and it's just crucially important that women know that they're subservient, which, once again, not a good thing to believe, and especially not a good thing to say when you're on a date with a woman. What you basically should do is wear a shirt that says, I think you're garbage, lol. So this guy is bragging about eating squirrels. He's bragging about how this girl is stupider than him, and basically if they stay together, he's going to own her because women are inferior, right? Which makes this girl be like, you know, I think maybe 1 or 2 dates was enough. She gave him a second chance just to see if it was something weird going on, seeing if he was just having an off day, but they get to the end of it, and she's like, you know, I'm 99% sure that 1 date is more than enough. I really don't need to have another one. In fact, I'm so confident that I don't need another date that she told him straight up, sent him a text saying that he was a great guy, but she just didn't want to see him anymore, which is kind of a lie. I don't think he's a great guy, but regardless, she was trying to be nice. She was trying to avoid hurting his feelings because she could tell he was a weird kid, and she didn't want to make him upset, but it was just one of those things where she's like, hey, you know, I just don't want to date you, which if a girl doesn't want to date you, there's nothing you can do about it, all right? You can't, like, sue them and legally force them to keep going out with you. So this is just a tip for all you women out there. If a creepy guy is talking about how getting rid of squirrels gives him a thrill and how women are property that deserve to be owned, a nice general tip is you're not nice to him when you break up, because something tells me that that guy isn't gonna take it very well. And obviously, when you tell a crazy person that they're crazy, they don't take it very well. So he gets very offended that she doesn't want to go on a date with him and immediately just starts bombarding her with insults and is basically like, whatever, you're just some 2-bit floozy anyways. I don't care. I never cared about you. Nothing even matters. Like, whatever, you'll regret it because I'm an alpha male. You were too ugly to breed with anyways. Like, dog, okay, what are we, puppies? Are we a bunch of golden retrievers in a kennel? All right, like, calm down, Mr. Man, okay? There's no reason to start throwing around I can't breed with you insults, because chances are if your opening line is I eat squirrels, you're gonna be lucky if any girl gives you the opportunity to have a kid with them in the first place. So way to huck out insults for no reason. I've always found with guys like this that are weirdly insecure, like weird about that type of stuff, that they're the same people to start throwing out insults like that, and you're kind of like, dude, okay, listen, you're not Brad Pitt. You don't exactly have the choices to be calling anybody ugly or not worth dating, because you have the personality of a squirrel, all right? It's ironic that you love to get rid of them because that's the same personality that you have. So you being like, you're too ugly anyways. Dude, you look like you accidentally fought a rotating tire. You pressed your face against the pavement, got ran over on the freeway, and your face just stayed like that forever. That's what you look like. So you have no room to be calling anybody ugly, okay? But regardless, she tries to let down Crazy Boy pretty easily, and he does not take it very well. And that happens on a Friday. So over the weekend, he proceeds to blow up her phone, calls her close to 300 times, sends her 1,000 texts, something along the lines of switching between, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to offend you. Is there anything I can do to make it up to you? And going back to, whatever, you're ugly anyways. I don't even care about you. You're stupid. Your face looks like a marshmallow. Like, you know, just switching back and forth because that's what unstable people do. You know, one second they're like, I'm sorry, and I miss you. And the next second they're like, I hope you get hit by a freight train, no cap, all right? Like, if you got hit by a car, I would giggle a little bit. I'm not even gonna pretend. Like, you know how those people get. So he's doing that all weekend to the point where she finally just blocks his number because he won't stop texting her. Like, she's like, dude, leave me alone. I don't want to talk to you. You keep calling me ugly and saying that I'm not worth interacting with, so stop interacting with me. You're the one who said I'm ugly. You're the one who said you want nothing to do with me, so stop having something to do with me. You're doing this to yourself. And the guy's like, no, I'm sorry, but whatever. She blocks his number, which is fair. At this point, you've been nice for too long. You probably shouldn't have been nice when you were trying to end it with him. You probably should have told him he's a creeper, but regardless, you know, she's like, oh, I was just trying to be nice. And what does creepy psycho ex do? I guess you could even call him an ex, bro. You went on 2 dates and she decided that you were a weirdo, but whatever. For the purpose of the story, the ex, he decides that he needs to go to her house and, you know, meet her in person because I guess saying creepy things in person works. Except the problem is, at this point, after arguing all day, it's about 1 or 2 in the morning. So he comes to her house and starts throwing rocks at her window. Except this idiot, this moron, doesn't throw like pebbles, okay? No, he starts throwing rocks out her window and eventually breaks the window with one of the rocks he throws, which is such a romantic gesture. Like, at that point, I'm pretty sure that you need to just own up that this is not gonna work. But no, homeboy really started being like, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to break your window, but it's a sign that your attention should be given to me. No, bro, that's a sign that you were a moron. Why are you throwing, like, boulders at her window? But regardless, he breaks her window and her dad freaks out. He's like, what's going on? And she's like, okay, and tells her dad the situation. And the dad's like, this kid won't leave you alone. Now he's breaking windows on my house. That's it. I'm going to talk to him. So he goes outside and the door opens and the dad starts walking out. And the kid in his car who sees the dad coming out freaks out and immediately just guns it and starts trying to drive away. Newsflash, it's not a very good idea to drive away from the scene of a crime if the people know who you are. Like, the girl goes, oh yeah, it was Michael, typical Michael breaking my window, and you went, might as well drive away from the scene of the crime. It's not like they know that I'm Michael. Well, newsflash, Michael, they did know it was you because you were the only person that was outside their house throwing rocks at the window late at night like the absolute moron you are. So the dad basically goes on his daughter's phone, calls the boy, and is like, listen, you can either pay for my window or I can contact the police, and I never want you to contact my daughter again. Do you understand? Like, I don't know who you think you are trying to threaten my daughter to try to get back with you, but I can promise you that breaking her window is not the right way to get with her heart. You understand? So you either show up with the money to fix my window tomorrow, or I'm calling the police. So German boy shows up the next morning with the $300 to fix a window. Fixing windows isn't cheap. Trust me, I broke one with an orange one time. That story is somewhere on my channel, but I can promise you that fixing windows is not a cheap experience, you know? I wouldn't recommend breaking anybody's windows at all. But regardless, he shows up, and the dad goes out to meet him, and he goes, can I talk to your daughter? And the dad's like, no, you don't get to show up at my house in 2 in the morning, break my window, and then go, hey, can I talk to your daughter? You're lucky I don't call the police. If you ever contact my daughter again over her phone, I promise you that I will call the police. Do you understand? And the kid's like, I just want the best for your daughter. He's like, you don't know my daughter. You went on 2 dates with her, okay? So you mess up, go over there, little buddy. Like, at least the dad had some common sense. He's the only person for the rest of this story that has common sense because, trust me, what I'm about to tell all of you guys about is pretty stupid. You guys are all going to be like, you're kidding me, right? So regardless, class starts that next Monday, you know, and she goes into German class, and sure enough, the guy walks up to her and starts talking to her. And what does the girl do? Does she go, this man is clearly a psychopath who is mentally unhinged and is willing to break my window to get my attention after spamming me repeatedly, and when I ask him to leave me alone, he doesn't. I should ignore him. No. You know what she does, guys? And I'm sorry. I know it's a subscriber story, so she's gonna watch this. She said that she felt bad for him and started to talk to him again. Listen, I'm telling all you guys right now, if somebody shatters your window, you stop talking to them. If they say that they own you and that you're ugly, you stop talking to them. You don't feel bad for people that are bad people. So she feels bad for this guy. And all right, I guess maybe you can feel bad for him because he's the most socially awkward, inept person of all time who shatters windows as a gesture of romance. But whatever, like, you shouldn't talk to him again. And starts dating him again in secret. She can't tell her parents or anybody that they're dating because, you know, how do you bring that up when you go home? Hey, Dad, remember that kid that broke our window? Yeah, ooh, yeah, that was kind of awkward. Anyways, I'm dating him again. We're going out. Remember when he called me ugly and said I wasn't worth his time and was not even worth dating? Yeah. Well, I haven't learned my lesson, you know? Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, you can't put the blame on you. Fool me 3 times, F the peace sign, load the chopper, let it rain on you. Shout out to J. Cole. And that's my motto, all right? If you get fooled once and fall for the same scam again, then you deserve to get scammed. Call me crazy, but I really mean that. I really do. I'm sorry. If you start dating the crazy squirrel boy who shattered your window after he shattered your window, then you're taking an L, a massive L, an L of which has never been seen before. The scale of the L you are taking is unfathomable. It's so unfathomable, I can't even talk, and I can always talk pretty well. So she goes on another date with the kid, and this time he's basically talking to her about how they're gonna get married and how there's nothing that she can do with it, and it's fate because if she didn't break up with him after he broke her window, then it shows that she is secretly in love with him and wants to run away with him. And she's like, dog, I'm 15, I don't know what you're talking about. And homeboy was a whole 18, which, you know, it's weird, okay? I'm sorry, it's weird, but you know, it's not a very good thing. But regardless, this guy is going on and on about how they need to run away together and finally says, we just need to get your dad out of the picture. At which point the girl goes, wait, what? And he says, yeah, your dad's not gonna let us be together, so I figured the best way to get him out of the way was to just make him hate us. So what I think we should do is we should tell him that we're dating. And the girl's like, look, man, I just was going on another date with you because I felt bad. I wasn't saying that like I wanted to spend the rest of my life with you. I was just kind of dating you for now because I don't know, I'm just dating you for now. This isn't like a long-term thing, okay? I'm dating you in secret. Which, you know, with a track record of, I don't know, breaking windows, should have let you know that it probably wasn't a good idea. Maybe that this was going to end badly and the kid was going to get immensely, incredibly angry at the fact that you were, you know, going to dump him after he already went insane once after you dumped him. I'm sorry. If this makes me lose the subscriber that sent me this story, you've got like 4 brain cells. You are not thinking clearly. What were you thinking? And of course, he snaps again and says that she's not allowed to leave the date until she commits to him, bro. He literally locks the car door and basically says, I'm not letting you out of the car until you admit that you want to date me, bro. Which is like not a good way to get somebody to date you, dude. I'm just questioning all of this guy's life choices. He was like, you know what I think would be a super smart idea? If I just, you know, tried to kidnap the girl I was dating. That would make her want to date me for sure. Nothing says romance like, I don't know, kidnapping people, like oh, yeah, you want to know how me and your mom met, kids? Well, it's real simple. I locked her in a car and said she's not allowed to leave at all. And if she tried to leave, I was just basically going to sell her to the highest bidder. You know the guy from Star Wars, The Fly, who was like selling Luke Skywalker's or Anakin Skywalker's mom? That's what this guy is, all right? Like, I'm gonna be honest, it's not a good way to get a girl to want to date you. That's the real truth of the situation. So the girl tries to get her phone and call her dad and be like, look, I'm with this guy, I know I'm an idiot, and the guy just takes her phone and shuts it off. But thankfully, before he like grabbed the phone and shut it off, the call had gone through, and so he didn't shut it off as in like turned it off. He had just like turned the screen off, you know what I mean? So the dad obviously hears this commotion and hears the guy's voice and is like, what is going on? So he had the location of his daughter's phone, thankfully. Could you imagine calling the cops? They're like, well, where's your daughter? Is she in danger? You're like, yes, she's in danger. Well, where is she? Well, I don't know. All I know is that she called me and she's in danger. So he drives to his daughter's location, obviously pulls up, see that he is like preventing her from getting out of the car. And the boyfriend is like, no, your daughter needs to answer this question. If she doesn't answer this question, then I can't go on in life. And the dude is like, let my daughter out of your car, you psychopath. And the guy's like, no, like she needs to answer my question. And call me crazy. I would never fight an angry dad. I feel like that's the most dangerous person to try to square up against, is like a dad whose daughter you are currently locking inside of a car is probably not a good idea. So finally the dad goes, I can call the cops. And the kid's like, fine, whatever, I guess you can get out of the car. And so she gets out, and the dad's like, if you ever talk to him again, there's going to be a problem. You know, he calls the school and is basically like, I need her switched out of this German class immediately. Like, if you ask questions, you know, this is stupid. I need her switched out. And the school switches her out of the class, right? and she thinks that's the last that she's gonna see of German boy. But as you can tell, there's more time left in the story, so that's not the case. A couple months go by, and she starts to date this new guy who I'm gonna name Mark, and Mark's a nice guy. Mark doesn't try to kidnap you. Mark doesn't say that you have to date him. Mark doesn't say that you're ugly and that he deserves to be with somebody hotter. That's just not Mark's personality. Mark is the type of guy who cares for his girlfriend and wants the best for her. A real stand-up guy, a real Mark, if you will. Everybody knows a good guy named Mark, except for me. I don't actually know anyone named Mark now that I think about it. And German boy didn't exactly take kindly to Mark being her new boyfriend. And basically, Mark starts getting letters sent to his house written in what appears to be squirrel blood. I don't know how he knew it was squirrel blood, but I'm guessing once they figured out it was German boy, they could figure it out, saying that he basically has a week to break up with this girl, otherwise he is gonna end up missing. Like, wow, what an ominous threat. I wonder who is threatening this girl's new boyfriend. Could it be the crazy ex that tried to kidnap her? The world may never know. And regardless, Mark decided that the best course of action would be to just straight up fight this dude. So he walked up to German boy and was like, if you keep sending threatening things to my house, I'm gonna fight you. And the German boy was like, you won't dare fight me. I'm a pure alpha male. I'm an indication and a symbol of male strength, which is just a weird way to say that you think you're an alpha male, bro. And says, yeah, Mark, let's fight. Let's fight for this woman's hand. And Mark's like, dude, she can pick who she wants to date, dog. Like, I'm not gonna fight for a woman's hand. A woman has the right to choose who she wants to date, which is accurate, Mark. And all you girls out there, if guys fight over you, I wouldn't pick either of them, okay? I just feel like that's just a bad sign if they're like, you don't have a say in who owns you, all right? I get to own you if I win this fight. Like, you're not something to own, all right? Like, respect yourself a little more, okay? But regardless, Mark and German boy fight in the lunchroom, and I guess all that squirrel hunting and savagery doesn't translate over to actual combat very well because German boy just gets obliterated. Like, apparently Mark was basically at one point slamming his head on the lunch table and talking to him in between slams, telling him to admit defeat, and the German boy was like, no, I'll never admit defeat, for losing is not in my DNA. Listen, man, you know, the whole, like, I'm tough, losing's not in my DNA thing. Like, okay, all right, it's cool, you know, it sounds tough, but I'm telling you now, it's only really tough when you're not getting your head slammed on the lunch table in front of everybody. Once you're automatically losing the fight by that much, it's okay to admit defeat. Nobody's going to be too angry at the fact that you're admitting that you're not tough enough to repeatedly get your head slammed on a lunch table without giving up. It's all right to give up at that point. And I guess, you know, finally, it ends because German boy just can't fight, and they get taken to the principal's office, and the German boy starts explaining that he was fighting for his woman's hand and honor, and so the dean's office is like, what do you mean? This was about a girl? And Mark's like, no, it's not about a girl, and has to explain the entire situation. So German boy inadvertently lets the dean's office find out about everything, the letters, all of it. And the dean's is basically like, look, dude, we can't let you stay in our school. Like, if you're gonna be sending threatening letters to people, fighting people, then you're a danger, and you have to go. And now German boy got sent to a behavior school for bad kids, where kids who basically have behavioral issues go. And now he's gonna get his head slammed on a lot more lunch tables. But yeah, moral of the story is don't date crazy people. And if you do date crazy people and they show you that they're crazy, maybe, just maybe, this is a crazy idea here, I don't know if you guys can agree, you shouldn't date them again. Get in a car with them, and then after they kidnap you, basically just try to pretend that they don't exist. Maybe you should just avoid crazy people the first time, you know? Like, I get it. If you get into a relationship without seeing the red flag, that's understandable. But if you see the red flag and choose to ignore it, that's on you. That's not really anybody's fault, you know? So I guess don't date crazy people is a good moral of the story. So in my junior year of high school, I was sitting back dating this girl. For the purpose of the story, I'm gonna name her Clarice. Oh God, I would never date a girl named Clarice. But also, okay, if she had a great personality, I might date. You guys get what I'm saying, okay? Her name was Clarice in the story. That's not her real name. If your name's Clarice, please don't be offended. I deeply apologize. So me and Clarice were dating for close to like 4 or 5 months at this point. It was a decently long relationship, and I thought everything was going great. I was like, you know, she's not annoying. I wasn't in love or anything, but she definitely was a pretty solid girlfriend, so things kept going and kept progressing because that's what you do, you know? You find somebody you like and you keep dating them. It's not too complicated. It's not rocket science. Or that's what I thought. Dun dun dun. Play the Jaws theme song, because here comes the crazy part. Towards the end of me and Clarice's relationship, I started to notice that she was really close with one of her guy friends. Which I don't mind, I get it, you know, everybody has friends, but when I mean close, it's almost like the emo girl thing again, where like you're too close, you know? When your guy friend knows everything about our relationship and is constantly giving you advice, yeah, it's gonna make me uncomfortable, not gonna lie. But of course, I trusted her, and they were just friends, no big deal, no skin off my back, right? Well, that's what I thought. So one morning I got to school a little bit earlier than normal. Usually I would show up at like 6:50 and school started at 7. Just because I live pretty close to the school and no one wants to show up earlier to school than they have to. Also, why do we start school so early in high school? Like, come on, I was literally waking up at, 6 in the morning, and that was awful. I couldn't imagine if you're a girl that has to get ready and stuff. That's just unfair. Or like you have to ride a bus, you have to wake up at 5:30. Nope. High school, listen, if you're listening to this, and any superintendents, make your school start later, or I swear I will come over there and do a 360 kickflip on your grandma. So for whatever reason on this day, I think I had to take a test or something. I showed up to school at like 6:30, which is 20 minutes before I usually show up. And I'm walking through the courtyard in our school. We had like a courtyard with trees and stuff. I know, pretty fancy, not gonna lie. If you guys ever feel sophisticated, just remember that my school had a courtyard and yours doesn't. So So I'm walking through our garden courtyard thing. That sounded so stupid. And walking towards me, I see Clarice and her friend, which is fine, you know, maybe they walk to school together. I don't know. I'm not too pressed about it. I don't think anything of it. And then I pay a little bit closer attention and she's holding hands with her friend, which is just, listen. Okay, I appreciate you being stupid enough to get caught cheating, you dumb hoe. But like, if you're gonna cheat on somebody, maybe don't do it in a public place where I know hundreds, if not thousands of people. Like, I don't know, at school. Maybe not the best idea to try to get away with it there. That's my personal opinion, though. Yeah, you do you. Don't cheat on people in general, but if you are, like, at least be smart about it. So whatever, you know, Clarice and her best friend are walking towards me holding hands. I don't think they saw me. So I just walk up to him and go, hey guys, what's up? And they go, oh, hey. And then she realizes it's me, and the look on her face was the most priceless thing I've ever seen. Just imagine somebody knowing that they just got busted robbing a bank. That's a similar look. So she looks like she's about 3 seconds from shitting herself. And her friend looks super uncomfortable, lets go, and like goes, I gotta go to class, and walks away. Because I mean, I don't know about you, but they don't want this smoke. Blue face, baby. Pull up on your block and I bleed it, you know? So I just look at her and I'm like, do you want to try to explain yourself? And she's like, no, it wasn't what it looked like. You see, And she tries to tell me, listen to this stupid story. She tries to tell me that her hands were cold, and so she was holding hands with them to warm them up, and that was it. They were not holding hands for any other reason. Which, first of all, if you're dating someone, your hands are cold. Don't hold hands with somebody else, you idiot. Second of all, I would have maybe potentially bought it if it wasn't 80 degrees at 6 a.m. because we live in the middle of the desert and it's hot. So I just go, yeah, that's just not true, you know, nice attempt at a lie. And she's like in tears at this point and just goes, no, like, I'm so sorry. Please don't break up with me. And I'm getting guilt tripped, okay? I'm starting to get emotional. I'm like, look, you know, like, please don't cry, because then I'm gonna cry, because, like, I feel bad. I don't know why I felt bad. This was the dumb bitch that was cheating on me. It's not my fault that you're an idiot. So, I'm getting a little teary-eyed, because I don't like making people upset, okay? I'm overly loyal to the point where it's a fault. I am too nice to people that are mean to me if we're, like, best friends, you know? And this person, Clarice and I, were pretty tight. We had talked every day for hours and hours at this point for the last few months. I thought I liked her. And, come to find out, she was just cheating on me, you know, 2-time, and I was the side piece, guys. Can I get a like in the chat for being the side piece? Rest in peace, Scrubby's dignity, once and for all. So I decided, yeah, no, I ain't sticking around. I'm sorry, you cheat on me. That's over, you know? And when I decide it's over, she starts to get triggered. Well, whatever, I don't even care. You meant nothing to me anyways. And now I'm like, damn, girl, you were begging for me to get back together with you like 30 seconds ago. What do you mean? Are you that bipolar? Are you the weather on a Tuesday? Like, calm down here, lady. You're begging me to stay with you, and now you don't care? Fine, don't care then. Bye. And, yeah, that was the end of me and Clarice's relationship when I walked in on them cheating on me. The guy ended up coming up to me a little bit later in the day and was like, oh, I'm sorry, man. I didn't know that you were gonna be upset. Okay, listen here, mozzarella cheese stick looking boy, what did you expect to happen? You expected to, you know, I don't know, make my girlfriend cheat on me and then me be like, oh, bro, it's cool. Don't even sweat it. Like, are you really surprised that I was mad at you? Really? Are you that brain dead? But whatever, it's in the past. I'm way happier now. Clarice, if you're watching this, I have a raccoon YouTube channel with 50,000 subscribers and you don't, so